The plot of this film is purely fictional. Do not take it seriously. Thanks for the support. Your likes and subscriptions are my motivation to update. Chapter 1. Hearing the heartbeat of a fetus. The sound of a theater troupe blowing and playing was faintly heard in her ears. Ji Tran snapped her eyes open and was suddenly stunned by what she saw before her eyes. Could it be that she was reborn? It's just that her body is warm, and her hands are moist. Could it be that this is amniotic fluid, and she's still in the fetus? TCH. The old king of hell hadn't lied to her. It was true that she had been allowed to be reincarnated as a human being with the memories of her previous life. Madam, seeing that you are getting tired, should we retire the theater troupe? No harm done. Let them sing. What time is it? Another slightly tired voice rang out. At the end of an hour. Lu Qingyan's maturity ceremony should be nearing its end. You go down and have Aunt Xioha cook some sobering soup to have on hand. The Marquis and the two gentlemen should have had some wine. Yes. Saying that, the sound of footsteps faded away. Lu Qingyan? This name was so familiar. It couldn't be what she thought it was. Right? Nope. Ji Tranquility shook her head, wanting to wave away the unrealistic thoughts in her head. At this moment, a woman's urgent voice came. Madam, it's not good. The third miss of the Lu family has rushed the Grand Duke, causing his leg injury to recur. What? Quickly go and bring the medicine box in this madam's room. The woman's voice was anxious. Ji Tranquility's heart lifted with her. There was no other than him. She could clearly feel the woman's anxiety, thinking that this woman was her mother in this life. As the woman moved, the one in her stomach shifted along with her. Lady, don't be anxious. That third young miss seems to know some medical skills and has stabilized the injuries of the eldest son. Lu Yi. The third miss of the Lu family? Where did she get the medical skills from? Lu Yi was an unpopular concubine daughter of the Prime Minister's house, not even qualified to enter the front hall. How could she have the opportunity to learn medical skills? Hearing this, the ridiculous thoughts from earlier went straight to the sky. She was not reborn, but had worn a book. Wearing into the ancient morning romance novel divine, Dr. Princess is sick, and weak prince don't you run. Now it was the first daughter of the Prime Minister's house, Lu Qingyan, who was 15 years old, and was having a big ceremony to celebrate her maturity. It is also on this day that the divine doctor heroine in the book crosses over. At the banquet, the third young lady of the Lu family, unable to withstand the humiliation of the first son of the family, crashed headlong into the rockery and died. The Ji family's eldest son happened to be right next to the rockery and tried to save her, but he was a step too slow due to his weak legs. As a result, the third lady of the Lu family still died, and the one who woke up again was Lu Yi, the inheritor of an ancient medical family from modern times. That is to say, she wore into the book full of loyal to the king and the country, but finally ended up with a copy of the family exiled after the tragic death of the Ji family in the middle of the road? Motherfucker. This is a proper cannon fodder family. And Ji's youngest daughter was switched on the day of her birth and given to a butcher with a penchant for alcohol. And at the age of 2, she was frozen to death outside the door. And her body was fed to wild dogs. The body was fed to wild dogs because of the same name and surname, and is the youngest cannon fodder in the whole book. Therefore, she remembers the plot of this book extraordinarily well, thinking that she was not far from being switched. Ji Tran burst into tears. Ji Tran raised her small hand and silently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, when suddenly, she found that her right hand was emitting a golden light. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that only the middle finger was emitting golden light. Could this be the legendary golden finger? Just as the thought fell, a soft and sticky childish tone rang in her head. Master's Golden Finger Mall is online. Please click on the mall to activate it. Immediately after, a semi-transparent panel popped up in front of her, with the words Gold Finger Mall written in the center. Ji Tranquility's small hand trembled. It was really a golden finger. It seems that the old king of hell's conscience, this life promised her a golden finger. Fearing that she would die early, Ji Tranquility effortlessly lifted up her middle finger to point to the activation word in the lower right corner. Then a line of small words popped up. Congratulations, Master, for successfully activating the Golden Finger Mall. Please receive the initial points. The back showed that the initial points were only 100. Ji Tranquility didn't hesitate to click collect. After the screen closed, the mall browsing page was seen. The further one slid down. the more types of goods there were. There were pills, spirit talismans, skill points, beauty points, and even treasures, and so on. When she saw the points required at the back, she instantly wilted. The cheapest potion required 100 points, and she only had 100 points. It was too expensive. There was a small question mark next to the points, on which was written the method of earning points. Ji Tranquility clicked on it and looked. The method is simple. Spit on the little worldly sun once to gain 10 points. Who was the little worldly sun again? Ji Tran tried hard to recall the little worldly sun in the book. The result brightened her eyes. There is and only one little world sun in this book, who is only 5 years old now, and is the son of the current saint's most beloved brother, Xian Wang. What's it called? It seems to be called Beihongjin. Speaking of this Beihongjin, Ji Tranquility just happened to want to spit out a sentence. Beihongjin. This person, right, is a small child, and knows how to disguise himself at a young age. Nihal also only lived to the age of 7. Poor Ah. Okay. After I'm done spouting, let me see if the points have increased. Yo, there's really 10 more points. Haha. As long as you spit, you can get points. Isn't this a bonus question? Ji Tranquility instantly realized. Perhaps the old king of hell hooked the wrong soul. And this golden finger is the compensation. If you think about it, the matter of wearing a book is not so difficult to accept. Suddenly, Ji Tranquility felt herself moving. To be precise, it was her mother who was moving. It was very anxious. Ma'am, you're not in good health. So don't go. It's better to let the slave girl go. Where was mother going? Could it be the Lu mansion? Mother, don't go. Big brother is fine. That Louis E is no longer the previous Louis E. The current Louis E does know some medical skills. Mrs. G, who was in a hurry to go out, was suddenly stunned. As if she heard something? She just stood there in a daze for a long time without moving her steps. That voice did not sound again either. So it was thought that she was hallucinating. Perhaps she was too worried about Jade Tree and was hallucinating. You will now have someone go and call the master and the 2 gentlemen back. Just say that this madam is not feeling well. Yes. Lady G didn't insist any further and ordered the maid to leave. Lady G frowned as she walked back to Wutong Courtyard under the support of the 2 maids, waving her hand towards the opera troupe singing not far away. She instructed them to go down. At this time, the maid who went to look for Zuo trotted back to Wutong Courtyard and reported back to Lady G, who was lying on her consort couch. Back to you. And Zuo is already working on having people make sobering soup. Well, go down and summon Chen over. Lady G lay on the couch, looking worried. Yes. The maid answered and left. Hearing the word Spring Chen, Ji Tran always felt that something was wrong. Wait, isn't Chen the person who handled the switcheroo incident? Chapter 2. The Golden Finger. Commonly known as the Golden Finger. Mrs. G stared with a horrified look on her face. The hallucinations had appeared again. What was going on here? Was it because she wanted a daughter so badly that she was hearing a little girl's voice? Lady G tiredly rubbed her temples, thinking that it would be better to take some time to go to the Protectorate Temple to pay her respects, asking Buddha to bless her with a daughter this time. She already had 2 sons, and she only hoped that this birth would fulfill her wish of having a good and clever daughter. As she was thinking, that voice suddenly rang in her ears again. It's true. Chen worked with Sister Zhou, who was in charge of purchasing in the backyard, to switch me around on the day of my mother's birth. This person is a proper evil slave. Ji Tranquility looked indignant. Upon hearing this, Lady G's figure couldn't stop trembling. She heard that voice again, clearly ringing in her ears. Who on earth was speaking? At this moment, Lady G saw Chen respectfully walk in. Madam, what is the matter that called the slave girl? At this moment, she was actually a little afraid of Chen. She wasn't sure if the Chen in front of her was truly harboring evil intentions, as Phantom Hearing had said. Go and take one of the jewelry in this madam's trousseau out and reward the singing Miss Chen. In the end, she was still the main mother of the Marquis, and quickly calmed down. Yes. Chen inadvertently glanced at Lady G's stomach, answered and retreated. Walking past the screen, she grimly hooked her lips. It seemed like there were still more than 2 months to go before she went into labor. Lady G did not see the corners of Chen-Chen's vicious mouth behind her. By the time Xiaohua came over, Chen-Chen had already left with the jewelry. Xiaohua was a companion sister. A trustworthy person. Lady Ji signaled Xiao He to lean over and whispered a few words in her ear. Old slave understands. Xiao He nodded and turned to pour Lady Ji a cup of water before leaving. After thinking about it, Lady Ji decided that it would be better to investigate. As the saying goes, empty holes don't come with the wind. About an hour later, Marquis Ji and the two dukes rushed back in a hurry. Seeing Lady Ji sleeping peacefully on her couch, they were able to put their hearts down. In the evening, Mrs. Ji woke up and asked about the Lu mansion. After Grand Duke Ji Yushu recounted the events one by one, Lady Ji's frown deepened. From Ji Yushu's words, she understood that this Lu Yi really knew medicine. Her explanation at the time was that she occasionally read a few medical books in her spare time and remembered some of them over time. Did she really know about medicine just by reading it occasionally? To even see that Shuer's leg was the result of poisoning? Master, tomorrow my concubine would like to go to the Protectorate Temple to return a wish. When I first worshipped the Goddess of Mercy, I was pregnant soon after. So it's time to return the wish. The whole family stayed with Lady Ji at Wutong Courtyard, and only felt relieved when they saw her wake up. Marquis Ji pondered for a moment and said, "All right. Let Lin Feng accompany Madam, and bring a few more people. I have official business, so I won't accompany Madam." After sitting for a little while, Marquis Ji left in a hurry. Lady Ji also knew that Marquis Ji was busy, so she didn't say anything more. Ji Yushu and Ji Linfeng accompanied their own mothers to talk for a while longer. Ji Tranquility was sad. If Chun-Chin had really switched her on the day of her birth, how could she save herself as a newborn baby? Even if she has a golden finger, she can't. Her feet can't walk. Her mouth can't speak. All that awaits her is extinction. Ah, really want to be anxious to death. How in the world is she going to save herself? On this side, Xiao He has not yet found out anything. Mrs. Ji has already packed up and the second son of Ji Lin Feng accompanied by going to the Protectorate Temple to return the wish. Sitting in a wheelchair, Grand Duke Ji Yushu sends Lady Ji and the others to the door. Along with them were two medium maids, 4 marquee guards, and Chun-Chin was found an excuse by Lady Ji to stay in the mansion. Mother, be careful. 2 hours later, the Ji mansion's carriage stopped in front of the temple. Ji Lin Feng carefully helped Lady Ji out of the carriage. Ji mansion is a marquee family, since it is treated with courtesy by the monks of the Protectorate Temple. There are separate rooms. Ji Lin Feng thought to help his mother to rest in the room before going to return the wish. But his mother was very anxious and determined to return the wish first. Feng, my mother is not tired. My mother wants to go to return the wish first. How about helping my mother to find Master Ci Feng? What is mother looking for Master Ci Feng for? Ji Lin Feng was unsure. Lady Ji grabbed her brows. Don't worry about this. Ji Lin Feng had no choice, so he obediently helped Lady Ji towards the main hall. After Lady Ji purified her hands, she knelt down on the futon and worshipped towards the top with great devotion. Afterwards, she reached into the divination jar and drew out a lower divination stick. She was so shocked that her heart thumped incessantly and her eyes danced. There were too many questions eager to be answered. Master Ci Feng was highly respected and had an inscrutable feeling. After yesterday's hallucinations, the first thing she thought of was Master Ci Feng. Letting the two maids wait outside, she and Ji Lifeng went into the backyard to look for Master Ci Feng. What Mrs. Ji never expected was that Master Ci Feng seemed to have expected her to come. He opened his mouth and said, "Madam Ho, the old monk has been waiting here for a long time." Upon hearing this, Ji Lin Feng looked confused. "Feng, will you go wait for mother in the outer room?" Seeing his own mother's grave face, Ji Lin Feng's heart became even more confused. What exactly did mother want to ask? From the moment she woke up last night until now, she's been acting weird. But confused as he was, he still obeyed and went out to wait outside. After waiting for about half an hour, he saw his own mother come out in a state of disorientation. Ji Lin Feng worriedly went forward. "Mother, what did Master Ci Feng say?" Lady Ji didn't answer, only focusing on walking out. Ji Lin Feng was anxious. The bumpy ride had turned Ji Tranquility dizzy, and she was now sleeping heavily. How? Ji Lin Feng asked Lady Ji. She just didn't say anything. Shortly after getting on the carriage, she fainted, scaring Ji Lin Feng half to death. Quickly, return to the Marquis house quickly. Ever since last night when his mother asked about the Lu mansion, he had sensed that his mother was strange. And at this moment, That feeling was even stronger when the group hurried back to the Marquis mansion. The sky had also darkened. Fortunately, Mrs. Ji woke up halfway. The Lady Ji who woke up had deep worries between her brows. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Ji Linfeng did not ask any more questions, but instead accompanied her silently. Although he wanted to ask why, he was more worried about his own mother's safety. Returning to the Marquis mansion, He was already waiting at the door. Seeing that no one was around, she whispered to Lady Ji, "Lady, Chen really has a problem. Doesn't she not have a brother? But in recent days, frequently met with a foreign man, and also stuffed silver to seal the mouth of Autumn Painting who found out about it." Lady Ji's figure swayed twice, nearly falling to the ground. Fortunately, she was supported by Ji Linfeng. "Mother, your body is weak. Let's go back and talk about what's going on." Lady Ji nodded, and was helped by Zuho to walk towards Wutong courtyard. While walking, she said breathlessly, "Perhaps I'm tired today." Just now, Master Ci Feng interpreted her sign, saying that it was a sign of great calamity, informing her that the Marquis house would have a great calamity in 2 months, and that 2 months later would be the time when the fetus in her womb would be delivered. Annie Xioha also found out that Chen really has problems, which means that this great calamity is likely to be the switching incident, combined with the Lu Yi incident. It is clear that what she heard was not a hallucination. He supported Lady Ji, and found that her hands were unusually cold, and her palms were even overflowing with sweat. "Concerned?" she asked. "Madam, are you all right?" Her ladyship had suddenly asked her to secretly investigate Chen, and she didn't know what that girl had committed. Lady Ji forced herself to be calm and said, "Nothing. You guys go down. I want to lie down alone for a while. Call me again for dinner." He and Ji Linfeng were both uneasy about her, so they didn't go too far. When the two of them went out, Lady Ji collapsed helplessly onto the couch, tears sliding past the corners of her eyes. Ji Tranquility had already woken up, and at this moment seemed to empathize. Beaming her little mouth, she said, "Why is Mother sad? Is it because she's thinking of something unhappy? Mother, don't be sad. Daughter will be good." This time, she was quite certain that the voice came from the fetus in her abdomen. In other words, she had heard the heartfelt voice of her daughter, who was not yet born. Her daughter called her mother. How could she let her daughter be switched after 2 months? Master Ci Feng told her that she would get her wish. What was her wish in this life? Then it was to have a daughter, Mrs. Ji cried, sobbing uncontrollably. She wouldn't let her daughter, who was so hard to come by, be switched. She must investigate clearly why Chen had switched her daughter. Where did she get the guts to transfer the Marquis' first daughter? Thinking about this, Mrs. Ji wiped away her tears, and her heart was burning with fighting spirit. She is not afraid of ghosts and gods. The child in her womb is what she has been waiting for. She will take her life to love it. She can hear her daughter's voice, she thought. Must be because of mother-daughter bonding. Chapter 3. Mrs. Ji heard her daughter's heart and designed to take down Chen. For several days in a row, Mrs. Ji asked Zuho to secretly observe Chen's movements. On this day, Xioha secretly saw Chen stuffing 50 taels of silver to Sister Zhou, who was in charge of purchasing ingredients in the back kitchen. How could a maid like her get 50 taels of silver at once? Mrs. Ji, who heard the news, found that the silver in the jeweler box wasn't missing, and after checking the treasury, she didn't find any traces of missing silver either. This was strange. "Madam, should we inform the Marquis that this matter is known?" He asked. Lady Ji shook her head. "The affairs of the back of the house are my part, so there's no need to bother your lordship." Marquis Ji's affection for Lady Ji was well known in the circle of nobles in the capital. In the eyes of outsiders, Marquis Ji loved Madame Ji miserably, and for her sake, he didn't even have a common maid, let alone a concubine. Should be the sentence. Weak water 3,000. Only take a dip or drink. Once was rumored to be a good story. Only she knew that Marquis Ji had another person in his heart. Just because her eyebrows and eyes have a few similarities with this person, they'd beg to marry her. She was that person's double. Over the years she had long since grown accustomed to getting along with each other in a respectful manner. Ji Tranquility was still a fetus now, and had limited energy. She was currently huffing and puffing, and spent very little time awake. Xiohua suggested that Lady Ji take Chen down for questioning. But Lady Ji said, "Wait a little longer. You let the housekeeper Forget it. You'd better go to Zheng and ask Zheng to pay more attention to the man who is secretly meeting with Chen. Remember not to scare the snakes. She didn't believe that just one maid, Chen, had the audacity to dare to meddle with the first miss of the Marquis house. As the birth approached, the Marquis house looked incredibly busy. The Grand Duke and Second Duke would come to Wudong Courtyard to accompany their own mothers as soon as they could. Ji Tran was even so nervous that she couldn't sleep. A month has passed. She froze and did not think of a way to save herself. There are those life-saving pills in the mall, but they can only save a moment, not a long-term solution. AI. If Mother had known that Chen and the housekeeper as well as Sister Zhou were harboring evil intentions, it would have been better if she had taken care of the people earlier, and she wouldn't have been at risk of being switched again. The mastermind behind the switching incident is the frail and sickly third prince, the hero of the book. With such a precise and foolproof plan, he didn't think he would miss a trick. So there was no backup plan. By directly resolving Chen and the others, she had changed her fate of not living past the age of 2 after being switched. Hearing her daughter's heartfelt words, Mrs. Ji was in a flurry of emotions. It had been some days since she had heard her daughter's heart. At one point, she had thought that everything before was an illusion. Hearing her precious daughter's heartbeat once again, her heart throbbed beyond measure. Wait. Besides Chen and Sister Zhou, even the housekeeper was involved? Thinking that she had almost asked the butler to keep an eye on Chen just now, her heart fluttered with fear. In the end, who dared to plant eyes in the Marquis residence? And even did the matter of transferring the Marquis young lady? The Marquis has always done things openly and honestly, and has never made a grudge against anyone. She could not imagine who is so bold. A day does not dispose of the spring Chen. Mrs. G's heart a day to mention. The daughter in the womb also seems to be worried about this matter. Anxious and restless in the tummy. She can feel her fear and helplessness. If she could no longer find out who was behind this, she thought that she would find a reason to dispose of Chen and Sister Zhou first. As the day approached, the body became more and more unwieldy. Lady Ji thought that the matter of taking down Chen should be put on the agenda. At the end of an hour on this day, Zheng finally appeared in front of her. Lady Ji knew that the man behind the curtain had a clue. Madam, that man is armed with martial arts, so it is not appropriate for my subordinate to follow him too closely. However, my subordinate saw that the man has dealings with the vice commander of the Forbidden Army, Zhang Shijun. Upon hearing this, Lady Ji's face was horrified. Never in a million years did she think that this matter could still be related to the vice commander of the Forbidden Army. Let's keep this matter quiet for now. This Madame Chen maid will deal with it herself. You go down and get busy first. Yes. Zheng wanted to say something, but finally left. Lady Ji knew what Zheng wanted to say. He used to be so good as to be a brother to the Marquis when he went into battle with him to kill the enemy. He did not want to hide this matter from the Marquis. Zheng left. Mrs. Ji thought for a long time. Before calling Xiao He, attached his ear and said, "You are so." Upon hearing this, Xiao He showed a smile on her face and bowed to leave. These days of investigation had allowed her to feel a little bit of a brow. It seemed that Chen had teamed up with Sister Zhou to do something that made Madame very unhappy. This is why Madame thought of a way to deal with the two of them. I don't know why she didn't just sell them off, but I think she thought it would damage the Ji family's reputation. Soon after Xiao had left, Ji Tran woke up, thinking that there is still a month to face the fate of being transferred. Restless stirring, Lady Ji gently soothed the fetus in her belly, murmuring in what seemed like a soft voice, "Child, Mother will definitely keep you safe." I don't know if it was because she heard these words, but the fetus in her abdomen seemed to have stabilized. In fact, it was Ji Tranquility who went limp with resignation. Forget it. The big deal is to rely on the elixir to keep her alive when she's 2 years old. At least she can walk at that time. Lady Ji set about making preparations, and everything became organized. Turning to the end of October, closer and closer to the day of the birth. For fear of the suddenness of the event, the Marquis house early to invite the two steadies to live in the house. As the day approaches, the fetal movement is also more and more obvious. Ji Lifeng often pushed his elder brother Ji Yushu to run towards Wutong Courtyard. He happily said, "Mother, this fetus will definitely be a younger sister. Look, the magpies have all come to report the good news." The magpies on the trees chirped and chirped. Very delightful. Ji Tranquility was drowsy in her belly, hearing the voices of her brothers. A pang of sadness ran through her heart. This was supposed to be her brother. But it was the next person who was hurting. At this time, when she heard her mother letting her two brothers take their names, she who was about to fall asleep was suddenly refreshed and listened with her sideways ears. The book said that the Ji family's eldest son was a brilliant writer and would definitely give her a good name. Let's forget about the second male son. He was a martial artist. Sure, you love to bite off more than you can chew. So give your sister a name. Lady Ji smiled and looked at her eldest son. It had been 2 years. It was time for him to come out of that shadow. In these 2 years, she knew that he hadn't lived as easy as it appeared. He was once a talented man, the top 3 in that year's class, with family and national ambitions. But now he had ended up with a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Ji Yushu, as usual, showed elegance and wantonness. Thought for a moment, mother. If it is a younger brother, we'll take the word Ji Yue. If it is a younger sister, we'll take the word tranquility. It means skillful and reserved, gentle and kind. Originally, the name Ji Tranquility came from the eldest brother Ah. It does sound good. It didn't last long before Ji Tranquility lazily fell asleep again. Lady Ji as well as Ji Lifeng all felt that this name was good. At this time, Xiao He's figure appeared in the Wutong courtyard, and without moving, she gave a gesture to Lady Ji. Lady Ji then knew that after a whole month of laying a bureau, it was finally time to close the net. Calling girl Chen to pinch this madam's legs. I'm a bit tired. Lady Ji instructed the autumn painting at the side. Ji Lifeng was very attentive and went up. Mother, child, come and pinch it for you. No need. You don't know what's important. That girl Chen is fine. Not long after, Chen came. Not long after her arrival, Sister Zhou's figure and ground appeared in Wutong courtyard. Seeing her arrival, Lady Ji clearly felt Chen hand pinching her shoulder. Pause for a moment. Blissfully unaware of this, she looked at Sister Zhou and asked, What does Sister Zhou want with this madam? It's like this, madam. There has been a change in the old slave's family, and he needs to take a few days off. But please rest assured, madam, that he will definitely rush back on the eve of madam's labor. Lady Ji did not move and asked, But something happened at home? If you need silver, Sister Zhou just ask. You are also an old man in the house. This madam is very grateful. Sister Zhou hung her head and did not dare to look at Lady Ji. She was afraid that her heart would not tolerate looking at her. In Chuanshin's opinion, Sister Zhou had a ghost in her heart that didn't dare to meet her eyes. And her heart was suspicious. No, nothing big. It's just that the old mother sprained her foot while working. As a daughter-in-law to go back to do her filial duty. What? Sprained foot? That should need silver. Chen, you go to the trousseau and get 50 taels of silver. Sister Zhou has been devoted to the Ji family for several years. And this madam is not the kind of person who is unsympathetic. Thinking that her son had been arrested and imprisoned for something and needed the silver to pay for it. Sister Zhou hesitated but accepted it. Chuanshin's heart thumped when she heard Sister Zhou say that her old mother had broken her leg. Sister Zhou's old mother had died last month, and she hadn't told Mrs. Ji about it. Nor had she gone back to see her off. It was only because her old mother had treated her badly when she was young. This was something she had told her herself. Abruptly, Chen thought of a possibility. She's trying to cheat another 50 taels of silver and run away. Good. Good enough. Aunt Xiaohe, go see off Sister Zhou. Lady Ji snapped. Yes. Xiao He followed and left soon after and folded back, holding a letter in her hand. Madam, this is what Sister Zhou left behind when she left, saying that she wanted to hand it over to Madam herself. Seeing this letter, Chuanshin's small face brushed white. Sister Zhou had already wanted to cheat her out of 50 taels, so she could run away. So it was already obvious that she had left this letter on her way out. Leave it there. Read it when you have time. Lady Ji said this, and glanced at Chen without a trace. Xiao He then casually pressed the letter onto the table. Chapter 4. A Smooth Birth. During the evening meal, Suho approaches Lady Ji and whispers in her ear. The letter is missing. Lady Ji nods her head, indicating that she knows. And the next step is to see if Chen is bold enough. Mother, what happened? The two sons who accompanied Lady Ji to dinner noticed something strange and asked. Especially Ji Lifeng. Ever since the last time he came back from the Lu family, he felt that his mother was strange. And in the past month or two, He even felt that she was being secretive, not knowing what she was doing. Nothing. Let's eat. Oh right. These few days. If nothing is wrong, don't go out. Mother is afraid that if she has a sudden attack, she won't be able to find anyone. Ji Feng said with a packed face. Mother, don't worry. Child has no official business at hand these 2 days. He can stay home with mother. AI. What a tragedy. Mother is about to go into labor. Over there. In order not to make a mistake, they used a trick to send out the eldest and second elder brothers and father. The housekeeper then sent the guards away to make it easier for Chen to transfer the bag. In order to fear that things will change, Chen secretly gave her mother birth-inducing medication. Even the 2 steadies were paid in silver, and were silenced shortly after they went out. Hearing this, Lady Ji did not swallow a mouthful and coughed violently. Mother, are you all right? The 2 males looked at their own mother worriedly. Lady Ji's face was very ugly. Mother is fine. Saying that she was fine. In her heart, she hated to bring Chen in for questioning right now. Soon. Chen will not be able to jump anymore. After 3 days, Lady Ji finally waited for good news. Madam is not well. Both Chen and Sister Zhou are dead. The housekeeper hurriedly ran into Wudong courtyard. What? What happened? Tell us in detail. The panic on Lady Ji's face did not seem fake. The housekeeper hurriedly said. Chen felt that Sister Zhou had been gone for a few days, and was worried that Madam was in labor and was understaffed. So she thought to call the person back. But she didn't know that Sister Zhou lied and wasn't going back to do her filial duty. And immediately said that she wanted to inform Madam of the matter. Pushing and shoving accidentally killed Sister Zhou. And Sister Zhou's son avenged his mother by hacking Chen to death. Lady Ji's heart laughed coldly. Really is a hidden evil. Really think she is not aware of the truth? How dare you distort the truth in front of her? It's good that everything is going according to plan. And she, too, should be in labor. She wouldn't give the housekeeper a chance to react. Lady Ji pretended to be shocked. Turned around and dragged her bulky body to pour herself a cup of tea to drink. With a straight face, she said, this matter concerns human life. It's better to report it to the officials. You go and inform the Marquis of this matter. Yes. Old slave will go now. The butler who walked out the door had a worried look on his face. He had to rearrange his manpower in a very short period of time in order to do so. Although the risk was a bit high, it was not impossible. Chen was also stupid enough to almost ruin that person's big event because of a Sister Zhou. What the housekeeper didn't know was that not long after he left on the front foot, Lady Ji had a seizure. It's bad. It's bad. Madam is going into labor. He tore his voice and ran to tell the others. What? Going into labor? Why is it so sudden? Didn't you say there are still 3 days to go? Who knows about that? Quickly. Go and get ready. Right? Someone. Quickly go inform the Marquis and the 2 princes. Because of the sudden attack, everyone in the mansion was busy. Luckily, the madam was not a firstborn, and all of them had experience. The most incredulous one was the butler, who hadn't yet found a way to deal with it, when it was suddenly born over here. In the end, Chen still spoiled that person's big event. Is mother really going to give birth? Counting the time, it's only about 9 months pregnant. But it's not impossible to give birth at this time. It's just that it's a whole 7 days earlier than the days written in the book. Thinking that as soon as she was born, Chen would have to lay hands on her. Ji Tranquility was that scared. Oh! Mother! Mother! You must protect your daughter, ah! Daughter doesn't want to leave her mother. Lady Ji, who heard this, tightly gripped the corner of the quilt. Warm tears slid past the corners of her eyes. In her heart, she secretly swore, baby daughter, mother has already made arrangements. Mother will protect you even if she gives up her life. Although she didn't know why her tiny daughter knew about the future, she thought it was the favor of the gods. Mrs. Ji inclined her head and fixed her eyes on Xiohe. Xiohe's heart and mind moved slightly, and she burst into tears. Don't worry, madam. The eldest son and second son as well as the master are all guarding outside. And the Yin guards as well as dozens of generals, who have followed the Marquis into battle are also present. At this moment when she was about to give birth, Ji Tran also lost her sleepiness. And when she heard Xiohe's words, her whole body was a bit confused. Father and 2 brothers are guarding outside the door? That's not right. Weren't father and brothers called away by Zhang Shijun? Could it be because mother went into labor early and caught the housekeeper and Chen Qin off guard? Hearing the guardian as well as those generals were also guarding outside the courtyard, Lady Ji knew that the Marquis had smelled something unusual after all. It was also good that with him around, she would feel much more at ease. Why did mother suddenly have a seizure? The book didn't write this part either. After half an hour of effort, Ji Tran finally gave birth along with a stream of warmth. As soon as she was born, Ji Tranquility cried hard, trying to get Lady Ji's attention. Although Mrs. Ji's sudden attack caught the housekeeper and Chen Qin off guard, she was still afraid of Afraid of this two-people dog jumped over the wall. Woohoo! Mummy, hold me. Hold me. Chen Qin will kill me. Exhausted to the point of almost fainting, Lady Ji stiffly held on to that meager consciousness when she heard Ji Tranquil's heartfelt voice. Aunt Xiohe, give Tranquil to me. Otherwise, her daughter would not feel at ease. Yes, Xiohe knew that her own madam loved her daughter, so she didn't intend to carry her away. After the two stable maids glanced at each other, they cleaned up nimbly. Xiao Painting, who was responsible for announcing the good news, went out to report the news. Congratulations, Marquis. Congratulations, Marquis. Madam gave birth to a young lady. Really? Is it really a sister? Ji Lin Feng was thrilled. Ji Yushu's face also revealed a rare look of joy. The look on Marquis Ji's face was complicated. He didn't know what he was thinking. Ji Lin Feng wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Father must have thought of that woman again. After waiting for a long time, and not hearing Chen Qin's voice saying that he would come over to hug her, Ji Tranquility couldn't help but eke out, where's Chen Qin? How come I didn't hear her voice? I don't know if it was due to having a golden finger, but Ji Tran actually saw incomparably clearly at this moment. There was the joyful sister Xiohe, the tired and joyful mother, the two stable maids whose expressions flickered constantly, the maids that kept coming in and out, but just not Chen Qin, who was not ready to come up and hold her. This section of the book describes it clearly. After Mrs. Ji gave birth to little Ji Tranquility, Chen Qin snatched up and came up to carry the child away, saying that she was carrying it to scrub her body. As a result, the person who was carried back again was not little Ji Tranquility. Everything seemed to have become different with the early birth, when the housekeeper and Chen Qin were caught off guard. Even if Chen Qin had the heart, she didn't have the guts to switch her in front of the Marquis of the Ji family and the two princes. Thinking about it this way, she was considered to have successfully survived the robbery of being switched. Oh, mother, your early seizure caught the housekeeper and Chen Qin off guard. Now, my daughter should be safe. It's just that I don't know if Chen Qin still has a backhand. Chapter 5. The person that father misses to become sick is none other than mother. Lady Ji supported herself until Marquis Ji entered the house before she completely fainted. Master. He thought Marquis Ji wanted to hold the child, but he only saw him staring longingly at Lady Ji on the bed. No one knew. What was he thinking? At this moment, the house was already packed up and Ji Tranquility was wrapped in swaddling clothes. She was very well behaved and only cried for a while when she was born. Then she didn't cry anymore. At this moment, she was staring at the surroundings with a pair of big, ebony eyes. The pink and tender little face was so cute that Xiohe's heart melted. He was about to call master again, but saw him lift his foot and turn around, meaning to leave. Daddy, give me a hug. Marquis Ji's figure lurched and jerked back. His frame was already much taller than Xiohe's, and as soon as he turned around, he was met with a pair of ebony eyes. He heard his daughter call him daddy? How is it possible? How could a little baby that was just born know how to call her father? It must have been a hallucination. He was thinking too much about that person, which led to a short-lived hallucination. Marquis Ji was about to raise another step when another voice came to his ears. Is this dad not liking me? Why isn't he hugging me? Yes, father has a favorite person in his heart. If I was born from that favorite woman in his heart, he would definitely like me. He would love me. But daddy is so stupid. He likes that woman as mother? He just doesn't know it at the moment. AI. Really sleepy. Little baby is too weak. 12 hours a day. At least must sleep enough 11 hours. This time, he really heard the voice. It was his daughter calling him daddy. Marquis Ji's face was filled with incredulity as he ran forward in an arrow step. only to see Ji Tranquility's cute and adorable sleeping face. The little one's pink and tender appearance was very endearing. He couldn't help but reach out his hand. He smiled and gave him the child. He then turned around and went to serve Mrs. Ji, holding a soft ball. Marquis Ji was a little frightened and a little overwhelmed. He didn't move for a long time. The moment his eyes fell on the little one's brows, he was so shocked that he almost couldn't stand still. If it was said that Lady Ji's brows and eyes had a 5-point resemblance to that person, the Ji Tranquility in his arms had an 8-point resemblance. Could it be that what he heard just now was not an illusion? Marquis Ji's eyes were filled with horror. In order to figure out this bizarre incident, Marquis Ji had been holding Ji Tranquility. Half-heartedly, he wanted to wait for her to wake up and wanted to know the answer first thing. This made the two boys outside the door anxious. Big brother, I also want to go in and see my sister. Ji Lin Feng stood on his tiptoes and looked left and right, but couldn't see. His heart itched like a cat scratching. Ji Yushu's heart was also anxious. But he didn't show it on his face and slowly said, "Wait a little longer. Wait for father to come out." This wait is to wait until the evening. Marquis Ji did not come out. Mrs. Ji woke up. As soon as she woke up, she anxiously searched for Ji Tranquility's small figure. Turning her head, she saw Marquis Ji gazing tenderly at the child in his arms. He just kept holding it like this? Madam, you're awake. Marquis Ji's exit words were so gentle that for a moment, Mrs. Ji thought she was hallucinating. Wake up. Wake up. Master is tired of holding it. Put it down. Not tired. Not tired at all. Lady Ji, Master is worthy of being a general. Holding for 3 hours is not too tired. He, who happened to send food in, smiled and said, thinking of the fact that just now, both the eldest and second eunuchs wanted to hug the young lady, and the Marquis didn't have the slightest intention of giving it. He also said that the two gentlemen did not know what was important and would hurt the young lady. I think they are very happy to have a daughter. I really hope that because of the young lady, the Marquis will have more compassion for the lady. You've been holding her for 3 hours? Mrs. Ji looked puzzled. When she gave birth to the oldest, he did not hold her. And when she gave birth to the second, he just looked at her and left. When Tranquil Child was born, he held her without letting go. So it was clear that he was happy with his daughter. Thinking about this, a smile appeared on her face. At this moment, the Ji Tranquility in her arms moved a little, barked her little mouth twice, and small water bubbles spat out from her pink mouth. Marquis Ji didn't have the slightest intention of disliking it. Instead, he even took the handkerchief handed over by He and very gently wiped the corners of her mouth for her. Looking at Lady Ji's heart and mind moved slightly. If it wasn't for dinner, Marquis Ji didn't even intend to leave. Marquis Ji also wanted to carry Ji Tran in his arms, but was stopped by He. This can't be allowed. Marquis, November's weather is cold and heavy. Once the young lady catches wind chill, it'll be bad. Only then did Marquis Ji give up. After dinner it was also dark. Mrs. Ji thought Marquis Ji wouldn't come again. But to her surprise, he and his two sons came. Mother, how are you? After coming in, the two sons first cared for their own mother before eagerly looking at their sister. Finding that she was still asleep, they lowered their speaking voice. Seeing his sister's little face pink and tender, Ji Yushu's face was filled with soft colors. He hadn't revealed such a gentle look for a long time. Nor had he ever been truly happy. Now that he had a cute and adorable sister, he felt that there was a ray of light in his gray life. Ji Lin Feng was about to cry out as he watched. Mother, this time we really got what we wished for. The heavens really gave us a cute and lovable younger sister. Its sister will be called Ji Tranquility. Tranquility's sister. Not only is the name nice, but the sister was also born like she walked out of a painting. Ji Lin Feng doesn't know how to compliment people. He only knows that his sister is as good looking as a fairy in a painting. Ji Yushu smiled. Don't worry, second brother. My sister will definitely be born as fairy-like as my mother. Hearing this, Ji Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Several people stayed with Lady Ji for a long time, making sure that Ji Tranquility would not wake up. Before reluctantly leaving, Ji Lin Feng still wanted to wait for his sister to wake up and tease her. It seemed that he could only wait for tomorrow. During the night, Ji Tranquility did wake up once. But after eating her milk, she went back to sleep. Really sleepy. But she was sure of one thing. That is, Her mother in this life loved her very much and did not look for a nurse, insisting on feeding her personally. After Ji Tranquility went to sleep, Mrs. Ji didn't sleep and kept looking at her little face, tears falling as she looked. Her precious daughter had finally passed the calamity of being switched. Next, she would just have to find an opportunity to get rid of the housekeeper before she could be considered to have truly survived the ordeal. In the study, Marquis Ji was wrapped in a black cloak, his hands clenched tightly together as he rested on the case. The words he heard today left him unable to calm down for a long time. He pondered for a whole day, still unable to believe that this matter of hearing his daughter's heart. His daughter was too young to speak, so what he heard was his daughter's heart. It was too weird. Even though he had lived half a lifetime, he had never heard of such an incident. In this way, he sat there all night long. Because the Ji family had been blessed with a daughter, Marquis Ji took a 2-day leave of absence from the saint. Once the news of this incident spread, it envied a number of women in the back of the house. When Marquis Ji walked into the Wutong courtyard, Mrs. Ji was still asleep, but Ji Tran woke up and seemed very happy to see her father come, her short legs stomping all the time. "Daddy, cuddle, cuddle." Hearing his daughter's heartfelt voice once again, Marquis Ji was both nervous and excited. Composed as he was, he quickly gathered the look on his face and gently hugged Ji Tranquility up. "Yay! Daddy has hugged me. Daddy has hugged me. He must be rejoicing in me. I also rejoice in Daddy. I guess it's because father and daughter are connected. I like father the same. Father also liked me as a daughter." At this moment, what Marquis Ji hadn't figured out after thinking about it all night was instantly enlightened. He could hear his daughter's heart, and thought that it must be precisely because of the father-daughter connection. Father is so pitiful, completely unaware that the woman he has been thinking about for a whole 21 years is far away and close to his eyes. Chapter 6. Only he can hear his sister's heart. If what his daughter said was true, then it meant that the woman he had been thinking about for more than 20 years was the lady in front of him. Marquis Ji was so excited that he was afraid that his daughter would sense that he was different. So he gently placed her on the cot. And Ji Tranquility was blissfully unaware, caught up in her memories. Mother's ancestral home is in Jizhou province. That year was in early spring. Mother happened to return to Jizhou to save her family. Suddenly met robbers into the city, burning and looting. No evil. Innocent people were killed and injured. When my father arrived with his troops, I saw my mother covered in blood, squatting on the ground to save the injured people. The silhouette of a stunning woman was immediately reflected in my father's eyelids, making it impossible for him to move his eyes for a long time. It was then that the image of mother lived in his heart forever. At that time, mother was veiled, and father could only see her pair of good-looking eyes. Didn't see the person clearly at all. Father really has no courage. If he had gone up to the girl and asked her which young lady, there wouldn't have been the misunderstanding that followed. Hearing this, Marquis Ji was stunned in place for a long time. Madam is from Jizhou? During the 142nd year of Sheng Yu's reign, there was indeed a disturbance in Jizhou city, which was caused by nearby bandits, who were bold enough to plot a rebellion. He was ordered to go to support them, as he did not know the number of the enemy. The generals he brought with him suffered heavy casualties. It was at this time that he saw the woman's eyes, and fell in love with her at a glance. Unfortunately, the other woman left without engaging with him. As a result, he searched for her for 3 long years. Turning his eyes again, Ji Tranquility was already asleep. Marquis Ji gently went to stroke Ji Tranquility's small face. His nose was sour and unbearable. His hallowed 7-foot man actually had the urge to cry at this moment. Marquis Ji turned around and left gently. He anxiously made his way to the study and summoned Yin Zheng. "What are Marquis orders?" Yin Zheng came quickly. He was Marquis Ji's most capable henchman and one of his most trusted men. With a wave of his hand, Marquis Ji wrote the word Jizhou on the rice paper on the table. "You immediately go and check if the lady's ancestry is in Jizhou. In addition, pluck 4 capable men to protect the lady's safety at all times." "Yes." Yin Zheng answered and left. Traveling to the outer room, he glanced towards Wudong courtyard. In his heart, Madam was an extremely good person, and he couldn't figure out why the Marquis still couldn't forget that person after so many years had passed. Even do not know each other's name. He can read 20 years long. He could see that Madam was truly happy with the Marquis. No matter what he did, she unconditionally stood behind and supported him, including taking the initiative to surrender her military power. The other day, Madame asked him to check on Chen, and he didn't tell the Marquis that he knew about it. He was certain in his heart that Madame would not harm the Ji family, much less the Marquis. Now that the Marquis had asked him to check on Madame, he couldn't figure it out, but after thinking about it, he thought that there should be something else. Otherwise, the Marquis wouldn't have asked him to pluck 4 people to protect the lady. 4 people, When the Grand Duke and Second Duke were born, they didn't even have this treatment. Im Zheng turned to leave. In the afternoon, Ji Lifeng had official business to attend to. So Ji Yushu called his beloved Zlatong to push him to Wutong courtyard. Just stay here. I'll just go in myself. Ji Yushu left Zlatong outside the courtyard while he himself pushed his wheelchair inside. Entering the house, the well-fed and drunk Ji Tranquility was drifting off to sleep. Hearing the sound of cartwheels, she came to her senses. Opening her eyes, she inclined her head towards Ji Yushu. He was so happy that he danced with his hands and feet. Big brother hugs. 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 Ji Yushu this year square 18. Because of leg injury inconvenience. Resignation at home. Once a young man. Now he can only be depressed and wasting his time in the mansion. 2 years ago, the talented Ji Yushu High School scholar. The same year, the official 3 royal historian. In the same year, he accompanied Prince Bei Hengmo to the Protectorate Temple to pray for the Empress. On the way back, he was assassinated by a man in black. During the fight, he was hit by a poisoned arrow in his leg. It is because of this poison, resulting in the loss of his legs. Who wouldn't sigh, God envies a genius. At that time, the Crown Prince and His Majesty were furious and ordered a thorough investigation into the matter. It turned out that Ji Yushu's classmates were jealous of him and hired others to kill him. The case was then closed. Of course, the Emperor also ordered the execution of the fellow student, who was already the Minister of the Household Department at that time. Ji Yushu is not stupid. Of course, he did not believe that this is a household minister would dare to do. Not to mention that the Crown Prince at that time was also in a bad. The official position is not to say. There may be implicated in 9 families. So Ji Yushu let people secretly investigate. This investigation will be investigated to the second prince. At this point, he knew that the so-called fellow students became the second prince's scapegoat. He did not know. In fact, the second prince is also a scapegoat. The real mastermind is the frail and sickly third prince. He pretended to be sick all these years to fool everyone. Ji Yushu, who was about to reach out and poke Ji Tran's pink face, instantly froze in midair. His face was filled with incredulity. Little sister did not open her mouth to speak, which meant that he had heard his little sister's heart. This was too ridiculous. Right? Without waiting for him to figure out what was going on, Ji Tranquil's heartbeat sounded again. It's really hard to accept that such a glorious big brother has become a victim of the political struggle between the princes. Empty of ambition for the family and country, but unable to do anything about it. Big brother's heart must be very sad. Ji Yushu's body and mind trembled with fear. The wheelchair underneath has been with him for 2 years, and people thought he had already got used to this kind of life, because he was no longer depressed in front of people, but rather lighthearted. Father and mother always advised him to put down the ambition of his heart and live a peaceful life. Only he himself knows how unwilling he is. He hated the second prince means cruel, hated the saint harboring his own son. He hated the emperor for treating human life like a piece of grass. He wanted to change his fate, for the people's welfare. Unfortunately, the will of God, he has been unable to do anything. At this moment, Ji Yushu's breath was dying, full of unwillingness as well as resentment towards the North Hung royalty. Big brother doesn't have to be like this. Now that I'm here, I have a way to cure big brother's leg. Ji Tranquility stretched out her golden finger and clicked on the golden finger arcade, followed by great joy. There was more than one elixir that could cure the poison that Ji Yushu's leg was suffering from, although the points used behind it would take a whole 300 points. But it didn't matter. She would start saving from now on, and be the first to exchange the antidote pill after saving enough. Speaking of saving points, she had to start spitting mode. What is Bei Hengjin doing today? It can't be reading a book, right? He's just a nerd. Hey. No. He also likes to practice martial arts, aspiring to be a genius in both literature and martial arts. It's just a pity that he doesn't have that fate. And very soon, his mother consort is going to have an accident, because by chance, he found out that there is an eye hidden in the mansion, and was seriously injured by the other party to the point of coma. This coma is 5 years long. After spouting off, Ji Tran saw that her points had increased by 20 points, and was in a great mood. At the same time, she realized that apart from herself, other people couldn't see the difference in her fingers at all. That meant that her fingers were normal in the eyes of the onlookers, and only she herself could see the golden fingers. This was undoubtedly Old Yin King's gift to her. Ji Tranquility, who was incomparably excited, completely failed to notice Ji Yushu, who was horrified beyond words. Could the poison on his leg really be cured? Could he really still stand up like before? Being able to hear his little sister's heart moved him weirdly. But soon, he figured out one thing. It must be the mercy of the heavens that sent his sister to save him. Only he could hear his sister's heart, which meant that his guess was correct. Chapter 7. Found out that Mrs. Ji's ancestry is in Jizhou. For fear of letting people see the clues, Ji Yushu carefully picks up the yawning Ji Tranquility. Learning from his own mother, he gently patted her little bum, coaxing, "Sister, go to sleep. Big brother will watch over you." Big brother is so gentle, and his voice is so nice. It didn't take long for Ji Tranquility to fall asleep. Ji Yushu held it like that, his expression so gentle that it could drip water. This was his younger sister, the younger sister given to him by the heavens. Of course he would love her with all his life. Mrs. Ji tried to calm her inner excitement. Just now, she had heard her daughter's words. She is the first daughter of Mu Fu. Her maiden name is Mu Yao. Her father was a doctor in the palace. Since childhood, she was interested in medical science. Followed her father to learn a lot. She thought that her medical skills were quite good, but she was unable to do anything about the poison that her son was suffering from. She blamed herself for this. In the year after the poisoning, she never gave up searching for relevant books. But she had no clue. Now, hearing her daughter say that there was a way to cure the poison, how could she not be excited? Lady Ji sidled up and couldn't help but smile as she watched the cozy picture of her own son and his own daughter. Marquis Ji came stomping in and saw this warm scene. His heart moved slightly. Falling asleep? Ji Yushu raised his eyes, saw that it was his own father, and made a silent gesture. Lowering his voice, he said, "Just fell asleep." Marquis Ji nodded gently and sat down next to Lady Ji, gathering the broken hair in front of her forehead for her. Gently, he said, "Madam, it's been hard on you." Lady Ji's eyes reddened slightly. She felt that Marquis Ji's attitude towards her was much better than before. No longer that stiff, showing genuine concern. Perhaps she really was a mother's daughter. Seeing this, Ji Yushu felt happy for her parents from the bottom of her heart. Later that day, Marquis Ji moved back to Wutong Courtyard, saying that it was convenient to look after Lady Ji and the child at night. The entire Ji mansion was spreading word of mouth. Lady Ji really is a mother with a daughter. I really didn't think that Marquis Ji likes daughters. After dinner, Ji Lin Feng stepped into the night and returned. After washing up, he changed into a clean outfit before appearing at Wutong Courtyard. Sister, second brother came to see you. Do you want to see second brother?" Before the person even arrived at the house, he started yelling sister. Ji Tranquility had just fallen asleep not long ago and woke up with a jolt. Lady Ji, who was wearing a forehead wipe and had a slightly white face, immediately snapped, "Look at you. Is this the way to love your sister?" Ji Lin Feng knew that he was in the wrong. Rubbing his hands and feet up, looking at his sister's tender little face, really want to hold it in his arms and rub and poke it properly. Those round little eyes were delightful. In the next second, Ji Tranquility's heart rang out. Is this my spirited second brother? His appearance is very decent, but his eyebrows are very rebellious at first glance. Unlike my eldest brother, my second brother doesn't like to study. He only likes to dance with swords and guns. Not to mention, in terms of martial arts, there are few rivals in the capital. Only later on, he was unable to escape the calculations of someone with a heart of gold, and died tragically in prison. Ji Lifeng, who heard Ji Tranquility's heart, it was as if he had heard his sister complimenting him just now. Although it was a different kind of compliment, but it was really complimenting him. It couldn't be an illusion, could it? The second brother is great, but he's just not good at meeting people. Biased to become friends with the prodigal Sunshine High. A lifetime on. Hey, so what if he's good at martial arts? After all, it is a bitter life. Shocked to half of Ji Linfeng. The matter of being able to hear his sister's heart was already enough to make him feel surprised. And as a result, the words were still only half spoken. He waited left and right for his sister to continue. But as a result, he lowered his eyes and looked. And good lord, he fell asleep and spit up little bubbles in his mouth. Lady Ji painfully took Ji Tranquility from Ji Linfeng's hands, looked at her own second son with mixed feelings, and wanted to say something. In the end, she didn't say anything. Right now, she could only take it one step at a time. Ji Linfeng was driven out from Wutong courtyard by Lady Ji. Walking on the sheep's intestine path, he was unable to calm his inner shock for a long time. In the latter half of the night, Ji Linfeng suddenly sat up in shock from his dream. I really heard my sister's heart. It was not a hallucination. My mother AI. This is also too bizarre. Right? Then he rejoiced. Because of the brother-sister connection. I can hear my sister's heart. Ha ha ha. I am the different existence in this family. No wonder there was a strange appearance in the sky over the Ji mansion on the day of the birth. Doesn't it show where I am different? 16 years ago. That is, the day of giving birth to Ji Linfeng. Dark clouds rolled over the entire Ji mansion. And only after giving birth to him did the thick dark clouds disperse. This was something that his parents had told him only later, after they knew what had happened. Now that he thought about it, it was waiting for him here. Thinking about this, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Wutong courtyard. Marquis Ji sleeps on the outside. Ji Tran sleeps in the middle. And Lady Ji sleeps on the inside. At this time, Marquis Ji gazes at the sleeping Ji Tran. His brows were deep. He couldn't figure out how a little baby that had just been born not long ago had learned about what had happened more than 20 years ago. Could it be that she existed at that time? Or was she just? While pondering, he felt the little baby next to him move a little. Marquis Ji hurriedly reached out and gently patted her little bum to lull her to sleep. Where did he know that it directly woke the person up by patting her? Waking up, Ji Tranquility stared at Marquis Ji with her ebony eyes. Not crying or fussing. Hee. It's so late. Daddy hasn't fallen asleep yet. A face full of cherishing me can really move me. Then, the heart and soul of the sadness up, but, father life wise and heroic. For Sheng Yu bowed to exhaustion. Loyal to the North Hung royal family for several years. And finally still cannot escape the fate of being copied and exiled. The family died tragically on the way to the northern frontier. Hearing this, Marquis Ji's eyes were filled with horror. Their Ji family would be copied and exiled? For what offense? Marquis Ji simply couldn't dare to imagine that the Ji family had been loyal to Sheng Yu and ended up in a situation where they were copied and exiled. His daughter not only knows what happened 20 years ago, but she also knows the future? Was his daughter a god of heaven? At this moment, Marquis Ji was so excited that he lost all sleep. The daughter next to him had already fallen asleep in a daze. As expected, moving back to Wutong courtyard was a wise choice. Early in the morning of the second day, Marquis Ji went to the study after washing up. Not long after entering the study, Yin Zheng crossed in with dusty strides. He knew that the Marquis was anxious, and immediately opened his mouth without hesitation, back to the Marquis. The lady's ancestry has been found. Is in Jizhou. The subordinate also found that the lady has been in Jizhou civil unrest that year in Jizhou. It must be said that Yin Zheng's efficiency is really high. Even though Marquis Ji, who already had a few guesses in his heart, heard this, he was still so shocked that he didn't stand firm and fell on his chair. His wife was really the woman he had been thinking about for 21 years. At this moment, he was all too glad to have heard his daughter's heart. The heart only loved his daughter more. You go down and allocate 2 more people to protect the young lady's safety. No. You personally go to protect Miss. With such an arrangement, he felt a little more at ease. Yin Zheng was slightly stunned. Was this matter really as he thought? At that time, when he found out that the lady had appeared in Jizhou, he felt that something was not right. Coupled with the lady's eyebrows that were similar to that person's, he vaguely guessed that the Marquis had asked him to look into the lady's ancestry for a purpose. Could the lady be the woman the Marquis had been thinking about for 21 years? If this is true, it would be simply wonderful. Chapter 8. Wants to be betrothed to the youngest of the Ji family. After Yin Zheng retired, Marquis Ji paced back and forth excitedly in his study, his face overflowing with the kind of shyness that can only be found on the face of a young boy when he is pregnant. After thinking about it, He decided that it would be better not to inform Madame Ji about this matter for the time being. Wuzhong Courtyard. After 2 days of recuperation, Lady Ji's complexion looked a little rosier. At this time, Ji Yushu, who had nothing to do, was teasing her younger sister on the cot. Ji Tranquility grinned every now and then. It couldn't be helped. If her elder brother teased her, how could she not give some reaction? Otherwise, would Big Brother think she was pretending to be deep? Seeing her little sister grinning, Ji Yushu's heart softened. Mother. Younger sister smiled. It's a good thing that my sister smiled. It shows that she likes you as her big brother very much. Lady Ji reclined on the bed couch, contentedly smiling at the interacting duo. Ji Yushu had a look of entitlement on his face. He could hear his sister's heart. Of course she liked him. At this moment, Ji Yushu was convinced of Ji Tranquility's words yesterday that she could cure his leg. The entire Ji mansion knew that the newly born young lady was very much loved by the Marquis and the Dukes. And the underlings didn't dare to slight the young lady at all. Everything about her was done carefully. At this moment, an underling hurriedly came to report. Madam, the Chen family's madam has come, and is also holding the Chen little son. Oh! Quickly invite her in. Ji Tranquility had just eaten her milk not long ago, and was still in good spirits at this moment. When she heard the subordinate come to report, the little face wrinkled into a ball. The young lady that the third prince wanted to transfer was none other than the firstborn daughter of the Chen family's young lady. The third prince's mother consort is precisely surnamed Chen. Is the Chen family first second daughter. If she said that Mrs. Chen didn't know about the transferring incident, she would never believe it. It was very likely that the noble consort was the one who knew about it. The key. Mrs. Ji and this Mrs. Chen friendship. They are handkerchief friends who talk about everything. The bag transfer incident has not yet. The Chen family, so quickly to the door. Sue is another thought out another moth. At this time, Ji Tranquility only hated that he could not speak. Unable to reveal the Chen family's conspiracy. AI. Suddenly hearing Ji Tranquil's sigh, Lady Ji and Ji Yushu's heart simultaneously tightened. Could it be that this Lady Chen has a problem? Mother, you are just too kind. Trusting Lady Chen in every way. Do you know that this person is deliberately befriending you just to try to extract information about the Ji family? What? This Lady Chen is deliberately approaching Mother. Ji Yushu was enraged. After Lady Chen learnt that you were pregnant, she was instructed to switch her daughter with her own first granddaughter. Firstly, she was looking at her mother's knowledge of books and teaching her children well. Secondly, she wanted to use this as a way to hold the Ji family in place. Although the swapping incident was accidentally put to rest. But now Lady Chen has brought in her youngest son. I don't know what kind of tricks she's trying to pull. Switched bags. What switcheroo? Is my sister saying that someone is trying to switch her with the Chen family's first granddaughter? But the Chen family's first granddaughter hadn't even been born yet? At this moment, Ji Yushu felt that her brain was a bit inadequate. After Lady Ji heard her daughter's heartfelt words, the hand hanging in her sleeve tightened into a fist. So, it was the Chen family that wanted to transfer her precious daughter. Good. Good enough. Thanks to her, she still thought of Mrs. Chen as a close friend who she could talk to about anything. It turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. If she hadn't heard her daughter's voice, she would have given her daughter to that alcoholic butcher, and she would have frozen to death. The hatred of killing her daughter is not shared by all. Thinking about this, Mrs. Ji only hate cannot be on the spot will be Mrs. Chen strangled to death. In vain she stilled to her heart and lungs. Did not expect to be a snake scorpion. In a flash, Mrs. Ji suddenly froze. The Chen family is instructed to want to transfer with the Ji family. That is to say, the Chen family is just a knife in the hands of that person. Ji Yushu originally wanted to leave. But after hearing her sister's heartfelt words, she did not intend to leave, and wanted to see what kind of plots and tricks this Lady Chen had. Not long after, the subordinates invited the dignified and elegant Lady Chen in with a spring in her step. Behind her were 2 subordinates carrying gifts. Ah Yao. I couldn't wait to come see you when I heard that you got your wish and gave birth to a daughter. De Lang is also here. Humph. Can't wait to come see Mother. Clearly can't wait to pry for news. Wanting to know why Chun Chen and the housekeeper didn't make a move on the day of the birth. And even more so, wanting to know why Mother suddenly went into labor before her time. Wait. Where's Chun Chen? It seems like it's been 2 days since I've seen Chun Chen. Aunt Chen. Ji Yushu politely and courteously called her aunt as usual. In his heart, He was shocked by 1,000 waves. Chen had died a few days ago. And obviously, her sister did not know about it. Also, sister mentioned the housekeeper? The current head of the Chen family, Chen, is a cabinet minister. Because there is a sister of the noble consort in the palace, who has been favored by the Holy Spirit. These years can be said to be a step up in the world. Previously, Mrs. G and its relationship with good. Look at the Chen lady did not because there is a noble consort sister on the high and mighty. On the contrary, people are also very easygoing. Now it seems, Mrs. Chen really hide extremely well. Well, the entire Ji family are deceived over. Looking at the young son held in Lady Chen's hands, Ji Yushu could not guess the purpose of this person's visit for a moment. Lady Ji did not move and smiled at Lady Chen. Sister Lin, please sit down. Lady Chen's maiden name was Lin Shifu. Lady Chen did not see the flickering dark light under Lady Ji's eyes. Smiling, she placed the youngest son she was holding in her hands on the ground and said gently to him, "Ah Chung, quickly go and look at sister." Lady Chen's youngest son had only just turned 3 years old, with an older brother and sister on top. Hearing her say this, Lady Ji mentally guessed a thing or two about the purpose of her move. Lady Chen took the cup of tea in her maid's hand and asked in an unintentional manner, "Ah Yao, how come she went into labor early? Calling me a good surprise. I accidentally twisted my waist, so I went into labor early, letting Sister Lin get hung up on it," Lady Ji said without a drop of water, while distractedly watching Chen Chung who was walking over. Although such a small child would not be able to do anything, it was always good to keep an eye out. After all, her daughter was the one she loved with her life. Seeing a little bitty child looking towards her, Ji Tranquility endeavored to make a show of teeth in an attempt to scare him into wailing. But she didn't want her ghostly face to make the little bitty child laugh. Giggle, giggle, giggle. My sister is so adorable. She's even smiling at me. Ji Tranquil? Then does Chunger like his sister? Lady Chen said at the right time. No. This woman wouldn't be trying to betroth me to this little bitty baby. Right? According to mother's relationship with her, it doesn't seem impossible. Ji Yushu, who had heard her sister's heartfelt words, was also anxious. His mother had always been extremely kind to Mrs. Chen. And in her heart, she probably couldn't wait to become in-laws with the Chen family. Right? If it was before, he felt that there was still room for discussion. But now, after learning that the Chen family had designed to transfer his sister, he could not wait to chop up the Chen family. So how could he still tie the knot with them? If he rejected it directly, it would seem too abrupt, and might also cause the Chen family's suspicion. Sister said that the Chen family transfer package is instructed by someone. In the end, by whom? Could it be the second prince? Everyone knows that the third prince is weak and sickly, destined to have no chance with that position. Can only support the crown prince or the second prince. The crown prince is a man of honor and integrity, so it is unlikely that he would do such a thing. So it would be the second prince. This makes sense. The Chen family secretly into the second prince's party. In order to pull the Ji family down, they made the transfer of the matter. If the future Ji family does not will say this matter as a way to blackmail the Ji family, such a long-term plan can be thought of. See, the second prince is not as superficial as this knows city. No matter what, this Chen family cannot be handed over. Today, if you can refuse, you can refuse. Cannot give the Chen family a chance to take advantage of. Chapter 9. Chuanchen's death is strange. Mrs. G's heart has been thinking of excuses. This side of a short period of frozen after the Chen lady intends to open the mouth. Ah Yao ah. You see, as soon as Lady Chen opened her mouth, Ji Tranquility nervously pinched her small fists. There. Let me see if there's one of those mute charms within the mall to make her speechless for a whole day. Haha. There really is. And it's not expensive yet. Only 50 points. The key can make her mute for half a month. She's too smart, isn't she? Can't tell her mother that this person's heart is not right. Then she can only protect herself in her own way. Right now, how do we beat the talisman paper into Lady Chen's body? If only I could get Lady Chen to come over and hug me. While Lady Ji and Ji Yushu were still in a daze, 3-year-old Chen Chung clamored for Lady Chen to hug Ji Tranquility. Mother! Mother! My sister is too cute. Can you hold her closer? Chunger wants to take a good look at each other. Look at each other? Little children can't lie. To be able to say so. It's clear that the adults had previously revealed the truth in front of him, and were remembered. By this time, Lady Ji's face was already not looking too good. In Lady Chen's opinion, it is normal for a woman who has just finished giving birth to have insufficient blood. After a moment of embarrassment, Mrs. Chen thought that it was also one of the purposes of today's visit, and then also relieved, got up and walked over. While walking and smiled and said, "Ah yeah, you see, our relationship is also good. The two children and the difference is not too big. I think that, this child was born really watery. Quickly let me take a good look." Words to a kiss of Lady Chen when she saw Ji Tran's appearance. Her eyes lit up. Good opportunity. Good opportunity. Mother mustn't stop me. I'm going to let this woman eat my talisman right now, so that she can't speak for half a month. Lady Ji, who was thinking about whether or not to give her daughter to Lady Chen, heard this and cried a little. But still, without moving, she gently picked up her daughter and handed her over, and said, "The child may recognize life. How could it be? With this relationship between the two of us, I believe that the child is also extremely happy with me." Lady Chen said in disbelief. "Mother, lower it faster. Chunger wants to see. Chunger wants to see." Little Bid jumped up and down, wanting to see more clearly. All right. Don't scare your sister." Ji Tranquility made an appearance of being startled, wowed, and cried, her two little hands clawing in the air, very accidentally scratching Lady Chen's face. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the blended new charm was quickly struck into her body. Since Chunger is so delighted with his sister, why don't we? Cough, cough, cough. Halfway through his words, he suddenly coughed violently, nearly failing to hold the child steady. What's wrong with Sister Lin? This? Quickly help Sister Lin to sit down. Shioha, carry the child over. Don't hurt Sister Lin. Lady Ji looked at Lady Chen with a concerned face. Cough, cough, cough. Lady Chen wanted to say that it was fine. What could a small child kill? But she ended up coughing even more, completely unable to speak. Ha ha ha. It must be that the mute charm that worked. Ji Tranquility was carried away by Zuho, sobbing in a small voice in order to not make anyone suspicious. Ji Yushu didn't expect the mute talisman that her sister had mentioned to be so powerful, and somewhat couldn't help but laugh. Madam. What's wrong with you, madam? The two maids brought by Lady Chen anxiously came up to check. Lady Chen managed to hold back her coughing, but ended up coughing violently again, just as she wanted to say that she was fine. It was as if just not speaking would ease this symptom. She tried to speak, and it turned out to be true. As long as she didn't speak, she wouldn't cough. She felt like she had seen a ghost. On the other hand, Lady Ji pulled her around and couldn't stop talking. Sister Lin, are you alright? Could it be that you choked on your saliva because you spoke too quickly? Sister Lin coughed this badly. Better see the doctor. Come on. Lady Ji raised her hand to call someone. Lady Chen was busy waving her hand. No. Cough, cough, cough. Coughing so badly. I'm afraid I've contracted wind cold. It's not possible to not see a doctor. Xiao He, you go and call Dr. Lu to come for a moment. No need. Madam. The slave maids will help Madam back first. There is a house doctor in the Chen residence. The maids brought by Lady Chen were also resourceful, and quickly understood under Lady Chen's eye gesture, timely interrupting Lady Ji to call for someone. That's good. That's good. You guys quickly take Sister Lin back to be diagnosed and treated. Don't let the roots of your illness fall before you do so. Sure. You see Aunt Chen off. Yes. Mother. Ji Yushu's facial expression was managed appropriately, not letting anyone see the slightest difference. Lady Chen didn't dare to speak anymore, and after nodding towards Lady Ji, she turned to leave. Just as she turned around, her face changed. Today she felt that there was something fishy about this trip to the Ji mansion, but she couldn't say where it was fishy. Lady Ji's left hand propped up her head, and her right hand gently patted Ji Tranquility's little bum. She closed her eyes and restrained the hatred in her eyes. She only wanted to display her gentle side in front of her daughter. Hee. Is mother worried about Lady Chen? It should be. Worrying about Lady Chen's condition. At those words, Lady Ji opened her eyes. As if talking to herself, she said, I don't know what was wrong with Sister Lin just now, but it's good. She didn't make her words clear. I was really afraid that she would say something about fixing Tranquil Child's doll's marriage. What? Mother actually doesn't want to be betrothed to the Chen family? This couldn't be better. I thought that mother had agreed to Mrs. Chen on account of the friendship between the two families. It's me who misunderstood mother. Thinking like this, Ji Tranquility was happy, dancing with her small hands. She looked at Lady Ji with a smile. Mother is so pretty, being praised by her own daughter for her good looks. What's with being a little shy? After Ji Tranquility went to sleep, Ji Yushu folded back and asked Lady Ji, Mother, just now Lady Chen mentioned Chen Chung and her sister. Do you know her intentions? Lady Ji pondered for a moment, then said, I guess it's because she wants to become in-laws. However, such a decision would be unfair to her daughter. Therefore, mother thinks that this matter is not proper. Hearing this, Ji Yushu smiled and praised. Mother has considered it extremely well. Lady Ji looked at her own eldest son with satisfaction and asked, Sure, now that you're also an adult, you're long past the age of discussing marriage. Or mother? Ji Yushu bitterly smiled and shook his head. Mother, my son now looks like this. Which young lady is willing to follow my son and suffer? This matter? Do not mention it again in the future. In the past, when this matter was brought up, Ji Yushu had a sad face. But now that she can face it head-on, Mrs. Ji is relieved. Thinking of the mute talisman with strange effects in her precious daughter's mouth just now, perhaps her daughter could really make her eldest son stand up. Thinking about this, she was incredibly looking forward to that moment. Her daughter not only knew about the future, she was also a capable one. Ji Yushu, who left from Wutong courtyard, did not go back to her own courtyard. Turned her head to Zwatong and said, What is Uncle Fu busy with recently? Back to Grand Duke. Uncle Fu is busy with the aftermath of Chen Qin and Sister Zhou. He then asked, Do you know the specific details of Chen Qin and Sister Zhou? Zwatong respectfully replied, I heard from Sister Xiaoyu that Chen Qin accidentally injured Sister Zhou because of pushing and shoving. And then Sister Zhou's son beat Chen Qin to death. And now, Sister Zhou's son has been imprisoned for negligent injury. Previously, Sister Zhou had just bailed her son out of jail. Xiaoyu? After Chen Qin's death, wasn't it Autumn Painting who took care of mother's living? Autumn Painting was transferred to the laundry room by Aunt Xiohe because of her incompetence. Now the entire back of the house is under Aunt Xiohe's say-so. The affairs of the back house had always been under mother's control, and he had not asked about it. But judging from this incident with Chen Qin, he felt that it was not like a coincidence. Zwatong, you go down and pay more attention to Fu Bo, and report immediately when you have news. Do you understand? Yes. Grand Duke. Chapter 10. Preparing for the full moon banquet. The days go by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, Ji Tran was born 20 days ago. This morning, Ji Tranquility heard the family discussing the matter of her full moon banquet. Because of her, Marquis Ji and Lady Ji have become much more affectionate with each other. The first thing Marquis Ji did every day after the court was to come to Wudong courtyard to visit Mrs. Ji and the child. A lot of things are personally envied the side of the subordinates. Xiuhua even every day with a smile on his face. Marquis Ji's change towards Mrs. Ji. She saw it in her eyes. Also for this reason, everyone in the Ji residence knows that Miss Tranquil is the Marquis heart. Because he loved his daughter, he loved Madame even more. As the rumor has it, the couple is in love. And they're in love with each other. There are still 10 days from the full moon feast. The whole family began to busy early. Marquis Ji said he wanted to let the whole capital know that he Ji Xiaoshan love her baby daughter, because it is the child born from him and his beloved. Of course, he must love it in his bones. Ji Yushu and Mrs. Ji were worried. It was hard to think that the Qin family would not come up with other ideas on this matter. Returning to the courtyard, Ji Yushu waited for news from Zwatong. Grand Duke, the matter has been investigated. After 10 or so days, the news of Chen Qin was finally found. Oh! Speak quickly. Ji Yushu was anxious to know about Chen Qin's affair with Sister Zhou. Zwatong told the news from the investigation in detail. Sister Zhou took a leave of absence for a few days because of something at home. And Chen Qin went out to look for Sister Zhou because she was afraid that Madame's labor was understaffed. This is what I learned from my subordinates. But in reality, it was Chen Qin who stole the letter that Sister Zhou left for Madame. And then it went out in a hurry to find Sister Zhou. What was written on the letter? Ji Yushu felt that the whole thing came out of this letter. I don't know. Madame did not open it. Mistress did not open it. That means she doesn't know the secret inside. Ji Yushu fell into deep thought. That meant that Chen killed someone after peeking at the letter. Where did she know that she was bumped into by Sister Zhou's son, who beat Chen to death in order to take revenge? This also mistakenly solved the switching crisis? Mother didn't even know about it, and thought Chen and Sister Zhou died in an accident. Can Chen and Sister Zhou alone complete the switcheroo incident? What was the role of the housekeeper in the whole incident? After Chen death, Nyang's excessive worry led to an early labor, catching the butler off guard. And the butler had less time to plan a backup plan. It must be like this, right? It was really unexpected that Chen had mistakenly helped her mother and sister. In an instant, Ji Yushu thought of another question. That day, my brother and I and father were all guarding outside the courtyard. How would the housekeeper and Chen dare to do the switcheroo thing under their noses? Thinking about this, Ji Yushu again overturned all her previous thoughts. Frowning tightly, was there a possibility that he was not at home with father and second brother if the original plan was followed? Thinking of this, Ji Yushu came to a sudden realization. So it's like this. The original plan of the housekeeper and Chen was to detach them on the day of Nyang's delivery, and then complete the switcheroo incident. But it did not occur to them that Chen herself had spoiled the plan and caused Nyang to go into labor early. Then how did Nyang have a seizure at the point in time they had planned? After thinking for a long time, Ji Yushu suddenly had a flash of light. Where are those two stable maids now? That's exactly what Slave wanted to say. Those two steady women are dead. This matter startles Watong as well. Upon hearing this, Ji Yushu's eyes widened. Does it even need to be said? The two steadies must have been exterminated by the Qin family. Damn it. He had never thought that without realizing it. The Ji family was hiding such a great conspiracy. The key. He can't tell his own father about this now. If asked, how can he answer? It was impossible to explicitly say that he had heard it from his sister. It was simply too ridiculous. It might even bring disaster to his sister. This matter. He had to think carefully. As if he seemed to smell a bit of conspiracy. He hoped that nothing would go wrong at his sister's full moon banquet. Thinking about this, Ji Yushu asked Zuotong to push him to Wudong Courtyard. Marquis Ji and Ji Lifeng were both on official business, and he was the one who accompanied Lady Ji the most. As the days increase, Ji Tranquility feels much more energetic, and can support her to stay awake longer every day. But right now, she had only drunk milk, and it was the right time to be sleepy. When she inclined her head, she saw an underling pushing Ji Yushu in, and instantly fluttered her two little short hands. Big brother hugs. Ji Yushu also did not hesitate and signaled Zuotong to carry his sister to him. At this time, Lady Ji was taking a nap. She woke up after hearing the sound of cartwheels, but just did not open her eyes. Hee. Big brother Jilan Yushu. So I catching. It's a blessing for me to be cast into such a loving family. Naiha. Speaking here, Ji Yushu could not hear the following, and watched his sister yawn with her small mouth open. A drowsy look. He thought that what his sister was trying to say was, Naiha, who was talented and had family and national ambitions, but ended up with a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Naiha, the Ji family is full of loyalists, but in the end, they ended up with a tragic death. And second brother was also beaten to death in prison by a random stick. After saying that, Ji Tranquility couldn't resist the sleepiness that struck him, and fell into a deep sleep. Ji Yushu's entire body froze in place. His eyes filled with horror. Lady Ji on the bed wasn't feeling well either, her body shaking slightly. Sister, second brother has come to see you. Ji Lifeng ran towards Ji Tranquility as soon as he could. Day after day, he wished for her to grow up quickly, and wanted to take her out to play. Seeing such a debauched second brother end up with a tragic death in prison, Ji Yushu couldn't help but show pain in his eyes. Ji Lifeng was at a loss for words. What was that look in Big Brother's eyes? Pity for him? Sympathy for him? Shouldn't he be the one sympathizing with him? Although he has recently put away his disheveled appearance and looks much better, he still can't change his fate of sitting in a wheelchair. TSK. There is still energy to sympathize with him. However, he learned from his sister's heartfelt words that he could help his big brother unlock the poison on his legs. When the time comes, he suddenly realizes that he can walk. He will definitely be surprised to death. Ha! This secret was only known to him. In his sister's heart, he was that different existence. Hey, little sister is sleeping again. Alright, I'll just watch here for a while. looking at his sister's pink and tender little face. How could he look at it? Under everyone's care these days. His sister's little face had rounded up quite a bit, and was fleshy. Ji Lin Feng couldn't help but go up and poke her. And she couldn't let go of this poke. If it wasn't for Ji Yushu slapping him away, he would have had to poke the person awake. Ji Lin Feng's expression was sarcastic. Pulling a chair to sit next to Ji Yushu. Staring at Ji Tranquility in a fixed manner. Ji Yushu's hand holding Ji Tranquility tightened and tightened. He now desperately wanted to know what kind of offense his sister was talking about as the end of the Ji family. And for what reason the second brother had been imprisoned. And when all these events would take place. In this way, the danger could be averted in advance. To change the fate of the Ji family. If, on the day of her mother's birth, her sister was successfully switched, what fate would she face? Would the Chen family treat her as well as their own daughter? There are too many questions that need to be answered. And Ji Yushu looks worried. Chapter 11. Sending Uncle Fu away on the eve of the full moon banquet. The Chen family. Lady Chen was lying breathlessly on her side on the bed. Her face slightly sickly white. Compared to before. She is much lighter and thinner. That day after returning from the Ji family, she summoned the government doctor to diagnose her condition. And the result told her that she just contracted wind cold. Took some medicine. And would be fine in a few days. As a result, she had been delayed for half a month before seeing any improvement. During this period, she as long as a mouth to speak more than coughing. So much so that she dared not speak for half a month. She suspected that Mrs. Ji had tampered with the tea. But this was quickly dismissed by herself. Her sudden labor was due to the death of Chen, who was one of the 4 great maids of the Ji mansion, and who usually behaved faithfully. According to informants, Chen was very close to Mrs. Ji's heart. In this case, it seems that the matter of transferring the bag has not been exposed. There was no reason for Mrs. Ji to harm her. Could it really be that she was just weak and had a cold? There was an invitation on the table from the Ji mansion. This time, she will definitely get that done. At this time, Lady Chen's face was full of calculating colors. The Ji family's youngest daughter's full moon banquet was making a lot of noise in the circle of nobles in the capital. And Ji Shaoshan, as a former undefeated god of war, held great importance in the dynasty. Even his holiness had to be courteous for one point. Hearing that the Ji family was going to hold a full moon banquet for their youngest daughter, they were busy summoning their 2 most promising sons, Emor, Sheng, for the Ji family's youngest daughter's full moon banquet. The 2 of you will personally go on behalf of me. Ji Shaoshan has made a great contribution to Sheng Yu's kingdom. And it can be said that without the Ji family, there would be no Sheng Yu today. Not to mention taking down the 2 major northern and southern vassal states. My son understands. The saint did not say anything. And both of them were intent on mentioning it. Nowadays, although Ji Shaoshan had voluntarily handed over his military power and retired, but as a former god of war, in the hearts of the people's influence, that was something no one could ignore. Oh yes. Bring Yu Honor with you. He hasn't been out of the palace for many days. It's good to go out and get some air. Mentioning Bei Hung Yuan. Crown Prince Bei Hung Mo's face was as usual. On the contrary, Bei Hung Sheng was different. He didn't like Bei Hung Yuan. Not for any other reason. Only for the fact that the saint was very fond of his oldest 3. Wasn't it just that he mistakenly drank that cup of tea laced with poison for Father Emperor? Because of this matter, Father Emperor felt guilty every time he mentioned him, and would endeavor to satisfy him no matter what the request was. Thinking of this, Bei Hengsheng clenched his fists with a face of indignation. Some of the families that were still waiting to see what would happen, when they heard that both the crown prince and the second prince would be there, they also started working on selecting congratulatory gifts. The Ji family was terrified. Ji Mansion. Wuzhong Courtyard. Ji Tranquility was placed on a cot by Mrs. Ji and gently rocked. Xiaohua waited respectfully at the side. Ji Tranquility, who had been pampered by the family for 20 days, was born pink and tender, with round and bright, delightful eyes. At this time, she listened to Mrs. Ji and Zuho mentioning the full moon banquet, frowning her little face, trying to recall the plot of the book. In the original book, the Ji family's youngest daughter was really switched. But the Ji family didn't know about it and organized a grand full moon banquet for their full moon daughter, as usual. At that time, the Chen family would bring a lot of expensive congratulatory gifts to congratulate them. The crown prince, the second prince, and the third prince will also come. The crown prince and the Lu family's eldest daughter, Lu Qingyan, were already married. The second prince also wanted to get the help of the Lu family. So he made a trick at the banquet, so that Lu Qingyan had to be transferred to him. In the end, along with the second prince, she was imprisoned in the palace of patriarchs. After the death of the second prince, she also hanged herself. The last straw that killed her was not the second prince, but the crown prince. Learned that the crown prince is also dead news. She dressed in red with 3 feet of white silk hanging in front of the gate of the clan house on the beams. Before she died, she wrote down a blood-red Beihengmo. Can we renew our relationship in the next life? A few big words. She loved the crown prince. The Lu family has produced 2 imperial consorts. One is Lu Qingyan. The second is the third Miss Lu Yi, is also the heroine of the book. At Lu Qingyan's maturity ceremony, the 3 emperors had all met with Lu Yi. But because she was an unfavored concubine daughter, they hadn't paid too much attention to her. Lu Yi's real highlight was on New Year's Eve at the Lantern Festival, which was crowded with people. And because of the assassin's assassination, there was a large-scale stampede. Lu Yi stepped forward to save the people who fell to the ground. In the end, he also saved the third prince. The 2 bonded over this. Aunt Xiaohe, did Uncle Fu follow the Grand Duke to work on the shop? Ji Tranquility's thoughts were instantly pulled back by her own mother. 10 days ago, she had heard Lady Ji mention that in order to prevent Ji Yushu from being gloomy because of his leg, she had given him a jeweler's shop to keep him busy. 10 days passed, and the jeweler's shop was opened. Fu Bo himself is the eyes of the third prince. If he can support him away, no better. It would be best to dispose of it and eliminate any future problems forever. Lady Ji smiled faintly. Why wouldn't she think so? Back to Madam. Uncle Fu has already gone to the shop to be busy for 2 days. But listening to him, he wants to come back. Isn't it about to be the young lady's full moon feast? He's afraid that the mansion is understaffed. What did the Grand Duke say? The Grand Duke didn't agree, and even made him the shopkeeper. It's best if he doesn't come back. He'll push for the second prince's plan at the banquet. On the day of the banquet, the second prince pretended to be drunk and performed misdemeanors on Lu Qingyan, only to be detected by the third prince. The third prince secretly asked the butler to send away the 2 maids accompanying Lu Qingyan, which led to the success of his plan. He succeeds in his plan. The marriage between the crown prince and Lu Qingyan is thus cancelled. Ji Tran woke up once and overheard Lady Ji mentioning Chen and Sister Zhou, only to learn that they were dead. At that time, she was overjoyed. Now there was only one housekeeper left. After hearing her daughter's words, Lady Ji's face swished. Wasn't the third prince weak and sickly, living at a snail's pace in the palace all year round? How could he still come to attend his daughter's full moon banquet? Even if he came, he still helped the second prince to count Lu Qingyan and the crown prince? If there is a way to stop Lu Qingyan from sitting at a table with Zhao Shui, then the matter of being drugged can be avoided. Could the incident be prevented by not allowing the 2 to sit at the same table? She remembered Zhao Shui, who was the second daughter of the Zhao family, the governing officer of the Zhongrenfu. The housekeeper had already been detached by her. Now she only needed to guard against this Zhao Shui. Thinking about this, Lady Ji's palms broke out in a fine sweat. If the Ji family hadn't been pinned down by the third prince, would they not have ended up with their family exterminated? Hearing this, Lady Ji's eyes were filled with horror. How could the Ji family's extermination be related to the third prince? Father had asserted that the third prince would not live to see 30 years. Even so, he still did not give up the throne? Simply too unexpected. Madam, are you all right? Xiao he asked with concern when he saw that Lady Ji did not look right. It's fine. The master should be back soon. And Xiao, he went to see if the winter melon cups were boiled yet. Lady Ji forced herself to hold back the trembling under her heart and stubbed out Xiao he. Yes, madam. Xiao he left with a smile. The Marquis liked to drink winter melon cups, so madam had always kept it in her heart. Whenever she has time, she personally boils it. Now that she is in her monthly period and is not free, she still thinks about this matter. In the past, the Marquis just plainly complimented a good drink. Now it is different. Often smiling compliments, lady has the heart. A face full of love for madam. After the madam gave birth to the young lady, the Marquis' love for the madam was clearly on the rise. It was so good that what she had been hoping for day in and day out had finally come true. Lady Ji hung her head, her 2 hands tightly twisted together, strangling out red marks without even realizing it. Ji Tranquility did not see Lady Ji's strange colors, and was still reminiscing to herself. Marquis Ji has actually intended to support the Crown Prince, but later, because of the transfer of the matter, had to be instructed by the third prince, causing the Crown Prince suffered. After the third prince ascended to the throne, the Ji family wanted to replace their own daughter, and that's when they realized that their own daughter had already died a few years ago. The third prince was one step ahead of the Ji family, and pressed a trumped-up charge to take down the Ji family. Chapter 12. Mother's face is so red. Jewelry shop backyard. Eldest son. The young lady's full moon banquet is approaching. The affairs in the house are complicated. The old slave is afraid that those lackeys are lazy. How about this position of the shopkeeper or a new person? Uncle Fu respectfully said to Ji Yushu. Ji Yushu could not know what Fu Bo was thinking in his heart. So he said, Fu Bo, I know you are concerned about the matters in the house, but my shop is also busy. If I am convenient, I don't need your help. Right. In addition, the whole house, I trust the most people, only you. Uncle Fu can bear to see me busy alone? But Uncle Fu's loyalty to the Ji mansion, we all see it in our eyes. I will inform father about this matter, so that he can send another person to ensure that it's done properly, so that your old man doesn't have to worry about it. Ji Yushu's mouth said. Inside has long been flooded with killing intent. The day before this was worried about how to deal with the housekeeper. Mother then proposed to open a jewelry shop for him, because he didn't know much about it. He asked Uncle Fu to follow him for a while. When he thought about it carefully, he thought of a wonderful opportunity. Leaving such a large tumor in the house would eventually be a scourge. As for the Chen family's affairs, he would slowly investigate. Last time, the Chen family's attempt to betroth with the Ji family was unsuccessful, and he had no idea what kind of tricks they would come up with after that. The only thing he could do now was to protect his sister. Thinking about this, he used his leg pain as an excuse to go back to his house to rest first, and left the small and big matters in the shop to the housekeeper. The butler was worried. After Ji Yushu left, he quickly wrote a note and gave it to a beggar who was squatting at the back door. Suotong saw this scene and quietly followed. He was afraid that the beggar had kung fu in his body, so he followed very far. After turning through 3 alleys, the beggar's figure was missing. Suo, with an anxious face, knew that this is lost. That beggar is simply not a general cunning. Lost? Or was found? Suo Same returned to the green bamboo courtyard, then informed the matter to Ji Yushu to know. I guarantee that I have lost. That beggar is very cautious, and I am afraid that he has martial arts, so I will follow him farther. Ji Yushu is to believe that the ability of the left with, although not much kung fu in the body, but people win in smart. Good. You go down first and continue to keep an eye on it. Report back as soon as you have news. Yes, Grand Duke. Ji Yushu was really worried that something would happen on the day of the full moon feast. Not long after Suotong left, Ji Lin Feng returned. His loud voice could be heard from afar. Big brother, are you in the house? I'm coming in. Without waiting for Ji Yushu to reply, Ji Lin Feng had already stridden into the courtyard. Opening his mouth, he said, Big brother, what have you been busy with lately? Why is Suotong being secretive? Nothing. Haven't you opened a shop recently? Somewhat busy only, Ji Yushu said carelessly. Harm. Mother is also for your own good. Afraid that you can't think straight. He. Big brother, also don't blame younger brother for talking straight. You are really fast worrying father and mother and me these 2 years. Now that we see you full of redness, we can only rest a little more at ease. Ji Lin Feng realized that he said the wrong thing. Busy, and giggled and said, in fact, this is also good. Carefree life. You also see, the officialdom is not that good mixing. I am deceitful. Fighting. Every day are living carefully. Ji Yushu's heart did not take it seriously. Hearing his words, a rare look of approval appeared. He said, Second brother, you also said that the officialdom is not easy to mix. Why don't you also give up your official position and open a shop with me? When he thought of what would happen to his second brother in the future, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. If he could get his second brother to give up his official position now, would the crisis of being imprisoned be resolved? Ji Lin Feng froze for a moment and then said, Big brother, I don't have all this you guile in the military camp. I'm comfortable. Besides, I'm obsessed with martial arts practice, and it's hard for me to go half a month without practicing for a day. Hearing this, Ji Yushu did not speak anymore, only quietly looking at the green bamboos that fluttered in the wind not far away. Ji Linfeng thought it was his words that hurt Ji Yushu, sadly stepping forward to block his line of sight. Weakly said, "Big brother, I'm sorry." Ji Yushu faintly smiled. Let's go. Let's go see little sister. At this moment, she should be awake. Good, yeah. Let's go see my younger sister. I rushed back so busy just to see my sister. In the past, Ji Lifeng ate his lunch at the barracks. But since he had his sister, he ran home every day. When the two arrived, Ji Tranquility hadn't woken up yet. But she happened to see Marquis Ji pulling Lady Ji's hair back. "Madam, this hairpin suits you." Marquis Ji's movements were gentle, causing Lady Ji to blush. This was the first time Marquis Ji had given her a gift and personally pulled her hair. Her heart was touched and sweet at the same time. Ji Linfeng was very sensible and stopped his steps, smilingly saying, "Big brother, did you see? The way father looked at mother had a very strong look of love in it. This is something that never existed before. Maybe it's really because of having a little sister." The underlings were spreading the rumor that the Marquis loved the house, and that Lady Ji's mother had been blessed with a daughter. This is good? Yes. Little sister is our family's lucky star. Since the little sister's arrival, the love between father and mother has become stronger. Not to mention that even big brother's mood has improved. Ji Yushu agrees with these words and is all smiles. Lady Ji raised her eyes and saw the two boys standing outside the courtyard, immediately blushing. Marquis Ji also saw, full of displeasure, said, "Why did you two boys come without making a sound?" He. "Father, if we make a sound, where can we see you personally give mother's hair?" Ji Linfeng said in an oily tone. Marquis Ji didn't refute Ji Linfeng. On the contrary, he also admonished the two boys. "If you get a daughter-in-law in the future, you must also treat them like father. One life, one pair of people. That's the rule of our Ji family." Hearing this, Mrs. Ji was slightly stunned, and in an instant, her nose turned sour, and she nearly burst into tears. The two boys smiled after hearing this, and said in unison, "Don't worry, parents. My sons will definitely keep this in mind." "Remember?" "Keep in mind what?" Hearing this, the four of them knew that Ji Tranquility had woken up. Marquis Ji turned to the side of the cot and gently picked Ji Tran up. Ji Tranquility, who had just risen from her nap, had a red face that was very cute. He. Daddy's face is red today. Is there something happy going on? He. Mother's face is a little red. Is it a fever? Quickly let me feel if she has contracted wind cold. Upon hearing this, Marquis Ji carried Ji Tran to Lady Ji, and said, "The child can't leave mother. It's better for Madam to hold it." In reality, he didn't want his own daughter to worry too much. Ji Tranquility's small hand, in the form of a flying hand, touched Lady Ji's forehead and found it to be normal. And only then did she feel slightly relieved. He. Today came well together. Big brother, second brother and father are all there. They should be here to discuss the full moon banquet. Right? Hey, there are less than 10 days to go before the full moon feast. Father, mother and brother must be very busy. When the time comes, there will be many people and eyes. Where to look after what actions the second prince will engage in. When the four of them heard this, their complexions moved a few times unnoticeably, none of them revealing anything unusual. Being able to hear Ji Tranquility's heart in advance would be able to circumvent a lot of trouble when the time came. It was because Ji Yushu wanted to hear more details about the banquet that he ran this way as soon as he could. Now, it had finally allowed him to hear something. When the time comes, he only needs to stop the second prince. It doesn't matter if I can't watch over the second prince. It's also feasible to keep Lu Qingyan under guard. Nah. I'm too small now to say anything to stop this from happening. Once the second prince comes into contact with Lu Qingyan, the marriage between the crown prince and her will be null and void. The Lu family will also be forced to join the second prince's camp. From Ji Tranquility's mere words, the four understood the general picture. On the day of the full moon banquet, the second prince would use a trick to get close to Lu Qingyan and make her his, calculating the crown prince, not to mention pulling in Prime Minister Lu, who was a great help. At the same time, all four people have a plan in their mind. Chapter 13. Noble consort gives Ji family face. In the expectation of the whole family, finally ushered in the full moon feast of Ji Tran. Early in the morning, Ji Tran was picked up by Lady Ji. "Oh, mother, I haven't slept enough yet?" Lady Ji laughed. Today was her daughter's big day. Where would she follow her like usual? Raising her hand, she beckoned 4 maids with new clothes in their hands. "You guys quickly come over. Let Miss pick which set she likes." The 4 thought to themselves, "Miss has only just turned 1 month old. How would she know which set looks good?" However, they didn't dare to disobey Madam, and busily stepped forward. Hearing that there were new clothes to wear, Ji Tran opened her somewhat hazy eyes. "No way. Mother, let me pick. But it's a watery red color." Lady Ji seemed to have a feeling in her heart as she shook them off one by one to let Ji Tranquility see them more clearly, and said, "These clothes don't look all red. The styles are different." Ji Tran, who had just turned 30 days old, grabbed the 3rd red jacket on display under the astonished gazes of the 4 maids. It was a straight jacket with many plum blossoms embroidered on it. The collar was furry and warm. "There are plum blossoms. Nice looking." Lady Ji's heart was clear. So her daughter loves plum blossoms. It just so happens that the plum blossoms in the west courtyard are in bloom. So when she has time, she will take her daughter to take a look. After changing into new clothes, Mrs. Ji personally tied up Ji Tran's thick black hair and bundled it into 2 chirps. "It is very cute." And then add a pair of tiger shoes. Not to mention how delightful. Lady Ji lovingly holds Ji Tranquility in her hands and asked Xiao He in a warm voice, "How are the preparations on the master and son side?" "Madam, don't worry. Everything is going well." Xiao He has a joyful look on his face. For fear of mistakes on the butler's side, Mrs. Ji directly found a group of buyers to hang out in the shop. In short, the housekeeper must not be allowed to get out of the way. Afterwards, she would find a suitable reason to dispose of him. Lady Ji held the exquisitely dressed Ji Tranquility in her arms as she sat high in the back hall, waiting for the noble women of the various families who had come to the door to celebrate. The hour gradually passed, and soon the guests gathered. When they saw the radiant Lady Ji, they couldn't help but gasp in amazement. I thought that after they gave birth to their children, their complexion had deteriorated to the point where they looked unrecognizable. The key was that their own men never asked about their condition. I heard that Marquis Ji moved back to the courtyard on the 2nd day of Lady Ji's labor, and instead of disliking Lady Ji, he personally took care of both mother and daughter. This was the envy of many of the women in the back of the house. Each of the beautiful women came up to praise Ji Tran for a while, and at the same time gave away a lot of gold jewelry. It was so heavy that Ji Tran felt like her arms were going to break. Sharp-eyed Xiao hurriedly came forward to remove the jewelry and put it in the trousseau prepared for Ji Tran. An hour down, the large trousseau is directly filled. At this time, a maid outside the door sang, "Madame Liu and Miss Liu have come to congratulate us." Prime Minister Liu has always been the red man in front of the emperor, plus his eldest daughter, and the crown prince has a marriage contract in the body. Everyone except the Ji family wanted to be close to him. Since the Ji family handed over the military power, there is an empty marquis position. The only thing they have is their influence on the people. If he could, he wouldn't even want an official position. As the saying goes, not long after, they saw Madame Liu with Miss Liu Qingyan appearing in the crowd's line of sight. The lady on the left-hand side is tall, with a kind look, although she has already reached 40. But she is well-maintained and still has her charm. The young woman on the right-hand side is Liu Qingyan, figure with her mother, tall and tall. A silver-embroidered 100 butterflies and flowers dress more than her fair complexion. Beautiful and calm. Temperament absolute. She is beautiful and calm, and her temperament is absolute. All the ladies came forward to greet Madame Liu. The level of enthusiasm even exceeded that of Lady Ji, who kept a decent smile and did not take the matter to heart. Lady Liu quickly realized this and smiled politely towards the crowd. Pulling Liu Qingyan forward, she presented the congratulatory gift she had prepared in her hands. It was a very gorgeous set of headgear. At a glance, it was clear that the price was not expensive. Mrs. Ji smiled and took it, and was about to say a few more words when the maid once again sang from outside the door, "Lady Chen has come to congratulate with young Prince Chen." Lady Ji immediately frowned, thinking, today again brought the young gentleman Chen. It seems that she has not yet died of heart. Oh. Humph. I really didn't expect that this stinking woman hadn't given up on the matter of tying a doll's marriage. Learning that his own mother did not have that aspect in mind, Ji Tranquility let go of his heart. because the Chen family had produced a favored noble consort. There were quite a few women who flattered the Chen family. Lady Chen exchanged pleasantries for a while before coming over. Ah Yao. You've waited long. Come. This is a meeting gift for the child. Please do accept it. Saying that, she beckoned towards the maid behind her. The crowd then saw the maid holding a long object in her hand that looked like a zither. With a proud look on her face, Lady Chen lifted the red silk from the zither under the crowd's expectant gaze. Reveal the piano inside. Someone exclaimed. Fushi zither. Oh my god. This is the Fushi zither. It seems that Lady Chen and Lady Ji have a great relationship. Even the legendary Fushi zither has been sent over. This Fushi zither was played by Your Highness when she was young. And now Your Highness is getting the holy favor. Seeing this zither is like seeing Your Highness. This is the noble consort's face to the Ji family. The women who had sniffed out the hints of the situation all had wonderful looks on their faces. Lady Ji also didn't expect that Lady Chen would be able to send out something as valuable as the Fushi zither. It had once been praised that those who listened to the sound of this zither could purify their minds. Any more disturbed one would instantly feel serene and peaceful. Chen family is the second prince party. Although not openly, but individuals can see. The third prince is destined to be with that position is not destined to. Your consort, and the second prince's mother consort Xinfei lady friendship. Naturally, the Chen family will support the second prince. The world thinks that the empress holds herself in an honorable position, and does not care about people. In the harem, she even uses her power to suppress others. This makes the concubines walk on thin ice. Now this is to pull the Ji family down. Lady Ji was about to open her mouth to refuse when Ji Tranquility's heartfelt voice entered her ears. Since the third prince likes to play the saucer and saucer trick, why don't we, the Ji family, learn from him as well? Lady Ji's eyes lit up. What her daughter meant was to accept the Fushi Chen on the surface to make the third prince feel that their Ji family was of one mind with the Chen family. And then bite back in the future after figuring out the situation? I have to say, my daughter's plan is good. However, we still need to talk to the Marquis about this matter. Don't look at the Crown Prince is now sitting in the East Palace. In fact, it is very dangerous. Once by the side to find out a little bit of fault, it will be for him to be extinguished. These years, the Crown Prince has been conscientious. No mistakes. The Saint is also very satisfied with it. But the Saint also think that the second prince is not bad. So intentionally let the two secretly call the shots. On the one hand can let the two grow. On the other hand can also hold certain people. Princess Xian Wang has come to congratulate her with her young son. Lady Ji had just received the Chen family's congratulatory gift when the sound of the maid's ground chanting came again. Lady Chen, who was happy that Lady Ji had received the Fushi zither, took the opportunity to bring up the matter of the two children. But she didn't want to be interrupted again when Princess Xian arrived. What? The youngest son of the world, Bei Hengjin, is also here? Ji Tranquility was surprised. She remembers that at the Ji family's youngest daughter's full moon banquet, Xian Wang and consort Xian were here. But she did not see the youngest son of the world. Ah. Speaking of the young world son, it seemed like she hadn't spat on him for a few days. I also don't know if there will be any changes when this guy comes. Chapter 14. Little worldly son Bei Hengjin. As soon as Ji Tranquil Ground's spitting voice fell, a line of small characters appeared in front of Bei Hengjin. His expression was violently stunned. Today he had a premonition that coming to the Ji family would result in unexpected gains. And it turned out to be unsurprising. One day 3 months ago, he was quietly practicing his calligraphy in his study. Suddenly, a line of small words appeared on the rice paper. The small words appeared suddenly, and the content inside was even more ridiculous, saying that he wouldn't live past the age of 7, that he was a small child, and that his mother consort would be seriously injured and fall into a coma. Laughing to death. Don't let him catch whoever is behind this. He will not be polite. Bei Hengjin scanned over everyone's face with an old-fashioned expression. As Princess Xian walked in towards the back hall, everyone bowed respectfully. Greetings, Princess Xian, world son. As the host, Mrs. Ji should also get up to salute, but was gently lifted up by the virtuous consort Xian Wang. Mrs. Ji is exempt. This palace is just here to join in the fun. Everyone can feel free. Benson Xian Wangfei is not an overbearing person. With her words, the crowd will also be nervous heart relief. As consort Xian Wang lifted up Lady Ji, Ji Tran got a good look at Bei Hengjin's appearance. Her eyes lit up. She had earned her points by spitting on the world's sun. Today, he had come. So she had to spit on him properly. Then let's start spitting on his clothes first. Well, he was born like a man. But his clothes are too colorful. Today is my full moon day. What's the point of him wearing a red coat? And even if he wears red clothes, his face is still dark. It's like someone owes him 250 taels of silver. Others have sent congratulatory gifts. He stood still. What is the matter? How to send a gold locks and so on. Right? Yo. You see? His face seems to be even darker than before. Fist clenched creaking. Do not know thought to beat it? That won't do. Today is my full moon feast. It's not right to hit someone. A brat is a brat. Doesn't know how to hold back at all. Also said that he likes to disguise himself with indifference. I see. It's just too self-possessed. Thinking that being the son of the world is a big deal. Huh? If you don't want to come, then don't come. And you're still giving people looks. After spitting out several sentences in a row, Ji Tranquility smiled and clicked on the panel. Seeing the increased 60 points, Ji Tranquility was satisfied. Bei Hung Jin first stared at Ji Tran curiously, and then revealed an unbelievable expression. So, those little words came from her mouth. But, she's only a month old? Heavens! What kind of monster had he encountered? The key was that he couldn't say what he knew to his father and mother. He originally wanted to say it, but the words that came out of his mouth were completely contrary to what he had in mind. As he was pondering, another line of small print appeared. Today is the 5th day of the 12th month, which means that there are still 5 more days before news of Princess Xian's accident will be spread. Ji Tranquility's gaze fell on Xian Wangfei's dignified face. Her face was full of pity. Hey, I remember that I called what's her name Willow. This person is not an ordinary person. There is no less than the second brother's martial arts in the body. At those words, the shock on Bei Hung Jin's face was a bit too much to hide. He knew that there were just 2 names with the word Willow in the royal residence. And as it happened, both maids with the word Willow had come. If he had previously thought that these words were all pranks, the current him did not think so. Since he was born, he was different from normal people. And now his 5-year-old mind was comparable to a 10-year-old. He was used to the deceitfulness in the palace, and knew how to protect himself since he was a child. Mother consort, this sister is so pretty. Child wants to hug her. Bei Hung Jin's childish voice rang out. What? Wants to hug me? No, no, no. They're all little brats. You'll drop me to my death. Not even a little bit of self-awareness. It's too much of a shame. Jeaner. No rudeness. You should call Tranquil Sister. Then, Mother consort, can child hug Tranquil Sister? Bei Hung Jin raised his eyes and looked at Consort Xian Wang, rarely revealing the innocence that a child should have. Consort Xian Wang's heart softened a bit, but still refused him. Jeaner, good boy. You're too small to hold your sister. Can you hold her when you're older? Xian Wangfei believes that his son is definitely aware of the importance of the situation. But the others do not know all. Lady Ji lifted her voice before hearing Consort Xian Wang's refusal and let out a secret sigh of relief. She was really worried about Shi dropping her precious daughter on the ground. Consort Xian Wang had arrived, and it was believed that King Xian, as well as the Crown Prince and the Imperial sons, had also arrived at the front hall. Ji Tranquility was eager to go to the front courtyard to take a look. At least let her see what the Crown Prince as well as the 2 Imperial sons looked like. Right? But she also knew that it wasn't polite. Compared to the bustle of the back room, the front room was much more serious. My humble servant has met with King Xian, the Crown Prince, and the 2 emperors. Marquis Ji and the group of officials greeted the people one by one. After a brief chat, they took their seats. The seats arranged by the Ji family were also very specific. The seats for the male guests were in the outer courtyard. The seats for the female guests were in the inner courtyard. And the lady and the young lady were also seated in separate seats. The Ji family's youngest daughter seemed to like Lu Qingyan very much and kept pulling on her when they were seated. A pair of good-looking eyes were pitiful. Lady Ji smoothly said, Miss Lu, it seems the tranquil child likes you a lot. Why don't you sit next to me? Otherwise, she will keep crying. Upon hearing this, Ji Tranquility really did cry. And cried with that sadness. Lady Ji was busy coaxing gently. While coaxing, she said, switching with Lady Qin. Sister Lin shouldn't mind. Right? The first sentence was addressed to Lu Qingyan, while the latter was addressed to Lady Qin. This? Lu Qingyan was still hesitating. Lady Chen had already graciously got up. It's also possible. Miss Lu, sit here. Lady Chen showed her absolute trust in Lady Ji. The friendship between the two of them just now was obvious to everyone. And she wouldn't be so foolish as to let Mrs. Ji down on a small matter. Otherwise, all these years of planning would have gone down the drain for nothing. Under Lady Lu's eyes, Lu Qingyan sat down next to Lady Ji. Ji Tran revealed a cute and adorable smile towards Lu Qingyan. Mrs. Ji saw that Ji Tranquility was genuinely happy with Lu Qingyan. So she gave Ji Tranquility to Lu Qingyan to hold. Lu Qingyan was a bit at a loss for words. However, she was soon infected by the smile on Ji Tranquility's face. In the future, she and the Crown Prince should also have a cute and adorable child like this. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush pink. Ah! What's wrong with you, girl? A sudden scream came, pulling everyone's attention over. Lu Qingyan hurriedly turned her head, but she saw that the clothes in front of Lady Chen's body were wet in a large area. The weather in December was cold and biting, so if she didn't change her clothes in time, she would catch wind chill. At the thought of catching wind chill, Mrs. Chen was scared to death, and she didn't want to go through the pain of coughing on one side again. Busy calling underlings to prepare dry clothes, Lady Ji was also anxious and called for Xiao He. You personally take Sister Lin to the changing room to change. Lady Ji aggravated the word personally. Xiao He instantly understood. Lady Ji saw Zhao Yan's face turn white with fear, so she got up and went to pacify her. Miss Xiao, don't be afraid. Sister Lin is a kind person and won't make things difficult for you. I don't know what happened, but after everyone saw Lady Ji approaching Zhao Shui, her little face turned even whiter. Right at this moment, Lady Ji eeped as if she had no intention of doing so, and then saw her slowly bend down, using her fingers to dip a little bit of the spilled water and put it under the tip of her nose to smell it. When Ji Tranquility saw this, she was shocked. My God! How did I forget that my mother knows medicine? Maternal grandfather is the Palace Mu-Tu doctor. From a young age, Nyang personally knows some medical skills. If you can see one or two too, this Zhao Shui will be miserable. If we can uncover the person behind the scenes, it's simply too good to be true. Ji Tranquility had an excited face. As expected, the clever mother saw the clues. Only seeing her frown, she opened her mouth. This tea is laced with unknown ingredients, so please move with haste. When these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. The first reaction of the crowd was that the tea was poisonous. Chapter 15. The plot collapsed. At this time, someone exclaimed, "Oh my God! This position was originally reserved for Miss Lu." If Lady Chen had not switched places with Lu Qingyan, would Lu Qingyan have already drunk the tea at this time? Once the words came out, half of the people on the ground held the attitude of watching a good show. The ladies in the back of the house had seen these dirty things time and time again. They have long since seen the strange. Lady Lu's face suddenly changed when she heard the words. Lu Qingyan was even so frightened that her face turned snow white. When she lowered her eyes, she met Ji Tranquility's pink and tender little face. The little one exuded a very strong milky scent, and a pair of ebony eyes that attracted people's love. Lu Qingyan's eyes were slightly red. Today it was Tranquility's sister who saved her. If it wasn't for her forcibly pulling her, she was afraid that she would be caught in the path. In the end, who wants to harm her? She first ruled out the Ji family. Today is the Ji family's banquet. As the host, if you do this matter, once investigated, can be investigated to its head. The Ji family cannot lift a stone to stone their own feet. On this side, Mrs. Ji showed very angry. Then said, in order to further verify this lady's guess, or to ask a doctor to verify one or two good. But please rest assured, my Ji family will never push this matter. The maid brought by Lady Chen immediately kneeled on the ground in anger and said, please also ask Lady Ji to find out about this matter. Is the person behind this trying to harm my lady, or why? It's obvious. Zhao Shui moved before she sat down. She was so sure that Lu Qingyan could sit in that position. It's obvious that there's still a mole in the Ji mansion. But what she didn't expect was that Lady Chen would switch places with Lu Qingyan. And for fear of making Lady Chen drink the spiked tea, she was forced to spill the tea. Mrs. Ji thought the same thing in her mind. The look on her face was very ugly. As soon as the maid's words fell, Zhao Shui couldn't hold herself steady and knelt down in fear. Admitting the fact of drugging right away, Ho! Madam Ho! I can't see that Lu Qingyan can become the inner prince consort. And I've loved the prince since I was young. Zhao Shui trembled as she knelt on the ground. And after finishing the last sentence, her entire body fell to the ground in disengagement. She knew in her heart that the plan had been messed up from the moment Lu Qingyan and Lady Qin switched places, spoiling that man's plans. He would not spare her, much less her sister. These words caused a sigh of relief. Lu Qingyan snapped to look at Zhao Shui, and then her brows tightly furrowed. She had no friendship with this Zhao Shui. Oh, then what kind of drug did you put down? Lady Ji looked at Zhao Shui fixedly, momentarily not expecting Zhao Shui to admit so quickly. At this time, the second prince should be heading to the women's dressing room, right? If he found out that the person inside was Lady Qin, I wonder how he would feel. Zhao Shui was self-aware that she couldn't lie in front of a marquis lady who knew medicine, and that she could still save her family's life by taking all the mistakes on her. Zhao Shui is not a stupid one, and immediately said with a face like death, "Hop. Harmony scatter. What? Isn't it going to make eldest Miss Lu lose her reputation?" Someone from the side let out an incredulous cry of shock. Daring? Which house's young lady are you? How dare you openly plot against the future crown princess? How dare you? Lady Lu instantly rose up in anger and knelt down towards Consort Xian Wang. Please also ask Consort Xian Wang to be the judge for my daughter. This matter is by no means a conflict between women. Lady Lu was furious. The ungrateful ones dared to hit the Lu family's head. Then, they would bear the wrath of the Lu family. Lady Ji raised her eyebrows. This Lady Lu really had two brushes, knowing that the matter would be made a big deal at the critical moment. If it is in her name is not possible. Zhao Shui and their own admitted the mistake. Then it is the contradiction between the youngest daughter. If it goes to the crown prince or his majesty, it will change the flavor. There is also a Zhao Shui simply do not dare to do this kind of thing in front of many official ladies. It is likely that there is someone behind the back. As for who? Check will know. Ji Tranquility made grandmotherly noises and danced around, trying to get Lu Qingyan's attention. Don't cry. Don't cry, oh. I also know how important fame and integrity are to women in this era. Lu Qingyan tightly bit her lips, then loosened them. She gently hugged Ji Tranquility, amused by her cute and cuddly behavior. How could Princess Xian not be able to smell the salacious flavor of it? And immediately said someone, "Go and invite the crown prince over. The future crown princess is aggrieved by the crown prince." Once this word came out, everyone is a human savant. Zhao Shui, a little girl, did not dare to commit murder at the Ji family banquet. The opportunity was given to the crown prince. Whether or not he could grasp it was the crown prince's business. Heard a lot of footsteps coming this way. Ji Tranquility stretched her neck to look. Quickly let me take a look at how the third prince as the male lead looks like. The male lead? Numerous question marks rose simultaneously in the heads of the four people who could hear their hearts. Lady Ji felt that there was nothing left for her to do here. As long as Zhao Shui's plan didn't work and Lu Qingyan was sitting upright. As long as Zhao Shui's plan didn't work and Lu Qingyan was sitting upright, there would be someone to do justice to the rest. Lady Ji took Ji Tranquility from Lu Qingyan's hands and purposely held her sideways, to make it easier to look over to the third prince's side. At this time, the third prince was hidden behind the Xian Wang. A weak appearance. His face was sickly pale, supported by two subordinates. From time to time, he covered his mouth with his fist and coughed lightly. As soon as the crown prince and the others arrived, the ladies bowed and saluted. And Lady Ji was no exception. Is this the third prince? The thin and frail body gives the impression that he is indeed very sick. It's hard to be wary of such a person. His appearance is handsome and unrivaled, but he gives off the impression of being somewhat feminine. And secretly, he is even more ruthless. The crown prince was born with a very masculine aura. Aside from Lady Ji, Marquis Ji, and the two dukes were a bit confused. What do you mean it's hard to make people wary? The third prince's frailty was known to everyone. And with people like this, could they still be able to pull off tricks? Not waiting for a few people to think about understand. This side will come Zhao Shui miserable voice. Crown Prince. Zhao Shui is truly adoring you. Zhao Shui did not regret have done things. Only hope that Prince can remember had with Zhao Shui flowers before the moon. After saying that, Zhao Shui was extremely fast and drew a dagger from her sleeve. The moment she made her move, she saw a flash of appreciation in the eyes of the second prince. It was so good. Even if the plan had changed, she had gained the second prince's appreciation. and she hoped that for the sake of her death, she wouldn't make things difficult for her family. Not good. Quickly stop her. As soon as Xiao Shui finished saying this, Ji Tran sensed that it was going to be bad. Damn it. How much does this love the second prince? Dying, and still not forgetting to pour dirty water on the crown prince. No matter how fast Ji Linfeng was, he couldn't beat Xiao Shui's determination to die. Who would have thought that a young lady would carry a dagger in her hand? The crown prince and the others heard this before they could understand what was going on. Immediately after that, Xiao Shui plunged the knife into her heart. Lu Qingyan's entire body froze in place, clearly taking in the words. Ji Tranquility was so anxious that her two little meaty hands flew in the air. Damn it. All set up by Xiao Shui. It looked soft and weak, but she didn't want to have such a hand. No. Xiao Shui can't die. If she doesn't explain clearly, the crown princess will be centrifuged from the crown prince and won't be able to return to the past. More importantly, the Lu family will have an opinion of the crown prince, and it will be easy for the second prince to turn against him. Ouch. What a rush. She was never expecting that the plot would fall apart like this. She had thought that stopping Lu Qingyan from drinking that cup of tea would be everything, but she hadn't thought that there would still be such a mess. Just now, she was still glad that Lady Ji realized that there was something in the tea and made a big deal out of it. Catching the second prince off guard, in the twinkling of an eye, it hit her in the face. No. The plot can fall apart. People can't die. Huh? There? Let me see if there's a resurrection Dan in the mall. There's really one. But it'll cost 100 points. Whatever. This person must come back to life. If the crown prince falls, the Ji family is not far from extinction. Chapter 16. I didn't expect it. I used the true speech Dan. Lady Ji knew the importance of this matter. Her face changed drastically as she stepped forward. At the same time, she said towards maid Xiaoyu. Quickly go and bring me my medicine chest. The lady screamed and backed away in fear. Coming to have a good meal and ending up with a murder. It was really instructive. That said, the dagger seemed to have stabbed into the heart. Could it still be alive? The prince quickly reacted to the fact that this is being set up. He subconsciously looked at Lu Qingyan, but found that she did not look at him, and suddenly panicked. The crown prince lifted his robe and came. His face iron blue. Lady Ho. Can she still be saved? Lady Ji sniffed. Not very well. She first felt Zhao Shui's pulse, and found that it stopped beating. There was no bottom in her heart. Daughter you say whether it can be saved The crown prince is waiting for a reply? Half a day without waiting for her daughter's voice. Mrs. Ji had to give the crown prince an ambiguous answer. Yes. There are some difficulties. A number of people shook their heads and sighed. No line. Cannot be saved. It's really unexpected that this Xiao Shui still has a connection with the crown prince. Hearing this, the crown prince, his face was even more ironic. If he refuted, he could only get darker and darker. After all, people died without proof. The second prince would not let go of such a great opportunity to disassociate, only to see him faintly smile. Carelessly open his mouth. I really did not think that the crown princess has not yet passed away. The crown prince is so impatient to keep a concubine outside. This is not putting the Lu family in his eyes. If you don't like the Lu family's eldest miss becoming the crown princess, the crown prince could have said so explicitly. Why do you have to resort to such underhand tactics to ruin someone's innocence? Enough. Second brother. Don't cry out to catch a thief. This matter has yet to be investigated. The crown prince was furious, and the entire room was silenced. The second prince was not afraid. Being able to strike the crown prince was the happiest thing for him. The crown prince really knows how to joke. If it is a thief shouting to catch a thief, why doesn't Miss Zhao identify this prince? Alone, she looked at the crown prince fondly. Furthermore, if the crown prince was genuinely pleased with Miss Lu, why did he raise his objections in front of father in the first place? What? These words drew a chorus of sighs. This matter? I'm afraid that apart from the royal family, no one was allowed to know. Now that it was shaken out by the second prince, it was really surprising. Since he was against it, why did he agree to it later? Was it forced by circumstances? A marriage without love cannot last. The crown prince glanced at Lu Qingyan, wanting to explain, but feeling that he would be getting darker. He could only say, the cleaner is the clearer. He stood with his arms folded, more convincing than the sickly third prince. The second prince, who pretended to be on cloud 9. Prime Minister Lu's face was full of anger, and no one was sure what was going on in his mind. Lady Chen changed her clothes and came out. Seeing Zhao Shui dead, she fell back 3 steps in fear. What's going on? How did the person die? I didn't say I was going to chastise her either. Lady Chen thought that Zhao Shui had cut her own throat by blaming herself too much. The crown prince understood the general idea from the mere words of the crowd, and was so angry that he couldn't speak. He glanced at Lu Qingyan once again, who still didn't look at him with a hurt look on her face. His whole heart seized, but his face still maintained the calmness that should be there. Second brother, second brother. When it really comes down to it, you can't be careless for a moment. Good enough. You have really grown up. Soon, Xia Yu ran and brought the medicine box and placed it in front of Zhao Shui. The person is already dead. Why should Lady Ji waste her efforts? Yes, dead is dead, and she is to blame. No one will blame the Ji family. Many people persuaded Lady Ji to give up. The second prince's expression was faint, but inside, he was a picture of an attitude of watching a good show. Anyone with a bit of kung fu background could detect that Zhao Shui was no longer alive. Madame Ho was so whimsical as to want to bring someone back to life. Truly, the uninformed are fearless. Mrs. Ji also knew that the person couldn't be saved, but her daughter had a way, so she could only go forward with her head, holding the baby with one hand. She took the needle from the open medical box with one hand. This scene watched the crowd dumbfounded. No way. Mrs. Ji can't let go of Miss Ji even after saving the person? Mother! Quick, let me get closer to her. Ji Tranquility had already exchanged her pills. But in her heart, she was afraid that her own mother would hand her over to a bystander. In which case, she wouldn't have a chance. Time waited for no one. Regardless of the different gazes of the bystanders, Lady Ji made an appearance of not being able to let her child leave her by half a step and approached the dead Zhao Shui. When she was close, Ji Tranquility, because of her fear, her small hands fluttered haphazardly in the air. And the moment she touched Zhao Shui, she quickly punched the resurrection Dan in through her wound. It's done. But this resurrection Dan only lasts less than an hour. Ji Tranquility secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her mother couldn't spare her to fake her out. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to strike the resurrection Dan into Zhao Shui's body. Marquis Ji seemed to have remembered to come up and hold the child at this point, leaving enough space for Lady Ji to save the child. In his opinion, a healer was kind, and he had to save Zhao Shui even if he had to make a final struggle, or let her die with dignity. Hopefully, his daughter's resurrection pill was really effective. Lady Ji's hands were covered in blood, and she first put on a hemostatic medicine before pulling the knife out quickly. Perhaps the blood had almost flowed out, and there was no expected hemorrhage after pulling out the knife. Lady Ji methodically administered help against the strange gazes of the crowd. Marquis Ji's eyes warmed up slightly, and sunken memories came rushing out. 21 years ago, she had squatted on the ground like this to give help to the injured people. He should have thought that person was her. How many women in the world were keen on practicing medicine? Just when everyone thought that Lady Ji was treating the dead, Zhao Shui's eyes suddenly opened. It scared the crowd of women into screaming. Alive. Really alive. Madame Ho is truly a divine doctor. Even this can be saved. A certain official explained out in shock. Lady Ji's hands were shaking as she took the medicine. Where was she the one who saved her life? The word divine doctor was a shame. However, she wouldn't be foolish enough to go to Ji Jing's words. Many people have marveled at Lady Ji's medical skills. The third prince and the second prince on the side simply looked confused. Back from the dead? Soon. The second prince's tense nerves let go again. Even if it was alive. So what? As long as one bites the bullet and denies it. What can one do? Marquis Ji knew in his heart that Zhao Shui wouldn't live for more than an hour. So he hurriedly stepped forward and said to the crown prince, Your Highness, I think that there are still many doubts in this matter. Why not take this opportunity to ask for clarification? Marquis Ji's words reminded the crown prince at the right time. At that moment, the crown prince ignored Zhao Shui's weak body and asked in a deep voice, Who are you? I don't know you. Why did you say the words that slander me? Please speak clearly in front of everyone. Zhao Shui's eyes were lifeless, staring blankly at the ground. Don't be in a hurry. The medicine hasn't kicked in yet? The person is alive. And the medicine hasn't taken effect yet? Marquis Ji was confused. Ji Yushu and Ji Lifeng were also in a state of confusion. The crown prince asked for a long time without seeing Zhao Shui answer, and clenched his fists in anger. Just as the second prince was about to let go, Zhao Shui spoke up. It was the second prince who asked me to do it. Everything was the second prince who asked me to do it. He asked me to think of a way to put that kind of drug in Lu Qingyan's tea, in order to do something untoward to her. And then Lu Qingyan was not allowed to marry him. I don't know the crown prince well. I only said those words to protect my family. The whole room was shocked at these words. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect it. I used the true speech pill on Zhao Shui. I knew she wouldn't tell the truth. So I used the true speech Dan along with it when I used the resurrection Dan. Quickly look at the second prince's shit-eating expression. It's hilarious. It wasn't in vain for me to spend all my savings. The corners of Ji Yushu's and Ji Linfeng's mouths twitched at the same time. It's still a magical little sister. The duo thought that everything would be fine after stopping the second prince. But they didn't think that there would be this backstabbing. Luckily, the little sister has a backhand. Or the second prince's plan will come to pass. Zhao Shui, this explosion is all the palace secret. The officials a scared eyes and nose. Nose and heart. Crown Prince turned his head violently, full of killing intent, to look at the second prince. Angrily said, "Second brother, I think I have not done you wrong things. If you want to get father's attention, let's each rely on our own skills. Is it too much for you to do these little tricks?" The three members of the Lu family also looked at the second prince indignantly, waiting for his explanation. Throughout the whole process, the sickly third prince was like an invisible person. No one noticed him anymore except the Ji family. Chapter 17. Each with their own agenda. The second prince's face of disbelief has not yet had time to converge. Face to face is the crown prince's angry roar. The second prince is also quite calm. Immediately argued, this person a moment to climb bites the crown prince. A moment to climb bites this prince. Can be seen in the heart is not right. This prince thinks that he should be taken down immediately and interrogated properly. Does second brother think there is still room for reversal in this matter? The crown prince pressed on step by step, his gaze like a torch. The second prince frowned fiercely and said again, if it's really as she said, then it's only right that the place where this prince appeared was the dressing room in the back hall. In that case, it is only reasonable. All of you think carefully. In the end, not a straw man. The second prince quickly thought of the key. Ji Yushu and Ji Linfeng? No one knew better than the two of them why the second prince did not appear in the back hall dressing room. But how could this matter be explained? Yes, oh. Why did the second prince not appear in Lady Qin's room? How I hope the two of them spread some rumors or something. Could it be that the eyewitnesses on this side noticed something wrong in advance and related to the second prince? Little sister, it was you who said there was a change today. So I stopped the second prince. But I didn't expect it to be a mistake. Ji Linfeng wanted to cry. Suddenly, Ji Tranquility remembered someone. There really is such an important eye. But this person is not the second prince's people but the third prince. This person did not appear until the Ji family was copied in the end. This person is Wu De, who is responsible for pouring the wine today. If only father and brothers had taken advantage of this matter to take him down today. Just when the crowd thought that this matter was a conclusion due to Zhao Shui's jealousy of Lu Qingyan, Ji Yushu blandly opened his mouth. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I think that there are still a lot of doubts about this matter. For example, how was Miss Zhao sure that Miss Lu was sitting right next to her? Everyone's eyes fell on the wheelchair-bound Ji Yushu. And there was a flash of astonishment. It was rumored that the Ji family's eldest son had lost his temper because of his leg injury. But today's sight was not like that at all. Many young girls covered their faces with handkerchiefs and secretly looked at Ji Yushu's pale and elegant demeanor. Even the sickly third prince subconsciously glanced at Ji Yushu. 2 years had passed, and this person didn't seem to be as decrepit as he had imagined. In this chamber, the shaky Zhao Shui spoke, an underling informed in advance. Ji Yushu smiled faintly, smiling like a spring breeze. All of you heard it, right? Xian Wan's eyes rolled and he picked up. Miss Zhao wanted to lay her hands on Miss Lu, so it makes sense to buy off an underling in advance. Ji Yushu smiled and said. Then the minister had to praise Miss Zhao for being so capable that she was able to buy off underlings in the heavily guarded Ji mansion 3 days in advance. What do you mean? The second prince sank his face. He hadn't bought an underling in the Ji mansion at all. What does Big Brother want to do? Ji Tranquility was also a bit curious. Ji Yushu turned towards Wutong, who was pushing the wheelchair behind him, and said, Go bring Wood up. What? Wuda. Did Big Brother find out that Wuda had problems long ago? No. This Wuda is extremely well hidden, and didn't appear until the Ji family was in trouble at the end. This. Is the plot falling apart again? Lady Ji and Marquis Ji as well as Ji Lin Feng were shocked to no end. Tranquility's side had just said that there was something wrong with Wuda. But the eldest son had found out 3 days ago? When did the eldest son become so smart? No. The eldest son has always been very intelligent. No one noticed that when Ji Yushu said the word Wuda again. A dark current crossed the third prince's tired eyes. Soon, the unknown Wuda was brought up. It was a man in his 30s. Hunched over. Without waiting for Wuda to open his mouth, Ji Yushu sternly said, Wuda, the matter has been exposed. Why don't you tell us the truth? Wuda was shocked. What? His sneaking into Marquis Ji's study to get the list was exposed? Thinking of Yin Jing's anxious appearance the other day, and the sudden transfer from his post. I'm afraid that something has really been exposed. Then looking at the third prince's eyes of unknown significance. He was afraid that he was going to abandon him. No. This matter cannot be exposed to the third prince. The third prince in his case has a life-saving grace. It is better to. Back to the Marquis. It was the little one who did it. This matter has nothing to do with the second prince at all. Third prince. Second prince? Ji Tranquility and everyone else. The second prince's face twisted in anger. Ridiculous. This prince does not know this person at all. The crown prince immediately said with a sullen face. Now that the human and material evidence is all there. Does second brother still want to argue? Come on people. Bring Miss Zhao as well as Wuda back. This matter is a big matter. When the father emperor makes the decision. After saying that, the crown prince angrily threw off his robe and lifted his steps to leave. The second prince, who thought he could get away perfectly, was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. And when he was leaving, the way he looked at Ji Yushu was like poisoned eyes. As he left, the third prince also glanced at Ji Yushu with a different meaning. Yeah? Look! These two are still unconvinced. I suddenly remembered why Zhao Shui took her life to protect her family. Because Zhao Shui's sister liked the second prince and willingly became his underground lover. But then this second prince doesn't know how to cherish it. On the surface, he is a dignified gentleman. But secretly, he is a big pervert. Every night, Zhao Shui's sister would be abused to the point of being bruised all over her body. This time it was to threaten Zhao Shui with her sister's life. Hey. Sisterly love. Pity. Ji family. The seed was gone before it even started. And the Ji family members were wide-eyed. There's no way. It's a shame to throw it away. Just eat it yourself. So, Marquis Ji waved his hand and called all the subordinates to sit down and start eating. At the table, Marquis Ji asked about how Ji Yushu had found out 3 days ago that there was something wrong with Wuda. Yes. Father asked a good question. Big brother quickly say it. Greeting the probing gazes of several people, Ji Yushu had long since thought of a get-out line. That day, I was about to go see my sister when I bumped into Wuda sneaking out of the study halfway through. So then I asked Swatong to check it out. Swatong, who did nothing. The study? Yes. Wu Da's mission was to steal the list of father's disciples. Luckily, in the end, the Ji family was copied without finding out where the list was. In fact, it's all in Daddy's head. Dad is awesome. He can write with a pen and wield the world. And martial arts can get on a horse and set the world in order. Marquis Ji coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. My daughter is overpraising. Ji Yushu and Ji Linfeng's hearts violently trembled underneath. Today the little sister had already mentioned the plagiarism twice. Will their Ji family really be copied? No. The fate of being copied must be changed. The reason why I can hear my little sister's heart is that God is giving the Ji family a chance to be reborn. Speaking of which, today is considered a great favor to the crown prince. Even if we can't defeat the second prince, we can still make him lose a lot of wealth. Who made Consort Xian's family rich? It is impossible for Consort Xian to stand by and watch the second prince be punished. The Jiangyu area was gathering silver to build water conservancy. Consort Xian would take the initiative to offer a free donation of silver at this time. It solved His Holiness's pressing problem. In order to thank Consort Xian for her generosity, then the merit will be offset. However, the crown prince also has a number in his mind, which is that the Ji family will stand in the crown prince's party. And only by standing firmly in the crown prince's party can we avoid the Ji family's fate of extinction. What? Even if the family is raided, They still have to be exterminated? Uncle can tolerate it. Aunt can't tolerate it. Ji Linfeng grunted in anger and drank the strong wine in his cup, choking him to the point that tears came out of his eyes. Chapter 18. Love is Ji Tranquilities. That said, New Year's Eve is almost here, and the amazing road of love between the male and female main characters begins from there. Without the female lead's assistance, the third prince didn't take down the second prince and decapitate the crown prince so quickly. AI. Annoying awe. If we don't stop the male and female main characters from meeting, this battlefield without smoke will soon be biased. A few people forced down the shock in their hearts as they listened. The final victor of the seizing of the throne was actually the frail and sickly third prince. If this were to be spread out, ghosts wouldn't believe it. However, coming from his daughter/little sister, he had to believe it. Associated with the words of the little sister before. That is to say that the third prince is pretending to be poisoned. 6 years ago, the third prince was only 10 years old. Think about it. The male lead is the third prince. The female lead is who? Right now, the only thing I know is to support the crown prince unswervingly. The information I heard today is too much, and I still have to digest it properly. After eating, each found a reason to go and get busy. Ji Tranquility, who had eaten and drunk enough, fell into a deep sleep. Ji Yushu and Ji Linfeng's courtyards were right next to each other, and Ji Linfeng pretended to ask inadvertently, "Big brother, what did you want to ask when you stopped the second prince just now?" Today, he followed his little sister's guidance and stopped the second prince. In this way, the second prince would not be able to meet up with Lu Qinyan. There would be no later events. Unexpectedly, Big Brother also stopped the second prince. Ji Yushu's brow color moved. He would not inform him about the matter of being able to hear his little sister's heart, in case it spreads to father and mother. Would father and mother abandon his little sister because of her weirdness? He did not dare to guarantee it. Therefore, he lied. "I just want to ask something about the Jiangyu Water Conservancy matter. Didn't I draw a drawing? Now it seems better to give it to the crown prince." Ji Linfeng listened and nodded rather approvingly. Yes, this second prince isn't a capable one. In the evening, after Ji Tranquility went to bed, Lady Ji was really worried that Marquis Ji was on the wrong side, and couldn't help but ask Marquis Ji, "Master, matters of the imperial court. Logically, I, a woman, shouldn't be asking about them. But, is Madam wanting to know whether for me to support the second prince or the crown prince?" Marquis Ji said as he changed his clothes. Lady Ji looked surprised. "You guessed?" Marquis Ji smiled brightly, dotingly scraped the tip of Lady Ji's nose and said, "Knowing your wife is not as good as your husband." The latter, her cheeks reddened to the roots of her ears. It was the first time that Lady Ji felt this indescribable yet very infatuated feeling from Marquis Ji. For a moment her heart beat like thunder. Marquis Ji went to bed and gently took Lady Ji into his arms, saying carefully, "If you have any questions in the future, just ask them directly. There is no such thing as a backyard that is not involved in politics in my husband's eyes." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Ji was moved to the core. That feeling of falling in love for the first time was really fascinating to her. Good. Lady Ji's nose was sour. She finally kept the clouds open and saw the moon. Didn't she? Overhead again came Marquis Ji's gentle voice, "Madam." After Zhao Shui after. For husband feel confirmed resolve. Although the power of the second prince's mother's family should not be underestimated. But I think the prince is the king. He didn't forget what his daughter said. The second prince is a big pervert. With such a bad character, how can he sit firmly in that position? Has master ever thought about the third prince? Lady Ji tilted her head to look at Marquis Ji. The charming tear mole at the corner of her eye immediately crashed into Marquis Ji's heart. At the mention of the third prince, Marquis Ji's ground brows furrowed. In the past, he could have sworn that the third prince was absolutely impossible. But after listening to his daughter's heart, he didn't think so anymore. The third prince is often weak and sickly, and his father-in-law once asserted that he wouldn't live past the age of 30. Hearing this, Lady Ji knew that Marquis Ji had not taken the third prince to heart as his daughter had asserted. And speaking of her, she, too, had not taken the third prince to heart before. It could only be said that this person's disguise was very successful. Her heart was anxious. But when she heard Marquis Ji's next sentence, she was delighted. The third prince seems to be weak. But based on today's observation, I found that the third prince is somewhat impenetrable. This is what suspicion means. So, your lordship can't be careless. When it comes to that position, who wouldn't want it? Maybe there are people who want to sit back and reap the benefits. Your ladyship has a point. After saying that, Marquis Ji's ground kisses fell like a storm. Love is naturally strong in the depths of love. How can one bear to give it up when one's intentions are strong? On the other side, Ji Yushu's study was brightly lit. Combined with his little sister's heartfelt words, he sorted out the events of these years. He found an important clue. Taking the matter of protecting the crown prince 2 years ago, when he went to the protectorate temple to offer incense. There was an obvious difference between the moves of the first batch of assassins and the moves of the later batch of assassins that arrived. At that time, he did not think much about it. But now it seems that there are many doubts. If it is true that the third prince is the main male character, as my little sister said, he should not be unknown in this life. Suddenly, Ji Yushu had a bold guess in his heart. The poison on his leg was not done by the second prince, but the third prince? If the crown prince loses and the second prince ascends to the throne, it would be too late to flatter the Ji family, and it would be impossible for him to go through all the trouble of laying his hands on the Ji family again. On the other side of the room, Ji Linfeng was tossing and turning in his bed and had trouble sleeping. Egu. What a mess. Forget it. Sleep, sleep, sleep. With my brain, where can I sort out the twists and turns? Blame God for giving me a different birth, but not giving me a good head. Not long after, the sound of Ji Linfeng snoring in his room. Early in the morning of the second day, Ji Tranquility heard Xiao He's voice in a daze. Ma'am? The old slave found out that it was Xiao Zhua, that dead girl, who informed Zhao Shui about Miss Lu's location. Xiao Zhua? Isn't Xiao Zhua a relative of the housekeeper? How did I forget about this matter? Lady Ji secretly breathed a sigh of relief before coldly saying, directly execute her. It's too cheap to put her on sale. Wow. Mother is so decisive. I like this kind of mother. If we don't execute little trick at this time, she still wants to climb into second brother's bed. She has a lot of guts. After the Ji family's accident, this little trick ran the fastest. The heart of Lady Ji, who had resolved a piece of trouble in the underworld, burst with excitement. She secretly vowed, it can be done. She will definitely be able to make the Ji family change their fate against the odds. At this time, Lady Ji was full of fighting spirit. Since Ji Yushu and Ji Linfeng had a sister, they came over every day on time to accompany Lady Ji for breakfast. Marquis Ji, who had finished his official business, also happened to walk into the Wutong courtyard. Today's day off from work. Several people only appeared together neatly. At the dinner table, Marquis Ji feeds Mrs. Ji's favorite dishes into her mouth in front of her sons and daughter. He. How loving. Throwing myself into such a loving home. It's God's mercy on me. It's heartbreaking to think that in my last life, I lived a lonely life. In my last life, I didn't know who my parents were since I was born. And I lived with my grandmother all year round. In order to support her, her elderly grandmother went out at dawn every day to scavenge. The money she got from the sale was never enough to buy herself something to eat. When she died, all that was left was skin and bones. Oh, I miss my grandma. Ji Tranquility on the cot doesn't cry or make any noise. Only her little nose is red. Xiaohui is busy picking the person up. Give it to me, Aunt Xiaohui. To be able to have this daughter in this life. How could it not be that the heavens have mercy on her? Lady Ji gently hugged Ji Tranquility, her face showing tenderness. In order to make Ji Tranquility feel even more loved, Marquis Ji and the two dukes each passed the person around in their arms. One placed a kiss on her forehead. It made Ji Tran giggle. He. My father, mother, and brothers all kiss me. The love is overflowing. It's so good that not only did she get rid of her fate of being switched, she also got to meet such a loving family. In this life, all the love of the Ji family is now hers. Ji Tranquility. No one can snatch it away. Chapter 19. Noble consort is invited. Soon after eating, Zuho hurriedly ran into Wutong courtyard. Marquis. Madam. Someone from the palace has come to ask Madam to make a trip to the palace. Ji Tranquility's small brows wrinkled tightly. What is it that someone from the palace is coming to fetch my lady for? Can't it be that the Empress has an invitation? No, there's no such paragraph in the book either. The four of them understood. So the daughter/little sister's ability to foretell the future came from the book. A few people immobilized themselves and suppressed their dissimilarities, all showing deep thoughts in unison. If His Holiness had an invitation, it would not be Lady Ji alone and Marquis Ji who were invited. It would be the concubines of the harem who were invited. Is it a blessing or a curse? The four of them simultaneously turned their ears sideways, wanting to hear some useful information from Ji Tranquility. They didn't want to botch it up like yesterday. It should be that mother's trick of bringing Zhao Shui back from the dead yesterday was heard by the noble concubine, and that's why she invited mother into the palace, wanting her to diagnose the third prince for a moment or two. The matter of the third prince pretending to be sick. The book does not explicitly say whether the noble consort is aware of it, but regardless of whether or not she is aware of it, knowing that there is a hope of saving the third prince and not making a move will definitely cause the suspicion of the Holy Spirit. If the third prince is cured this time, then he will have the opportunity to compete. The Holy Emperor will also look at the previous face of the third prince sacrificing his life to save him to indulge him. This is also in the book, except that the person who cured the third prince was not Lady Ji, but the heroine Lu Yi. Right now, if we can't cure the third prince, it's better to delay for a while. Listen to your daughter. She can't cure the third prince this time. And then Lady Ji froze. She seemed to not be able to cure the third prince herself. The name of divine doctor was also instilled by outsiders. In this way, it was quite a bit of smashing old dad's signboard. Lady Ji couldn't help but cry and laugh. Marquis Ji and Ji Yushu were puzzled, and Ji Lifeng stared at the tea in front of him with a confused expression. This is too complicated. Right? It turns out that the poisoning of the third prince was really faked. However, this matter has already passed for 6 years, and the people involved back then have long since drank their hate in the northwest. There is no proof of death. As the little sister said, can only let the third prince pretend. Let's go. Don't let the onlookers think that this madam is taking Zhou. Changing into her clothes, Lady Ji embraced Ji Tranquility and headed out. At the door, a palace sister was waiting. As she approached, the palace sister smiled casually and introduced herself. I am the steward of the Jinhua Palace. My lowly name is Li. I have seen you, Madam Marquis. Jinhua Palace is exactly where Qin Guifei resides. And her daughter guessed correctly. Lady Ji politely returned. Sisterly need not be courteous. I wonder what your highness invited my wife for. Sisterly still smiles casually. Madam Ho will get on the sedan chair first and speak on the way. Lady Ji nodded and was about to carry Ji Tranquility to the sedan chair. Lady Marquis, this child won't be going. It can be handed over to the milkmaid. Sisterly looked toward Xiaohua, clearly recognizing her as Ji Tran's nursemaid. My mother loves me. She wouldn't let a bystander feed me. Ji Tranquility's face was haughty, and her pouting little mouth was very cute. The child is fed by this lady herself, so she cannot stay in the mansion. Knowing that the matter of the switch bag was unrelated to the matter of the noble consort, Lady Ji was tempted to give Sisterly a look, but thought better of it. At this time, she couldn't afford to frighten the snakes. Upon hearing this, Sisterly was filled with surprise, then smiled and said, Madam Marquis really favors Miss Ji. That's fine. Let's get on the sedan chair. Rumor has it that the Marquis is extremely fond of his wife, and that they are as close as glue, and that their love for each other is a compliment to each other. Now it seems that it is really such a thing. The sedan chair is slowly moving forward. Outside the voice of Sisterly. It's just explaining the reason why your highness invited Mrs. Ji. Ji Tranquility guessed correctly that the reason why the noble consort had invited Lady Ji was because she had heard of her medical skills in saving Zhao Shui. Ji Tranquility blinks her eyes, gleaming at the carriage ceiling. It's so rich. It's even inlaid with gold. Noble consort summoned this play. The book did not mention, so that what dangers await ahead. For a time, Ji Tranquility also do not know. But prevention is always right. What is Beiheng Jin doing today? Will he appear at the palace? That kid has a good relationship with the crown prince, so I think he'll be at the Eastern Palace. There are still 4 days left before Consort Xian will have an accident. By then, he will be sad to the point of despair. Right? Yes. From the moment of Consort Xian's accident he changed. Became very cold-blooded. Became murderous. Like a little devil. The carriage stopped when it reached the palace gates, where a sedan carriage was already waiting. Lady Ji again switched to the sedan carriage to go to Jinhua Palace. Unlike a carriage, the sedan carriage was only surrounded by a thin white veil, and when the cold wind blew, The white veil fluttered with the wind. Luckily, there was a thick quilt inside the carriage to protect it from the cold. When the veil was blown up by the cold wind, Ji Tranquility saw quite a few maids dressed in palace garments doing their part without a second glance. Even if someone passes by, they don't dare to raise their heads to take a look. The southern part of Xinjiang City is not like the north, where it snows all day long, even if the occasional snowflake on the ground, immediately by the eyes of the palace people to clear. Seeing that the tip of her daughter's nose was red from the cold, Mrs. Ji was busy pulling over the quilt to cover her up. This scene looked in Sister Li's eyes with some uncertainty. Lady Chen is right. The daughters brought out by Madame Ho will definitely not be wrong. It's just a pity. Come to think of it, young Lady Chen's child has already been born for 20 days or so. Right? Only after the palanquin had been dropped off did Lady Ji lift the quilt, revealing Ji Tran's ebony eyes. Madame Ho, be careful. Sister Li reached out to help Lady Ji out of the sedan chair. Xiao He, who was following behind her, was busy draping a white fox fur cloak over Lady Ji. In the end, they were still first misses and maids from official families. So how could they show their cowardice when they came to the palace? Lady Ji hugged Ji Tranquility and followed behind Sister Li in a dignified manner. Compared to the coldness of the outside world, there was warmth everywhere inside the Jinhua Palace. There is a furnace 3 steps away, and beside each furnace, there is a palace servant responsible for adding charcoal. Indoors, besides Qin Guifei, the sickly third prince was also present. At this moment, when the two of them saw that Lady Ji had arrived, they both had a kind smile on their faces. Both of them were holding a soup tureen in their hands. Lady Ji held Ji Tran in her arms and bowed towards the superior Qin noble consort and third prince. Greetings to your highness. Your highness the third prince. Lady Ho need not be polite. Look and sit. Cough, cough, cough. Qin noble consort looked at the coughing third prince with a heartbroken expression and turned to the seated Lady Ji. I'm sure Lady Ho has already guessed the purpose of this palace inviting you here. Although this palace was not present at the Zhao Shui incident yesterday, I heard Your Honor say that Madame Ho's medical skills were so good that she was able to resurrect the dead Zhao Shui. Although Zhao Shui still died later. But resurrection is a fact. Madame Ho is a divine doctor without a doubt. So this palace would like to ask Madame Ho to give Your Honor a diagnosis and treatment as well. Is it possible? After saying that, Bei Heng Yuan covered his mouth with his fist and coughed. Even so, there was no loss of nobility and elegance. The third prince really has a good skin. Face like the moon in mid-autumn. Skin like the flower in spring dawn. Beautiful eyes like water. It is no wonder that Lu Yi was able to fall in love with him at a glance. What a wonderful skin. But it's a pity that the heart is like a snake. Lady Ji knew that the snake and scorpion in her daughter's mouth referred to the third prince. His mother consort also had a gorgeous look. Only the sharpness between her eyebrows made people a little displeased. Chapter 20. Meeting the Empress again. Divine Doctor does not dare to be. It is just a fluke. Bearing the trust of your highness. Then my wife will give it a try. After saying this, Ji Tranquility was turned to be carried to Xiao He behind her. Thank you, Madame Ho. After saying that, her gaze fell on Ji Tranquility held by Xiao He. Her eyes moved slightly, and she spoke in a clear and shallow voice. I heard long ago that the Ji family's young lady has a beauty that is not inferior to that of Madame Ho's. Sister, quickly carry young Lady Ji over to this palace to have a look. Her face with a smile. Eyes and good. Cannot see with a different mind. Lady Ji's heart is still a crisis. But she was a favored princess. She couldn't refuse. After a brief hesitation, Xiao carefully handed the child to Sister Li, who came to take over. Her heartbeat was like thunder. Over here, Lady Ji had already arrived in front of the third prince and took his pulse. But her mind fell on Ji Tranquility the entire time. The moment noble consort Qin hugged Ji Tranquility, she was instantly astonished. What a lovely doll. Like coming out of a painting. This compliment came from the heart. With that, he reached out and stroked Ji Tran's pink cheeks, frightening Ji Tranquility. She wowed. Ah, stinking woman with such long nails. Is she trying to ruin my appearance? But it's really poisonous. If you dare to ruin my looks, this young lady will make the third prince drink hate in the northwest today. Do you believe it or not? Hearing these words, Lady Ji's body and mind trembled. She was really afraid that noble consort Qin would make a move against Ji Tranquility. What to do? How to stop it? Noble consort Chen's long nails stroked back and forth over Ji Tranquility's small pink face no less than 6 times. And finally withdrew it with a smile on her face. But there was no intention of putting Ji Tranquil down either. Turning to Sisterly, she said, "Go and bring the blood jade that the northern border paid tribute to. Miss Ji rarely comes to the Golden Flower Palace. How can she have less of a meet and greet gift? Humph. If it's really something good, wouldn't it be given away? It might be tainted with poison. This is a trick that is common in the harem." Lady Ji was completely uninterested in diagnosing the third prince. Her mind was on Ji Tranquility. Hearing that the blood jade was poisoned, she was even more unable to remain calm. The third prince seemed to notice the difference and spoke without moving. "Madam Ho, but the poison in my body is very tricky. Can it not be tricky after 6 years?" Lady Ji followed his words. "Yes, this poison has been in your highness' body for 6 years. Forgive me for not being able to do anything about it." Listening to this, the third prince and Chen Guifei's face look can't be said to be happy or sad. A long time, only to hear the third prince's rather desperate tone came. Just, this is fate. Life what life. Everything is in your own hands This poison will listen to you. You want 3 more to solve. It will 3 more to solve. Really insidious. Ji Tranquility was so angry that she was spitting bubbles all over her face. If she could speak, she would really want to dislike this mother and son duo who were immersed in doing theater. When I read the book before, I didn't feel that the male lead was so sinister, but instead sympathized with him greatly. See later when I found out that his illness was faked. I don't think he's so sinister, but I think he's forced by the situation. The male lead, more or less with a bit of protagonist aura. Now it seems, damn, vicious, venomous. Cutting all evil words are not enough to describe. Not long after, Sisterly brought a jade pendant with excellent texture. There is something red flowing in the jade pendant. Flowing light. Very eye-catching. "Mother, this is a poisonous jade. I can feel the poisonous gas emanating from it even from a distance." Of course, Ji Tranquility's words were somewhat exaggerated. She wasn't able to feel the poisonous chi inside. She just recognized this jade pendant. This jade pendant was also mentioned in the book. But it wasn't given to her, but to the Empress. Motherfucker. The plot collapsed again. Failed to transfer the package and wanted to directly kill her. Woo woo woo. Mother, come and hug me. My daughter is going to be poisoned to death by the stinking woman. Ji Tranquility cried out in due time. Xiao, he was busy coming forward, and said to Chen Guifei with an apologetic face, "Your Highness, the child is probably hungry." As it happened, noble consort Chen also couldn't bear to hear a child's cries. So she smiled and gave Ji Tran to Xiao He. Yesterday, Lady Chen sent out the Fushi zither. Lady Ho accepted it, thinking that she understood Lady Chen's meaning. There was no need for her to make things difficult for people on the same front, wasn't there? "Sister, take her to the side hall to breastfeed her." Noble consort Chen obediently stuffed Jade into Ji Tranquility's swaddling clothes. "Back to your Highness. Miss Ji is being fed by Madame Ho herself," Sisterly respectfully said. "Oh!" Noble consort Chen was surprised. This was the first time she had heard of this matter. Knowing that the women of the harem relied on a face and body to compete for favor. If they lost both, their lives would be ruined. Is Madame Ho really not afraid or not afraid? Or are the rumors true that Marquis Ji loves her dearly? Then take Marquis Lady to the side hall. Lady Ji stood up with forced composure and bowed. "My wife will excuse me." After entering the side hall, Sisterly left, and Lady Ji hurriedly put away the blood jade pinned on Ji Tranquility, wanting to place it on herself. "What is Mother doing so frightened? Do you also think that Chen Guifei is not a good person? If you take the blood jade away now, if someone sees it later, they will say that your mother doesn't look at your consort's things." Lady Ji's face stiffened. "Yes, my daughter's analysis is extremely correct. I don't know if it will have any effect on her if I take it again in a while. It's still important to get out of the palace quickly." As such thinking, Lady Ji glanced at her own daughter with an apologetic face, then twisted her little butt under the gaze of Ji Tranquility's ebony eyes and grabbed it. "Wahoo! Wahoo! Ouch! Pain on Mother. What are you doing? Not want to use this trick to disappear out of the palace? Right?" The girl screwed in the child body, pain in the mother's heart. "Mother also do not want. You and endure. Mother is also for your own good." Mrs. Ji hurriedly hugged Ji Tranquility and walked out. She anxiously said to Qin Guifei, "Your Highness, the child has pooped all over the place. And I was in a hurry. And I forgot to bring a spare nappy. I'm really worried that the child has contracted wind chill. It shouldn't catch wind chill. This house is full of heaters." Lady Ji's return from her visit surprised noble consort Qin, who still had words to say. "But, tranquil child is still young. I still ask your Highness to sympathize with this heart of my wife, who loves her daughter so much." Lady Ji made up her mind to leave. If your concubine forced her to stay, don't blame her. Fortunately, the third prince on the side helped to speak. "Mother consort, the child has heard that Madame Marquis has been looking forward to her daughter for more than 20 years. And since she loves her daughter so much, Mother consort is more sympathetic." Qin Guifei then nodded, then Madame Ho hurried back to the house. "Miss Ji's body is important. Sister, you quickly go and see her off." Qin Guifei made a very sympathetic gesture. Seeing that the child was crying so hard, she thought that it was really difficult. After receiving the order, Mrs. Ji once again saluted towards the top, glanced gratefully at the third prince, and then hurriedly left. After Mrs. Ji left, the two of them will smile, anxious to leave the palace. Mrs. Ji, when passing through the royal flower garden, encountered the Empress traveling, followed by the crown prince and the young son. Lady Ji's heart thumped. It's over. It's going to delay the best hour. People have bumped into each other. Not to salute is to defy the imperial authority. My wife sees the Empress, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and the little prince. Behind them, a crowd of people followed and knelt down. Lady Marquis, please do not salute. The dignified Empress gave Lady Ji a hand in vain, her face showing warmth. If she hadn't accompanied Jean to the imperial garden, she feared that she would have missed Lady Ho. Yesterday's matter, the Crown Prince has already explained to her. If not for the help of Grand Duke Ji, the second prince would probably have been off the hook. Chapter 21. Unintentionally breaking the blood jade with poison. Ji Tranquility is still crying. Just as soon as she hears about the little son of the world, she stops crying. The stinky child is really in the palace. Huh? Ji Tranquility inclined her head towards this side, and looked halfway, but did not see Beiheng Jin. Egu, where is this person? I can't see him. He was born too short. Right. As soon as the small character in front of her disappeared, Beiheng Jin pouted at the Crown Prince. Crown Prince brother, I want to see Tranquility's sister. Tranquil sister is so pretty. The Crown Prince took a look. All in festive red. Tiger head cap. Tiger head shoes. Really good looking. Beiheng Jin rarely revealed his childish nature. Of course the Crown Prince was happy to hug him. When the person was picked up, Ji Tranquility was able to see the person clearly. Yo, today looks like the color is still good. Not 2 days, and you can't be happy. These 2 beautiful days can be enjoyed. Beiheng Jin coldly laughed in his heart. Is this cursing him? Beiheng Jin's eyes fell on the piece of blood jade in Ji Tranquility's arms, and he snatched it without thinking. The Crown Prince was about to open his mouth to reprimand, but he didn't realize that Beiheng Jin's small hand was loose. The blood jade fell to the ground with a snap and shattered. Sisterly, who was escorting her behind her, changed her expression greatly and fell to her knees, saying in panic, Empress Dowager, this jade was a gift given to Miss Ji by your highness. Now that it's broken, the old slave is really not in a good position to answer to your highness. Yada yada yada. Great. The poisonous blood jade was broken by this brat Beiheng Jin. What? Poisonous? Beiheng Jin's small brows furrowed fiercely. The worried look between Lady Ji's brows instantly loosened. At this moment, the dignified Empress spoke. Since it was a gift from my sister, I thought it was of great significance. Now that the jade has been shattered, this palace will send a new piece as compensation. Madame Ho doesn't mind. Right? Ji Tranquility followed the line of sight to the Empress, who was 41 this year, and had a princess before the Crown Prince. But then for unknown reasons the fragrance died. Up to that point, the smile on her face was less. And it wasn't until she gave birth to the Crown Prince later that she recovered. Nowadays, the Crown Prince was of a similar age to Ji Yushu. In other words, the Empress gave birth to the Crown Prince 7 years after entering the palace. The second prince was only 1 year younger than the Crown Prince. And as to why he was not conceived until he had been in the palace for several years, this was not something that could be known by the general public. After giving birth to the Crown Prince, the queen in order to regain the glory and favor of the year. Pay close attention to maintenance. Adding to her modesty. Euphemism. Her stunning color did not diminish. No. Don't mind. Lady Ji made a look of trepidation. Its heart was blossoming with joy. Sisterly could see Lady Ji's difficulty, and wanted to speak. However, the crown prince spoke before her. Sisterly, go back. Madame Marquis, go with mother to Foreseeing Palace to get the jade pendant. In a while, I will personally send Madame Marquis out of the palace. The Marquis has made great achievements for Shengyu. Even if the Empress personally sends her off, it's not too much to ask. As the crown prince personally gave the word, Sisterly did not dare to stay longer. Hurriedly picking up the broken blood jade and bowing to leave. She knelt in a really skillful way, and her dress just wiped the blood splattered out of the blood jade. Ji Tranquility also do not cry. Happy to follow the queen and his entourage to Foreseeing Palace. Along the way chattering endless. The original book records that the blood jade was given to the Empress. And the poison within the blood jade has the effect of prompting nervous disorders. Shortly after the prince's accident, the Empress was furious and aggravated the toxicity attack. Crazy like running into the imperial study will be the saint scratched. The saint was furious. Will be sent to prison. In short, the Empress died a miserable death. Lady Ji no longer knew what mood to use to describe herself. Looking at the Empress's dignified back in front of her, she felt a sense of loneliness from her. Yes. She didn't feel the kind of coldness and arrogance and self-possession rumored in the streets from the Empress, but rather loneliness. Since ancient times, there have been ruthless emperors and kings. His Holiness had a large number of beauties in his harem, and even if he had love for the Empress, there was very little left. Not to mention that there is a draft every 3 years. Perhaps she's disguising herself in her own way to protect the crown prince. Now that the blood jade has been given to the daughter, is there a possibility that the daughter indirectly blocked for the Empress? Oops. I remembered. The beginning of spring in March is the Empress' birthday banquet. At that time, someone will send the same blood jade. Lady Ji was terrified. There was actually another piece of blood jade? Before Lady Ji could think of anything, Foreseeing Palace arrived. On the way, Beiheng Jin looked back from time to time, as if he was afraid that Ji Tranquility would suddenly not come. After approaching Foreseeing Palace, Beiheng Jin ran forward and enthusiastically pulled Lady Ji to sit on the first seat at the bottom. Lady Ji was terrified and did not dare to enter the seat. The Empress smiled gently. There is no excuse for Lady Ho to sit in this position. She looked at Beiheng Jin as if she was looking at the crown prince of the hour, her eyes full of compassion. Lady Ji knew in her heart that the Empress truly loved the little worldly son. Tranquil sister. As soon as he sat down, Beiheng Jin sweetly called Tranquil sister with a soft color. The little hand pulled the little hand. Very loving. However, Ji Tranquility's little face was wrinkled tightly, and her little mouth was constantly spitting out bubbles. Those who didn't know thought that this was disliking Beiheng Jin. Isn't it said that Beiheng Jin is a small child? How come it's not that? Just by looking at him like a big bad wolf luring a little white rabbit. I know he's not well-intentioned. Beiheng Jin's heart cried out. How am I being unsettled? Just now I even helped you break the blood jade. I was just trying to figure out how to help Mother Consort get through this. Empress and Mrs. Ji have a sentence of family talk. But the two little kids in the dark quarrel very difficult. Let me think. What is the reason for this brat suddenly becoming like this? Could it be because the royal palace is too boring and wants to abduct me to the royal palace? After all, he's the only brat in the huge royal mansion. It's really boring. There are a few little ones in the harem, but unfortunately they are no match for him. Every time we meet, he beats people to the point of crying. Over time, people didn't want to play with him, isolating everyone on his own. Beiheng Jin, It's me who doesn't play with them, alright? You're not bullshitting. Beiheng Jin clenched her small fist and snapped it on Ji Tran's face without warning. Ji Tranquility froze and let out a loud cry after reacting. Beiheng Jin, you son of a bitch. Bullying me for still being small, right? I'll cry for you. Beiheng Jin's fist was so fast that everyone didn't react. After reacting, they found the little one crying. The crown prince was stunned and immediately pulled over Beiheng Jin to slap him on his bum. Sternly, he said, Ah, Jin, why are you hitting Tranquil sister? Don't you like Tranquil sister the most? Since you came back yesterday, you have been clamoring to see Tranquil sister. Lady Ji's heart broke with pain. How could this bearish child hit her precious daughter? Deserved to be beaten. Beiheng Jin spread out the dead bug in his hand to show the crown prince and weakly said, "Ah, Jin didn't hit Tranquil's sister. It was the bug that fell on her face." Saying that, he secretly took his eyes to aim at Ji Tranquility. The crown prince was stunned, then turned his head to look at Ji Tranquility's small face. There was not even a red mark, so it was evident that the force of the party was not heavy. Realizing that he had wrongly blamed him, the crown prince's face looked a little uncomfortable. By Mrs. Ji gently coaxed Ji Tranquility, crying less, but she still feel aggrieved what is going on. Chapter 22. Princess Xian's Visit. "I'm sorry, Madam Ho. Little children don't quite understand things." Ah, Jin quickly come and apologized to Sister Tranquil. The Empress fiercely winked towards Beiheng Jin. Ji Tranquility looks divine. Yes. 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 Quickly come and apologize to this young lady. Or else this young lady will cry to you and make everyone think that this young lady has suffered internal injuries and guilt you to death. Beiheng Jin, hesitating again and again. Beiheng Jin gritted his teeth and stepped forward to apologize to Ji Tranquility, and externally compensated with the jade pendant he subsequently carried. The crown prince knew that if not for his own willingness, no one would be able to snatch the jade pendant from him, as it had the word Jin engraved by consort Xian Wang herself. The bit of aggression in Ji Tran's heart that had been given the jade pendant instantly disappeared without a trace. "I'm really sorry for making Miss Ji suffer. Tower, quickly go and bring the piece of Hetian jade that was tribute from the southern region." Lady Ji had an embarrassed look on her face. "Empress, the party has already compensated for the jade, so don't break the bank." The Empress smiled even more gently. "That piece was compensated by Ah Jin. This piece was compensated by this palace. How can it be the same? If Madame Ho repeatedly excuses herself, it means she doesn't look down on this palace." In this way, Mrs. Ji did not dare to say anything. Not long after, the palace people brought an exquisite box and opened it, revealing the pure white jade bracelet inside. "Wow! It's the first-ranked white jade in the Hetian jade. Warm and greasy white. At a glance it's the top-grade white jade. The price is not expensive. Empress Dowager is really generous." Ji Tranquility's small eyes shined brightly. When Lady Ji heard that the price was not expensive, her heart burst out. "Carry Miss Ji over. This palace will personally put it on her." The Empress gave the word, and the palace staff immediately stepped forward to receive Ji Tranquility. At this moment, the Empress was very affable, with no trace of the cold, arrogant, and dangerous feeling she remembered when the Empress saw Ji Tranquility's round little face, ebony eyes, tender skin color, and a tear mole at the corner of her eye that was generally the same as Madame Ho's. She was, at once, astonished. Especially that wriggling little mouth was extraordinarily amusing. I had heard long ago that Miss Ji has a beauty that does not lose out to Madame Ho, and now that I see it, it really is so. The Empress took the jade bracelet in the hands of the courtesan and wore it on Ji Tran's arm. Ji Tranquility curiously raised her arm to survey it, joy filling her cheeks. "Wow! What a beautiful bracelet! Since Empress Dowager is so generous, then I'll help you out on the day of the birthday feast." She had to work hard to earn points now, so that she could save the Empress then. A bracelet for a life. Not a bad deal. Right? She also knew that for the sake of the crown prince, the Empress intended to be close to the Ji family, so she could not lose her face. "Time is almost up here." The Empress mouthing words to get to the point. "I heard that today Your Highness invited Marquis Lady into the palace to diagnose that child Yuan. That child's life is very bitter. If Marquis Lady has a method, no matter what the cost, this palace can assist." The Empress' words were not hard to hear, with the implication of prying. Lady Ji is not stupid, sighed and said. "Saving Miss Zhao yesterday was indeed a fluke. The third prince's body is so deficient that I'm sorry that I can't do anything about it." "That means it can't be cured?" After yesterday's matter of Ji Yushu helping the crown prince, the Empress and the crown prince analyzed and learned that the Ji family was planning to stand on the crown prince's side. Therefore, she was prepared to inform the Ji family that she knew about the matter of Wu De. Thinking for a moment, the Empress lowered her voice and said, "Zhao Shui died during the interrogation, and at the same time, it was also found out that Wu De was a spy that the second prince placed in the Ji family to steal the list of Lord Ji's disciples. Despite knowing in advance that Wu De was a spy, at this time, Lady Ji still had to put on a shocked look. At the same time, she secretly said, Wuda is the third prince's man. To the point of death. He wants to bite the second prince to death. So it can be seen that he is a hardcore person. The second prince is grounded for 1 month and punished with a year's salary. The purpose of stealing the list was simple. Intending to form a party. The list wasn't just a list. It also had addresses and other meticulously detailed things on it. In this case, the words of just being grounded alone really didn't make sense. The Empress' next words confirmed Ji Tranquility's speculation. Consort Xian's mother's family is the richest in Shengyu, and has a lot of money. Just as Jianyu is building a water conservancy, Consort Xian has offered to donate silver to relieve His Majesty's urgent need, on the condition that she will help the second prince to offset the situation. Private non-discussion of the court's major events is a serious offense. The Empress was also taking a big risk. The Empress' point in saying this was also to remind the Ji family that with one Wuda, it wasn't hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be a second Wuda. How could Lady Ji not understand? She, a woman from the back of the house, was not aware of the decisions of her own men and sons, and therefore, did not reveal too much. After sitting for half an hour, Lady Ji rose to take her leave. Ji Tranquility's pair of round eyes landed on Beihing Jin. Stinky child. Quickly go home and spend more time with your mother. AI. Just like me, it's a bitter fate. If I had been successfully switched by the Qin family that day, I would be living a life worse than death right now. Qin family? Beihing Jin's small brows were furrowed to death. Ah, Jin. It's cold outside. Go back to the house. Beihing Jin held the crown prince's hand tightly, and shook her head in protest. The crown prince was unable to do anything but order the palace staff to bring a heavy cloak and drape it over him. Turning to Lady Ji with a smile, he said, "This child, Ajin, is a bit stubborn. Ever since he came back on the day of the full moon banquet, he has been chanting about Sister Tranquil. And even in his dreams, he is calling out for Sister Tranquil." Ji Tranquility's face was filled with surprise. The stinky child really calls me in his dreams? How come I don't believe it so much? Beihing Jin's gaze followed Ji Tran's body until he walked out of the palace entrance and watched with his own eyes as Madame Ho carried Ji Tran onto the carriage. That night, Lady Ji informed Marquis Ji of what happened during the day. Blood jade? Such a precious thing. The noble consort was willing to give it to his daughters? If it was before, he wouldn't have paid attention to these things. But after learning that the third prince was faking his illness, he had to pay attention to all matters concerning the third prince. No, he had to find Yin Zheng to check it out. In the next few days, Marquis Ji and Ji Yushu as well as Ji Lifeng all seemed very busy. Early in the morning, Ji Tranquility got up in bed, always feeling that there was something important that she had forgotten. No, there's definitely something important that I've forgotten. Ouch. What exactly is it? It feels quite important. Ah, I remembered. Today is the day of Princess Xian's accident. Listening to her daughter's startled heart, Mrs. Ji's heart snapped. Something happened to Princess Xian Wang? What could happen to Princess Xian Wang? In Shanjing, if there was anyone other than Marquis Ji who doted on his wife to no end who could rival him, it was none other than Xian Wang. When he married Princess Xian, he threatened to marry only her in his life. And he has since done so. If something were to happen to consort Xian Wang, no one could predict what crazy things King Xian would do. Just at this moment, Xiao He hurriedly came to report. Madam, Consort Xian Wang has brought her young son to visit. Huh? Lady Ji was confused. What? Princess Xian is here? What is she doing here? She was just mentioned just now. And in the blink of an eye, she's here. Quickly, please go to the front hall. Lady Ji hurriedly tidied up her grooming, and along the way, gave Ji Tranquility a tidying up as well. Because of the cold weather, occasional rain and snow drifted down. Lady Ji was afraid of freezing her daughter and wrapped her entire body tightly, like a cinder block, only exposed a round little face outside. The tiger hat on top of her head is very eye-catching. I am Mother Yo. I'm a girl, ah. How could I possibly like a tiger's head cap? My daughter only likes rabbits' head caps. The corners of Mrs. G's mouth twitched. Then to Xiao he said, "Go and bring the rabbit head hat. I see that this hat doesn't quite fit the temperament of the daughter." Yes. Mother is really discerning. My temperament is noble and incomparable. The district tiger head hat is certainly not a match. Good. This is going. Xiao he left with a smile. Not much time brought a rabbit head cap. Looking at it, it was indeed much more well-behaved than the tiger head cap. When the two of them arrived at the front hall, the underlings just happened to have served tea to Princess Yin. When she saw Bei Hengjin, who was also wearing a rabbit head cap, both of Ji Tran's eyes went straight. No way. No way. This kid also likes rabbit head hats. Even his clothes are the same color. That said, what is he doing here today? Today is the day of Princess Yin's accident. Will coming to the Ji family change the robbery? But the accident was in the afternoon at Shen time. It's only morning now. Can Xian Wanfei sit until Shen time? Bei Hengjin's eyes moved slightly. It was true that coming to the Ji family to take refuge was the right thing to do. After thinking about it for a long time, he did not think of a reasonable reason to take down the two maids. So he had to twist his mother to come to the Ji family for refuge under the guise of liking Tranquil's sister. Chapter 23. The Cunning Bei Hengjin. Above, Xian Wanfei has an embarrassed face. I'm sorry for disturbing Mrs. Ji. It's really because Jiner is clamoring to come and see Tranquil's sister. Your Highness is overstating the case. The Ji mansion is always open to the royal family. She couldn't be happier that her daughter was so loved. Ji Tranquility couldn't help but spit out. What the heck? This is prying under the guise of liking me? The city is really deep. I hope I can sit there until Shenshur. Even though this kid isn't good, Princess Xian is a good person. Don't want anything to happen to her. Bei Hengjin, who saw the first half of the small words, couldn't help but want to hit someone. And only after reading the second half of the sentence did he suppress the anger in his heart. Bei Hengjin gnashed his teeth at Ji Tranquility in his heart. But on his face, he had to make an appearance of liking Tranquility's sister. Mother consort. Sister Tranquil is so cute. The corners of her mouth are still spitting little bubbles. Can she eat yet? I brought small biscuits today that I want to share with Tranquil's sister. Ji Tranquil's eyes widened. Stinky toddler. This is an attempt to plot against me. I don't even have any teeth. How can I eat little biscuits? Sure enough, the stinky fart is unsettled. Ji Tranquility made a half-hearted effort before she stretched out her small pink fist, wanting to hit someone. In the eyes of the onlookers, the one who knew how to share at a young age must be a good child. How kind. Bei Hengjin, however, brightened up. Hee. Mother consort. Look! Sister Tranquil wants to eat it. She's reaching out. In a trance, Ji Tranquility seemed to see that flash of cunning at the top of Bei Hengjin's eyes. Was she looking at it wrong? A little brat knows how to count on others. Yes. Who told this kid to be born with early intelligence? Princess Xian hurriedly stopped Bei Hengjin, who wanted to pass the small biscuits to Ji Tranquility, and said in a slightly angry voice, Jiner must not fool around. If so, Mother Consort will not bring you here next time. Then I'll twist the Crown Prince brother to come, Bei Hengjin said with an innocent face. Seeing this, Princess Xian was defeated. She liked to see Bei Hengjin showing this kind of expression. In her opinion, a child should have the innocence and liveliness of a child. And she did not want him to be born like the royal children and princesses in the palace, who were immersed in the world of deceit since they were young. Lady Ji and Princess Xian, in the absence of a common topic of conversation, have a chat without a conversation. In the end, they were able to chat about common topics. Ji Tranquility was dozing off from all the chatting. She did not notice when Bei Hengjin went out. After about an hour, Xian Wanfei got up to take her leave. Today, I was deeply touched when I listened to Madame Ho's research on the way of health care. It's getting late. I'll come back next time I have time to ask for Madame Ho's advice. Princess Xian was very courteous, making Lady Ji flattered. Your Highness is courteous. If there is a need, you can have your subordinates come and fetch the formula for nourishing your body. Lady Ji got up and respectfully escorted her. Hearing this, Princess Xian's heart rejoiced. Turning her head, she did not see the shadow of Bei Hengjin, thinking that she was playing outside. As it turned out, there was no one outside either. And at this point, Consort Xian Wang's heart was a little flustered. Ah Jean. Where did this child run off to? Don't be anxious, Princess Xian. Around the Ji mansion. It can't be lost. Come on people. Quickly go and look for the world's sun. Lady Ji had her subordinates go looking together. After searching all the big and small nooks and crannies, there was still no sign of Bei Hengjin, scaring the duo half to death. An hour had passed since they realized that Bei Hengjin was missing. Princess Xian's mind kept surfacing all sorts of horrific images of Bei Hengjin's tragic death. and her legs were trembling slightly without listening to her commands. She dared not imagine how she would live if she lost her child. Learning that the world's son had disappeared in the marquee residence, Ji Yushu, who was drawing drawings inside the house, hurriedly rushed over and asked his subordinates to check if there were any suspicious people coming in and out of the residence. Check carefully to the point that not a single trace of suspicion can be spared, Ji Yushu commanded in a deep voice. At this moment, Consort Xian Wang was crying her heart out. Jeaner, mother's child. Lady Ji's heart was anxious. If her son disappeared in the marquee residence, the Ji family could not absolve itself of the blame. The two families would also be at loggerheads, fearing that there are still spies in the mansion. Lady Ji didn't dare to put the child down even when Ji Tranquility was asleep. Time passed little by little. The disappearance of Beiheng Jin soon alerted King Xian. King Xian hurriedly rushed to Ji Mansion with a large number of people. The entire Ji Mansion was surrounded. Those who didn't know thought that the Ji family was going to be raided. Many of the people gathered around, exchanged words, and speculated whether something had happened to the Ji family. Marquis Ji heard about the accident in the mansion and rushed back. Seeing this battle was very frightened. How did he disappear for good reason? Ji Tranquility woke up with a yawn and was appalled to learn that Beiheng Jin was missing. It couldn't be an early accident, could it? Ever since the switcheroo incident changed, she felt that the plot had collapsed. Firstly, there was the accident with Chen and Sister Zhou. Then, the butler was transferred out of the Ji Mansion. Then Wu Do was unintentionally bumped into by her eldest brother going in and out of the study's key areas. And then after that, her mother discovered that there was an abnormality in the tea. So much so that it had ruined the second prince's plan. Could it be that because the transfer was unsuccessful, there was a series of butterfly effects that caused the plot to either change or advance? If that was the case, then everything would become uncontrollable. No way. Northingjin, you can't have an accident. The corner of Beiheng mouth subconsciously curved up in an arc when he hid under a certain bed and saw the little character appear. The little guy was quite kind and knew that he cared about him. But the next second, the arc froze at the corner of his mouth. If something is going to happen, you should also change the playsaw. But you can't pull the Ji family full of water. That said, this Northingjin disappeared a bit strangely. Not disappeared early, and not disappeared late. But on the contrary, disappeared today when Princess Xian had an accident. Is it a coincidence? Northingjin. King Xian was in a hurry, and turned the Ji family upside down without finding it. Everyone in Ji's house was silenced. Marquis Ji was also in a hurry, and helped look together. Seeing that it was an hour, the person still did not appear. Ji Tranquility found that the plot had indeed collapsed again. The Princess Xian, who was supposed to be in trouble, was sitting in the Ji mansion with good intentions. Found it. An underling hurriedly ran over and exclaimed in a hurry. Seriously? Where was it found? Xian Wang excitedly stepped forward and grabbed the subordinate who had reported the news. Everyone gathered around. Ji Tranquility strained her ears to listen, and the underling excitedly said, "Back to the king. Marquis. It's in the young lady's cot." Everyone including Ji Tranquility. Ji Tranquility, is this indirectly sleeping in the same bed as her? Ah, damn stinky boy. This miss is disgusted. Beiheng Jin pulled the corners of his mouth and continued to pretend to be asleep. If it wasn't for the fact that he had watched the hour was almost up before he got out from under the bed, these fools would still have to search for a few more hours. Obviously, the matter had made a mess because of Beiheng Jin's disappearance. Xian Wang brought the Forbidden Army to dig up Ji House's flower garden, and the fish in the pond were not spared. He was at a disadvantage. So, that evening, they set a box of silver and gold. Beautiful name. Scared the youngest of the Ji family is the king's fault. These are given to the youngest of the Ji family. Counted as compensation. Receive. Receive. Father and mother must receive. Daughter most love these things outside the body. There's no way. The precious daughter loves it. The one who is the father and mother can only have the cheek to accept it. Ding. Points system upgrade. From the previous spit a sentence to get 10 points to 20 points. Upon hearing this, Ji Tranquility was a bit confused. What did she do? The point system was upgraded? Can't figure it out. Really can't figure it out. Turning to the 27th day of the Lunar New Year, every family was busy shopping for New Year's goods. And the Marquis residence was no exception. Starting to put up lights and colors early on. Ji Tranquility is also in the family's careful care. born pink. This evening, the family gathered together to eat. You help me clip. I help you clip. Very loving. Hey, the new year is supposed to be a day of reunion and family joy. Who would have thought that this night, countless families would lose their children, husbands, wives, and parents? Miserable cries resounded throughout Shengjing. This was also the biggest stampede accident in Shengyu in 100 years. His Majesty was enraged and ordered a thorough investigation into the matter, which led to the Crown Prince, because the captured assassin was holding a letter of collusion with the Crown Prince. In reality, it was the conspiracy of the third prince. And at the same time, the third prince also befriended the female lead at this time. The more she thought about it, the more sad Ji Tranquility became. This feeling of knowing what was going to happen in the future and not being able to do anything about it was really super hard. If she could speak, she really wanted to speak all. Ji Tranquility's heartfelt voice reached the ears of the four people. And the few people only felt that she was so kind that it made their hearts ache. At this moment, the four people had different thoughts. Ji Yushu, it turns out that the third prince will make a move against the crown prince on this night. Knowing the whole story in advance, he will definitely not let the third prince have his way. But who exactly is this heroine? Ji Lin Feng, ouch. Little sister said so much. I can't react at all, okay? The heavens gave me the supernatural ability to hear my sister's heart, but didn't give me a good brain. What should I do? Should I tell Big Brother about this? He has a good brain, and I can hear my little sister's heart. So if we join forces, are we still afraid that we won't be able to stop it? Marquis Ji, don't worry, daughter. Your father will never let a stampede happen, much less let the man and woman meet above. Mrs. Ji, it's over. It's over. How can I, a woman, stop such an important matter? How about telling the Marquis? But how can I say it? Can I tell him directly that I can hear my daughter's heart? Will he throw her away as if she were a ghost? Moreover, will he really believe in such a fantastic thing? Chapter 24 Big Brother. I can hear my little sister's heart. Throughout the night, Mrs. Ji tossed and turned. Ji Lin Feng was different. He thought that his big brother's brain was better than his. Plus the incident was really serious. He had an idea that night. After dinner, Ji Lin Feng followed Ji Yushu's arse into the green bamboo courtyard. And when he was done, he also sent his beloved's Watong away. He was very secretive. Ji Yushu can tell at a glance that he has something important to say. So he let him push him into the study. On the desk was Ji Yushu's unfinished water conservancy design. Say something quickly. I have to be busy. Ji Lin Feng came to the door and looked around, making sure again and again that no one was eavesdropping before locking the door. Seeing him locking the door, Ji Yushu cries and laughs a little. What is the big deal that makes you nervous like this? Big deal. A big deal where human life is at stake. Hearing this, Ji Yushu collected his jokes. Ji Lin Feng first poured himself a cup of water to moisten his throat before approaching Ji Yushu and said in a lowered voice, Big brother, this matter is not trivial. It concerns the life and death of more than 100 people up and down the Ji family. So you must endure it. Ji Yushu had never seen such a serious and grave second brother. Straightening his color, he asked in a deep voice. Firstly, what is it about? Ji Yushu tightly gripped the armrests of his wheelchair, thinking, could it be that second brother has discovered that there are still suspicious characters in the Ji mansion? It can't be the closest person, right? At this instant, he thought of Zwatong. Ji Lin Feng nervously picked up his teacup again and took a sip of water, whetting Ji Yushu's appetite before he mysteriously said, Big brother, I can hear my little sister's heart. After saying that, Ji Lin Feng fixedly went to look at Ji Yushu, thinking that he would see is shocked and unable to look at himself. But who knows? He was only shocked for a moment, and then as if he was relieved, and finally came to a realization. In short, his expression at this moment was hard to describe. It was hard to believe that he could hear it as well, thinking about his recent changes. At that moment, Ji Linfeng's entire being was bad. The finger pointing at Ji Yushu trembled endlessly. Big brother. You. That's right. I can also hear my little sister's heart. Ji Yushu looked at Ji Lin Feng rather helplessly. Ji Lin Feng instantly deflated. Feeling a sense of frustration hit him. At the loss, he still felt that he was still somewhat useful under the strong alliance. In the end, he was still the dumbest and most stupid one. Since Big Brother could also hear his little sister's heart, then this matter would be much better. Thinking like this, He was also less uncomfortable, since Big Brother can also hear little sister's heart. Then you must know about the stampede that's going to happen on Ji Tran Street 3 days from now. Does Big Brother have a way to stop it? If there's anything you need from me, Big Brother just asked. The lives of the Ji family's entire clan were at stake, so there was no room for sloppiness. Ji Lin Feng pulled out a stool and sat next to Ji Yushu, waiting earnestly for him to make arrangements. At the same time, he also exchanged known news with his big brother. Ji Yushu combined all that he had heard and analyzed. New Year's Eve is the most important festival of the year for the people of Shengyu, and there will be countless people out on the streets at that time. This is something we can't stop. But the assassins entering the city should be able to detect one or two. After saying that, Ji Yushu dropped his gaze on his younger brother. As he served in the military, this matter would still have to come from him. Ji Lifeng finally felt that he was still of some use, so he patted his chest and assured, "I'll take care of this matter." Also, on the night of New Year's Eve, Uncle Fu must be eliminated. After exchanging messages, Ji Lifeng learned that Uncle Fu and Chen Xin as well as Sister Zhou were all eyes. Chen Xin had mistakenly thought that Sister Zhou had denounced her and had blundered to death, and she herself had died. Now there is only one Fu Bo left. If he could take advantage of the chaos to kill Uncle Fu this time, it would be great. Along with that, Ji Lin Feng also thought of one more person, and that was Wu De. Big Brother, did you discover that Wu De as well? Ji Yushu shook his head. No. Wu De was a pretext I found in my mind after listening to my little sister's heart. If it wasn't for his little sister reminding him, how could he have thought of such a brilliant solution? Ji Lin Feng gave a thumbs up towards Ji Yushu. In terms of wisdom, it's still Big Brother all. And then, the two of them worked out the details once more, and only after confirming that there was no mistake, did Ji Lin Feng return to his own courtyard. On the second day, Marquis Ji went to court early. Imperial Palace. At the top of the hall of Jingda, Emperor Yu sits calmly, with a look of majesty and indifference. After the civil and military officials performed the kneeling ceremony, they heard Emperor Yu majestically open his mouth. Today is the last day of this year's court. Jiangyu water matters are crucial. I hope that this matter will be implemented as soon as possible. The following please the secretary of each express their views. A crowd of officials. You look at me. I look at you. It took a long time before someone stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the required silver has been prepared, but the water conservancy structure plan has not been presented yet. Without the structure plan, even if I traveled to Jiangyu, it would not help. The person who spoke was the Ministry of Public Works Secretary Li Yuanzhao. This person is the second prince's party on the surface. In fact, has long been bought by the third prince. The structure of the map, some time ago, has been widely called down. Can all do a force, but still late no one to submit drawings. At this time, someone glanced at Ji Shaoshan, hesitated for a moment to step forward and said, Your Majesty, I heard that Marquis Ji's eldest son is quite good at research on calming locks. This matter I do not know if Ji's eldest son is willing to serve the country. As soon as the words fell, a crowd of eyes fell on Marquis Ji's body. Marquis Ji gathered in the sleeve, hands slightly clenched. A long time before speaking, back to Your Majesty. My son in 2 years ago, due to leg poisoning after the incident. The spirit of the previous greatly weakened. It is difficult to be competent. 2 years ago to check the assassin matter. A direct sentence robbers to send off. The heart does not have gas is impossible. Even if he knew that his son was already working on the structural drawings, he wouldn't give it up easily. At the top, Emperor Yu sighed heavily before mentioning the past events of that year. If he hadn't encountered the assassin 2 years ago, that Ji family child would have been able to take on a great role. Back then, I really didn't agree with him resigning from his official position. But it was just. This matter will be handed over to the prince to deal with. Let's see if someone in this year's autumn exam can be competent in this matter. My son accepts the order. The crown prince bowed and answered. Also, this matter is a rare opportunity to learn. At that time, I Qingli will bring the crown prince and the second elder along, and make sure to make this matter a success. Yes, son/courtier accepts the decree. The crown prince and Li Yuanzhao said at the same time. After retreating from the court, Emperor Yu called Marquis Ji alone to the imperial study room, which was nothing more than asking him to go back and advise Ji Yushu that the country's affairs are the responsibility of the people. He also expressed that he was very optimistic about Ji Yushu. and would seek out the world's most famous doctors to treat him, hoping that he would return to the court to serve the country. Out of the imperial study, Marquis Ji looked at the snow-covered outside. There was a moment of confusion. My daughter said that the Ji family will end up in the end of the plagiarism. But he has been loyal to the emperor and love of the country. Even a little bit of conscience has never done things. The thought that his talented eldest son, his spirited second son, his lovely and loving daughter, and his kind-hearted wife would fall victim to the political struggles of the Bang family made his heart ache like a knife. Fuck Shengyu. Hack the North Hung family. Dare to take the life of my family as a stepping stone. I will fight with you. Thinking about this, with a sullen face, Marquis Ji strides towards the outside of the palace. North corner. The crown prince stood in the wind and snow, far away to see Marquis Ji leave. 2 years ago. The same place, the same person, the same piece of heaven and earth. The man with the gold and the iron horse just disappeared. What came back again was another ordinary man who did not seek success or fame, but only wanted to live his life peacefully. Today, he seemed to see the man who once threw away the red cherry spear pick up the red cherry spear again, stepping on the iron horse to return. And what is the reason for him to regain that year's heroism? What the reason was, let's leave it aside. But he knew that Ji Yushu's love for the Kongming lock was almost to the point of obsession. This candidate is not him. Now it is how to invite the problem of people. 1 time can't. Then 2 times. 2 times can't, then 3 times. Chapter 25. The stinky child is here again. The Marquis Ji went straight to the Wutong courtyard after he left the court. On the other hand, Mrs. Ji is trying on the New Year's clothes for the newborn Ji Tranquility. And every piece is full of joy. For fear of freezing her precious daughter, several heaters were placed in the room. When you enter the room, it is as warm as spring. As soon as he entered the room, Marquis Ji immediately took off his heavy court dress and came up to tease Ji Tran. Our daughter is really pretty. She looks like a fortune-hunting girl holding a koi carp on the door. Outside the Ji mansion's front door, there was a picture of a boy and girl attracting wealth. The girl on the painting had a round and bulging face and chubby little hands. Very delightful. Ji Tranquility pouted her little mouth twice. As if in response, the pouting little red mouth amused the husband and wife. Marquis Ji is with matters of the heart too. Is hesitating to start from when. Aside of Mrs. Ji, and he seems to have a heart like. The first step he opened, Master. Today there is nothing in the court. Right. After today there are 10 or so days of rest. To facilitate the officials to return to their ancestors to visit their relatives. Come to think of it, after the turmoil in Jizhou, she hadn't gone back to her ancestors to visit her relatives. This year, she wanted to go back to offer incense to her deceased relatives. Marquis Ji carefully picks up the dress Ji Tranquility and gently says, there is one thing. About the water treatment of Jiangyu. The saint has already handed this matter over to the Ministry of Public Works. Lordly. And the Crown Prince and the second Prince to complete together. The hour is not set. Hearing this, Ji Tranquility was stunned. So soon to the water cure event? This time, the water treatment was led by Li Yuanzhao. And the silver money was already available. But there was no structural plan. Later, the Crown Prince came to Big Brother and wanted to ask for his help in drawing the structure. But Big Brother refused. Then later it seems that a very serious event happened. The second Prince and the Crown Prince both planted themselves in this matter. What exactly was it? Oops. How did this brain of mine get stuck at a crucial time? Anyway, this matter was the last straw that crushed the Crown Prince and the second Prince. However, it doesn't matter if I can't think of it at this time. The Jiangyu water control matter is so far-reaching that even the matter of determining the structural map will have to be delayed by as much as a year. At those words, Marquis Ji understood. That meant there was no rush. Lady Ji was filled with complexity. Such a serious matter. But the Lord is deaf to it. And she is a woman who can't help. It is really anxious. At this time, Xiaowa's slightly anxious voice sounded from outside. Master. Madam. The Crown Prince and the young son are here, saying that they came to see Miss. Ji Tranquility was astonished. In the new year. What is a stinky child doing looking at me? Ever since the last time Beijing Jean made a mess here, he hadn't come back. But she hadn't stopped spouting one sentence a day And by now, the points had accumulated to 420. There was no problem healing Big Brother's leg. But she didn't want to heal Big Brother so early now. There were too many eyes looking at the Ji family, and she didn't want to push her big brother into the limelight. Big brother yo. You should hold back a little longer. Marquis Ji and Lady Ji exchanged glances, and carried Ji Tranquility towards the front hall. When they arrived, the Crown Prince and the world's son, Beiheng Jin, would sit down and suddenly stood up again. Son. The couple had just opened their mouths when the Crown Prince stopped them. It's Lone who has much trouble. The red tape will be dispensed with. Ji Tranquility raised his eyes to look. Today's Crown Prince is wearing an ink-colored cloak that is sufficiently powerful and domineering. His waist is bound with a black brocade ribbon, and his 3,000 ink hair is pulled up with a golden ribbon. Hegemony. Next to holding the son of Beiheng Jin. Outside the cover a look will be worth a lot of money fox for cloak. His entire head was covered under the cloak. Ji Tranquility couldn't help but spit out. Stinking fart boy is so rude. He still didn't take off his hat when he arrived at the Ji family. After saying that, Ji Tranquility saw Beiheng Jin take off his cloak, revealing his frozen red face inside. Wow. Is it that cold outside? But I still want to go out and play. This is my first spring festival here, so I'll have regrets if I don't go out to play. Little Ji Tranquility's face was full of aggression. Beiheng Jin's heart and mind moved slightly, reaching out to touch Ji Tran's pitiful little face. Turning his head, he then said to the Crown Prince, Crown Prince brother, on New Year's Eve, there will be a lively lantern festival on Chitian Street. Can I take Sister Tranquil there? Upon hearing this, the three people in the room all changed in color. The Crown Prince took the lead in refusing. 10,000 times no. Tranquil's sister is still small, and can't take the cold. But I really want to bring Tranquil's sister to join in the fun. This is also Tranquil's sister's first spring festival yeah. If she doesn't go to see it, I'm afraid she'll have regrets. There's no one who knows my heart better than a fart boy. Knowing that I want to see the lanterns, quickly convince my parents to let you take me to see Xingyu's most famous charades lanterns. You're guaranteed to be right on the money. Please, 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 I won't call you Stinky Boy anymore. Right? Northing Jin, Marquis Ji and Lady Ji. Beiheng Jin's eyes turned several times. But in the end, he didn't know what came to his mind. He didn't say anything else, only pulling a chair and sitting next to Lady Ji. He took his hand and poked Ji Tranquility's little face. This is a compromise? Really useless. Still poking my cheeks with stinky claws. Get lost. The more fierce Ji Tranquility screamed, the more Beiheng Jin wanted to poke. Even he didn't notice how gentle the arc curved up at the corner of his mouth was. Say I'm useless? Right. When the night of New Year's Eve rolls around, I'm going to tell you to see if I'm useful or not. The Prince and Marquis Ji chatting without a word, eyes slightly floating. Mrs. Ji is a smart person. Then got up on the grounds that Ji Tranquility want to see the plum blossom. Go away. Ji Tranquility had left, and Beiheng Jin, as a little child, of course had to follow. After all, he had come in the name of liking Tranquil's sister. Lady Ji had just left with the two little ones, when the Crown Prince lowered his voice and said, I'm not going to hide it from the Marquis. This time, Lone has come specifically for the Grand Duke, and would like to meet with him alone. I wonder if it is possible. Your Highness wants my son to design the structural plans. Right? Marquis Ji smiled so officially that the Crown Prince was unable to capture his inner thoughts for a moment. But he still smiled slightly and said, Nothing can be hidden from Marquis. Marquis Ji's face suddenly became solemn. I have to disappoint your Highness. My son's essence is poor. I'm afraid it's difficult for him to take on a big job. The Crown Prince frowned. He did not expect Marquis Ji to refuse so dryly. Speaking again, doesn't the Marquis ask the Grand Duke's opinion? On the day my son decided to resign, he made up his mind to live the rest of his life smoothly. Your Highness should also understand the relationship between the two. Marquis Ji's words had a hint of testing. It was a matter of the life of the Crown Prince's body and family, and it was impossible for him not to have investigated after the fact. The Crown Prince was silent. In that year's incident, he had intended to fight for the Ji family, but his father had used strong-arm tactics to suppress it, and had also harbored his second brother. He knew that because of the incident 2 years ago, he had completely snuffed out a great young man of Jilan Yushu. This was what the North Hung clan owed the Ji clan. He had always felt guilty. Still, he was unwilling to give up. I hope that Marquis will kindly persuade the Grand Duke on behalf of Lone. People have a death, but some are lighter than a feather, and some are heavier than Mount Taishan. I think that the Grand Duke should not give up the chance to be famous in history. Lone will come back to harangue the Marquis again. Please think twice. The prince's attitude was unprecedentedly sincere. On the other side, Lady Ji held Ji Tranquility, who was wrapped up in a ball, all the way to the plum garden in the west courtyard. I see it. Today the prince's intention is to come to find father and big brother to talk about the matter of the structural map. The stinky child and I are just a proper piece of shield. Mrs. Ji smiled at the corner of her mouth. Daughter Yo. Sometimes you cannot be so smart. Northingine, I know good, but also quite have self-awareness of it. Not long ago, the plum garden will be. Since the full moon feast, Mrs. Ji will hold her every day to take a look. Today's plum blossoms seem to be much more colorful than yesterday's, and the faint fragrance wafts into the tip of the nose, refreshing the heart. Whether white, red, pink, yellow are not afraid of the cold, standing proudly, and the snow drifting down in a high, not through a lot of wind and frost suffering, that of plum blossom fragrance to come. At this time, Mrs. Ji and Bei Hung Jin were both silent. Like they were feeling something? Or like they were reminiscing about something? It wasn't until a long time later, when the Crown Prince and Marquis Ji came looking for them, that they broke this silence. Brother Crown Prince. Bei Hung Jin's remaining light caught a glimpse of the Crown Prince's coat and gently called out. Only then did Marquis Ji return to her senses. The snow was not big, but it still fell all over Lady Ji's shoulders. It was evident that the hours of standing had been somewhat long. As it was getting late, the Crown Prince led Bei Hung Jin to politely bid farewell. Due to the different status of the two, the Ji family did not dare to retain them much. On the way back, Marquis Ji took the initiative to share the conversation with the Crown Prince, mainly because he wanted to speak to Ji Tranquility. Your ladyship should have already guessed the Crown Prince's purpose in finding my husband. My husband gave a refusal on the grounds that Shure was mentally disheveled. What does your ladyship think? Without waiting for Lady Ji to reply, Ji Tran's heartfelt voice came. The Crown Prince will not die, and will come a second time. By then, if the Ji family refuses again, the onlookers will only think that the Ji family is taking Zhou. The Crown Prince actually found out long ago that his eldest brother's leg was injured by the second prince. And although this is only superficial, he understands the Ji family's hatred of the Northern Han royal family. It is a bright ruler. If he refuses again, he will probably leave the heart of the king. After saying that, Ji Tranquility couldn't help but yawn. She was really sleepy, having stood in the plum garden for a long time. Her little nose froze red. Lady Ji pondered for a moment, and raised her hand to summon Xiao He to carry Ji Tran back to the house to put her to sleep, while she had something more important to inform Marquis Ji about. Yes, she figured it out. Instead of worrying so much, it would be better to inform Marquis Ji of everything, regardless of whether it was the battlefield or the official world. Marquis Ji was more thoughtful than her. If it was just some backyard things, she could definitely solve it perfectly. But when it came to matters of national importance, there was nothing she could do. After Zuho left, Marquis Ji thought it was Mrs. Ji who wanted to pull him along to enjoy the plums. Smile crawled over the corners of his mouth, although he was a big old man. But after learning that the woman he had missed for 21 years was his own wife, he was willing to change. He was willing to be a gentleman who was gentle and understood romance. Marquis Ji took the initiative to hold Mrs. Ji's hand and slowly walked inside the plum garden. When walking to the middle, Lady Ji suddenly stopped, inclined her head, and said with a straight face, "Master, I have something very important to say to you. Make sure you remember every word." Seeing his own lady so grave, Marquis Ji immediately stared with a solemn face, with an air of listening with all ears. "Madam, please speak." Lady Ji looked around, and after making sure no one was there, she lowered her voice and said, "Master, our daughter is not an ordinary person. I can hear what's in her heart." Hearing this, Marquis Ji's eyes widened, but in a moment, he revealed a crying and laughing expression. What about the promised father-daughter bonding? Luckily, he had been proud of it for many days. He had also thought about informing Mrs. Ji of this matter, but after much hesitation, he chose to conceal it. It was really too bizarre, and he was afraid of scaring her. Marquis Ji's expression fell on Lady Ji's eyes, and instantly saddened her, even though she had already guessed that Marquis Ji wouldn't believe her. When she truly saw his distrustful expression, her heart felt very bad. But for the sake of the people, She had to talk about this matter until he believed her. Lady Ji anxiously twisted her handkerchief. Speaking again. Master, what my concubine said is true. I heard it from my daughter. For my husband also heard it. A light sentence that scared Lady Ji into freezing in place. The words in her mouth coming to an abrupt end. Don't you think your daughter is weird? You would dislike your daughter because of this? After a long time, Mrs. Ji hurriedly asked her heart's concern with tears in her eyes. Mrs. Ji was born with a kind of beauty that I feel sorry for when I see her. And this terror is even more touching to a man's heart, coupled with the soul-capturing tear mole at the corner of her eye. Marquis Ji's entire heart is going to melt. Marquis Ji suddenly lowered his head and kissed the chubby Lady Ji, and said with deep emotion, Lady, is it good to call my husband husband? If he hadn't heard his daughter's heartfelt words, he wouldn't have known that the woman he had been thinking about for 21 years was right in front of him no matter what. He was too grateful. How could he possibly dislike his daughter? Madam, it was wrong for me to have cold-shouldered Madam in the past, and I hereby solemnly apologize to Madam. In the future. After a pause then said, in the future, I will take my life to protect you and the children. Tranquility is Madam's daughter born in October with her life. If my husband dislikes it, is he still a human being? Hearing this, Lady Ji cried, worrying for countless days and nights. Finally relieved at this moment, the two of them embraced each other tightly under the plum blossom tree. And the surrounding plum blossom seemed to have sensed the joyful state of mind of the two of them. 3 by 3, 2 by 2, out of the branches of the tree, dancing in midair, with a beautiful dance to praise the love story of the two. The snow got heavier and heavier, and seemed to be trying to take its place on the stage as well, competing for beauty. That night, Ji Tranquility was arranged to sleep with Xiao He for the first time. Marquis Ji and Lady Ji exchanged a lot of news with each other after they had warmed up, when they learnt that Lady Ji was able to hear Ji Tranquility's heart before she was even born. Her face was filled with envy. There was also the matter of Ji Tranquility almost being switched by the Chen family on the day of her birth that was also known. She was so furious that she smashed the edge of the bed with a fist and cracked it. Hatred crawled all over her face. Outrageous. The Chen family actually moved to this Marquis's head. Good enough. This Marquis doesn't give out, thinking that he really can't lift his war pistol. Right? In the future. Madam, just take good care of our daughters. Everything is backed up by my husband. Marquis Ji's expression was incomparably solemn. He had previously thought that there was something fishy about the deaths of Chun Qin and Sister Zhou, and the lady's early delivery had also given him suspicions. But he had never thought that there was something so sinister about this. Oh yes. For me. I also found out one more thing. Lady Lu snapped her eyes up. Her watery eyes, that hadn't receded from her lust, suddenly crashed into Marquis Ji's gaze. Hearing him say, the blood jade that your highness gave to our daughter has hallucinogenic poison in it. After hearing Lady Ji's words that day, he had Yinzheng secretly investigate. And sure enough, he found that there was a problem. Seeing that Lady Ji didn't have much of a reaction, Marquis Ji knew that she had her heart in the right place. Madam, it's all my husband's fault for not protecting you and the child. In the future, Marquis Ji won't let these things happen again, Marquis Ji said with firm eyes. At this moment, it was as if Lady Ji saw the once flamboyant young man who had returned triumphantly with flowers. Her voice choked. I believe you. On the day of the 29th, the entire Ji mansion appeared to be peaceful and nothing much happened. Except that on this day, Ji Tranquility did not see Ji Lin Feng as usual. He seemed particularly busy. It had been several days since he had come to see her. The 30th day of the Lunar New Year finally arrived in the midst of everyone's expectations. Every household hung large red lanterns and put up festive couplets. Some big families would even give their subordinates red envelopes for the festive season. Those who had a family would have the opportunity to have a 3-day holiday to have a reunion dinner with their family. The Ji family was no exception. Ji Lin Feng, who hadn't seen anyone for a long time, rushed back to Ji Mansion on the night of the 30th day. And he didn't come to Wudong Courtyard at the first time, but went to Green Bamboo Courtyard instead. As soon as he arrived at the Green Bamboo Courtyard, he couldn't wait to inform Ji Yushu about the harvests of the past few days. Chapter 27. The first New Year's Eve was extraordinary. Big Brother. As expected, many killers disguised as ordinary people mixed into the city. I guarded the door to catch no less than 20 suspicious people. 15 of them all had the same tattoo on their arms. Ji Linfeng spoke with excitement. Also, I saw that the third prince has been sitting on the first floor of the drunken fragrance house for the past few days. Can you be found? Ji Yushu's brows were all worried. Ji Linfeng poured himself a cup of water, and after taking a big gulp, he laughed. I'm all about routine inspections. So what if I saw it? 3 days ago, the news was released. For fear of mistakes in the city. To strengthen the security control of the city. Big brother. The assassins are almost captured. Do you think the third prince will give up on the operation? Ji Yushu lowered his eyes, and said in silence for a moment. Shouldn't be. It's been 2 long years since the last assassination. If it were me, I wouldn't call it quits just because of a change in numbers. Perhaps the number of assassins exceeds our imagination. There's also the fact that these people were released afterwards for fear of attracting the attention of the third prince. Ji Linfeng nodded. For this night, he hadn't closed his eyes for 2 days, thinking that those assassins were all caught by him. His heart was bursting with accomplishment. Sure enough, after confessing with his big brother, he felt much more useful. He had to admit that big brother was too much smarter than him. Ji Yushu signaled Ji Linfeng to push him towards Wutong courtyard. When the two arrived, the dinner was set up just in time. It was just an ordinary family dinner, and the table was not as sumptuous as the day of the full moon feast. In addition to the main family's table, there were 5 tables of subordinates and guards. Mrs. Ji looked down at her daughter in her arms, seemingly too worried. Her little brows wrinkled tightly, as if her toes were tensing up. Today is New Year's Eve. Why is this heart of mine so unsettled? It always feels like something terrible is going to happen tonight. The plot had already collapsed several notches, and this feeling was really making her heart panic. At this time, the third prince is already waiting at the drunken fragrance house. And when the crown prince appears, he will break the cup in his hand, signaling the lantern boss to make his move. Hearing this, Ji Linfeng instantly realized that the third prince had dropped the cup only after seeing the crown prince. So as long as he stopped the crown prince at the halfway point, he would probably be fine. Plus he had already captured 10 or so people. Thought there was not much reinforcement except after that shopkeeper. Ji Linfeng heart beautiful thought. The next second, cannot laugh out. This time, there are more assassins than the time they assassinated Big Brother 2 years ago. A full 40 people. Ji Linfeng didn't drink a mouthful of wine, and choked as it flowed out of his nose. Look at second brother this stupid. How big a person is still like a hairy boy. Ji Linfeng wanted to cry without tears. In his little sister's heart. Is he this bad? Ji Yushu chastised him, as if he had no intention of doing so. How old is he? And still so impetuous? Marquis Ji also spoke out to reprimand. Learn from your brother. Calm and restrained. After finishing, he even kicked him. Ji Linfeng was very aggrieved. In his opinion, his old man likes to kick him. And every time he doesn't see eye to eye, he has to kick him twice. It was only the recent birth of his little sister that gave him some face. Mrs. Ji rounded off the conversation with a smile. All right. Fomer was perhaps too happy, and was in a hurry. Ji Linfeng laughed nervously, and pinched a piece of chicken into Lady Ji's bowl, saying, It's still mother who loves me the most. That deliberately made soft movements, not to mention how funny. Looking aside, Marquis Ji wanted to raise his foot again. Ji Linfeng hurriedly took a step back. Not afraid of death, also made a face at his own father. Ji Yushu elegantly ate his meal, seeing the situation. Helpless and funny. You are all 16. Still this kind of nonsense. Had to find you a daughter-in-law to properly control it. The eldest child's marriage she dared not mention. The oldest too still run away? I suddenly remembered. Tonight is the second brother's peach edget? Speaking of which, that woman is second brother's destined wife, and is as good as words to second brother. Unfortunately, it was also a bitter fate. In the end, when something happened to the Ji family, she didn't even want a letter of repudiation, preferring to follow and suffer. Ji Linfeng originally did not want to let Ji Linfeng go out of the Ji Marquis herd. There is this kind of destiny destined by heaven. Even if the outside under the knife also have to drive the person out of the slip. Marquis Ji's thoughts had just fallen when he saw Ji Linfeng put down his chopsticks. Smilingly rushed to Mrs. Ji. Mother, the child has eaten enough. Now follow Big Brother to help at the shop. Saying so, He pushed Ji Yushu and went out the door. Marquis Ji rarely scolded him as harshly as before for being disrespectful, and even said with concern, "Come back early." Ji Linfeng's tiger body was stunned and pursed his lips before he returned. The shop was on another street, still some distance away from Ji Tran Street where the accident happened. This was also the reason why Marquis Ji and Lady Ji were relieved that the two of them had gone out. Why is second brother buzzing? Could it be because father suddenly cared for him and was moved on? Little sister is talking nonsense. Ji Linfeng, who walked out a long way, suddenly laughed again and heard Ji Yushu say, "In fact, father has always cared about you. He is just not good at expressing it. Now, father is changing. It can be seen from the way he treats mother. I know, big brother. Old dad just hates me for not being able to do anything. In fact, he still has him in his heart. He can feel it." Ji Linfeng pushed Ji Yushu out the door. Ji Tran was sleeping in Mrs. Ji's arms. She would like to go out, but unfortunately her strength doesn't quite allow it. Shortly after the duo left, Marquis Ji nodded towards Lady Ji and also left. At the same time, he called away Yin Zheng and a few other men. Meanwhile at the Xian Wang mansion, "Father! Mother! My child has eaten enough and is going to bed." Bei Hengjin put down his chopsticks and yawned, making a sleepy appearance. King Xian and Consort Xian were slightly surprised. "You're not going to go to Ji Tran Street to guess the lanterns with your crown prince brother tonight?" "I'm not going. I'm very sleepy tonight. Guessing lanterns every year is not much fun." Bei Hengjin waved his hand and said with an old-fashioned face. Princess Xian looked at her son helplessly. He had only been there once last year. "Okay. All right. You go to sleep." Getting the go-ahead, Bei Hengjin jumped out of his chair and headed to his own courtyard accompanied by his maid. The maid waited until the room lights went out before leaving Ji Tran Street. It was crowded and bustling with people, and from time to time, there were deafening sounds of firecrackers, each one carrying a festive atmosphere. Juggling stalls, lantern stalls, liquor stores, Candyman stalls, and so on. Each stall was surrounded by people watching. The sound of cheering and clapping was constant. Since the surrender of the North and South, this has been the case every year. Marquis Ji and the others stood at the street entrance in civilian clothes, and the pomp and circumstance not far away saw a few people's eyes get a little moist. "General, this is all due to you. If not for the general's brilliance back then, where could there be this unprecedented pomp and circumstance?" Yin Zheng stood beside Marquis Ji, quite a bit with honor. The word general, Marquis Ji hadn't heard it for some years, and hearing it again, it was as if he was still fighting on the battlefield. "Yin Zheng, you are wrong. This is not my merit, but the merit of millions of generals. Whether they have passed away or survived, they all deserve credit. Remember, those who are generals should take the country as their own. First the country, then the family. Subordinate understands." The four people behind him spoke out together. After waiting for about half an hour, Marquis Ji saw Crown Prince Bei Hengmo's figure come out of the palace. Peers surprisingly also Xian Wang and Xian Wangfei. In addition to these three people, behind the Crown Prince there is also followed by a person. This person is covered in a black cloak under. Cannot see the face? Presumably the Crown Prince's entourage of guards. "Marquis, are we going to make a move?" Yin Zheng's slightly worried voice rang out. Marquis Ji was a little hesitant. He thought that it was the Crown Prince traveling alone, but he did not expect there to be four of them. If he made a move, he would quickly be caught. After all, both the Crown Prince and the Magisterial King have Kung Fu. However, if the Crown Prince was not stopped, there was a high possibility of a stampede. As Marquis Ji was pondering how to stop the Crown Prince, his afterglow caught a glimpse of four bone-thin beggars, men, women, and children, who happened to form a family in an alley not far away. Marquis Ji sent a look towards Yin Zheng, who was on the side. The latter understood in a second and disappeared in a flash. Not long after, Yin Zheng returned and lowered his voice. "Marquis, it's done. Good job. Let's protect it secretly." "Yes." A group of four people hid in the shadows, for fear of alerting the other side. The four people hid a bit far away, so they couldn't hear the dialogue over here. "Brother one, the people of Shengyu have already lived a peaceful life. Look, there isn't even a single beggar on the streets. It can be seen that it's. Please kindly give some food. The little ones have been starving for some days now." Before Xian Wang's words fell, He saw 4 bone-thin beggars suddenly scurrying out and kneeling down at his feet. Looking at the 4 beggars that suddenly scurried out, Xian Wang was speechless. What did he say just now? But in the blink of an eye, he hid his face? The prince's first reaction was to draw his sword to protect the man in black behind him. Chapter 28. Ji House has an assassin. The reaction of the crown prince was too abnormal and attracted the attention of Marquis Ji. Seeing that it was 4 beggars, the crown prince withdrew his sword and took out a silver ingot from his waist and handed it to the first beggar. Were to know that the leading beggar did not take, but miserably said, "Small home, there are many poor children. All contracted the wind and cold. We do not want silver. Only beg the good people mercy to save those poor children." Hearing this, all 4 people were shocked. The Shengjing city under the flourishing world actually has children who cannot afford to see a doctor? Aren't there imperial physicians from the palace who go out every half a month for charity clinics? How long have you been sick? The man in black spoke, his voice low and hoarse, very dignified. January. The beggar heard the other party's tone. His body and mind shivered, feeling his soul trembling. Why don't you go to the charity clinic? The man in black asked again. And the Xian Wang and the Prince coyly didn't dare to support their voices. Someone forbade us to show up at the charity clinic with those children. Only allowed to come out at night. Who is it? The tone of the man in black could not hide his anger. The beggar did not dare to answer this question. The man in black seemed to understand something. Speaking in a low voice, "Take us to take a look." "No. Father. Father. Be careful of deception." The crown prince strongly blocked it. Xian Wang also opened his mouth to block. "It's better to let me to go with IMO. No harm done," said, took the lead and stepped out. The beggar understood, and immediately stood up from the ground to walk in the front to lead the way. Tonight, because it was New Year's Eve, the lights were brightly lit all around, and the city defense soldiers responsible for maintaining order were in one group after another. Marquis Ji's brows furrowed. "Yin Zheng, what did you say to that man? Why don't I look right?" Yin Zheng said in a condensed voice. "My subordinate told that person to find a way to stall the 4, without explicitly stating the method. Go. Stay close." Marquis Ji always felt that something was not right there. It was about the future crown prince, so he would not dare to be careless. Over here, Ji Lifeng saw that it was about time and came to the shop's entrance, making a gesture towards the shadows. Customers were coming in and out of the shop. Uncle Fu and a shop assistant were busy on their feet. Ji Lifeng turned around and went inside. Not long after pushing Ji Yushu out, politely, he said to Uncle Fu, "Uncle Fu, I'll push my elder brother to go to Qitian Street to join in the fun. You keep watch over the shop. It won't close until later." "Yes, second prince." Uncle Fu looked at the disappearing figures of the 2 of them with a puzzled expression. Ji Lifeng pushed Ji Yushu to walk very fast, brushing past Lu Yi's master and servant who snuck out to join in the fun. "Miss, there are clay figures being pinched over there. Come on. Let's go and take a look too." The smiling maid pulled Lu Yi towards the crowd. "AI, it's me who spoiled you too much. There are no rules and regulations." Lu Yi smiled helplessly, her eyes full of doting. The maid spat out her tongue at her. "Wasn't it Miss who said that everyone is equal and told you to put away her servility and be a person with her own opinion?" The figures of the master and servant duo quickly disappeared into the vast crowd of people. Ji Lifeng pushed Ji Yushu with great effort to squeeze into the largest lantern stall outside Drunken Fragrance House. At a glance, he saw the disguised lantern shopkeeper. This person's disguise is very successful. At least, at the moment, there is no difference. Everything around was as usual. I think the crown prince had not yet appeared. The 2 did not know which street the prince would come from, so they had to hide in the crowd and wait for an opportunity to move. "Big brother, my eyelids are always jumping. There won't be any mistakes, right?" Ji Lifeng said with slight worry. Ji Yushu raised his eyes, and without a trace glanced at the first floor window position. Pondering for a moment, he said, "Under such tight control, there are still nearly 40 assassins entering. Without the help of the 3rd prince in this, I'm afraid it won't come to fruition. Right now, one can only wait and see what happens." Ji Mansion. The sleeping Ji Tranquility suddenly woke up. She had a nightmare just now. In the nightmare, Beihing Jean vomited blood and fell to the ground. The room was terrifyingly quiet. and she didn't know where her own mother and sister Xiaohua had gone. What hour is it now? Is it the hour of the accident on Qingtian Street? Mother is worried about father who went out. Did she go out to look for him? Don't let anything else happen. Ji Tranquility stared blankly at the beams of the room. A thin sweat overflowing from her forehead. It was mainly because that nightmare of Fang Kai was too realistic. Suddenly, movement came from the roof, startling Ji Tran. What kind of person is up there? It can't be an assassin. Right? Ji Tranquility's heart trembled as she quietly felt the sudden movement coming from above the roof. For a long time, there was no more ringing coming from the roof. Thinking that he had misheard. Suddenly an enlarged masked face came closer. Ah! Who is this person? Scared me. Mother, help. Sister Xiaohua, help. Ah! The visitor looked around the cot curiously. And the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. No. Can't just sit and wait for death. I have to save myself. I'm going to cash in an explosive charm to blow this man up. Just as the thought fell, Ji Tranquility felt that her body couldn't move. And the golden fingers she stretched out froze in midair. The legendary sunflower pointing hands? Oh! Having escaped the switcheroo. After all, I still haven't escaped the fate of not being able to live past the age of 2. Who exactly is this person? How come I don't have the slightest impression? Is it possible that it's someone sent by the Chen family? The transfer did not work. The marriage did not work. Change to direct kidnapping? Going round and round. It would still end up being given to the butcher. The moment she thought of this outcome, Ji Tranquility was left with a face of grey defeat. She thought that everything had changed with the failure of the switcheroo. But she didn't expect that she would still be strangled by fate. But soon, she figured it out. There were still quite a few points on her body. And when the time came, she could take out the butcher ahead of time. Saving her little life was important. The person who came was no one else. It was the #1 stealth expert in the assassin world. Dark Yin. Tonight, the mission he received was to sneak into the Ji mansion to steal Marquis Ji's disciple list. He thought he was the best at stealth in the world of assassins. And no one dared to call him second. But he was spotted as soon as he landed. He wanted to jump down and finish the person off. Only to find out that it was just a little brat still in his swaddling clothes. Just now, the voice he heard seemed to come from this little brat. It was simply too ridiculous. What kind of demon are you? At this moment, Dark Yin was horrified beyond words, asking the question in his heart with a trembling voice. Ji Tranquility. Holy shit. This kind brother's eyes are not good, right? I also know that I look as beautiful as heavenly fairies, but not as beautiful as a demon. Ah. The word demon is really too much to lift me. But I like it. Ha ha ha. Ji Tran's appearance of being completely unaware of the danger scared Dark Yin enough. He felt that Ji Tranquility was a little demon. Otherwise it couldn't explain what he heard. Suddenly, an idea popped up. If he were to raise this little demon and use it for him, wouldn't he be invincible? Would he still suffer from Dark Eagle's bird breath? Thinking about this, Dark Eagle picked up Ji Tran, who had been nailed, with a very awkward technique, and Ji Tran's head was knocked several times by him. Ai yo yo. You are horizontal hold. Ah. Do not know vertical hold will make the little baby uncomfortable? It's like you've never been a father before. And ah. You can't take a small bed quilt to wrap me up. In case I freeze to death early, the third prince won't let you off the hook. Dark Yin frowned. This matter was of his own accord. What business was it of the third prince? Before leaving, he hesitated or took the small quilt to wrap Ji Tranquility in it. At this time, Dark Yin only wanted to take the person away. As for the matter of the list, it had long been forgotten by him. Dark Yin held Ji Tranquil and quietly sneaked back the way he came. Just jumped off the wall and collided with Bei Heng Jin, who came sneakily. You? Holding Tranquil's sister? Bei Heng Jin was creeped out. He had planned to come and take Ji Tranquility to see the Lantern Festival tonight. And for that reason, he had planned for 2 whole days, and had also taken out all the belongings he had on him to charter the Moon Appreciation House. The Moon Appreciation Building was at the highest point of Shengjing City. And from there, one could look down and take in the entire lively night scene of Shengjing. Oh! Is that Bei Heng Jin's voice? Great! Great! To be saved. Bei Heng Jin. Ah. You quickly yell out that there are assassins. Quick. Ah. Can't let this kid give me to the butcher. I'll freeze to death outside the door. Bei Heng Jin also wanted to shout ah. But what if the thieves jumped over the wall in a hurry? No. He had to save Sister Tranquility. Instead of shouting out that there was an assassin as Ji Tranquil expected, Bei Hengjin prepared to engage Dark Yin. How could he be a match for a little kid? In 2 moves, he was beaten to the point where he spat blood and fell to the ground. Ji Tranquility's eyes widened. This. Isn't this fulfilling the nightmare of the party? Dark Yin knew that it was inappropriate to stay for long, and held Ji Tranquility in his arms as he fled. The North Hengjin is not a life-threatening person. Climbed up and continued to chase. The storyline has collapsed to the point where the author doesn't even recognize his mother. Dark Yin did the opposite. Holding Ji Tranquility did not drill alleys, but took the avenue, wanting to use the advantage of the crowd to get rid of Bei Hengjin. He could have killed him, but Ji Tran's heartfelt voice kept disrupting his thoughts. Ah, how can you take this avenue? You'll be killed. Many assassins will appear on this road in a while to assassinate the crown prince. The people will flee in fear and panic, and there will be a stampede. Can we take another road? I don't want to die yet. This thief is too stupid. All roads lead to Rome. But he chose the most treacherous road. Dark Yan's heart was horrified beyond words. The little demon was really worthy of being a little demon. Even such secrets were calculated. It was evident that bringing her along was a good choice. At this hour Dark Eagle had not acted yet. That is, the time had not yet come. At this time, a group of patrol soldiers passed by. Dark Yin figure flashed into the dark alley behind. This angle could just see Dark Eagle disguised as a shopkeeper selling lanterns with a mercenary face. Come! Take a look at it. Guess the lantern's double return. Guess it does not matter. Full 10 and 5. Such a good thing. Cannot be found by lanterns. A lot of people crowded through the head to squeeze in. A burst of applause suddenly erupted from the crowd. It was someone who had guessed the biggest lantern. Big brother is really great. Turn around and give this rabbit lantern to your sister. Your sister will love it. Ji Tranquility's eyes lit up, and she vaguely heard her second brother's freckled and smug voice. Aren't second brother and big brother at the shop? How did they appear here? Thinking that something was going to happen in a while. Ji Tran's heart was anxious. She used all her strength to raise her head and look upwards, just in time to see the third prince leisurely sitting by the window sipping tea. She suddenly realized that the plot was messed up again. In the original story, the second and eldest brothers only rushed to Chi Tian Street to help with the aftermath after the accident, and that the biggest lantern was not his guess, but the crown prince. Then where was the crown prince? It should have been the crown prince holding Bei Hengjin's hand to go shopping, and he happened to stroll here and guess the lantern. But instead, Bei Hengjin sneakily appeared at the back door of the Ji mansion. What did he originally want to do? It's falling apart. It's falling apart. The plot is falling apart to the point where even the author is fucking confused. When he raised his eyes again, he saw that the third prince was respectfully surrounded by an additional old man, who was reporting something at the moment. Back to my lord. The target appeared, only to head south. Bei Hengyuan's eyes were cold, holding a cup to block his face. The words that came out were full of doubt. Why to the south? The old man respectfully said. It is our people who are leading the way. The exact reason is unknown. Also, this time there is more than just one target. The counterparts also have Xian Wang and Xian Wangfei. Another person hidden under the black clothes cannot really see. Hearing this, the third prince had a candidate in mind. But he did not move, and still ordered the old man to start the second plan. Yes. The old man bowed and left. Ji Tranquility only hated that she didn't know how to speak with her lips, or else she would have been able to guess what the two were plotting. In the original story, the third prince's first plan had already succeeded, and she had no idea that there was a second plan. At this time, her remaining light glimpsed another person hurrying up the stairs, whispering something in Bei Hengyuan's ear. This person, Ji Tranquility knew, was the third prince's beloved, called Lone Wolf, only to see Bei Hengyuan rising from his chair in a huff, his somewhat sickly face even paler. And at that moment, he was so angry that he was about to smash the teacup in his hand, but stopped his movement at the critical moment. You said Uncle Fu is dead? Uncle Fu was the last line of the Ji family, and he had a favor in him. How could he die? Reason? Bei Hengyuan's aura steeply turned cold. Back to master. Yes, it was a manslaughter. Just now, a group of unknown people suddenly rushed into the shop to loot almost everything in the shop. Uncle Fu pretended to block it. who knew that he was stabbed in the heart by the other party. My subordinate has checked. That group of people are the Ji family's enemies. The Ji family has enemies? Bei Hongyuan felt that this matter was very strange. Back to my lord. Those people are specifically the enemies of Imperial Dr. Mu. Imperial Dr. Mu has been serving in the palace. So he took his anger out on the Ji family. Was that really the case? Bei Hongyuan expressed his disbelief. You go and investigate this matter clearly. Uncle Fu's revenge must be avenged. Bei Hongyuan's face was so cold and handsome that it was appalling. And when he inclined his head, he saw Ji Linfeng pushing Ji Yushu to look at the lanterns in the crowd. Opening his mouth, he called out to his men who wanted to leave. Come back and inform Meng Yan of the action. Dark Yin hid in the alley without moving, thinking darkly that he would take advantage of the chaos to get rid of Dark Eagle in a moment, so that he would not be suspected. With the little demon in his arms, who could anticipate things like God, he would be able to lead the Dark Pavilion to another level. But did not want to wait for nearly an hour, did not wait for the Dark Eagle to move. What's going on here? Ji Tranquility's small brows were wrinkled tightly. She also felt very strange awe. Why was the Crown Prince so slow to show up? The lanterns were about to end. Ji Linfeng and Ji Yushu in the crowd were also getting impatient. At this exact moment, a good-looking woman passed by Ji Linfeng, bringing up a charming fragrance. It was really too fragrant, and it was hard not to catch Ji Linfeng's attention. When he saw the woman's face, Ji Linfeng instantly remembered Ji Tranquility's words. Yeah, I suddenly remembered that tonight is exactly Second Brother's peach fate. Speaking of which, that woman is Second Brother's destined wife. And she's good to Second Brother beyond words. Unfortunately, it was also a bitter fate. In the end, when the Ji family was in trouble, she didn't even want a letter of repudiation, preferring to suffer along with her. This girl in front of me looks knowledgeable and beautiful. She can't be his destined wife. Right? Ji Linfeng's heart fluttered. Since she is his destined wife, she must have some kind of fated bond with him. Ji Linfeng's eyes subconsciously followed the woman's body, just in time to see a thief sneakily trying to steal the purse hanging on her waist. At that moment, Ji Linfeng wanted to do something righteous and leave a good impression on this destined wife. Bold thief! What are you doing? The crowd erupted into a small commotion as Ji Linfeng roared. Ji Tranquility thought that the Crown Prince had appeared, but he didn't want to see his second brother kick a man out. The man didn't engage in a fight, climbed up and ran away, and his good second brother turned his head and smiled suavely at a woman. Ji Tranquility. Silly second brother, what are you doing? This person is not second sister-in-law's wife? It's over. It's over. Just by looking at the flirty operation of second brother, he knows that he's fallen in love. My daughter thanks you for your chivalrous help. I dare to ask your name. In another day, my daughter will definitely pay a heavy amount of money to thank you. Women have taken the initiative to ask about the name. If you do not answer, there is a loss of elegance. Simple. Ji Linfeng immediately declared his name, the second son of the Marquis Ji Linfeng. A small action is not worth mentioning. Door-to-door reward is not necessary. The young girl smiled shyly, making it even harder to hide her voluptuous beauty. How can it? Ji Gongzi doesn't know. This purse contains my mother's relics left to me, which is of extraordinary significance. To come to the door to thank you is appropriate. Cough cough. Ji Yushu was afraid that Ji Linfeng would forget about the main event when he was chatting, so he lightly coughed as a reminder. The girl in front of him looked good, but without letting his little sister take a look. Who knows if she is the second brother's intended? He was really reckless. The woman left, and his own stupid second brother was still staring in fascination. Damn it. It seems like there's a change in plans tonight. Ji Tranquility couldn't recall who the woman was even after thinking through her head, when a man's curse suddenly came from above her head. The man was about to take Ji Tranquil away when he looked up and saw the brat he had thrown off stumbling and appearing not far away. Seeing Bei Hongjin, Ji Tran's eyes lit up. Bei Hongjin. Quick! My two brothers are downstairs at Drunken Fragrance House. Quickly go get them to save me. I'm behind you all. Oh! What to do? Watching Bei Hongjin pass by, she couldn't do anything about it. Bei Hongjin dragged his injured body and chased him all the way to Qitian Street and searched for a long time without seeing anyone. In his heart, he kept praying for the appearance of the little character that had repelled him. Tonight's patrols were coming one after the other. It was hard for that thief to escape. He must have been hiding. He searched alley by alley like this. The delay in finding Ji Tranquil was so frightening then he could hardly support himself. Tranquil sister. Tranquil sister, tell me where you are. Okay? I don't mind you nagging anymore. I don't mind you calling me a stinky child. Beihongjin didn't even know himself that tears had already covered his cheeks. He could see the little words appearing out of nowhere every day when he was practicing his calligraphy. Imagining Tranquil sister spitting little water bubbles and spitting spit on him daily for being a small child. Spitting on him for being old. Chapter 30. Great. No need to be given to the butcher. Beihongjin. Quick. My two brothers are downstairs at Drunken Fragrance House. Quickly go get them to save me. I'm right behind you. Finally the Emperor's heaven did not let him down, allowing him to see the small words that appeared in front of him once again. He didn't dare to turn around to look at Ji Tranquility. He only smothered his head and ran towards the Drunken Fragrance House. He had to find Ji Lin Feng to seek help. The crowd dispersed, and the Crown Prince still didn't appear. Ji Lin Feng was about to push his big brother to leave. Suddenly a child pounced forward. Shitzi? After seeing the person coming, Ji Lin Feng exclaimed in shock. In the next second, he suddenly changed his face as he sensed that Shitzi was injured. Without waiting for him to ask, Beihongjin spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a bloodless face, Quickly go save Tranquil sister. She's been kidnapped. He couldn't collapse. He still had to save Tranquil sister. Beihongjin braced himself to fight back up again. The young age had endured too much that should not be endured. What? Ji Linfeng's mind went blank for a moment. What's going on? How could his little sister be kidnapped? But looking at Beihongjin's appearance, it didn't seem like he was lying. After Ji Linfeng, who reacted half a beat slower, woke up, he saw that his big brother had already pushed the wheelchair by himself to stop the patrol soldiers who happened to pass by. After an exchange of words, those patrolmen immediately became alert and split up to look for him. What are you still standing there for? Quickly go back and call someone. Ji Yushu anxiously yelled lowly at Ji Linfeng before Ji Linfeng reacted by going back to call someone. After Ji Linfeng left, Ji Yushu thought that Beihongjin came round behind him to try and push him. But he didn't want to hear such a sentence. Grand Duke Ji. Tranquil sister is in the alley to the south of the east. That thief didn't run far. As soon as Beihongjin opened his mouth, the smell of blood spread. At those words, Ji Yushu's nervous heart calmed down. In a deep voice, he spoke. Shitzi, can you push me closer? He wanted to be closer to his little sister, and wanted to make sure she was safe. Ji Yushu clutched the handrail tightly. Blanched from too much force. You can't get too close. You'll scare the snakes. Beihongjin's young age uttered words that were not age-appropriate. Ji Yushu glanced at him in surprise. Only 5 years old, but with the ability to react and discern without losing to adults. His childish face always had the thoughtful look that only adults had. He had heard from 2 years ago that Beihongshi was born smart and extraordinary. And now he saw that the rumors were indeed true. Before, the Ji family did not have too much intercourse with the Xian Wangfu. But after his little sister was born, Beihongjin often appeared in the Ji family. I think the little sister is really very happy people. The kidnapping of the Ji family's youngest sister had alerted several patrols. More and more people on the streets joined in the search. The clock struck midnight soon after, signaling the success of the people's New Year's observance. The lively sound of firecrackers continued, drowning out the dense footsteps of the patrols. Dark Difficulty's side had not been able to find a suitable opportunity to escape. And at some point, Dark Eagle, the head of the Dark Pavilion, had also disappeared. The assassins who said they would hide in various places were also nowhere to be seen. And now, he was the only one left to fight on his own. His heart was pounding. Could he really escape tonight? Thinking like this, Darkian suddenly lowered his head and asked the little fur child he was holding in his arms. Hey, demon, do you think I can successfully escape tonight? She was a little demon, and could definitely calculate whether or not he would be able to escape. Being able to hear her heart, the bond between him and her must not be simple. Ji Tranquility. Why does this kind brother look foolish? I really think I'm a demon, Still want to escape from Shangjing in front of everyone. Dreaming? Unless you put me down. It's easier to run away alone. Darkian, what? He understands that he can't escape with the little monster. But he can escape alone. The goblin's calculations were right. After going out, he would find a time to come and steal the person away. It's a pity to leave such a capable person in the Ji mansion. Ji Lifeng arrived with a large group of men. Among them were the Crown Prince and Marquis Ji as well as the Xianwang couple. Everyone's body was stained with blood, so it was obvious what a vicious battle had taken place just now. Ji Tranquility was shocked to see this scene. Why did everyone have colors on their bodies? Why was father with the Crown Prince and the Xian King? Everyone was anxious at this time. Marquis Ji was even trembling like a pendulum. All sorts of horrifying conjectures could not be contained in his mind. Whichever one caused him to collapse. Marquis, don't be anxious. The thieves will not be able to run far. Xianwang comforted Marquis Ji. Beside him, Consort Xianwang wrapped Bei Hung Jin in her arms, not chastising him on her lips, but carefully checking where he had been injured. Ji Tranquility was still in a dangerous situation, and Bei Hung Jin knew that he couldn't fall. So he shook his head and said, "Mother Consort, child is fine." Consort Xianwang hugged Bei Hung Jin tightly, but unexpectedly, just as she gathered the person into her arms, she heard a muffled grunt coming from her. Bei Hung Jin had finally collapsed. "Ah, Jin. Ah, Jin. Mother's child, ah. What happened to you?" King Xian took an arrow step forward and supported the mother and son duo who went limp. The color of his eyes was incomparably cold. Ji Tranquility's heart ached like a knife when she saw Bei Hung Jin unconscious. Bei Hung Jin was injured in order to save him. If there is a long or short, Hey. No. I can save him. I have a way to save him. As long as he still has a breath in him. I have a way to bring him back to life. Uncle Wang, you quickly bring Ah Jin to Lady Ji. Seeing this, the Crown Prince hurriedly asked Xianwang to rush back to the Ji mansion with the two of them, so that Lady Ji could help take a look. Since the incident with Zhao Shui, Lady Ji's reputation as a miracle doctor had spread far and wide. Even Zhao Shui was able to save her life, so she thought she would be able to cure Bei Hung Jin as well. Ji Lifeng walked over and pushed Ji Yushu, who backhandedly pinched the back of Ji Linfeng's hand. Ji Linfeng was stunned, and instantly thought of what? Leaning down, he lowered his voice and asked, "But have you found something?" Southeast direction. Ji Linfeng was the one who learned to march and fight in the military camp, and had a strong sense of direction. He pushed Ji Yushu to slowly lean towards the southeast. In his ears, he heard Marquis Ji's urgent command. "One part of you follow the two princes. The other part of you follow me." At this moment, Marquis Ji was about to go crazy. He had saved the Crown Prince, but had put his most beloved daughter in danger. If he couldn't find her back, he could hardly imagine how anxious Lady Ji would be. Daughter, ah. Father was wrong. It was father who was wrong. Don't leave me. Okay? Without you, Dad would go crazy. Perhaps because of the father-daughter bond. Just when Marquis Ji was as anxious as a starburst, he heard Ji Tran's cries. Heard Ji Tranquility cry. "Wow! Father save me. Father save me. I'm in the alley." It wasn't that Ji Tranquility had broken through the acupoints, but that the man was kind enough to help her out. She doesn't care if the man is kind or not. She only knows to use crying to get her own father's attention, so that she can catch the bad guy in time. The bad guy ran away. Ran towards the north. This person is very good at hiding, and is very light. Ji Linfeng flew in after Marquis Ji. And this is what he heard. He glanced at his little sister, who was crying pitifully in the broken basket, and saw that she wasn't hurt, before he chased after her with confidence. Marquis Ji held his daughter tightly in his arms, his whole body trembling. "Daughter, it's all Dad's fault. It's Dad's carelessness. Wow. Father, ah. If you don't come, my daughter will be sold to the butcher. Never see you guys again." Ji Tranquility cried heartbreakingly, her small body shaking like a sieve. Ji Yushu still has palpitations, the heart in his throat for a long time before relaxing. Ji Tranquility was so tired from crying that she drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, a spirit woke up again. "Father, quickly go back. That boy Bei Hung Jin can't be alright. Just now, he didn't even want his life in order to save me." Thinking of the scene where he saw Bei Hung Jin spitting up blood and falling to the ground just now, he was sad and scared. Marquis Ji didn't delay and ordered his men to push Ji Yushu towards Ji Mansion. A portion of his men were left behind to receive Ji Linfeng. The Crown Prince also followed back to the Ji Mansion. He was worried about Bei Hung Jin. Everything here was seen in the eyes of the third prince in the shadows, next to that mysterious old man with an anxious face. "Master, the letter is missing." When he finished speaking, He saw the third prince's pale face turn hostile. Go. Chapter 31. Assassination successful? When several people returned to the Ji mansion, from afar, they heard consort Xian Wang's hissing cries. Jeaner. Mother's child, you wake up, ah? Several people's hearts thumped at the same time. No good. Something has happened. A group of several people hurriedly rushed to Wudong courtyard and found a large area of kneeling on the ground, among which there were also 4 corpses, which were the hidden guards that Xian Wang said to Bei Hengjin, and the hidden guards that Marquis Ji left behind to protect Ji Tranquility. Bei Hengjin had fallen into a coma, and consort Xian Wang was sobbing uncontrollably. On the bed, Lady Ji was checking Bei Hengjin's injuries, her face filled with panic and worry. Bei Hengjin was injured this badly. She could hardly imagine what kind of suffering her tranquil child had endured. If her tranquility was lost, she would have to drag the entire Qin family and the third prince along with her. If her precious daughter was gone, what would happen if she turned against the Northern Hung royal family? Shizi's internal injuries are very serious. As the words left her mouth, Lady Ji seemed to feel something and fiercely looked towards the door. That joy and excitement of being lost and found filled her entire heart. Ji Tranquility seemed to sense Lady Ji's worry, babbling out a sound. Mother! Mother! I'm fine. Don't be sad, oh. Upon hearing this, the tears that Lady Ji had held back from falling finally broke through. God knows. In a short period of time, she had already thought of how to take revenge on the Qin family. Just 2 hours ago, she saw her daughter sleeping, and got up to go to the kitchen to boil winter melon soup. When she came back again, her daughter was gone. He also fainted on the ground. In addition to that, there were also 2 guards in the backyard, who were responsible for protecting her daughter's safety and security, also collapsed on the ground. Her first reaction was to suspect that the Qin family did it. After failing to transfer and tie the knot, they went straight to kidnapping. At that moment, she felt that the sky was about to collapse, and she wanted to kill everyone in the Qin family. Forcibly resisting the urge to hug her daughter, she took the nearby medicine box and prepared to place the needle for Bei Hengjin. Bei Hengjin was injured to save her precious daughter. She would definitely do her best. Princess Xian cried even harder, also like Lady Ji's mood just now. Father! Quick! Hold me closer. I have a way to save Bei Hengjin from waking up. Ji Tranquility was so anxious that her short little legs were glaring about, and her little chubby hands were fluttering with vigor. Her little bum was arching, and her little mouth was making urgent roaring noises, itching to speak. In the eyes of the onlookers, she wanted her mother. Zhao Shui then was what talisman her little sister used to give a resurrection. And this time, it was estimated that a miracle could be created. Ji Yushu saw his little sister dancing around anxiously, so he wanted to help her. Mother, don't worry. My sister is fine. She's probably a little scared from the shock and wants you to hug her. Ji Yushu didn't say anything. Marquis Ji also intended to carry Ji Tranquility over, but at this time, it was obviously not the right time. So he had to say, Daughter, be good. Daddy will carry you over. But mother is busy, so be good and watch from the sidelines. Okay? His words were said to the crown prince and Xian Wang and the others. Alright. Alright. Daddy, quickly carry me over. Marquis Ji carried Ji Tranquility near the bed as he wished, and Ji Tranquility quickly pasted the healing talisman that had already been blended onto the tip of the needle that Lady Ji was about to stab down. The instant the needle was pricked down, the golden healing talisman did not enter Bei Hengjin's body. Marquis Ji used his body to block it, and the crown prince and the others could not see what was going on inside at all. It was only after seeing their daughter do it that they retreated to the side without moving. At this moment, Bei Hengjin's organs were rapidly healing, and in a daze, he seemed to hear Tranquil Sister's voice. Stinky boy. As long as you still have a breath in you, I won't let you die. Wake up quickly. You can't waste that healing talisman that you spent 50 points to exchange for. Is this Tranquil Sister's voice? Soft and sticky. It was wonderfully melodious. It was as if he saw little Ji Tranquil, who had 2 chirps tied on top of her head, running towards him in a bumptious manner, calling out affectionately under her breath. Brother Jean. Stinky child. Why aren't you awake yet? I still want to know why you sneakily appeared at the back door of the Ji mansion? Hurry up and wake up. Don't pretend. The milky and fierce roar directly crumbled that beautiful picture to pieces. Bei Hengjin leisurely opened his eyes. Woke up. Woke up. Lady Ji really deserves to be called a divine doctor. One shot and Jin woke up. The crown prince was unusually excited. With a little less majesty, he looked undoubtedly like an ordinary person. King Xian and consort Xian rushed up in one swift step and tightly held the person in their arms. Jin, you scared my mother to death. The Xian king held the two of them in his arms. And it took a good deal of comforting to stop consort Xian Wangdi from crying. Tranquil sister. Did tranquil sister save it? Hiss. Don't move. Sheetsi. There are still silver needles on your shoulder. Lady Ji knew that a miracle was bound to happen if her daughter made a move. Beiheng Jin didn't dare to move and let consort Xian Wang hold him. Only when he saw that Ji Tranquility was being held by Marquis Ji on the side did he feel relieved. Comforting his own mother consort, he said, Mother consort, the child is fine. A milky voice came from the spinning ears. Hee. It's good to be awake. Beiheng Jin jerked his head up and looked towards Ji Tranquility. He was not dreaming. He could really hear Tranquil Sister's voice. Before, he was only able to see the small words that appeared in front of him. But now, he was able to hear her heart. It wasn't a dream. He wasn't dreaming. With this knowledge, Beiheng Jin was so excited that his heartbeat was like thunder. Xian Wang had already seen Lady Ji's such out-of-this-world medical skills for the second time, and genuinely praised. Lady Ji is truly worthy of being a divine doctor. This king admires her. Lady Ji was busy waving her hands. King Xian's compliments. My wife is just a fluke. King Xian and the crown prince only thought that Lady Ji was being modest. At that exact moment, Ji Lifeng returned with a terrified look on his face. Marquis Ji nodded towards the crown prince and King Xian, and the two of them understood. Don't. Father, don't put me down. I also want to go and hear if that thief was sent by the Qin family. Please. Good father. Marquis Ji had wanted to hand over Ji Tranquility to the waking Xiao He. But upon hearing this, he made a stop. Daddy must be afraid that the thief will come again, and is not at ease to hold me. Oh! Too touching. Marquis Ji carried Ji Tranquility to the study, followed by the crown prince and the others. As soon as the several people entered, they heard Ji Linfeng say with a serious face, letting that thief get away. This person is very good at hiding. Very good at hiding? That's a keyword. Let me think. Who is the most skilled at concealment in the entire book? At this moment, the few people in the room were pondering. Suddenly, Ji Tran's staggering voice rang in the ears of the Ji family. Come to think of it, it's Dark Yin. This person is the one who is most adept at concealment in the Dark Pavilion. It's just that this person wears a black scarf all year round, so he can't be recognized for what he looks like. At this time, the crown prince also thought of this person. It's Dark Yin. This person is a famous concealment expert in the assassin world. Ji Linfeng's ground gaze landed on Ji Yushu. Wanting to speak, the latter waved his hand towards him in a faintly unnoticeable manner. Ji Lifeng wasn't stupid and understood Ji Yushu's meaning in seconds. At the top, the crown prince's heavy voice resounded again. I wonder if this Dark Diffusion and Fong Tai's group of killers pretending to be beggars are the same group? How does the Marquis feel about this matter? Marquis Ji's eyebrows jumped a few times unnoticeably. The crown prince's words were a bit suspicious. If he could explain clearly, then he would be out of suspicion. If he couldn't, it was hard to suspect that he had appeared by chance. Back to the crown prince. I think it is the same group of people. This is what he did not expect. He is just a group of beggars that he casually found on the road, which expected that this group of people would make a move on the crown prince. Ji Linfeng felt a little doorway from the words of the two and asked in shock. Father, crown prince, you were assassinated? Ji Tranquility was also startled. Chapter 32. A seed of suspicion was planted in the crown prince's mind. This knowledge startled the two Ji Yushu brothers. They had clearly arranged everything. Why was the crown prince still assassinated? But from the current situation, that group of people did not succeed. Then how did their own father end up in one place with the crown prince? The crown prince was deep in thought. No one was sure what he was thinking. Just at this moment, the door to the study was knocked on. Your Highness, the Emperor ordered the old slave to come and fetch you and Xian Wang into the palace. Understood. The crown prince raised his voice in return, before rising to take his leave. Tonight's matter? Thanks to Marquis help, I'll take my leave first. As for the matter of the assassin, I will report it to father. who will not spare any murderer. The Crown Prince's detached eyes caused Marquis Ji's heart to thump. Greetings to the Crown Prince. Xian Wang. The three of them, father and son, sent the Crown Prince and Xian Wang to the Ji family's entrance. And together with them, there was also consort Xian Wang and Beiheng Jin. At this time, Beiheng Jin had already fallen asleep and was being held by consort Xian Wang. Ji Tranquility was still holding on strongly because she hadn't heard what she wanted to hear yet. And she had guessed since that Marquis Ji still had something to say. Sure enough, after the Crown Prince and the others left, Marquis Ji called the three of them, including Lady Ji, to the study. Marquis Ji lowered his eyes and glanced at his daughters whose eyes were glaring around, his face full of helplessness. Lightening his voice, he said, I know you guys are curious as to why I was able to meet the Crown Prince. And here's the thing. After listening to Marquis Ji's narration, Ji Tran understood the general picture. That is to say, those few close friends that father had an appointment with tonight missed their appointment, and were about to come back when they saw the Crown Prince and Xian Wang's line of 4 people following a group of beggars, and were suspicious. So they followed them. Those 4 beggars are most likely the third prince's second plan, mistakenly met by the Crown Prince and others. Simply do not do anything, and take the people away from Tian Street to carry out the assassination operation. Then, Daddy followed all the way, and ended up just saving the Crown Prince's life. These were Marquis Ji's original words to the Crown Prince. That's why the assassination operation arranged by the third prince in Tian Street failed, indirectly avoiding a stampede that would not happen in 100 years. To say the least, those 4 beggars also saved the people's lives. A family of 4 unmovingly gave their own daughter a secret nod of approval. I also found this. Marquis Ji suddenly fished out a letter from his sleeve. Seeing this, Ji Tranquility wailed in delight. Ah! Daddy is so powerful. He actually discovered the forged collusion letter. So the third prince won't be able to frame the Crown Prince. Receiving his daughter's praise, Marquis Ji's face was filled with complacency, although he lost his strategy with the 4 beggars. But fortunately, he got the most important thing. Lady Ji and her 2 sons complimented Marquis Ji, while Ji Linfeng and Ji Yushu exchanged glances before making a horrified face and saying, if this letter falls into that person's hands, the consequences will be unimaginable. He was only thinking about how to lure the Crown Prince away from the stampede, and the latter would obviously not have happened. It hadn't occurred to him at all that the third prince had a second plan. Fortunately, father had saved the Crown Prince in time. Thinking about it now, it was really scary. And then, Marquis Ji seemed to remember something and turned his head to ask Ji Linfeng, why did you guys show up at Tian Street? If the Tian Street stampede happened tonight, how could these 2 survive? Just thinking about that horrible event made him fearful. Ji Linfeng had already made a good confession with Ji Yushu and said, I saw that the shop was being looked after by Uncle Fu, so I took my elder brother to Tian Street to watch the fun. In that case, it made sense. Tonight, all of the third prince's plans failed. So has he met the female lead? As soon as the name Lu Yi came out, the 4 of them felt familiar. Then, Lady Ji's eyes lit up. Wasn't this Lu Yi the concubine daughter of the Lu family who suddenly knew medicine? So she was the female lead. Marquis Ji and the 2 brothers, Ji Yushu, also looked like they had come to a realization. Ji Tranquility's heart rang out again. Who would have thought that a great havoc would be resolved so silently? So what about this dark diffusion? The crowd dropped their gazes on Ji Linfeng. He was the one who went after the people. He could always understand something that the onlookers didn't know. Right? Ji Linfeng had already secretly communicated with Ji Yushu just now, and the latter said that he could tell his parents about this matter. After thinking about it, he dropped his gaze on Lady Ji and asked a very surprising and shocking sentence. Mother, when you gave birth to me at that time, are you sure that you only gave birth to one of me? Why do you say that? If you weren't born as one, could you have been born as a twin? Lady Ji was somewhat speechless. How many had she given birth to did she not know herself? Ji Linfeng then frowned and added, is there a possibility that even the steady woman at the time lied to you? What exactly are you trying to say? Marquis Ji was a little impatient as he reprimanded Ji Linfeng. He didn't really want to reprimand Ji Linfeng either. He was really being almost lost by the whole of the few things that happened tonight. It was clearly all under control, but it seemed to have deviated from his expectations. Ji Linfeng was a little aggravated all of a sudden. So he said, that Dark Yin was born extremely similar to me. What? Extremely similar? Even Ji Tranquility was stunned. There is no mention of this in the book. In the original, it only says that this person is good at hiding, wearing a face black scarf all year round, unable to see his face at all. Could it be that Chen used the same means when he gave birth to his second brother back then? It shouldn't be possible. At that time, Lady Chen and her mother didn't know each other. Dark Yin is a person from the Dark Pavilion. Sneaking into the Ji mansion tonight is obviously trying to steal the list, because this line of Wuda is gone, and the list hasn't arrived yet. Therefore, the third prince will take advantage of tonight's lively occasion. Let Dark quietly come to steal the list. But why did that bastard suddenly steal me instead? Or is it just me that he's after? Can't figure it out. Really can't figure it out. This matter was simply too subtle, and several people could not figure out the key to it. Ji Yushu, who had never spoken, said in a deep voice, there are many doubts in this matter, so we have to investigate slowly. But there is one thing to note. Dark Yin will not give up coming to the Ji mansion. It is very likely that he will pretend to be second brother and blend into the Ji mansion. So pay more attention during this period of time. Whether Dark Yin had come to steal his little sister or the list, it had to be investigated clearly. Marquis Ji nodded. Shure's analysis is good. More people have to be assigned to protect the daughter's side. Ji Lin Feng is a little distracted. Is there really such a coincidence under the sky? It was understandable that there was a slight resemblance. But that person was very much the same delicate to the point of divinity. It was because he saw that person was too much like him that he lost his hand in a moment of carelessness. Or else that person would have already drank his hatred in the northwest. Think of when he was born. Parents said the sky has a vision. He suddenly heart and soul will not, that there is such a weird thing happened. But, hearing his little sister's heart is also very weird. Right? Ji Lin Feng was about to be scared to death by his sudden thoughts. Wait, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. Lady Ji suddenly remembered the report from her subordinate just now. Several people looked towards her together, hearing her say, the shop's jeweler was robbed empty. And even Uncle Fu died. Uncle Fu is dead? A good death. Ha ha ha. Ji Tranquility's laughter infected several people. All felt that Fu Bo died at the right time. But they were all secretly happy. But on their faces, they looked worried. Back at Wutong Courtyard, waiting for Ji Tranquility to completely fall asleep. Only then did Lady Ji look worried and said to Marquis Ji, Master, tell me honestly, what happened to those 4 beggars? Marquis Ji leaned back and sat on the edge of the bed, his expression grave. It was only after a long time that he heard him say, at first, I didn't think that there was anything wrong with those 4 people. I waited outside Lintian Street with Yin Zheng and the others as planned in preparation for a chance encounter with the Crown Prince. But I didn't expect that not only did Xian Wang come, even His Holiness came. What? His Holiness was also there? Lady Ji was so shocked that her face was bloodless. Marquis Ji nodded heavily. This was what he was most worried about. He didn't know how much the saint believed would happen tonight. But the one that saved them was genuine. Those 4 beggars were my impromptu idea to have a few people lure the Crown Prince away and hold back the time for the third prince to make his move. Unexpectedly in the moat on the side of the accident. Good thing I have been following the back to have the opportunity to rescue. Afterwards, and escorting His Holiness on the way back to the palace, I encountered Feng, who came back in a panic to report the incident. The Crown Prince reckoned that he suspected that it was the second prince who hired the assassin, and also suspected that I was in the same party as the second prince. And the reason why he made a move to save him was because he suddenly found out that His Holiness was also there. In that case, everything that was done before seems to the Crown Prince to have an agenda. And he doesn't trust the Ji family now. Hey now. The only thing that can make him believe is probably the water treatment structure map in Shure's hands. Don't look at the Crown Prince acting as usual today. The seeds of doubt have already been planted in his heart. Chapter 33. The Pusher Behind the Scenes. Imperial Palace. At this time, the Imperial study is brightly lit. The palace men guarding outside were all trembling with fear, not daring to move their steps despite the small flakes of snow drifting in the sky. The atmosphere inside the Imperial study was colder than outside and terribly serious. Emperor, you had a sullen face. For no other reason than that those 4 beggars were pretending too much. Even he, the Son of Heaven, was fooled. This was completely defying the royal majesty. Imperial brother, what do you think about this matter? Emperor Yu first asked King Xian for his opinion. King Xian pondered for a moment and respectfully said, "Those 4 beggars obviously ambushed Lin Tian Street earlier. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been met by us so coincidentally. As for their target, it is thought that the Crown Prince is the only one." The idea of Emperor Yu's micro-visit was an impromptu decision on his part, and no one would have been able to arrange it so quickly. And he and Princess Xian did not initially plan to go out. It was the Crown Prince who came knocking on the door wanting to take Beijing out to see the lanterns. Unluckily, his son had fallen asleep. Since he did not want to spoil the Crown Prince's fun, he decided to go together. As for who is trying to deal with the Crown Prince, the answer is obvious. He would not reveal it, believing that the Crown Prince would make his own decision. At the time, the Crown Prince had tried to stop Yudi from going with him, but it was he who insisted on finding out what was going on that led to the accident. If it wasn't for Marquis Ji's sudden appearance, I'm afraid that tonight's incident wouldn't have ended well. Some of those assassins were killed. Some took poison and killed themselves, leaving no survivors. The look on Emperor Yu's face was obscure and difficult to understand. And after King Xian finished speaking, he didn't give any comments, but instead landed his meaningful gaze on the Crown Prince. What does the Crown Prince have to say? At those words, the Crown Prince's heart flinched. Father's tone wasn't quite right. Was he doubting him? My son thinks that Marquis Ji's appearance is strange. The Crown Prince truthfully spoke the doubts in his heart. King Xian's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, Emperor Yu could not see any joy or anger on his face as he asked him, "How is it fishy? Will the Crown Prince tell us?" The Crown Prince could not say for a moment. He only suspected, but felt that this suspicion was somewhat untenable. A moment is not good to jump to conclusions. I see that you are confusing things. The Ji family is loyal to the king and loves the country. How is it fishy? Emperor Yu's face was sullen. The Crown Prince was a little confused as to the meaning of Emperor Yu's words. On the contrary, it was King Xian's eyes beside him that moved slightly as he sensed that Emperor Yu intended to test the Crown Prince. Sure enough, the next second Yudi gave his answer. Eldest has been at the other village all night tonight. Only after a long time did he hear Yudi deliver such a sentence, intended to remind the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's brows moved, his eyes dark and uncertain. The second prince had been at the villa all night. There was no way he could have been involved in tonight's assassination. So this assassination was the Crown Prince directing himself, intending to frame the second prince, at the same time implicate the Ji family, trying to remove the body of suspicion. After all, at the moment, only the second prince is a threat to the Crown Prince's position. At the moment, it was unknown if Emperor Yu believed the Crown Prince, or if he believed that the second prince had really been at the other village all night. My son will look into this matter and return my son's innocence. Obviously, the Crown Prince also understood Emperor Yu's meaning. The expression on his face was a little hard to describe. Being suspected by one's own father, by anyone's temper would not be good. King Xian only sighed secretly in his heart. He liked obedient children. He liked that every step the Crown Prince took was according to his setting. Not to disobey a single point. Not to step on the wrong foot by a single millimeter. Then I will wait for your news. I'd like to see what I can find out. At the end of the day, Emperor Yu asked about Beijing Jin's injuries. Back to your majesty. Thanks to Lady Ji's wonderful hands, the person woke up. That's good. Go back and spend more time with him. That brat appeared at the back door of the Ji mansion. He must have wanted to sneak the youngest of the Ji family out to watch the lanterns. It's so unbecoming. Hearing this, King Xian had a helpless look on his face. Jiner, this child has recently had a bit of the innocent look that a child should have. My younger brother is very happy and has indulged a bit. Well, more discipline is good. Don't develop a pampered nature too. Ji family's youngest is General Ji's lifeblood. Nothing can go wrong. Emperor Yu purposely emphasized the words general and lifeblood, believing that the Crown Prince was a person who knew what was important. Listening to this, King Xian was relieved for the Crown Prince. On the whole, Emperor Yu still believed in the Crown Prince in his heart. When he came out, King Xian saw that the Crown Prince looked downcast. So he spoke up and gave him a piece of advice. Mo. The Ji family is full of loyalists. And since the Marquis was able to take the initiative to hand over his military power, it means that he has no intention of getting involved in your fights. You must not do anything to chill people's hearts. The crown prince, however, spoke in a deep voice. Uncle Wang, you've forgotten one thing. And that is Ji Yushu's hatred for Lone. Xian Wang was stunned and wanted to open his mouth. The prince thought of the relationship between Bei Hung Jin and the youngest of the Ji family, and the latter words were suppressed in a raw manner. Bowing towards King Xian to take his leave, the crown prince left very quickly, anger crawling all over his face. Returning to the eastern palace, he tossed and turned and couldn't figure out what to do, and hurriedly went to find the empress. When he came out of Fengyi Palace, his frown tightened. He fell into self-doubt. Did Ji Yushu really have no hatred for him? Did the Ji family really have no quarrel with things? Earlier, he had thought so too. But last night's events had caused him to have some self-doubt. He suddenly felt that there was a pair of terrible pushing hands in the underworld, pushing him towards the abyss. At this time, his beloved ran and whispered, "Crown Prince, last night, the second prince had been in the other courtyard, hanging out with concubines for the night." The crown prince's sword brows slightly knit. So, it does not wash away his suspicion. Moon Palace dark room. After listening to the old man's report, the third prince could not help but cough out a mouthful of blood. Sickly white face little by little became gloomy. After many days of hard work and planning, in the end it was a failure. How could he not be angry? Master, don't be angry. The old man was very worried that the poison in his body was acting up. The third prince was unconcerned and said, Ji Shaoshan appeared strangely. Go check it out. And that letter must be retrieved. Subordinate has already sent someone to do so. After the old man left, the third prince lay powerless on the soft couch. From 2 years ago, he set out to lay out. These 2 years everything went smoothly. It seems that just from the Ji family's youngest failed to transfer the incident. The back was not too smooth. Suddenly, he thought of the full moon banquet second prince defeat that time. He guessed that the second prince's plan at that time was to design Lu Qian, which was somehow destroyed by Ji Yushu. Ji Yushu should hate the crown prince and the second prince. After all, he found out that it was the second prince who sent people to ambush the crown prince, which caused him to lose both of his legs. Comparatively speaking, he wants to get rid of the second prince. The crown prince, in the case of learning that the mastermind is also the second prince, did not help him to claim justice. Let the Ji family dislike. Based on this matter, the Ji family would not side with the second prince, nor would they side with the crown prince. Perhaps the Ji family was also laying out a plan with the aim of using the crown prince's hand to get rid of the second prince to avenge Ji Yushu's death. In Ji Yushu's opinion, tonight's assassin must have been sent by the second prince without a doubt. His aim was to make the second prince and the crown prince bite the dog. Although Emperor Yu did not get the letter, he was more or less suspicious of the crown prince. Without the aid of the letter, the suspicion in Emperor Yu's heart would soon be broken down by himself. It would not be able to cause any ripples. Halfway through the night, the third prince woke up violently from the couch. Beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. Outside it was freezing cold. While he was covered in cold sweat, he could not understand why recently often dream of a woman. He hated women. Do not allow women within 3 steps from him. But this woman recently appeared in his dreams. But this woman has appeared in his dreams a lot recently. And every time she manages to get close to him, calling him Abyss intimately. Who in the world is she? What does her appearance in his dreams portend? Damn. Damn. This person should be damned for trying to disturb his mind. Chapter 34. Returning to the Mu Mansion to visit relatives. Wuzhong Courtyard. The house is as warm as spring. Ji Tranquility, who slept beautifully all night, woke up without crying or fussing, quietly staring at the beams of the room thinking about the direction of the next plot. After last night's incident, the female lead, Lu Yi, probably didn't get to meet with the male lead above. But the two are important characters in the book, and it's impossible for them to stay out of the main line. So, next, the fated line of the two will still be twisted together. Let me think about what great things will happen next. Seems like, oops, I remembered. Next Jizhou will have a plague, and when it reaches Shunjing City, it will be a month later. Lu Yi has the formula to cure the plague in her hands. She will let the third prince present the formula to the saint, and then save the people who have contracted the disease, making a great achievement and becoming famous for it. Because of this, the third prince took a special liking to Lu Yi, and asked the emperor to marry her. The emperor also agreed. At the same time, The third prince through the hands of Louis gradually improve his condition. All the way up. This incident was Louis' chance to show his face in front of the public. And it was also the turning point for the third prince to turn his life around. But this is all in the case of the two men on New Year's Eve. The development of the situation. Now, Louis did not take the line of the third prince. The third prince also did not get to see the ability of Louis. Louis found him hastily, and would certainly not believe it. So before that, would the two of them have met? And in what way did Louis make himself famous? Would he have borrowed Prime Minister Lu's hand? If it is by the hand of the Prime Minister, it is okay to say. Anyway, the Prime Minister is also the Crown Prince's party. But I'm afraid of making another mistake in it. Ji Tranquility expressed panic. Because the two are born to be male and female. Sooner or later have to come together. In fact, this epidemic is also very good to solve. Maternal grandfather Bunsen knows quite a lot about medical science. At the time when the epidemic was spread in Jizhou, His Holiness found maternal grandfather at the first time to discuss countermeasures. Grandfather's heart is concerned about the people. At that moment, he said he would personally go. Someone to relieve his worries. Of course he couldn't wait. It was only on the occasion of his departure that the third prince recommended Louis. His Majesty had always felt guilty about the third prince. So he granted his request. Afterwards, maternal grandfather and Louis traveled to Jizhou together. Grandfather gave many solutions according to the condition. One set of prescriptions was very similar to Louis's, except that there was one less red peony, and the dose of Jimu was lighter. Naturally, the credit went to Louis's head. The four people who were eating breakfast suddenly heard Ji Tranquility's staggering heartbeat ring out, and all of them shook their hands in fear. There will be a plague in a month? It was still in Jizhou. No, it's the plague that will be raging before too long. A month before it spreads into Shangjing. My God, the plague is an incurable disease that will kill many people. Does Louis really have a cure for the plague? If she did, then wouldn't her medical skills be so high that she couldn't hope for them? At the thought of this horrifying event, Mrs. G's hand with her chopsticks became unsteady. At the dinner table, the four people were each thinking about their own thoughts. Ji Yushu and Mrs. G suddenly had a flash of light before their eyes, and thought of a good idea at the same time. Since they had learned about the real prescription from their daughter/little sister, why not go to Jizhou first? Then use this prescription to solve the epidemic. At that time, there would be no chance for the third prince and Louis to perform. Without this matter to add to it, how could the third prince be impressed by his majesty? And the Ji family's reputation in the eyes of the people would only be higher. Afterwards, if there is something want to move, the Ji family will have to weigh. Ji Tranquility this side is still angry, spitting water bubbles it. The year came Mrs. G words, husband, I want to take the children back to Jizhou home to pay homage to their ancestors. This was a seamless excuse. Mentioning Jizhou again, Marquis G's expression was stunned, and Lady Ji pretended not to see it. Ji Tranquility's urgent, roaring milky voice resounded in her head. Quickly respond. Father, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to stop the third prince from turning over a new leaf. Ji Yushu just happened to think of an excuse to go to Jizhou. Not wanting to hear his own mother's words about returning to Jizhou to pay homage to her ancestors. He had never heard his own mother mention that his maternal grandfather's old home was in Jizhou. Ji Linfeng and Ji Yushu looked at each other, really dozing off and sending pillows off. He raised his hands in favor. Mother. Child agrees to go to Jizhou to pay homage to his ancestors. Raise both hands in agreement. Ji Linfeng is simple-minded and limber. As long as his little sister says it's a good opportunity, then it's a good opportunity. But mother, maternal ancestry is in Jizhou. Why have I never heard you mention this matter? Marquis G's hand holding the chopstick shook. Yes. If he had mentioned it in advance, he wouldn't have left her out in the cold for decades for nothing. Lady G's complexion dimmed. She had never mentioned it. That was because she couldn't face the fear within her heart. The civil unrest more than 20 years ago was too tragic and had always been a pain in her heart. At that time, she clearly could have saved more people. But she had run out of hemostatic medicine. And as she watched each and every fresh life fall, she could not get past this in her heart. Lady G sniffled and smiled miserably. It's just as well to mention it now. I haven't been there for many years. Tomorrow, I'll go back to my grandfather's house and ask them if they're traveling with us. If we go, we will depart immediately. Ji Tranquility is very agreeable. Eagerly dances the little fat hand. Okay. 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 Go to Jizhou. Go the way of the male and female masters. Let the male and female masters have no way to go. Even God is helping me, Ji Tranquility. On the cot, Ji Tranquility was talking in baby talk. All four people's hearts were flooded with a burst of sourness. If they weren't able to hear Tranquility's heartfelt words, how could they have foreseen such a number of events in advance? She was a great credit to the Ji family. At this time, Marquis Ji swallowed the rice in his mouth. Seeing that Ji Yushufang wanted to speak, he asked him, "What did Shuer want to say just now?" Just now. Ji Yushu appeared agitated. But now he calmed down. Hear him say, "The child wants to say that the jeweler's shop was robbed empty." Empty is not a solution. Why not sell some medicinal herbs? Jizhou is not the countryside of medicinal herbs? Thinking of taking advantage of the second brother's recess to have time to go to Jizhou to take a look. Right now, Mother said that maternal ancestry is in Jizhou, but also can go together. The original is want to go to Jizhou plate medicinal herbs, but also can. Okay. Just change to sell herbs. You later learn more from your mother to know pharmacology, so that you don't have to stay in the study from time to time and hurt your body. Ji Yushu nodded and agreed. Marquis Ji glanced at Lady Ji and gave her a nod without a trace. Such a brilliant solution was thought of by her. Truly worthy of his good madam. His daughter was right. Take the third prince's path and leave him with no way out. He. It's so good. It's almost as if even the heavens are helping the Ji family. If the plague incident is discovered in advance this time, and it's just the right solution to this big trouble, the people's voices will only be higher. At these words, the four people brightened up. This feeling of having everything mastered in advance was awesome. Victory is always reserved for those who are prepared. The second day of the new year was the day to return to her mother's home to visit her family. And Lady Ji brought Ji Tran to the carriage early in the morning to head to the Mu Mansion. On the way to the Mu Mansion, Mrs. Ji was very upset, feeling that her own mother was sad. Ji Tran also pouted her little mouth. Mother is sad. After maternal grandmother died, maternal grandfather raised Aunt Sue, who was still a concubine at the time, to the position of first wife after 3 years of filial piety. And Aunt Sue herself was displeased with her mother. That's why she seldom came back. Aunt Sue has a son and a daughter. The son from the maternal grandfather's way, now in the Imperial Hospital. The daughter is married to the Minister of War. Aunt Sue is not happy with her mother. Naturally, the two children are not much better for her mother. So on the day of the full moon feast, only Dr. Mu sent a congratulatory gift. Suddenly, Ji Tranquility remembered something. Small eyebrows wrinkled tightly. Small meat fists also pinched tightly tied. After the Ji family's accident, maternal grandfather used his death to speak out. And as a result, he was beheaded on the spot in the Grand Hall by the ruthless third prince. The reason why Aunt Sue and the others were not implicated was because Aunt Sue herself was a distant cousin of the Chen family. This matter was not made public until the death of Imperial Dr. Mu at the end. Now that I think about it, maternal grandmother's death was fishy. Grandfather was clearly the imperial physician. So why did grandmother die a year after contracting consumption? Could it be that someone had begun laying out all of this as early as 20 years ago? Or was Aunt Sue here just a coincidence? The speaker had no intention, but the listener did. And Lady Ji suddenly remembered that it was Auntie Sue's mother who had been caring for her at her bedside during that time. Perhaps mother's death was really unusual. Ji Tranquility felt Lady Ji's body shivering badly, thinking that she was cold. So she endeavored to burrow into her arms. But she was wearing too much, and burrowed half a day and was still in the same place. Mother! Mother! Is it cold? Hug. Hug, and you won't be cold anymore. Ji Tranquility did not give up and arched her little bum hard, trying to give his own mother a little warmth, in case her daughter was too worried. Lady Ji forced down the heinous hatred in her heart and lowered her head to gently drop a kiss on Ji Tran's forehead, and said, Mother's good daughter. You can't be naughty when you arrive at grandfather's house in a while. Okay. Okay. Mother, don't worry. She never took the initiative to provoke others. But if someone took the initiative to provoke her, she would send her a surprise. She now had over 600 points to spend as she pleased. After a small half hour, the carriage stopped outside the Mu Mansion. Xiao He jumped off the carriage and went up to knock on the door. The person who opened the door was an old man from the Mu Mansion. Seeing that it was Xiao, he was busy opening the door wide. Missy is back. Quick! Quickly enter the house. Mrs. Ji holds the child and comes down from the carriage. Xiao, he hurriedly takes the plum blossom brocade inlaid cloak and drapes it over her. A small cloak was placed over Ji Tranquility. Warmth sprang up at once. Ji Tranquility squinted her eyes in comfort. Chapter 35. Ansu has a ghost in her heart. In terms of status, the Marquis house was too much higher than the Mu house. It is customary to see the salute. But Lady Ji is kind-hearted, thinking that we are all family. So she is also exempted. But the future is different. She not only want to harden up, but also to find out the cause of her mother's death back then. Seeing this, madam, don't you see any courtesy? Ansu and her daughter-in-law Gao slowly came over in an expensive dress. Upon hearing this, a sharpness flashed across her somewhat creased brows. Ah, Yao, what a big row. In terms of seniority, you should call me mother. Lady Ji sneered. A mere aunt also dares to call herself a mother in front of this Marquis wife. The day this Marquis wife does not admit it, the day you are just a concubine that cannot rise to the occasion. Ah, mother is mighty. Mother is my god. YYDS. Lady Ji didn't understand what YYDS meant, but she could hear that her precious daughter was praising her. In the past, for the sake of the family, she only tolerated, but in return, she still got Ansu's sneering and neglect. Now she understood that Ansu was a white-eyed wolf that couldn't be bred and had tricked the entire Mu house. Didn't Big Sister say in the past that a family doesn't need to greet each other? It seems alienating. The one who spoke was Ansu's daughter-in-law Gao, also holding a small baby in her hand, looking a bit longer than Ji Tranquility. When this madam speaks, there is a part for you to interrupt. Gao's face was indignant when she was bellowed by Lady Ji. Ansu, where to see her own daughter-in-law aggrieved, immediately said ruthlessly, "This is the Mu mansion, not your Ji mansion. If Madame Marquis wants to play the bully, please go back." Really did not expect when the Marquis wife after so respect for the inferiority or superiority. Before see her know the book. People and good. Did not give her too much embarrassment. Now it is good. Directly will not put her this mother in the eyes. Mrs. Ji raised her eyebrows and lightly sat down on a chair. Said, I think. Ansu forgot the name of this Marquis wife. This lady can remind one or two. I have a single surname Mu and a word Yao. Ansu can hear it clearly. The more light-hearted Lady Ji was, the greater the fire in Ansu's heart. That's right. A mere auntie wants to drive my mother away. She's not worthy yet. Ji Tranquility cheerfully flew her little fat hands in an attempt to give Mrs. Ji a nod. Unexpectedly, she only squeezed a small pink fist, and her thumb only popped out for a drop. Oh, I've actually put on weight like this? No. Have to cut down on food. Hearing her daughter's words, Mrs. Ji cried and laughed, seeing the always flaunting Ansu being disliked by Madame Ji with her face red for a while and white for a while. Xiao's heart was unbridled. Madame should have been like this a long time ago. If she didn't harden up, the Mu house would have to change her surname to Su. The old master is not too governing. Sooner or later this house will have to be surnamed Su. Ah Yao is here. At the doorway, the easygoing Imperial Dr. Mu walks into the lobby holding an exquisite wooden box. Lady Ji hurriedly rises to greet her. Father, this is Tranquil. Father hasn't seen it yet. Lady Ji holds Ji Tranquility closer to facilitate Imperial Dr. Mu's end look. Yada yada yada. Is this old man with silver threads on his temples grandfather? He is now over the age of knowledge. Yet his face is rosy and his body is austere, as if he were a youth. It is evident that he was even more handsome in his youth. Hearing her precious daughter's praise of her father, Lady Ji was sincerely delighted. It was his own daughter's youngest daughter. So of course Imperial Dr. Mu had to look at her twice more. He and his wife only had one child, Mu Yao. So he looked at her more favorably. Perhaps it was this that caused the gap between Ansu and Mu Yao. So, since then, he hid his love for Mu Yao. Today was the first time Ji Tranquility came to the Mu mansion. And Imperial Dr. Mu brought over the gifts he had prepared earlier. This is a gift for Tranquil. Keep it for her. Ji Tranquility was very happy because the bunny made of pure gold contained inside. And her zodiac sign was the rabbit. The Ji Tranquil in the book was successfully switched at birth early on. So this rabbit was given to the little daughter that the Chen family had switched to. It's all hers now. He. When Ansu saw the gift, the indignation in her eyes couldn't be hidden. She had asked for it for a long time. But Imperial Dr. Mu just didn't agree to give it to Fabian. now that Madame Ji was busy giving it to Ji Tran as soon as she arrived. How could she not hate it? In the end, her son was not as heavy as Mu Yao in Dr. Mu's heart. Lady Ji took in the resentment in Aunt Sue's eyes and kept an extra eye out. After exchanging pleasantries, Lady Ji said the purpose of this trip. Father, my daughter would like to return to Jizhou to pay homage to her ancestors, and has specially come to ask if Father will go with her. Father has also not gone back for many years. Okay. Together. Hearing this, Mrs. Ji was happy. In this way, the epidemic matter would only go more smoothly. If she were to step in and cure the epidemic, there was a chance that she would accept that she would not be able to convince the public. It was different for Dr. Mu. He was the head of the Imperial Hospital. So curing the epidemic would be logical. Okay, Father. My daughter will arrange for this. Then thinking of something, she looked at Aunt Sue and said, Aunt Sue should also go. How can I say that Mu Chung is also on the family tree? Mu Chung was Aunt Sue's son. I won't go. A stream of light flashed under Aunt Sue's eyes, which was captured by Ji Tranquility. Don't want to go. It's not as if she ran to the Chen family to report the news just after we left in front of her. Is it? Hearing this, Lady Ji wanted to take Aunt Sue away even more. Father, my daughter feels that if Aunt Sue, now as the Mu family's head mother, doesn't go, it's not justifiable. Aunt Sue looked incredulous. Just now, she was saying that she didn't recognize her identity. But in the blink of an eye, she was saying that she was the Mu family's head mother? Why did she feel that this Lady Ji was unsettled? That's a good point. So you should follow along and let both Chunger and Yer go. As a descendant of the Mu family, there is no reason not to pay homage to the ancestors. Aunt Sue wanted to use the reason that Yer was still young to pond over. But the next moment, she heard Lady Ji's words. Tranquil child is also going to follow mother to Jizhou. Happy? Happy. Of course I'm happy. Ji Tranquility's small mouth can't stop spitting bubbles out. She is happy. But someone is not happy. Yes. Aunt Sue glared fiercely at Lady Ji and turned around to go clean up. Gal also followed and left. Father, my daughter will go back and pack up. We'll leave tomorrow. It's fine. You go. Don't bring too many things. We'll just travel light. Imperial Dr. Mu admonished. Okay, Father. Daughter understands. After boarding the carriage, Lady Ji's face instantly sank as she said to Xiaohe. And Xiaohe, I suspect that Aunt Sue has a ghost in her heart. Go to the backyard and take a look. Ji Tranquility's face was filled with surprise. Mother suspected Aunt Sue? Great mother. She has a ghost in her heart. Maybe in a few moments, she will hand out the news that we are going back to Jizhou. It's just that I don't know if there will be any chaos on the way to Jizhou. In the original, the Ji family did not go back to Jizhou, so she could not say whether there would be chaos on this journey. But the heart of prevention is not without awe. It was good to bring Aunt Sue with her, and if there was really a mess, it wasn't impossible to take advantage of the chaos to get rid of it. Yes, madam. Xiaohe left in a hurry, and Lady Ji ordered the coachman to drive the carriage into the alley to wait for Xiaohe. After waiting for about an hour, Xiaohe ran back out of breath and said, Madam. The old slave saw the old grandma beside Aunt Sue sneakily go to the back door of the Chen mansion. Yeah, that old thing really did pass the news to the Chen family. And the Chen family will pass the news to the third prince. Will the third prince lay hands on the Ji family? The third prince thought that the Ji family was on his side. But on the night of New Year's Eve, Father saved the crown prince. There was no way that the third prince didn't know about this. It's very likely that he's now beginning to suspect the Ji family's intentions. Lady Ji also thought of this, and was anxious in her heart. If she didn't go, what about the people of Jizhou? If she went, the journey was bound to be dangerous. Leaving Ji Tranquility in Shengjing would not be possible. And there was still a dark diffusion in the shadows that was watching intently. How can this be good? There is one thing she understands very well. Aunt Sue must die on the way, without God knowing it. Protectorate Temple. At this time, the third prince was full of viciousness. Just now, his people found out that the person who smashed the Ji family's jeweler's shop on the night of New Year's Eve was indeed an enemy of the Mu family. In order to avenge Uncle Fu, Imperial Dr. Mu must die. The Ji family was still useful to him at the moment. He wouldn't move. Master Tsifeng has an invitation. Lone Wolf reported respectfully. Help me over. Lone Wolf helped the sickly third prince out of the compartment and headed towards Master Si Feng's meditation room. When there was nothing to do, the third prince would stay at the protectorate temple most of the time. In the name of praying for Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu would also think highly of him. If something happened, it wouldn't be linked to his head. On the way, Lone Wolf's voice sounded again. Dark Eagle said that Dark Yin betrayed the organization. The third prince raised an eyebrow, and did not say anything. He really didn't understand what Dark Diffusion was doing stealing Ji family's little missy that day. Chapter 36. Traveling to Jizhou to pay homage to his ancestors. Coming out of the Zen room, the third prince's face looked gloomy. He asked Si Feng why he would have the same dream every night with the same person in the dream. Si Feng replied, "Daydreaming? Night dreaming?" He thought it was ridiculous because he didn't think about someone during the day, much less a woman. In his opinion, a woman would only affect the speed at which he drew his sword. At this time, Lone Wolf hurriedly came to report. "Master, I just received news that the Ji family and the Mu family are traveling to Jizhou tomorrow to pay homage to their ancestors." "Oh, in that case, it's a good opportunity." The third prince lifted his steps to leave, not seeing the Lone Wolf behind him, who was about to speak. The third prince is a person who does things very cautiously. That thing is not told in advance. Will there be changes? Soon after the third prince left, Lu Yi and the meteor came to the protectorate temple. Found Master Si Feng. Actually asked the same question with the third prince. Lu Yi first worshipped towards the statue of Buddha at the top, devoutly, and then asked towards Si Feng, who had his eyes closed next to him. "Master, if someone has the same dream every night, and the same man appears in the dream, what does that mean?" "It means that if you think in the day, you dream at night." Lu Yi. It was ridiculous. She didn't even think about someone during the day, let alone a man. In her opinion, men would only lower her IQ. This Master Si Feng was empty. Inside the room, Master Si Feng, after Lu Yi left, stood at the entrance of the great hall with his arms folded, looking away in a certain direction, where there seemed to be black clouds rolling. The dark tide is surging. Murmuring, 16 years. You finally appeared. The old Na has been waiting for you for 16 long years. Ji Mansion's subordinates were busy packing their bags. At lunchtime, Zuotong pushed Ji Yushu towards Wutong courtyard. Where is the second son? Ever since Ji Lin Feng confessed to him, he would take the initiative to come over and push him at this point every day. But today it was Wutong. Back to Grand Prince. Just now, my slaves saw the second prince leaving the house in a hurry. Perhaps he has something important to do. Just as well, push me over. It was thought that later on, second brother would share it with him as his elder brother. This second brother was good at everything, but he didn't like to use his brain. Like he was missing several tendons. The subordinates in the mansion are in and out to move things to the carriage. Jizhou line is some distance away, not able to return for a while. Big brother has come. Before Ji Yushu arrived, Ji Tranquility heard the friction sound of the carriage wheels crushing the ground. Excitedly, she stomped her short legs. Almost 2 months old, she could practice raising her head. And this January, her head happened especially fast. Thick and dense. Round little face. Bright eyes. Living like a cloth doll. How could Mrs. Ji not understand that her precious daughter wanted Ji Yushu to hold her? Approaching, she handed the little milk ball in her arms to Ji Yushu, and said, "Hold your sister for a while. Before dinner, Mother has to go pack up the things that Tranquil needs on the road. The road is not like the mansion. It's not convenient to use anything. Just the nappies have to bring 2 big bags full of nappies. And some other things." She was afraid that the subordinates would not do it carefully enough and wrong her little cub. "Okay, Mother." Ji Yushu steadily took the milk ball and made her laugh. Ji Tranquility giggled cooperatively. Hee hee. Big brother's body is so warm. Like the rising sun in spring. Fragrant and soft. Ji Yushu listened while signaling Zuotong to push him towards the house. There is a heater in the house. It won't freeze her. Huh. It's almost dinner time. Why isn't second brother here? At this point, Ji Tranquility realized that there was a Ji Lin Feng missing. Ji Yushu asks Zuotong without a trace. Did the second son say he was busy and rushed back for lunch? Zuotong respectfully says. Back to Grand Duke. Second Duke left in a hurry. Slave forgot to ask. Oh. So he was busy I also don't know what second brother was blindly busy with. Subsequently, Ji Tranquility frowned her little brows and bit her little chubby hands. She seemed to have forgotten something. At this time, Ji Yushu covered his mouth with his hand and coughed, almost dropping Ji Tranquility to the ground. Reacting, he busily hugged the person tightly. Ji Tranquility's small brows were slightly wrinkled. Spring is the season when influenza is common, and it is also the time when the plague is rampant. It would be good if there were masks. It can be a good way to prevent cross-infection. What is a mask? Ji Yushu's forehead was full of big question marks, although he didn't know what it was. But hearing his little sister say that it could be a good prevention of cross-infection, it must be a good thing. Moreover, what comes out of the little sister's mouth, can it be bad? Ji Yushu took the matter of the mask to heart. Mrs. Ji glanced this way, thinking that she had also heard these words. Slightly contemplative. Soon, the meal was set on the table. Marquis Ji also came over. As soon as he sat down, he snatched the little milk ball from Ji Yushu's arms. The snatch was caught off guard. Ji Yushu complained accusingly. Father, I've only just hugged it. Marquis Ji completely ignored him, not having seen Ji Lin Feng. Marquis Ji and Lady Ji couldn't help but ask a few more questions, learning that they were busy and ignored him. During the afternoon hours, the underlings continued to pack up their things. Ji Yushu didn't see Ji Lin Feng return until late in the evening. Second brother, what are you busy with today? At the intersection of the two courtyards, Ji Yushu stopped Ji Lin Feng, who was hurriedly returning. Ji Lin Feng was first stunned before he turned his head, his gaze falling on Ji Yushu's grip on his coat. Without a trace, he suppressed the color in his eyes, pulling the corners of his mouth to smile. Not busy with anything? If there's nothing, I'm going to sleep. Saying that, he pulled the corner of his coat back from Ji Yushu's fingertips. Ji Yushu stared at his back for a long time, and a second before Ji Lin Feng's back disappeared, he suddenly raised his voice and said, Second brother, don't forget what big brother told you. Ji Lin Feng's tiger body was stunned, and he said without looking back, Got it. Ji Yushu signaled Zuotong to push him back to the green bamboo courtyard and called out to him before Zuotong left. Wait. Tomorrow you don't need to travel with me. You'll stay in the mansion and, on the second day, when the sky was numb and bright, Ji family members were all up. Lady Ji carries the still sleeping Ji Tranquility onto the carriage. Marquis Ji follows closely behind with his bag. Not long after, Ji Yushu and Ji Lin Feng appeared. Ji Lin Feng jumped onto the carriage one step before Ji Yushu. There was absolutely no intention of pulling Ji Yushu's hand. Ji Yushu's fingertips moved slightly, and did not speak. In the end, four underlings carried the person onto the carriage. The space of the carriage was too small to use a heater, but there was a soup tureen in each hand. The inside was covered with thick quilts, and did not feel cold. A group of 6 carriages traveled neatly to the Mu mansion, and when they arrived, it was dawn. Mu house a total of 4 carriages, said the light load, the result of a line of 10 carriages. The formation is comparable to the Royal Guard of Honor. The movement of the 2 houses is not small, causing many early risers to talk about it. But there is not too much attention. In the first month of the month, to visit relatives and ancestors is Shengyu custom. Nothing strange. Besides, the Marquis house was originally a family of the world, so it was certainly a big occasion. Once on the carriage, Ji Lin Feng closed his eyes and rested, completely ignoring Ji Yushu. Ji Yushu's eyes were slightly closed, her index finger tapping on her knee. From time to time, she lifted her eyelids to look at Ji Lin Feng, her brows deep. 4 days later, the carriage safely drove into Anyang County to rest and recuperate, while the subordinates went out for supplies. A day or 2 was fine. If they traveled for a few more days, the women and ladies began to show fatigue, and there were many complaints in their hearts. Mother, why do we have to follow? Yuri is still young, where can he stand this? In the end, Gao said with a dissatisfied face. Aunt Su heavily placed her teacup on the table, indignantly saying, It's not because that bitch talks too much. You think I want to come? Gao was very aggrieved by this yelling. The child next to her kept crying, upsetting her. In the end, she had to get up to coax the child, and once she touched her forehead, she was shocked. Oops, mother. Yuri has a fever. When Aunt Su heard this, an idea suddenly came to her mind. Chapter 37. The road meets a killer, and the identity of dark diffusion is exposed. Imperial Dr. Mu is very precious to his grandson, and when he hears about the fever, he is busy going out to catch medicine. Because Muyu has a fever, the team stays an extra day. Ansu takes the opportunity to say, Master, look at Yule's small and weak body. Let my concubine and Yule's mother stay in Anyang County to take care of Yule, and wait for you to come back. Is that feasible? Imperial Dr. Mu agrees, thinking that Yu heir's health is important. The next day when they were preparing to go on the road, Lady Ji only heard about this matter. Father, why don't you let Mu Chung stay behind? It's not good for Aunt Su, as the head of the family, not to pay homage to the ancestors. Plus your health is not as good as it used to be. If she's there, she'll be able to take care of you as well. Seeing that Imperial Dr. Mu hesitates, Lady Ji takes advantage of the situation. Father, listen to my daughter. My daughter's heart aches for your body. Only then did Imperial Dr. Mu agree to let Mu Chung stay behind to accompany his wife and son, with Auntie Su following. Once again on the road, Aunt Su is so angry that she curses Lady Ji in her heart that she shall not die. Yu's high fever alerts Ji tranquility. The sky is high and the road is far. It is difficult to convey news quickly. Is there a possibility that the epidemic on the Jizhou side has already appeared? No. She had to be prepared for this. These days, in order to get more points for good emergencies, she started spitting on Beihing Jin from the moment she opened her eyes. In the original story, from the heroine's perspective, there were still quite a lot of depictions of Beihing Jin. From birth to death, almost all of them were depicted. Because the crown prince was close to King Xian, the two would spend almost every day together. The crown prince would teach him painting, calligraphy, poetry and even martial arts. So the crown prince was one of the most important people in Beihing Jin's life. When Beihing Jin died, the crown prince killed dozens of palace staff in a fit of rage. At that time, he had gradually lost trust in Emperor Yu's heart. Prince Xian's mansion. As soon as Beihing Jin's pen was put down, a small line of writing appeared in front of him. Beihing Jin, are you being lazy? Did the crown prince teach you to draw yesterday? Actually, I also like to draw. I like Q-version drawings. When I grow up, I'll draw a man-child stinky child with big eyes, big ears, and a small head. Ha ha ha. Beihing Jin slightly pulled the corner of his mouth, thinking, then I'll draw a soft and sticky little pitiful person. The distance was too far. He could only see such small words. And when he got closer, he could hear Tranquil Sister's soft and sticky voice. Milky voice. Very nice. He hadn't seen Tranquil Sister for 3 days. He missed her so much. Stinky boy. Don't miss me. I'm going to Jizhou. I'll be back soon. Beihing Jin, who saw this small line, jumped up in shock. How did she go to such a faraway place? So small? Can bear the crime of long-distance traveling? After 2 more days of traveling, Ji Yushu suddenly receives a secret letter. And after seeing the content on it, her heart finally drops after many days of fear. Whose letter? Ji Yushu and Ji Lifeng ride in the same carriage. Seeing Ji Yushu receive a secret letter, he cannot help but be surprised. Ji Yushu didn't move to put the letter away and lied. The letter said that someone sneaked into father's study to steal the list. After saying that, Ji Yushu glanced at Ji Lifeng without a trace. The latter made a face of being shocked. Do you know who it is? The words were spoken, but he already had a candidate in mind. It's probably the second prince's people. Right? Ji Yushu deliberately said in a leading manner. Ji Lifeng frowned and agreed. It's possible. Only he has the ability to compete with the crown prince. The third prince, a sickly child, was given a death warrant long ago and has absolutely no motive. At these words, Ji Yushu's body and mind trembled, and he pretended to be serious. This matter is of great importance. We must branch out to father. Come on. Hearing Ji Yushu shout, a guard immediately came forward. Seeing that it was Yin Zheng, Ji Yushu felt relieved to hand over the secret letter to him, and squeezed his hand, saying, make sure to give this letter to father to look at it. And when you're done, you can ask my father what he means. Yin Zheng understood and took the letter and left. Huh? It's a secret letter, eh? Whose secret letter is it? Why does father have a serious look on his face, and mother's face doesn't look too good either? It couldn't be someone who took advantage of us leaving the house to sneak into the Ji mansion. Could it? It must be. Otherwise father and mother wouldn't look so bad. Daughter. You guessed wrong this time. The letter is about Lao Heir. Afraid that her daughter would be worried, Lady Ji was about to read out the contents of the letter. Suddenly, She saw Marquis Ji pouncing towards her and Ji Tranquility with a terrified look, shouting, "Madam, be careful. Shoo shoo shoo. There are assassins. Protect Marquis and Lady." Yin Zhang's fierce voice made people's hearts jump. Arrow feathers shot towards the carriage from all directions. The underlings screamed. And soon, there were black-clothed men who flew and swept in. The Ji mansion brought quite a few people, and they immediately fought with the men in black. The scene was chaotic. Ji Tranquility's small fat hand tightly clenched. Frowning small eyebrows. Round eyes staring greatly. Hate cannot be transformed into a flying heroine to go out to help. There are actually assassins. It must be the people sent by the third prince. What to do? What to do? Can father and brother beat them? But nothing must happen. As the plot collapsed, many things went out of her control. Suddenly, a sharp arrow shot towards Ji Yushu. And in the nick of time, Ji Linfeng stepped in. Ji Yushu looked at him incredulously. He thought he was going to make a move. What are you waiting for, big brother? Get down. I'll deal with them. With those words, Ji Linfeng took the silver sword at the side and rushed out, fighting with the men in black. That big brother was called extremely naturally. Outside, Dark Yin was really fighting with the men in black. Every move and every style was in true form. He was like a natural-born killer. No matter what moves the other party made, he was able to cope with them with ease. Half of the men in black lying on the ground died by his hand. The secret message was sent by Zwatong, which said that he had found Ji Linfeng, the second son, who was tied up in the firewood room of Yihong courtyard. In other words, the man in front of him was not Ji Linfeng, but the dark court assassin Dark Yin. Ji Yushu closed his eyes. 1,000 precautions, and still something happened. This person had held back from making a move all the way, thinking that he was looking for an opportunity. But just now he saved him. It was ridiculous that he had gone soft at that moment. This person and the second brother just look alike. But he is not the second brother. He saved him maybe on purpose. Aren't these assassins the people in the dark pavilion? Who were they acting for? Yin Zheng and the others were all battle-hardened experts. How could they not be able to deal with these men in black despite being prepared? Yes, he had received a hint from the Grand Duke earlier and had prepared for it. Not long after, the men in black were killed. And apart from the 2 guards of the Mu family, there were no casualties on the Ji family's side. Just as Ji Linfeng had just sheathed his sword, Yin Zhang's sword was suddenly placed on his neck. With a stern face, "Don't move." The bodies on the ground. The maids screamed in fear. And before their hearts could be put down, they saw Yin Zheng put his sword on the second prince's neck. The change came too quickly, completely catching people off guard. Xiao He was shocked and busily said, "Guard Yin, this is the second duke. How dare you offend below?" Just now, the second prince was desperately trying to protect everyone. He was an excellent person. Ji Tranquility was carried by Lady Ji as she got down from the carriage. Seeing Yin Zheng putting a knife on Ji Linfeng's neck, he looked puzzled. Why is Yin Zheng putting a knife on second brother's neck? Could it be that he really wants to commit a crime from below? No, he's not second brother. He's Killer Dark Yin. The aura on his body is completely different from second brother's. My God, this whole journey, froze until now. So where did the second brother go? It can't be that he was killed by him. Right? Thinking of this possibility, Ji Tranquility wailed. Father quickly killed him. He killed second brother and wanted to replace second brother with his looks. Oh, my poor second brother yo. Why did he die early? I said how come the naive and stupid second brother molested the princess? So it was this bastard who did it. The person who was beaten to death with a stick in the end was probably also him. The plot is falling apart again. It's so annoying. I didn't kill Ji Linfeng. Dark Yin suddenly opened his mouth when he heard Ji Tranquil's chirping and wailing voice. Chapter 38. Are Dark Yin and Ji Linfeng twins? HM? What did he say? He didn't kill second brother? Then where did he hide him? The situation at the scene had left the Ji family's subordinates and the Mu Mansion's crowd that had just gathered around looking dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? This person is clearly Ji Linfeng. Why did he say that he didn't kill Ji Linfeng? Seeing Imperial Dr. Mu walk over with a dark face, Lady Ji hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Father, this person is not Fenger. He's Dark Pavilion Killer Dark Yin, who was born in the same way as Fenger. She had also just read Ji Yushu's letter before she learned of this. Earlier, She had wanted to say how the talkative and jumpy eldest along the way was less talkative. But it turned out that it wasn't the person himself. If the oldest hadn't discovered it in advance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What? Dr. Mu was so shocked that he rounded his old eyes. The crowd of subordinates also changed their faces in shock. He even covered his mouth and took a step back. Marquis Ji put away his sword and walked over with a solemn face and said, "Father-in-law, Madam is right. This person was born with an extreme resemblance to Fenger. He has tied up Fenger, wanting to take his place. And when we lose our guard, he will take advantage of the opportunity to snatch Tranquil Child." Darkian also realized at this time that his identity had been discovered long ago. The secret letter that Ji Yushu had read just now was feared to be not some stolen list, but the news of finding Ji Linfeng. When did he start suspecting that he was not Ji Linfeng? He had heard that the Ji family's eldest son was too smart for his own good. And today he had indeed lived up to his name, and had even set him up in front of him. He originally wanted to kill Ji Linfeng, but because of the resemblance, he was moved to compassion. He was suspecting that his identity was actually a member of the Ji family, and that he and Ji Linfeng were twins, and that on the day of the birth, he was tampered with by someone with a heart of gold. In order to check this out, he changed his mind, and did not take Ji Tranquility with him for the time being. Just live in the Ji family as Ji Linfeng. It didn't occur to him that he would be discovered so quickly. Imperial Dr. Mu looked Darkian up and down, saying in surprise as he did so, "Like, really too much like. Ah Yao. Could he be a twin with Fenger, who was moved by someone in the house 16 years ago?" Hearing this, Darkian was taken aback and hurriedly said, "I am indeed 16 years old this year. Could it be that he really was a child of the Ji family? What a thrill." Lady Ji looked at Marquis Ji with a complicated expression. Could it be true that someone had stolen one 16 years ago while they weren't paying attention? It was like trying to transfer a daughter's general tactics. Ji Tranquility also hesitated. At that time Lady Chen and Lady Ji do not know. But there is no guarantee that the other person will not do so. After all, when the age of the Marquis of the High and Mighty, all of you look at me, I look at you. In the end, I don't know who shouted. How about a blood drop? Ji Tranquility frowned, feeling that the point of blood dripping to recognize one's relatives was not very reliable. But at the moment, it seemed that this was the only method. Darkian also wanted to know if he was a member of Ji's family and agreed. "I agree." Seeing Marquis Ji's hesitation, Darkian knew that his special identity could not gain the trust of the Ji family. So he simply said what he knew. "I have already betrayed the Dark Pavilion. There is no need to think that I will victimize you. There's no harm in telling you guys. This trip to Jizhou is very dangerous. Someone spent a lot of money to buy Lord Mu's head." "What? Who is it?" Imperial Dr. Mu took a step forward, his face filled with horror. Who else could it be? It must be the third prince undoubtedly. Ji Tranquility did not think that Dark Yin had betrayed the organization. So wouldn't he be hunted down by the Dark Pavilion? Hiding in the Ji Mansion. Wouldn't the Ji Mansion be implicated? Ji Tranquility looked at Dark Yin with a somewhat complicated expression. Probably because of some resemblance to Ji Linfeng. Dark Yin cast a sidelong glance at Ji Tran in Lady Ji's arms. The little demon deserves to be a little demon. So quick to figure it out. Third prince. Dark Yin said truthfully. Hearing the words third prince, Lady Ji and Marquis Ji exchanged glances, knowing in their hearts that he wasn't lying. Imperial Dr. Mu didn't think so. Frowning fiercely, he said, "It's fine for you to say whoever you want. Saying it's the third prince is simply nonsense. Who knows that the third prince is suffering from a strange poison and won't live past 30? How could he possibly lay his hands on Lao Fu? Furthermore, Lao Fu had no grudges with him in the past, and no grudges in the recent past. He wouldn't be able to take such a big risk to kill Lao Fu." Imperial Dr. Mu completely failed to see the rapid flash of panic on Aunt Sue's face behind her. She actually couldn't figure out why the third prince wanted to kill Imperial Dr. Mu. Imperial Dr. Mu was just an Imperial Doctor, and couldn't play any role in the battle for the throne. "Tie the person up first," Marquis Ji snapped. Dark Yan's heart raced. "Why didn't you drop blood with me?" He couldn't wait to know the answer. Marquis Ji had already turned around. And when he heard this, he only froze for a moment and continued to get into the car. Lady Ji held Ji Tranquility and followed closely behind, her expression complex. Why didn't Dad drop blood with Dark Yin to recognize his family? Is it hard to believe that he doesn't want to admit to having a killer son? Father has been clear for a lifetime. If people learned that he has a killer son, he would indeed be affected. But what if Dark Yin is really a child of the Ji family? Ji Tranquility tried hard to recall the contents of the original story, trying to find a little relevant message from it. But in the end, she failed. She felt like her brain had become a mush at this point. Dark Yin was tied to a crate and shared a seat with an underling. He was still struggling and roaring. What's wrong with me being an assassin? If you hadn't lost me back then, could I have become a killer? Could I have embarked on this path of no return? If you all dare to tie me up, I'll kill you all the first time when my identity is revealed. Dark Yin acted as if he was a member of Ji's family. He was complaining about the fact that Marquis Ji had lost him back then. That shouting face only made Marquis Ji and Lady Ji even more displeased. Almost stealing his beloved daughter away on New Year's Eve is unforgivable when you think about it. The more Ji Tranquility thought about it, the more she felt that she had forgotten some important information. No one saw the black gas surging underneath the furious Dark Yin's eyes. Terrifying to the extreme. The sky is really not beautiful. A fine rain. Spring rain. The end of the winter has not receded the cold up again. Mu Tai Doctor thinks that Dark Diffusion is Ji family twins 8 or 9. Heartbroken grandson ah. They ordered people to carry him to their carriage. Learning that Dark Yin was an assassin, Aunt Sue was terrified. Especially when she met his blood-red eyes. She was so scared that she almost went limp. She shivered and moved to the corner. And Imperial Dr. Mu didn't care about her timidity at all, and tried to untie Dark Yin. Since you and Fenger are twins, maternal grandfather categorically can't watch you be mistreated. Don't. Master. My concubine is afraid. Aunt Sue attempted to stop Imperial Dr. Mu, only to meet Dark Yin's cold eyes so frightened that she couldn't speak properly. Dark Yin looked at Aunt Sue for a long time, straight into the latter's fearful body, as if she was being stared at by an evil spirit. Her heart thumping. I seem to have seen you somewhere? Dark Yin frowned, somewhat unable to recall for a moment. Aunt Sue's heart rang alarm bells. And she said in fear, How? How can that be? You're a killer. I'm a proper lady of the court. How can I possibly come into contact with someone like you? Dark Yin's cold eyes narrowed slightly. Disdainful cold hum, you do not look up to people like me. Little master, I even more do not look up to you, this kind of only guarded in the deep boudoir mansion behind the bottom of the well of frogs. Must not be rude. Dark Yin. She is your grandmother. Imperial Dr. Mu actually treated Dark Yin as a member of the Ji family. Having been in exile for so many years, he could also understand this deviant nature of his. You'll have to learn the rules properly in the future. Dark Yin snorted disdainfully. He didn't want to stay in the mansion and listen to any teachings. He was keen on freedom. Wait a minute. Grandmother? Aunt Sue? Dark Yin suddenly remembered something. Alarmed? Grandfather. This woman is very bad. Grandmother was killed by her. She bought poison in the Dark Pavilion. The Dark Pavilion had a rule that all dealings with dignitaries had to be registered in a book, lest these people renege on their debts. It was this booklet that he had stolen, and Dark Eagle had sent people after him. Last night, he had gone through the matters related to the Ji family in detail. And when he saw the attack on Ji Yushu and the Crown Prince at the Protectorate Temple 2 years ago, he was furious. If he was really a child of the Ji family, then Ji Yushu was his own elder brother. Chapter 39. Aunt Sue's death. Upon hearing this, Imperial Dr. Mu's face changed in a heck of a way, dropping his gaze on Aunt Sue. His eyes a color of anger that Aunt Sue had never seen before. You say, is what he said true? Aunt Sue was horrified, but the instinct to survive made her subconsciously deny it. No. Master. Don't listen to his nonsense. Concubine. How would I dare to do such a bastard thing? Dark Yin laughed coldly. I'm not talking nonsense. I still have the booklet of records on me. The pamphlet records all the dirty dealings between the Dark Pavilion and your so-called prestigious families. If you don't believe me, take the booklet out and take a look. It's clearly written in black and white on it. It's right here on my waist. Imperial Dr. Mu was filled with anger, and immediately bent down to touch it. Aunt Sue was trembling in fear, the cold sweat on her forehead falling like rain. When she thought she was dead, she realized that Imperial Dr. Mu had touched nothing. Aunt Sue immediately weaseled her way out of the situation and said, Master, would you rather believe the words of an assassin who has done all the bad things, rather than believing my concubine? Where did he get the evidence? He is clearly bluffing and deliberately provoking the feelings between us. His identity is unknown. He is most likely an undercover agent sent by someone to kill you after gaining your trust. Didn't you listen to him just now? This journey is full of dangers. The Dark Pavilion has sent experts to assassinate you? He purposely said that just to sow discord. Dr. Mu frowned at Dark Yin. His eyes sharp. If you and Fengra are really twins. I am your grandfather. Do you really bear to kill your grandfather? Dark Yan's face was bitter. Grandfather. How could I possibly kill you all? I'm telling the truth. As for why the booklet is missing, I'm afraid I lost it on the road. I've really betrayed the Dark Pavilion now. And they're still chasing me around. There is no benefit for me to lie. What to do? It would be troublesome if the booklet was lost. Where exactly was it lost? I've been hiding in the Ji family since that day when I fled back to Shangjing. I haven't been anywhere else. Could it be in Ji Lingfeng's room? If it was found, would it harm him? Dark Yan's mind was so messed up that he didn't have a clue. He didn't want to get his twin brother killed. Then the Ji family would be even less likely to accept him. Imperial Dr. Mu's face was dyed with anger. And he didn't know if he believed Dark Yan's words or Ansu's words. His fists clenched tightly. Only after a long time did he ask Dark Yin, "Can you remember? What medicine did she buy?" Dark Yin thoughtlessly said, "Remember. It is a kind of poison that can make people cough for a long time. Once a person is hit, there is no doubt that he has consumption. There is no antidote." When he heard that it was undoubtedly related to consumption, Imperial Dr. Mu spat out a mouthful of blood in a fit of anger. Ansu's face was terrified. She knew that Imperial Dr. Mu believed it. "Bitch. I'll kill you." Imperial Dr. Mu viciously kicked Ansu's heart. Still not relieved of his hatred, he lifted the curtain and took the guards' matching knives, stabbing the terrified Ansu to death on the spot. The commotion on this side was too loud and attracted the attention of the carriage in front. "Stop the car. Yin Zheng. Go see what's going on back there." Marquis Ji's voice came from the carriage. Ji Tranquility also had a curious look on her face. What had happened? Yin Zheng hurriedly ran away and came back not long after, saying in a condensed voice, "Marquis. Madam. Lord Mu hacked Ansu to death." "What?" Lady Ji and Ji Tranquility exclaimed out in shock at the same time. Only the latter was wailing. Her little buttocks arched, and she couldn't stand up and run over to compete to be the first to eat the melon. Did grandfather really hack and kill Ansu? Because of what? Mother, quickly go and take a look. Is it because grandfather found out that Auntie Su was secretly delivering letters to the Chen family again? Marquis Ji and Lady Ji were both shocked at the same time. Lady Ji was busy lifting the curtain and getting out of the carriage, just in time to see Imperial Dr. Mu kicking the dead Ansu down. The old sister serving at Ansu's heels was kneeling in the rain and shivering. With a shivering mouth, she kept saying, "Master, spare your life." The old slave was completely unaware of Ansu's poisoning of Madame. In the end, he was also hacked to death by the furious Imperial Dr. Mu. Imperial Dr. Mu knelt in the rain and confessed to his dead wife. "Ah, you. It's me who's sorry. It's me who's sorry. Ah. I didn't realize the poisonous woman's wolfish intentions early enough. It was me who killed you. Father, get up. Mother in Heaven's spirit does not want to see you in this state. Now that you've personally held revenge for Mother, Mother can rest in peace." Lady Ji glared at Ansu's corpse, trembling with hatred. So it turned out that her daughter's suspicions were not unfounded. Ansu had really killed Mother. Right now, Father personally hacked Ansu to death, and it was considered avenging Mother's death. It was just that such a death was still too cheap for her. Lady Ji raised her eyes and saw Dark Yan's hands tied behind her back untied. He also looked towards Lady Ji, and for a long time, he mouthed a cry. "Mother! Lady Ji?" Dark Yan was already convinced that he was the child of the Ji family. Where under the heavens could there be two people born with such a resemblance? Lady Ji glanced at him with extraordinarily difficult eyes. "How about persuading your husband to recognize his blood?" The rain was drizzling. The servants all put on their straw raincoats, while the maids and maids-in-law all crowded into the carriage. The carriage set off again, leaving the two corpses to the cold wind and rain. Mrs. Ji accompanied Dr. Mu in the carriage, comforting him along the way. Dark Yin sat honestly in the corner, and when he saw Mrs. Ji, his face was full of joy. The matter of Aunt Su was denounced by him. "For this, Mother can also look at me more." See her all the way to the little monster so good. Will certainly also be good to me. Ever since he understood, he had been begging for a living. And then he was picked up and trained to be an emotionless killer. His inner heart had always longed to have affection, to embrace the love of his parents, to be like the common people. Mother, from now on, child will protect you. Darkian patted his chest with a naive face and promised. Hearing this, Lady Ji opened her mouth in a rare moment. Your identity has not yet been determined, so don't call me mother. And also, many thanks to you this time. If it wasn't for him, she would still have to investigate in secret. It was so good to just cut the person down and avoid more trouble. You're welcome. After all, that's also my grandmother. That night on the third day of the new year, he had badgered a lot about some of the interpersonal relationships related to the Ji family, knowing that the Mu family was Lady Ji's mother's family. After speaking openly, Lady Ji found that the killer in front of her was not as frightening as the rumors had it. And apart from the aura of solemnity on her body being a little thicker, the rest was fine. The heart seems to be good as well. If he changed his ways in the future, it wasn't impossible for him to be accepted by the Ji family. It was just that for some reason, she didn't have the same kind of lost and found joy when she saw Dark Yin. If he was really a stray child of the Ji family, he should be overjoyed to see her again. However, she always had an indescribable feeling of rejection. Seeing Lady Ji's expression ease, Dark Yin's brows also relaxed, followed by happiness. Is this the feeling of being loved? What a novelty. In this way, the little demon was his sister. Outside, it was drizzling. A spring rain that was still cool. But inside the carriage, it was incredibly warm. Ji Tranquility was placed on the soft couch by Marquis Ji. So he stood by the side and watched her cute and cuddly sleeping face. Seeing her chattering her little mouth from time to time, spitting out water bubbles. Her heart was almost adorable. Ji Tranquility was pampered by the Ji family as if she were a treasure. Born white and tender, more than 2 months old, she looked like a 4-month-old child. Her little face is chubby. Her hair is thick. Her eyes are dark and bright. And her smile simply melts her heart away. The whole person was milky. I don't know how long I slept. Woke up Ji Tranquility screaming one after another. Hungry, hungry, hungry mother. Mother! I want mother. Hearing this wah-wah sound, Marquis Ji knew that his precious daughter had woken up, busy calling his subordinates to go call Lady Ji. At this moment, the sky was no longer raining, but the coolness was still there. Marquis Ji then gently picked up Ji Tranquility and teased. My baby is so cute. These were the first words Marquis Ji said whenever he hugged Ji Tranquility, with a look of how he couldn't get enough of her. He. Daddy is also tolerable. Marquis Ji. With that, Ji Tranquility thought of something. This time when he came to Jizhou, father will definitely miss the person hidden in his heart, and mother will be sad again. Chapter 40. Jun Fu is second sister-in-law's cousin. Marquis Ji smiled faintly. Silly daughter. Your father, I already know that person is your mother. How would still make your mother sad? At this time, the carriage curtains were lifted, and the person who came up was Mrs. Ji. Wrapped in a hint of coolness, Marquis Ji showed a soft color, stretching out a hand to pull her onto the carriage, while saying, Madam, we are only 5 or 6 days away from Jizhou. For me, there have been more than 20 years have not come to Jizhou. Stepping in again. The feeling is quite deep. What does Madam think? Marquis Ji intentionally guided Lady Ji to recall the events of that year. Lady Ji was also as he expected. Her complexion stiffened. If he remembered correctly, the woman in his heart was also from Jizhou. No wonder. Without any hesitation, he said that he would follow him to Jizhou. So there was this relationship. Was this a preparation to see the woman? Where will she be put? Seeing Mrs. Ji's face collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye, Ji Tran's heart thumped. See, what's it say? Father is really a pot calling the kettle black. Making mother sad? Isn't it? Mother hadn't said before that she was also from Jizhou. Now it's good. The misunderstanding is big. Marquis Ji looked as if he didn't see Lady Ji's lost look, reminiscing to himself. Speaking of which, 22 years have passed since the civil unrest in Jizhou. And at that time, the more Marquis Ji said, the uglier Lady Ji's expression became, as if she was deliberately sprinkling salt on her wounds. Not wanting to, the always loved baby daughter also sprinkled salt on her wounds at this time. Father, quickly say. Say it more carefully. So that mother will. At this exact moment, the driver suddenly pulled the rope tightly. Phew! Startling the two large and one small ones inside the car to the point of staring with rounded eyes. What's going on? Marquis Ji asked in a deep voice. Yin Zheng's voice came from outside. Marquis. There's a person lying in the middle of the road ahead. Unknown life or death. Belonging to the front to check it out for a moment or two. Saying this, the sound of horses' hooves rang out. Lady Ji was still breastfeeding Ji Tranquility with Marquis Ji on her back. Her face couldn't be described as good. Ji Tranquility's small mouth ate bah humbug. Oddly shy. But she is now a real child in the flesh. And she is also really hungry. Yin Zheng quickly folded back and reported back. Marquis. That person is still breathing. But seems to be sick. Hearing sick. The car too big a careful underneath all thumped a jump. Ji Tranquility milk also do not eat. Anxious hands and feet. It's not an epidemic. Is it? Quickly look at what symptoms he has. There are red rashes on his skin. Finished. If it's really an epidemic, won't Jizhou, which is 100 miles away, become a hell on earth? Marquis Ji and Lady Ji came here this time because of this matter, and changed their faces in unison when they heard it. On this side, Imperial Dr. Mu heard that someone had fallen ill on the road, and in the spirit of medical benevolence, he had already jumped off the carriage and examined that person. After a long time, he said, he's starving, and he's caught wind cold. Yin Zheng, feed him some water? Wait. Lady Ji suddenly spoke out. Father, illnesses are prone to flare up in the spring. Be careful. Imperial Dr. Mu nodded and turned to boil the medicine. Having acquired quite a few herbs when he was in Anyang County to prevent this condition from occurring on the road, Yin Zheng fed the man water. And by the way, helped the man to lie down on the crate. Lady Ji lifted the curtain to take a look and did not see any red rashes on the man's face or neck. Her heart was a little more at ease. Maybe it's just an ordinary wind chill. Ji Tranquility is anxious, tightly clutching the corner of Mrs. Ji's coat. If it is really an epidemic, at this time Jizhou must be in hell on earth. I have to think of a way to remind mother to add an extra flavor of red peony on the prescription, as well as Yimu. Right. Let me see if there is that kind of transfer talisman in the mall. When Grandpa finds out that something is wrong, he will surely find a way to prescribe a prescription, and then add the medicine unnoticeably at that time. The more Ji Tranquility thought about it, the more feasible she felt. Mrs. Ji tightened her daughter. The method she had already thought of. There was no need to be so troublesome. Just as the thoughts fell, there was Ji Tran's shriek. Yeah, there really is this kind of talisman. It's not expensive either. It only costs 50 points. The problem now is how to transfer it. Hey. No. 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 I can't write. Ji Tranquility was instantly anxious and scratched her ears, her chubby little hands grabbing her thick hair and rubbing it. But Mrs. Ji and Marquis Ji were so distressed that they couldn't do anything about it. Oh, daughter. Why are you grabbing your hair? Quickly let go. Marquis Ji wanted to force Ji Tranquility's fat little hands away. Dad, you don't stop me. This hair grows too much. Drop wisdom. Ji Tranquility's little mouth was gurgling and spitting bubbles, trying to speak. Hearing the duo cry and laugh. The hair is a little thick, but it doesn't seem to affect the IQ of the daughter. It is probably too small. Not fully grown. Itself a little stupid. That teenager who was fed water by Yin Zheng woke up. Marquis Ji was the first to ask him where he had come from. Thank you for saving me. I'm from Ru County. Ru County and Jizhou are one in the north and one in the south. So I thought that this person really had a common wind chill. Scared them for nothing. Ji Tranquility also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but is still scratching his head. Over here, Marquis Ji asked about the youth's name and family history. My surname is Jun, with a single name. Fu. Originally went to Shenjing to join relatives. Did not want to meet bandits in the middle of the road and was robbed of their panniers. The two schoolchildren who traveled with him to protect the youngest lost their lives in the hands of the bandits. Jun Fu? This name is so familiar? Who is it? After asking some basic questions, Marquis Ji understood the general situation and had Yin Zheng bring him some food. It wasn't long before the medicine was also boiled. Jun Fu thanked him repeatedly. When he saw the Ji family's queue growing, he guessed that it was some big family. He would be grateful if he could be given a lift. But he felt it was inappropriate to ask for it out of the blue. On this occasion, Imperial Dr. Mu gave him the medicine he had grabbed and instructed. Don't forget to take it 3 times a day. He also gave him the pot of medicine. Junfu thanked him repeatedly. His demeanor was courteous, and he thought that his family lineage was not low. Ah! I suddenly remembered, isn't this Junfu's second sister-in-law's cousin? This is preparing to go to Shengjing to prepare for this year's autumn exams? Quickly. Will this Junfu slightly on? First make a good relationship. In the future when he won the title. Our Ji family can also follow the light. The most important point is that this person will later become the dynasty's first chief minister. At the same time, he is also one of Liu Yi's skirts. For the third prince to use, first make a good relationship with this person. And in the future, if something happens to the Ji family, he will be able to help claim 1 or 2 from it. Hearing this, Marquis Ji did not hesitate to say to Junfu, who was preparing to leave. Since Prince Jun will be traveling to Shengjing, then let's join together. We will go to Jizhou to pay homage to our ancestors. And when we are done, we will also return to Shengjing. Junfu's eyes lit up. All the way to the light bandits have encountered too. The guards around this family look like they have been in 100 battles. If they travel together, they would avoid a lot of trouble. Junfu hurriedly bowed. Thank you for accepting, my lord. Just like that, Junfu joined the ranks of the Ji family. Junfu was then shocked to learn that the Ji family was a marquis sect of Shengyu. There was only one marquis sect in the whole of Shengyu that was the undefeated god of war, Marquis Ji Shaoshan of Dingbei. The Ji family was not only a prestigious family, it was also a general's residence that was revered by all. Anyone who met them would have to kneel down and pay homage to them. After that, Junfu seemed more and more cautious, knowing that Junfu would be Ji Linfeng's cousin in the future. Both Ji Yushu and Dark Yin were very friendly to him, especially Dark Yin, who had a brotherly attitude. Brother Jun, don't be afraid. In the future, Little Master will protect you. Junfu looked flattered. The Ji family he knew had 2 sons. The eldest son, Ji Yushu, was injured in his prime when he saved the crown prince and was never seen again. The second son, Ji Linfeng, was a man of great vigor in martial arts, and he thought that he was the one in front of him. Many thanks to brother Linfeng. Upon hearing this, Dark Yan's brows wrinkled, and he was instantly unhappy. Junfu's face was at a loss for words. Chapter 41. The first appearance of the disease. The carriage drifted away. Marquis Ji did not quite agree with the fact that Imperial Dr. Mu had untied Dark Yin, and his current status really made people wary. From his daughter's mouth, he knows that this man will molest the princess and put the Ji family in danger. That was all the more reason not to let him into the Ji family. Husband, why don't we just drop blood with Dark Yin? Listening to Lady Ji's tone, she was also doubting whether she had moved the year on the day of the birth. No. Let's observe first, Marquis Ji said thoughtfully. Ji Tranquility moved her small mouth. Could there be an unknown secret in this that even Dark Yin himself doesn't know about? Ji Tranquility couldn't help but pull up her thick hair again. It really had grown too much and was suppressing her intelligence. Marquis Ji and Lady Ji perked up their ears to listen. So what exactly was the secret? As a result, they saw their own daughter pulling up her hair again. The chubby little hand changed color from the force. Daughter, can't you stop abusing yourself? Old Dad's heart is aching for me. Marquis Ji gently held Ji Tranquility in his arms and coaxed her. Suddenly, Ji Tranquility's short little legs glared in agitation. Will that bastard deliberately approach the Ji family and then steal the list or me after gaining the Ji family's trust? Marquis Ji and Lady Ji glanced at each other, and it seemed that this was also a possibility. Either way, it would be better to tie the person up. In the end, the Ji family still didn't tie up Dark Yin, because he was simply attentive all the way, waiting for Ji Yushu to get off the carriage, and helping Lady Ji with her hands. He also cared for Marquis Ji from time to time, and was filial enough to help Imperial Dr. Mu pinch his back, and even more so to Ji Tranquility. No one can refuse such a big filial son / big brother / good brother. On this day, a group of people after a long journey finally reached Jizhou City, outside the 10-mile slope. Roadside tea house for people to rest. Marquis Ji let the people rest well before entering the city. Ji Tranquility heart hanging things. Small eyebrows have not loosened. The closer to Jizhou, the more panic in her heart. She always felt that something bad had happened. Dark Yin and Junfu shared a carriage with Ji Yushu, and were now carrying Ji Yushu down. Dark Yin saw Ji Yushu with a mask on his face and was a little puzzled. Big brother, what are you doing with a mask? Are there any enemies here? After a few days together, Dark Yin called this big brother more and more smoothly. Ji Yushu faintly said, no enemies. Just a little bit of wind and cold afraid of over to the little sister. We'll cover. He himself backhanded the cloak over his head, wrapping himself tightly. Ji Tranquility's eyes lit up, babbling. Wow 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 wow. Big brother is awesome. So you can avoid cross-infection. Even if right now, the plague has already appeared in Jizhou City, he will still be able to prevent it. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, Big brother is the smartest one in the Ji family. What? A plague will appear in Jizhou City? My god. That thing will kill people. Dark Yin was shocked in place. At that exact moment, someone fainted on the roadside. A pair of grandparents and grandchildren. This scene directly made Dark Yin jump in fear. Ah! Help help help. Dark Yin was terrified and bounced behind Imperial Dr. Mu. There was no way. Imperial Dr. Mu was the best for him, and was a doctor. Safe. Look at you this kid. Or a killing cough. No interest. Imperial Dr. Mu swallowed back the words in his mouth, preparing to get up and head to check. In these 2 days, there are often people fainting by the roadside. And I don't know what's going on. The junior of thorough tea suddenly came up with this sentence. The heart of the few people who knew about it jumped into their throats. Ji Tranquility even explained sharply. It's over. It must be the plague without a doubt. No. No. We have to exchange a few hundred poison charms. Lady Ji was about to stop it, but she saw Dark Yin deadlock Imperial Dr. Mu in his arms. Grandfather, don't go. That person is infected with the plague. The 3 people who were in the know snapped their heads up and looked at Dark Yin incredulously. Ji Tranquility was also stunned. Why does Dark Yin know it's the plague? Marquis Ji and Lady Ji had the same thought. And Ji Yushu was even more horrified as she looked at Dark Yin. Could it be that? At this moment, Dark Yin only wanted to hold Eunuch Mu in a death grip, and did not see the expressions of the 3. In Ji Tranquility's opinion, her parents and big brother were frightened by the word plague. The second person next to him was even more horrified, and his face was bloodless. Imperial Dr. Mu was held by Dark Yin and was annoyed. But suddenly, he heard him start a rumor. So he sunk his face. If you kid keeps on fooling around, even grandpa won't like you. Originally he felt that this kid is still a little filial piety. Teach some good rules can also be cultivated 1 or 2. How do you know is still a naughty and unruly nature? Dark Yin said nothing to let go. Crying, I cannot return to the Ji family hope are on you. You cannot happen My good grandfather. You cannot happen Ji family members. Dark Yin then added. Grandfather. I'm doing this for your own good. Didn't you hear Xiao'er say? I've seen a lot of strange things in my travels. And I can tell at a glance that this is a contagious plague. Don't believe me. The Ji family understood. So they were relying on experience to talk nonsense. Imperial Dr. Mu sneered. Your kid doesn't know medicine. How can you see it at a glance? Do you think you're better than me? The Imperial Doctor? Laughing to death. To conclude that it's an epidemic based on the naked eye alone. If you're a great doctor, then you're a quack. Dark Yin was so anxious that he was about to cry. The little demon had calculated it. Could it be wrong? He couldn't just say that Tranquil's sister was a little demon. Could he? Originally, his parents didn't trust him too much. And if he said something that denigrated their most precious daughter, he wouldn't be far from death. Little monster, how come I'm the only one who hears your heart? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to hear it? I don't know what my destiny is with you. Take care of me alone. Me. Dark. Ji Tranquility also anxious, little fat hands flailing, spitting water bubbles in the mouth. Grandfather will not believe. Unless he is allowed to see the patient's condition. It is best to learn from the big brother will be mouth and nose are covered up. Hearing this, Lady Ji leans Ji Tranquility towards her body, blocking her mouth and nose as much as possible. Lady Ji unprecedentedly stood on Dark Yin's side as she advised. Father, spring is full of illnesses. It's better to believe in them than to believe in them. Those who have contracted the plague's disease have a lot of red rashes on their faces. So you might as well take a look from afar before jumping to conclusions. Furthermore, tranquility is still small. You should consider for tranquility. Right? Ancient books had recorded the plague, saying that those infected with the disease had red rashes on their faces, skin ulcers, and weakness all over their bodies. She hoped that Imperial Dr. Mu would draw attention to it. Marquis Ji also persuaded. Yes, father-in-law. Caution makes all the difference. Mother and father seemed to have believed Dark Yan's words. Ji Tranquility had a happy face. Great mother. Father. It's because your caution will save a lot of the people. Imperial Dr. Mu had a surprised look on his face. Surprised that Lady Ji believed Dark Yan's nonsense. Seeing Dark Yan's posture of not letting go until he believed it. He was really helpless. So he nodded, all right. Just give Io a face. Imperial Dr. Mu said this on his lips. But he didn't take it seriously at all in his heart. This person had obviously fainted because he had contracted a wind chill, and was physically exhausted. As a healer there was no reason to see death and save him. Dark Yan let go of his hand, and then bounced behind Jun Fu, who smiled and comforted him. Brother Lin Feng. Don't be afraid. Plague is not common. What the hell do you know? Dark Yan gouged him out without a good look. What the little demon had calculated. Could it be wrong? Jun Fu's face stiffened, and he said no more. On this side, Dr. Mu looked from afar, and saw that there was no rash on the faces of the grandchildren, so he walked up, and squatted in front of them to check. Only after a long time did he say, it's wind cold. Just take a few pairs of medicines. I'm going to boil the medicine. There are still a lot of them left. After hearing this, the tea shop's second man let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 42. Lady Ji expands her knowledge. Imperial Dr. Mu again asked Yin Zheng to help the person to follow him. Ji Yushu suddenly spoke. Wait, Uncle Yin. You'd better take this with you. Ji Yushu handed him a mask-like object in his arms, and said, being careful makes it possible. Seeing Ji Yushu pull out another mask-like object from his arms, Lady Ji wrinkled her brows, and had a thought out of the blue. It couldn't be that Shure could also hear her daughter's heart. Could it? Associated with his recent change in mood, as well as the matter of Wuda. This feeling grew stronger and stronger. Mrs. Ji glanced at Ji Yushu without a trace, thinking of finding a time to test the waters. Over here, Xiao Er boiled the medicine, and fed it to the grandchildren. Lady Ji held Ji Tranquility, and watched from afar. She didn't want her daughter to catch this disease as well. Perhaps there was a method of self-preservation in her daughter. But she was still uneasy, because of the grandchildren's condition. The group of people were delayed at the tea house for an entire day. The grandchildren woke up once after taking the medicine, but soon fainted again. Dr. Mu took the pulse of the two of them again, and there was no sign of improvement, which made him anxious. Seeing that the two are not very sick, he put the medicine is also heavy, according to the reason that the past day should also have some change is dark. C still did not wake up. Lifted the curtain rather helplessly said, Grandfather you just believe me once. I am your own grandson. Can I lie to you? Imperial Dr. Mu glared angrily at Dark Yin, and turned to rewrite the prescription. In order to prove Dark Yin wrong, he had to cure these two. If the people didn't wake up today, he wouldn't leave. Lady Ji also knew that Dr. Mu was stubborn, and wouldn't listen until she personally experimented. She was even more unable to rashly change the medicine at this time. Obviously, Ji Tranquility also thought of this point. The second prescription goes down. If the person does not see wake up, he naturally suspected 7 or 8 points. Another day passed. The grandchildren woke up, but coughed up blood. Just at this time, another shaky pedestrians passed by. One of them had a red rash on his face, and collapsed on the ground without taking 2 steps. Daddy, can you hold on a little longer? We're about to arrive in Jizhou City. The doctor in the city will be able to look after you. Daddy, wake up! The little girl shook the body of the fallen man, and her words came out with a sobbing tone. The man's lips with abnormal white. Face is covered with red rash. Some skin has festered. Appalling. Ah, it's killing me. Dark Yin happened to get down from the carriage, and seeing this, he screamed and ducked back into the carriage. This appearance was not at all like a killer, but rather similar to the jumpy Ji Lin Feng. At this point, everyone couldn't remain calm. The subordinates fearfully moved away. Imperial Dr. Mu really didn't believe that it could be this evil, and stepped forward to check the man's condition, only to find that the man was already dead. The little girl's family didn't know the situation. Saw someone come up to help themselves, thumped down on the ground and begged, please this kind person to save my father. Father infected with wind chill, but 5 days before he collapsed. Dr. Mu really can't believe what he has encountered. He has never encountered this kind of situation in dozens of years of medical treatment. The so-called disease of the epidemic has only been seen in the books. General wind chill also has the possibility of death if not treated in time. But it's impossible to fall down in 5 days, let alone a strong man. It seems that everything was said by Dark Yin. He didn't believe that Dark Yin could see how powerful this disease was just with the naked eye. There must be other reasons. But right now, it was not the time to pursue this matter. Imperial Dr. Mu told the deceased's family the truth with great reluctance. Please express my condolences. He's already dead. What? Impossible. You're lying. My husband only had a wind chill for 5 days. How could he be dead? I don't believe you. Let's go into the city. There must be a doctor in the city who can take a good look at Xiangdong. Quickly help your father up. A woman in the team said in an urgent voice. Can't go into the city. Dr. Mu snapped and changed his face, calling out sharply. How could that family member listen? Holding the man on the crate and leaving. Behind them came many more people one after another, each with a dying breath, supporting each other. It was just that these people were all in a hurry to get to the city to see a doctor. Trouble. Once in the city, none of the people in the city even escaped. Imperial Dr. Mu finally realized the importance of the matter. Even if the women were stopped, what would happen? There would be more people pouring into the city behind them. And there was a chance that the city would not be spared at this point. Lady Ji was so anxious that she lifted the curtain and asked, Father, is it true? Dr. Mu didn't dare to say anything, but the anxiety on his face made everyone believe it. The other prescription on the table was blown to the ground by a gust of wind. Ji Tranquility flying small fat hand. Anxious. Fonzie. Quickly pick it up, and let me see if it's that similar formula. Lady Ji lowered her eyes in contemplation for a moment, and said to Imperial Dr. Mu, Father, can you show the prescription to my daughter? Imperial Dr. Mu frowned deeply, and followed Ji Yushu's example. Covering his mouth and nose, he picked up the prescription, and handed it to Lady Ji. Fearing that her own mother would get infected, Ji Tranquility quickly punched the redeemed 100 poisons charm into Lady Ji's body. This kind of charm was so expensive that she had only redeemed 6 of them after pouring all her points into it. There were 23 people in the 2 Ji Mu families plus Jun Fu and Dark Yin. It was a huge number for her. For now, she could only take one step at a time. Lady Ji held the formula a little lower to make it easier for Ji Tranquility to look at it. Within a few moments, there was an exclamation of surprise from Ji Tranquility. Yes, this is the one. Just add red peony to it, and double the weight of Jimu. Upon hearing this, Lady Ji and Marquis Ji were thrilled. Ji Yushu was also excited. He had to find a way to inform his maternal grandfather of these 2 medicines before he could do so. Nowadays, only he can hear his little sister's heart. If he doesn't help his little sister, the entire people of Jizhou will suffer from this disaster. I do not want to. The method has not yet come up with will hear their own mother face surprise said, Father, you this formula and daughter has seen in the ancient books of the formula is very similar. However, there is still 1 red peony missing. And this Shimu is not 2 coins but 4 coins. The ancient book says that this formula can cure the spring plague. Hence the name spring plague soup. Really? Can you remember it clearly? Imperial Dr. Mu was surprised. Didn't this epidemic appear in spring? Does father still not believe my daughter? Lady Ji said with a serious face. Ji Yushu's carriage was not far from Ji Tranquility's carriage. And when she heard Lady Ji say this, her heart was wildly happy. Had mother really read it in an ancient book? What she said about these 2 flavors was exactly the same as what his little sister had said. And it had to make him excited. Ji Tranquility was also excited. My goodness. Mother is really knowledgeable. She can even see this. It's really great. If maternal grandfather believes mother's words, the people of Jizhou will be saved. And I won't have to rack my brain to figure out how to make a move. I really didn't think that mother had this hand. Ji Tranquility excited bad. Small fat hands flying non-stop. Small short legs also in force. In the original, Lady Ji did not follow her to Jizhou, which is why she did not propose this option in time. Ha ha ha. If maternal grandfather believes in my mother's words, then this time the name of divine physician will be none other than my mother's. Lady Ji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the crowd did not suspect her, it was good. Dark Yin had been keeping his ears open to listen to Ji Tranquility's heart. And now that he had heard such heavenly good news, how could he possibly give up the opportunity to perform? At that moment, he was about to open his mouth and lie. Yes, 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 Mother is right. Grandfather is about to believe it. Isn't he? I've seen it in an ancient book before. Just before he could open his mouth, he heard the words of Imperial Dr. Mu come through. I'll go and try. Oh ho! The chance to perform had gone down the drain. However, his mother-in-law seemed to be really good. Dark Yin smiled with honor. Lady Ji lowered the curtain and smiled smugly at Marquis Ji as if to say, see, I'm not stupid either. Ha ha ha. Mother is showing off in front of father. What a cute mother. Marquis Ji lost his smile. He had never said anything about her being stupid. On the contrary, had always felt that his own lady was incredibly smart. Dr. Mu had doubts. So he discussed with Marquis Ji about entering the city later. And Marquis Ji didn't plan to enter the city at this time. No one knew what the situation in the city was like. A group of people will live in the tea house, waiting for the grandchildren to wake up. The second person in the tea house was so scared that he even closed the door. If it wasn't for the fact that Dr. Mu had taken out the identity of the head of the Imperial Hospital, this kid would have had to shut the crowd out. Imperial Dr. Mu uses the tea house as cooker to boil medicine for the grandchildren. The crowd noticed that more and more people were rushing towards Jizhou City, and everyone was dragging their sick bodies. That afternoon, news of Jizhou's closing its gates and the outbreak of the epidemic spread. For a time, people were on edge. The people who did not enter the city were even more panicked. Bad. The city gates are closed. We have the formula in our hands. But it's futile if we can't get the medicine. Imperial Dr. Mu was so anxious that he stamped his feet. Chapter 43. Split into two teams. One team into the city. One team into the village. On the carriage, Dark Yin thought left and right, and felt that he couldn't go into the city again. Leaving Jizhou was the crunch. He said with a straight face, Big brother, we'd better go back to Shangjing. This situation is getting worse and worse. Even if he learned that the epidemic can be cured, he is still afraid. Ji Yushu immediately objected, no. We cannot see death to save. Besides, grandfather is the head of the Imperial Hospital. If in distress and fled, the Holy Spirit blamed, who cannot afford to take the responsibility. On the contrary, if we rise to the challenge, we will still be rewarded by the saint. Most of all, he didn't want the third prince to have the opportunity to roll over and suppress the Ji family. Dark Yin was horrified. His brows furrowed into Chuan zigzags. Big brother. Everyone else wants to run backwards. But you're still rising to the challenge. Do you know how terrifying the plague is? If you want to be appreciated by the emperor, you have to have a life. Right? Besides, do you know that 2 years ago, next to him, Jun Fu opened his mouth, unintentionally interrupting Dark Yan's later words. Brother Lin Feng. A gentleman should be self-improvement and virtuous. Establish the right position in the world. And perform the worlds. Okay. You guys are noble. You're gentlemen. I'm a villain, okay? Since you want to be a gentleman, then go down and help. Dark Yin is a rough man. The most annoying thing is to give him what the great road. Angry, he kicked Jun Fu off the carriage. Jun Fu, who fell out of the carriage, was confused, and then heard Ji Yushu coldly reprimanding Dark Yin. Dark Yin, don't go too far. Since you're afraid of death, you should get lost. Saying so, he called for his subordinates to carry him out. More and more patients were being stranded outside. It was the time when manpower was needed. Hearing this, Lady Ji only felt that her own eldest son was exceptionally understanding. How could she not feel comforted? On the contrary, Dark Yin was a person who was greedy and afraid of death. He hadn't inherited any of the Ji family's righteous genes. Dark Yin angrily slammed his fist on the carriage. If he wanted to roll, he had to bring the little demon with him. Just as Dark Yin was calculating in his mind how to take the little demon with him to escape, Yin Zheng's anxious voice rang out, Marquis is in trouble. After the city gates were closed, more and more of the people appeared to be irritable, and made a scene at the city gates. I've heard that this is also happening within the city. A large number of patients are not being treated and are cranky. Looking from afar, a black pressurized mass surrounded the city gates, and above the city towers were a large number of soldiers armed with red cherry guns. It was appalling to watch. The city gates were closed, and there was a formula, but no medicine. The red peony used by the party is still the Dr. Mu went to the mountain to look for. A long time delay. If the delay continues, no one can say how many more people will die. The people were suffering. And the heart of General Ji, who had been guarding one side of the town, was even more pained. At that moment, he made a decision to show his identity and forced the state officials to open the door and enter the city to catch the medicine. At the same time, he asked Yin Zheng to send an individual to report to the imperial court at a speed of 800 miles and have the medicine sent. There's no rush. Let's see how the medicine works before we make a judgment, Imperial Dr. Mu cautiously said. In the next few moments, everyone was on edge in their hearts. After waiting for nearly an hour more, they saw the grandparents and grandchildren waking up leisurely. Imperial Dr. Mu busily went forward and asked, "How do you feel?" "Still. Okay. Just a little sore throat." Seeing that the old man's state of mind was too much better than yesterday. Plus he could still speak. Imperial Dr. Mu had a look of surprise before making his decision. "Go. For now, the medicine is feasible. If it was a seriously ill person, adding another set was not impossible." This time, his daughter had made a great achievement. Marquis Ji was overjoyed. So he had Yin Zheng personally go and do it. Afterwards, Imperial Dr. Mu and Marquis Ji discussed the matter of entering the city. This city must be entered. But the rest of the people need not follow. The city was far more treacherous than they had imagined. And of course, Lady Ji understood this, and did not force herself, adding to the fact that what she wanted to do had already been done. The next step was just a matter of grabbing medicine. At this moment, Imperial Dr. Mu slapped his thigh and said joyfully, "Old me suddenly remembered that there is a village not far from here. And there are only a few families in the village. Leave a few people behind to help. And the rest of us will protect Io and Tranquil Child as they enter the village." Dark Yan's eyes lit up. As long as they didn't enter the city, they could go anywhere. Thus, the group was divided into two teams. The maids followed Lady Ji into the village. Ji Yusun had difficulty with his legs and had to follow as well. Jun Fu volunteered to stay and help. In the end, the eyes of the crowd fell on Dark Yan. After being dumbfounded, Dark Yan took a step and popped up behind Lady Ji, waving his hand and saying, "I can stay to protect Tranquil's sister and mother." "Mother. Che. Just say it outright if you're greedy and afraid of death." "I don't want to be protected." Dark Yan pretended to be deaf. Marquis Ji frowned tightly. Dark Yan's current identity was unknown. The one who was most uneasy was him. In the end, Marquis Ji left two guards to watch over Dark Yan. Dark Yan didn't care at all. Before leaving, Ji Tranquility cried and asked Marquis Ji and Imperial Dr. Mu for a cuddle, the purpose of which was to punch the 100 poisons and vulnerability talisman into their bodies. There were only 6 in total. Marquis Ji, Lady Ji, Ji Yushu, Xiaohe, and Dr. Mu reserved the last one for herself. After Dr. Mu pointed out a rough direction, Lady Ji set off with a group of people. It didn't take long for the group to arrive at the village that Eunuch Mu had mentioned. And the promise of a few families turned out to be none. It was deserted and populated, giving people an inexplicable sense of fear. "Mother, why do I feel that this village is a bit spooky?" Dark Yan scowled. At this time, the carriage ahead suddenly lurched, and Xiaohe bent down to take a look and actually saw a pile of white bones. "Madam." She was alarmed. A group of people were already hung up in their hearts and tense. "Xiaohe," this startled the crowd. "Oops. It's a pile of white bones." Dark Yan lifted the curtain and looked at it, frightening the crowd of maids and maids. Ji Yushu viciously gouged out a glance at Dark Yan. "Don't think he doesn't know that this kid is deliberately scaring people. Why do I feel that this village is unusual? I wonder what the name of this village is." Hearing Ji Tranquil's heartfelt words, Dark Yan's complexion changed. If the little demon said it was unusual, then there must be something fishy about it. "Mother. Let's still. It's more dangerous outside compared to the village." Lady Ji thought about it, and still decided to enter the village. Ji Tranquility tried hard to recall any mention of this village in the original story, and ended up thinking for a long time without recalling a single bit of useful information. But at this moment, a green smoke rose from the seemingly deserted village. The sky is getting dark. I guess someone is cooking. Ahead of the grass is dense, and there are also densely packed sky-high trees. The rising green smoke looks particularly bizarre. Dark Yan poked his head out, and the words that came out of his mouth scared the faces of a group of maids white as paper. Could it be that what lives inside is not a person, but a ghost? After saying that, Dark Yan intentionally looked towards Ji Tranquility's carriage. In his eyes, the little demon was a ghost. Ji Yushu snapped. "Don't be an alarmist. I think you're the one who looks like a ghost." Darkian stiffened when he heard this, and darkness surged at the bottom of his eyes. Spinning around, he smiled. If I am a ghost, how can you all have a life? Is there really a ghost in this world? Ji Tranquility pondered. The two's jokes were not taken to heart by Lady Ji. The group of people drove the carriage through the weeds that were taller than a person, walked past the dense sky-high trees, and finally saw the family with the green smoke. Chapter 44. General Ji has come to our rescue. Right at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly scurried past from behind the group. It immediately caused the guards to be alert. Who? Darkian's figure swept out of the car extremely quickly and landed on the roof. He looked around vigilantly. No suspicious person was found. It's probably a wild beast. Don't be afraid. Little master, I'm powerful. Sleepy. Ji Tran couldn't help but fall asleep in Mrs. Ji's arms. After a long period of silence and seeing no further movement, the group continued onwards. The only family in the village that hasn't moved away. It was a dilapidated thatched cottage. The old man who was chopping wood in the courtyard was a little surprised to see so many nobles coming at once. Increasing the volume of his voice, he seemed intent on reminding the people in the house. Who are you looking for? He stepped forward and said enthusiastically. We are passing merchants. Because the city gates are closed for some reason, and we can't enter the city. We want to stay here for a few nights. Can we? This was the rhetoric that had been discussed when they arrived. The old man looked askance with a pair of old eyes at Xiaohua as well as the two guards riding on the high horse, and seemed to be startled. Standing unsteadily and taking 2 steps back, raising his voice, he called his old companion, who was busy in the house, and whispered a few words. The old woman's eyes didn't seem to be too good, coming close to Xiaohua and surveying her for a long time before saying, You can borrow the room, but there isn't enough room, so we may have to commission your honor to live in the carriage. It's fine. It's fine. Just stay, my lady. We don't mind. He happily turned around to help Lady Ji out of the carriage. As the sky grew dark, a group of people took care of Lady Ji into the house. Madam, it's fortunate that there's another family in the village. Otherwise, one would have to sleep out in the wilderness. Well, instruct the subordinates to be more polite to the 2 old people. Yes. The underlings used the cooker room after obtaining the old couple's consent again. And Lady Ji signaled for Zuho to take out the silver, and personally handed it over to the old woman's hand, saying very gratefully, Old lady, there is really some disturbance. This is a small token of appreciation, please be sure to accept it. The old woman also did not excuse herself, accepted the silver, and said, What are these casually? Food may not be quite enough. Don't worry, old lady. We have brought our own food. He said to the old lady, who was fumbling around the house, as she packed up her things. Darkian took in the scene of the old woman naturally accepting the silver. The subordinates were busy in an orderly manner, and Darkian looked back and forth before finally crossing his legs and sitting on the roof. Chiyushu, on the other hand, was staring at the furnishings in the house, chatting with the old couple from time to time. Milk. Where did the rest of the village move to? All dead? At those words, everyone looked over in astonishment. How did they die? Darkian seemed to be extraordinarily curious about this matter, and moved a stool to sit beside the old man again. Just as he sat down, he frowned, not knowing whether it was an illusion or not. He actually smelled blood from the old master's body. It was very faint. If he hadn't spent years licking blood from the knife's edge, he wouldn't have been able to smell it. Ji Yushu's gaze fell on a hoe in the main hall of the house. In his ears came the old man's somewhat heavy words, bitten to death by the wild beasts of the Stony Mountain. A year ago, the wild beasts on Mount Stony suddenly went crazy for some unknown reason. And then they rushed down the mountain to bite the people in the village to death. Even the children were not spared. At that time, my partner and I went to my eldest son's house. So we escaped. The group of people looked at each other, surprised. No wonder you can see white bones at the entrance of the village. Where does your eldest son's family live? Darkian asked again, as if he was prying for information. Jizhou City. The old man finished and shook the long tobacco stick in his hand. Then why didn't your 2 old men follow? Not afraid that the wild beasts on Mount Wei would go crazy again? These words were asked by Ji Yushu. The old man didn't say anything. The old lady groped her way to sit next to Mrs. Ji and took over. The eldest daughter-in-law won't allow it. She hates the 2 of us for being a burden in our old age. How can that be? All good deeds and filial piety first. So unreasonable. Zuho looked indignant. At this time, Ji Tranquility was sleeping very deeply, completely unaware of what several people were talking about. Mrs. Ji did not feel comfortable letting her sleep alone in the inner room, so she kept her in her arms. The room was not spacious, and the oil lamps were even dimmer. The flickering candle flame was facing the possibility of going out at any time. The darkness outside the house gave people an eerie feeling, coupled with the fact that the village is not popular. Mrs. G's heart could not help but panic. When she inclined her head, she saw the old lady touch and sit down next to her. What surprised her was that the old lady had a faint scent on her, like a medicinal fragrance. Many old people in the village will know some herbs. Small illnesses pick their own herbs to deal with 2 mouthfuls. Big illnesses will only go into the city to see. So, it is not strange to have the smell of herbs. After sitting for a while, the underlings made simple food. One person ate a small amount of food and went to sleep, leaving a guard and maid to keep watch. After all, there was the previous experience of a wild beast going crazy. Ji Yushu and Dark Yin did not fall asleep. The two of them were wide-eyed inside the carriage. Dark Yin hoped that Ji Yushu would sleep quickly so that he could secretly carry the little demon and run away. As a result, this guy was guarding him like a thief. Dark Yin, why aren't you sleeping? Ji Yushu ignored him. Dark Yin, don't trust me? Ji Yushu still ignored him. Dark Yin, are you afraid that I'll steal Tranquil Sister? Ji Yushu this time threw a meaningful look for him to experience on his own. Dark Yin. Marquis Ji and Imperial Dr. Mu's side was not very smooth. After separating from Lady Ji, the group set off towards Jizhou City. By the time they arrived, the sky was also dark, but the entrance to the city was ablaze with fire. The people were shouting, "Open the gates! Open the gates!" A junior general hurriedly ran up to the city tower and reported, "General Chen, get an idea. If this continues, the city gates will surely be broken." The general next to him was so anxious that he was sweating profusely when he heard this. He actually felt that this situation was even more terrifying than a large army pressing in. Has the governor reported this matter upwards? It has been reported upwards. But right now. Alright. Keep shouting. There was no choice but to have people continue shouting to pacify the people, even if the effect was minimal. Please be patient, folks. The governor has already sent someone to report to the heavenly hearth, and will send an imperial physician to come and treat everyone in a few days. Please be patient, folks. There were already enough sick people in the city before an effective prescription was researched. Even if people were let in, it would be pointless and would instead cause civil unrest. The civil unrest more than 20 years ago had killed and injured nearly 10,000 people. He really didn't want to recreate the tragic situation back then. Underneath the city tower, more and more common people appeared to be irritable, angrily raising torches to smash the door. The spattering flames set the hay next to them on fire, and those who didn't escape in time were directly set on fire. The people who did not escape in time were directly burned. The screams were heard one after another. In the end, it led to a stampede, killing and injuring countless people. Seeing such a scene suddenly had the illusion that the civil unrest of that year had reappeared. Ji Xiaoshan became angry and flew up, landing straight onto the roof of the carriage in the center of the field, towards the officials and soldiers above the city tower. He shouted, "Tell Chen Chongyan to open the city gates quickly. This marquis has the formula to cure this epidemic on him." Everyone was in an uproar at these words. Someone exclaimed, "You have the formula on you? Are you really the marquis? This marquis' surname is Ji. He is Ji Xiaoshan, who came to Jizhou 22 years ago by imperial order to fight the bandits." There were disbelieving people who directly picked up the torches in their hands and threw them towards Ji Xiaoshan. And there were also people who threw stones. Ji Xiaoshan just slightly sidestepped and dodged, angrily saying, "Impersonating the marquis of the dynasty is a great crime. Do you think this marquis is too long-lived to come for you to even give up his life? Do you know how serious this epidemic is? Anger for anger's sake. But he still has the lives of the people in his heart. It's General Ji. It's really General Ji." The survivors from back then shouted in surprise when they recognized Ji Xiaoshan. "General Ji has come to save us." General Ji wasn't afraid of being infected by the epidemic and sacrificed his life to save us. Chapter 45. Eyes in the darkness. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. Cheers were heard. Chen Chongyan on top of the city tower looked suspicious. Is that man really General Ji? Bring the 1,000-mile lookout. The junior general beside Chen Chongyan hurriedly handed the 1,000-mile lookout to him, and Chen Chongyan held it up towards Ji Xiaoshan's side. On the top of the carriage, a man with a strong iron bone was saying to the people in a decisive manner, "Please don't worry, folks. This time, along with this marquis, there is also the head of the Imperial Hospital, Imperial Dr. Mu. We arrived in Jizhou 3 days ago, and have already experimented with an effective prescription. As long as we open the city gates and prepare the medicine, we will be able to control the epidemic. I also asked the townspeople to sell Ji Mao face. Do not make any more trouble. The only key to solving the problem is first and foremost." "Did you really bring Imperial Dr. Mu? Really didn't lie to us?" the man who shouted cried, having hope in his heart, not wanting to turn into despair again. Over these 3 days, watching his loved ones fall one by one, he could hardly hold on. Many of the people wanted a positive answer. They were eager to get into the city, eager to see the doctor. They didn't want to die, much less see their loved ones fall in front of them. It was more painful than killing them. "Please, General Ji, save us bitter people? Please." One person knelt down, and more people knelt down towards Ji Xiaoshan. Everyone was more or less infected with the epidemic and longed for salvation. There was a sea of whimpering. Ji Xiaoshan was incomparably moved and followed with red eyes. Hearing him choke out, "This general has been guarding the border for several years, in order to give the people a stable home. Now that we have encountered the epidemic, I feel very sad in my heart. Don't worry. Imperial Dr. Mu is my general's father-in-law. He's really here." Everyone followed the direction of his finger, and saw an old man getting down from the carriage. Chen Chongyan, his hand holding a 1,000-mile lookout, also looked towards this side. When he saw Imperial Dr. Mu, he was so excited that he almost couldn't hold the 1,000-mile lookout in his hand. He heard him excitedly say, "It's Dr. Mu. It's really Dr. Mu. Quickly open the city gates." To be able to sit at the head of the Imperial Hospital, it was evident that his strength was superb. And at this time, he was the hope in everyone's heart. Countless people wept with joy. "Imperial Dr. Mu is here. We are saved. The sky does not die in Jizhou." Soon, the city gates opened wide. The people did not rush in as Chen Chongyan expected, but stood on both sides of the road in an orderly manner, waiting for Ji Xiaoshan and Imperial Dr. Mu's carriage to enter the city first. Chen Chongyan had already sent someone to inform the governor. As soon as Imperial Dr. Mu entered the city, he said to Chen Chongyan in a deep voice, "Quickly have someone transcribe the prescriptions that I have in my hands and distribute them to all the healers in the city. If there isn't enough medicine, go to the neighboring cities. Make sure to bring the epidemic under control as quickly as possible." Imperial Dr. Mu's spirit of putting the greater good first and not hiding anything is admirable to my humble servant. All right, less horse farts. While we haven't been infected with the epidemic, quickly get people to do it. And send some more uninfected people to come and boil the medicine. Yes. 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 My humble servant will go now. Xiaoshan, you come with me. After Chen Chongyan left, Imperial Dr. Mu took Marquis Ji to one of the largest medical halls in the city. The doctor in the pavilion had long been anxious. Hearing that a head of the Imperial Hospital had come to the city, they rushed out to greet him. After nodding towards the crowd, Dr. Mu took out the prescription and said, "Go and get more medicine according to the prescription. Don't rest if you all work hard tonight." The oldest doctor in the medical center said with old tears in his eyes. Back to Lord Mu. "We have not closed our eyes for 2 days and 2 nights. Imperial Dr. Mu understands how they feel, and nods his head heavily. "I know. I will definitely report to heaven this time truthfully. You and others are all credit to Shum Yu." Hearing his words, all the doctors in the pavilion felt that these days of hard work were worth it. However, there were some who doubted the effectiveness of the prescription. Elder Dr. Mu repeatedly assured, "I have already used it on a pair of grandchildren. The medicine is absolutely reliable. If anything really happens, I will bear all the consequences." Upon hearing this, a group of old doctors breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Mu sneered in his heart. Of course he knew that these people were afraid of taking the blame. 1 or 2 of them were as smart as monkeys. Next, Ji Xiaoshan was responsible for arranging for people to transcribe the prescription, while Dr. Mu followed the doctors in the medical center to check on a few serious patients in the center. At this time, the outside of the medical center was full of people who had contracted the disease. Inside 3 layers, outside 3 layers. each with a torch. The entire Jizhou city lit up brightly. Ji Xiaoshan remembered his daughter's words that masks could be prevented. So he flew onto the roof. Loudly said, "All people take the cloth to cover the mouth and nose. Do not let the people around you infected with the epidemic again." This time, the people obeyed out of the blue. Seeing this, Ji Xiaoshan once again reddened his eyes and comforted. "Don't worry. We will definitely get through this difficult time. Just like more than 20 years ago. And drive the epidemic out of Jizhou City like bandits. We believe in General Ji." The group rose in excitement. At this moment, Ji Xiaoshan's magnificent body infused into the hearts of the people like a god. He was an undefeatable god of war. And a parent to thousands of people. His presence was a blessing for Xingyu. The people of the city stayed up that night. The doctors at the medical centers were busy with the prescriptions and had their subordinates boil the medicines after they had been prepared. When there was a shortage of staff, they distributed the medicine packets directly to the sick so that they could boil them themselves. Busy but orderly, urgent but not chaotic. In the middle of the night, Dark Yin was suddenly awakened by a sound, and woke up to find that it was the old woman who had risen for the night. Through the hazy moonlight, Dark Yin watched the old woman fumble her way towards Lady Ji's room. And after realizing that she had gone the wrong way, she muttered in a low voice, "Harm. Her eyes are getting worse." Dark Yin was about to close his eyes to fake sleep. Suddenly felt that there was a pair of tiger eyes in the darkness watching him. At once, his heart was terrified. He took his foot and kicked Ji Yushu awake. Ji Yushu was not asleep and opened his eyes before he kicked him. Dark Yan's godly words came from his ears. "Hey, big brother. Have you ever felt that there is a pair of terrifying eyes in the darkness watching us?" Ji Yushu perceived carefully for a moment, and did not notice anything strange other than seeing the old woman rise up in the night. So out of breath, he said, "You think it's fun to scare people?" Dark Yan's expression was solemn. Knowing that Ji Yushu did not believe him, he cut out, "Cut. I kindly told you that there was danger, but you thought I was bluffing you. Okay, if something happens, you'll have something to cry about." Anyway, he only had the little demon in his eyes. Once something happened, he would be the first to run away with the little demon. Listening to this, Ji Yushu took it seriously for a few minutes. After all, what dark diffusion is good at is concealing means. Perhaps it is the other party's breath that he has detected. There is also the possibility that the beasts on the mountain ran down to eat. In the second half of the night, Ji Yushu's whole heart is hanging in Mrs. Ji's room. As long as there is a hint of wind and grass will open his eyes to take a look. In this way, the first night in the village passed peacefully. Early in the morning, there were underlings getting up to do work. The old man went down to work even earlier than everyone else. The old woman took out 2 pieces of clothing and said she wanted to go to the small river not far away to wash them. Lady Ji was distressed that she had fallen, so she asked her maid to go and take her place. But she said, "It's not a problem. Old woman, I have lived here for many years, and I haven't even fallen yet." After saying that, she carried the wooden bucket and walked out, just bumping into Dark Yin, who entered the courtyard. The wild fruits in Dark Yan's hands fell directly to the ground. Dark Yin frowned and bent down to pick up the fruit. He met Mrs. Ji's slightly warning look. Dark Yin froze, very amused. It made it seem like he was going to kill someone because of a fruit. Chapter 46. Dark Yin kills 2 old men. Ji Tranquility was held by Lady Ji as she sat under the eaves of the house in the sun, squinting her eyes comfortably. At noon, the old woman who had gone out to do laundry had not yet returned. Could it be that she fell? Mother quickly sent someone to look for it. Ji Tranquility did not say anything, and Lady Ji also planned to send someone to look for it. Not long after, the old man returned carrying a hoe. When he heard that his partner had disappeared, he also put down his hoe and went out to look for him. As soon as he left the house, he saw the guards, who had gone out to look for him, returning with the unconscious old woman on their backs. The maid called out from afar, "It's not good, madam." The old lady fell and fainted. Lady Ji was busy giving Ji Tranquility to Xiao He to carry, ordering the guards, quickly help the room." Lady Ji followed inside to check the old madam's injuries. Behind her, the old master was so anxious that he wiped his tears. Dark Yin crossed his legs with an air of unconcern. Ji Yushu was pushed forward by her maid to comfort the old master. "Don't worry. My mother knows some medical skills. There will be a way." The old master was stunned, and in a whirlwind of surprise, he said, "Good. With you guys around, the old man is relieved." After saying that, the old man suddenly coughed violently. "Yes, yes, old grandpa, don't worry. If there is really any flashbacks, I will also step in." After spending all her points yesterday, she turned on her spitting mode and earned back another 200 points. The two old men were kind enough to leave them for the night. They are top-notch people, but nothing can happen to them. Darkian held a dog's tail grass at his mouth and gave the old man a sidelong glance. His eyes traveled downwards and landed on a pair of clean cloth shoes without a bit of mud. If thoughtfully, in the house, Mrs. G was about to examine the old woman, when the old woman suddenly opened her eyes and woke up. Madame G was overjoyed and busily went forward with concern. "Where does the old lady feel uncomfortable?" Lady G wanted to take the old woman's pulse, only for the old lady to pull her hand away without a trace. Some cloudy eyes looked at Lady G, humbly and resistingly excused herself. Lady Golden Branch and Jade Leaf must not consult for a dying old woman, lest you catch bad luck. Lady G smiled helplessly. "Old lady's words? I'm a merchant. I'm not a golden leaf. Let me take a look. Otherwise, I don't feel at ease." Unknown to me, the old lady was very resistant and shrank towards the bed. No, I have a bit of an old illness, so I won't bother you, lest I insult you." Mrs. G's hand froze in midair. Seeing that she insisted, she didn't force it. "That's fine. The old lady take a good rest. If there's something you need to do, just let the maid do it." Yes. "Madam, quickly go out and bring the child. The child is afraid of being hungry." The old woman lowered her eyes, a brilliant light flashing through the bottom of her cloudy eyes. Seeing Lady G come out, Ji Tranquility hurriedly pampered for a hug. "How is it, mother? Is the old granny all right?" The old couple obviously still have a son, but the daughter-in-law dislikes them for living in this uninhabited village, which is quite pitiful when you think about it. Mrs. G frowned and said, as if she didn't mean it, "Why won't you let me see the doctor?" Ji Tranquility's face was filled with suspicion when she heard this. What's the reason for not letting mother see the doctor? Could it be that she is afraid of spending silver? There was nothing to do during the day, so Darkian and Ji Yushu caught up on their sleep in the carriage. Lady Ji was worried about Marquis Ji and Imperial Dr. Mu in the city, so she had one of her maids inquire about the situation. At the same time, she asked the maid to fetch a few pairs of medicines back and keep them on hand in case of an emergency. In the afternoon, the old woman had been sleeping. Lady Ji, on the other hand, was holding Ji Tranquility in the courtyard sunbathing, the warm sunlight hitting her body comfortably, squinting her eyes, unknowingly falling asleep. At Chen hour, some of the maids felt unwell. Not Xiao said that there were symptoms of infection. The maid who went out to investigate did not return, and Lady Ji was so anxious that she had to pass Ji Tranquility to Xiao He. She then went out to look for herbs. Ji Yushu did not feel at ease with her, so she let one of the guards accompany her. As the sun set in the west, the coldness began to rise, so Xiaohua carried the sleeping Ji Tranquility into the bed in the inner room and covered her with a quilt. She then went to work on something else. Darkian had been paying attention to Xiaohua, and when he saw her put the little demon alone in the house, he knew that the time had come. Pretending to be bored, he walked towards the inner room. Ouch! A little thirsty. Go inside and pour a cup of water to drink. Ji Yushu looked at him entering the house and kept an extra eye out. I do not want to. Not long after, changes occur. Inside came the old woman's mournful shouts. Come on! Come on! Kill someone! At this time, Mrs. G also happened to pick medicine back. Heard the screams with Ji Yushu rushed into the house in a hurry, just to see the dark diffusion of a hoe to the bed of the old woman smashed to death. On the ground lay the old man, who was lying dead in peace. The two were greatly shocked. Mother! Big brother! I heard them in. Pa! Without waiting for Dark Yin to finish, Lady Ji angrily slapped Dark Yin's face, painfully saying, You're crazy. Are you crazy? It's true that I expected too much from you, thinking that you really put down the butcher's knife and changed your ways. But I didn't want you to still be bloodthirsty. Because of a fruit you are going to beat murder to death. Watching his behavior these days, she really pitied this fatherless and motherless child, who looked similar to Jilin Feng. She wanted to touch him with love, to guide him on the right path. But then, he even killed this lonely old man just because of a wild fruit. You disappoint me too much. Lady Ji's words and disappointed look pierced Dark Yan's heart. So this was how she looked at him. He was an assassin, yes. But how could he go and kill someone because of a wild fruit? Only to see him roar angrily. Who are you to be disappointed in me? Who are you? Not even listening to him finish his sentence. On what grounds did he say he was bloodthirsty? On what grounds did he conclude that he didn't want to change his ways? Ji Tranquility in the next room was awakened by the sound of Dark Yanji's angry roar, and wondered what had happened. Staring with a pair of round and black eyes, he pricked up his ears to listen to the dialogue over here. Then he heard his own mother's angry voice. On what grounds? Just because you and Feng are very similar. As a mother, I should control you. Look at your current image of a murderess. Crazy demon. Heh. Dark Yan smiled coldly. A mother? Shouldn't a mother trust her child unconditionally? But you? Without even asking for the original reason. You flatly insisted that I killed him because of a fruit? Lady Ji laughed in anger at his words. Then what did you say you were doing in this room? Don't tell me you went the wrong way. I didn't go wrong because Are you still trying to say that they tried to kill you? How ridiculous. Lady Ji had always been gentle and virtuous, and had seldom been so angry. It was evident that there were a few expectations for Dark Yan in there. Even if he wasn't a child of the Ji family, he was still a poor man, and she could see that he longed for affection. Dark Yan stood there in a daze, feeling coldness all over his body. He had felt for a moment that the person in front of him would be a good mother, that even if he wasn't a child of the Ji family, he would still honor her and protect her. But right now, she snapped and concluded that he had killed someone. Dark Yan stood there lost in thought, restless, as if something was about to leave him. Lady Ji ruthlessly summoned 2 guards and said, "Tie the man up and wait for the Marquis to come back to deal with him." Ji Yushu felt that there might be a hidden agenda in this matter, and reached out to pull Lady Ji. "Mother, why don't you listen to him finish putting up first? Maybe there really is a hidden agenda in this." In the daytime, I witnessed him reveal his killing intent towards the old lady because of a fruit. Lady Ji's beautiful eyes were colored with anger. At that time, she had warned him, but she had never thought that he still had the intention to kill. Dark Yan looked at Lady Ji incredulously, and spoke one last time. "Do you really think that I would kill these 2 because of a fruit?" Mrs. Ji didn't look at Dark Yan again and coldly said, "Isn't it? A bloodthirsty assassin would have already treated human life as if it were grass." Dark Yan's heart was so cold that he kicked away the Ji family guards, who came up to tie him up, and said angrily, "Fine. Fine. I'm bloodthirsty. Right? Then I'll be bloodthirsty for you." Dark Yan ran away, kicking away 2 guards before breaking the window and escaping. If he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. As the sky grew dark, Lady Ji arranged for her subordinates to prepare the aftermath for the 2 old men. The 2 old men still had sons in the city, so it was unreasonable not to notify them. This matter was caused by the Ji family, and she would not evade the responsibility that should be fulfilled afterwards. Lady Ji was so distraught over Dark Yan that she didn't even eat dinner. Ji Tranquility was very worried about her. She was thinking, although Dark Yan is a killer, but because he and Ji Lin Feng born like changed a lot. The road encountered a few waves of killers, almost all died in his hands. All the way as he protected in the right and left of the Mutai doctor. She vaguely felt that Dark Yan was genuinely treating the Ji family as his family. Is there a hidden agenda for today's incident? If there really is a hidden agenda, what can 2 old men do? The more Ji Tranquility thought about it, the more she felt that she had missed out on some important information. Chapter 47. The body is missing. Dark Yan, who had no way to go, ran all the way madly into the stony mountain. The deep color of the night enveloped the entire stony mountain, and the withered branches of a large tree stretched out into the night sky, looking like a large, terrifying hand. Several large black birds were perched on the trees, from time to time emitting creepy cries. Dark Yan held a long black sword in his hand, venting and hacking at the bushes on both sides. Ah! Pissed me off. Those 2 old things were clearly plotting how to kill them all before he made his move to hack people to death. Why should we give him a conclusion without waiting for him to explain? Pissed me off. Dark Yan grumbled in anger and flew to sit on a lush tree, preparing to spend the night at Stony Mountain. Just then, not far ahead, a black shadow quickly swept past. As a killer, Dark Yan was a bit more daring than normal. Thoughtlessly followed. Who is pretending to be a ghost? Give me a stop! Darkian all the way towards the depths of the mountain of Wei chased about a kilometer of the appearance. The black shadow in front of the stopped. Through the hazy moonlight, Darkian saw that the head of the person in front of the moonlight under the illumination of the light back up the light. Oil shiny. He tentatively took 2 steps closer. And when he saw the figure of the person coming, his face showed shock. You. Actually a monk? Darkian's body stiffened for a moment. The person slowly turned around. And it was clearly the Protectorate Temple's Master Ci Feng, clad in a black and gold patterned surplice veil. Master Ci Feng was relatively famous in Shengjing City, and Darkian recognized him. Darkian let out a sigh of relief. So it's Master Ci Feng. I thought it was a ghost? Darkian said half-jokingly. Master Ci Feng was highly respected and very much honored by those honorable people in Shengjing City. Spitting as if he had guessed the purpose of Master Ci Feng's visit, he was so shocked that he took a step to pop out a distance that he thought was safe, pointing at him with a trembling voice. You wouldn't be here to persuade me to put down the butcher's cleaver and turn into a Buddha on the ground, would you? Do you monks really think that by putting down the butcher's knife you can become a Buddha on the ground? He tried to put it down, but no one believed he would change his ways. Master Ci Feng looked Darkian up and down and spat out a strange remark. It's like a person before he was awakened. What are you muttering about? Who doesn't look like a person? Darkian didn't hear it, and when he raised his eyes, he suddenly saw Ci Feng's large, withered hand grabbing at him. Darkian wanted to move, but he couldn't. What have you done to me? Darkian was so shocked that he couldn't help himself. However, he saw the look on Master Ci Feng's face like a hellish shura, only to hear plop. A sound came, and Master Ci Feng's palm actually reached directly into Darkian's body. No! Darkian's mournful scream resounded throughout the entire stony mountain, startling many of the large birds perched on the tree poles. Something broke out of his body. Ji Tran, who was far away in Shengjing, suddenly shook his body and snapped his eyes open, sitting up in shock. There seemed to be more memories in his mind. Dark diffusion. It's Dark Diffusion's memories. Ji Tran's jaw dropped in shock. Why? Why were there suddenly more memories of Darkian? Could it be that he died? The ledger. Darkian's ledger. The thing in his memory that Darkian valued the most. Ji Tran's drowsiness ran out all of a sudden, and he rummaged through the house. Right at this moment, there was a sudden sound of movement outside the house. Ji Tran's face was horrified and shocked as he dodged and hid behind the door. Not long after, 2 men in black broke the window and entered, directly on Ji Tran's terrified face. In a flash, 2 daggers came suddenly. Ji Tran reacted extremely fast and sidestepped. The daggers grazed the tip of his nose and flew past. Dang. A clink on the door frame. Ji Tran was furious and backhandedly pulled off the dagger on the doorframe. The opposite duo thought that Ji Tran was going to throw the dagger out, but they didn't want to. But he was just bluffing, taking advantage of the duo's evasion. The figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the 2 men in black. Die! Both hands came out at the same time, ruthlessly stabbing 2 knives into the necks of the 2, blood spurting out. If Ji Yushu was there, he would have been shocked at his speed. The corners of Ji Tran's mouth widened in a smile, as he felt not only more of Darkian's memories, but also his kung fu. Although he did not know what this was all about, he learned from Darkian's memories that the missing booklet was the key to bringing down the 3rd prince. Early in the morning of the 2nd day, an underling ran into the house in a panic and said to Lady Ji, who had just woken up, "Madam is not well. The bodies of the 2 old men are missing?" What? Lady Ji was filled with panic. Such a large number of people guarding the house would allow someone to steal the corpses? At this time, Ji Yushu also hurriedly pushed his wheelchair in and said, "Mother, we may have been wrong about Darkian. I found this in the 2 old men's room." Ji Tranquility twisted her head to look at it, and was greatly shocked when she saw the 2 black flags in Ji Yushu's hands. Suddenly blessed. It's the 2 elders of Yin and Yang. No wonder. No wonder I feel like I'm missing some important information. So here it is. These 2 are working for Noble Consort Chen. This epidemic was manipulated by Noble Consort Chen behind the scenes. The purpose is to pave the way for the 3rd prince. And the 3rd prince only learned about it from Chen Noble Consort's mouth on the same day he received the news that something had happened in Jizhou. Although the 3rd prince hated this form of behavior, he chose to forgive his mother after seeing the remarkable effect. Ah, it's all my fault. Why did I only think of it now? Previously, she only remembered that the third prince would be working with the heroine to fight this epidemic, and completely forgot about it. The current her only hated the fact that she couldn't speak, and couldn't tell her mother about such an important matter. These two people have a name in the Jianghu that people are scared of. And that is the yin-yang twin fiends. These two people love to study the art of the side door. It's all my fault for not remembering in time. And now it's a good thing that I let someone get away. Ji Tranquility was so angry that her short legs stomped on the bed, making a thumping sound. Hey, so what if she remembered in advance? It's not like she could speak. She would still let someone escape from under her nose. At that moment, Ji Tranquility was like a frosted aubergine. Her little brows wrinkled into a little old lady look. Apparently, Ji Yushu had also heard of the name of this duo, and recognized that the weapon used by the duo was the black flag in their hands. He told Lady Ji about the powerful relationship, and the latter's face was scared white, not knowing if she was scared by the inhumane methods of Qin Guifei, or by the infamous reputation of the Yin-Yang two elders. Ji Yushu's expression was heavy, completely unaware that there was a push behind this epidemic. He could have completely relied on this news to bring down the third prince and Qin Guifei. But right now, he let the two elders of Yin and Yang escape. To be so heartless. It was truly hateful. Lady Ji didn't know what came to mind, and was filled with chagrin. Ji Tranquility knew that she was worried about Dark Yin. Mother must be worried about Dark Yin. He was the one who exposed the Yin and Yang elders. The two of them hate him to the bone, and will definitely hunt him down to the end. Dark Yin has betrayed the Dark Pavilion again. This is the end. Under the pursuit of the two parties. How can Dark Yin survive? Dark Yin and Ji Linfeng were born like this point. She has always been unable to understand. The original did not say that Ji Linfeng was a twin. This point is so important. It is impossible not to mention. Just why was it? Suddenly, Ji Tranquility thought of something. Although the original did not record whether Ji Linfeng was a twin, it mentioned that when Ji Linfeng was born, the sky descended with a vision. Large dark clouds pressed down over the Ji family, and black clouds surged. It is hard to believe that this Dark Yin is not a person, but Lady Ji didn't know what horrible thing her daughter had thought of, and her little face went frighteningly white. For the next few days, Lady Ji and the others remained in the thatched hut waiting for news. Under Lady Ji's treatment, the condition of the sick maid got better. Lady Ji guessed that she and Ji Yushu did not catch the disease because of her daughter's secret help, because of the matter hanging in her heart. She lived in fear every day. After another 5 days, finally came the good news. Jizhou's city of the epidemic is under full control, and Yinzheng's side of the news will only be transmitted back to the capital. At that time, Emperor Yu was playing chess with Qin Guifei in the Imperial Garden, accompanied by Bei Heng Yuan. Yuan's color looks much better recently. Seeing Bei Heng Yuan's rosy complexion today, Emperor Yu was in a good mood. Qin Guifei smiled and said, "Your Majesty doesn't know yet. My concubine's search for a famous doctor has paid off, and she has found a divine doctor with the surname Bai. And it is under this person's conditioning that Yinny's complexion has improved. Oh, this is a good thing. If this person can dissolve the poison in Yuan's body, I will make an exception for this person to be included in the Imperial Hospital, and it is not unavoidable to give him an official position." Some days ago, Qin Guifei invited Lady Ji to come to diagnose and treat Bei Heng Yuan, knowing that she had worked her arse off for the poison in Bei Heng Yuan's body. "My son thanked my father for Mr. Bai." Bei Heng Yuan stood up and respectfully performed a salute. He knew that his own mother consort mentioned Bai, and was to pave the way for the body to get better later on. At this time, a palace staff hurriedly ran to him. "Urgent report. Urgent report. 800 miles urgent report." Emperor Yu's first reaction was that something had happened at the border, and he got up and hurriedly left. "Farewell, Your Majesty. Greetings to Father." Chapter 48. The Crown Prince goes south to fight the epidemic. Qin Guifei has a bad feeling in her heart. "Yuan, you quickly go and find out what has happened." Jizhou's side of the matter did not so quickly spread to Xinjing. Must be out of the side of the matter. Today, she intentionally brought up Bai He because she wanted to pave the way for the later plan. Bei Heng Yuan was also puzzled, and was about to send someone down to investigate. But he didn't want to. But Wu Lao came in a hurry. He glanced at Qin Guifei to stop talking. Noble consort Qin then knew that it was undoubtedly that matter. although it was half a month earlier than expected. But thinking that she had already mentioned Bai He in front of Emperor Yu, it would be just as well for the latter to go ahead as planned. Bei Heng Yuan looked at the two exchanging glances and frowned fiercely. In a whirlwind, she heard Qin Guifei say, "You honor will also come with us to listen." Saying so, she took the lead and raised her steps towards Jinhua Palace. Bei Heng Yuan followed Qin Guifei all the way to the secret room of Jinhua Palace. His heart had an extremely bad premonition. As soon as he entered the secret room, he heard Witch Old Earth's voice ringing out, "Your Highness, the epidemic over in Jizhou was discovered in advance by Imperial Dr. Mu and Marquis Ji, ordering Yin Zheng to send the news back to Shengjing quickly." "An epidemic in Jizhou? What's going on here? Mother Consort, what did you do behind my child's back?" Bei Heng Yuan was unable to remain calm after thinking of a terrifying possibility. Noble Consort Qin signaled Bei Heng Yuan to stay calm and asked Wu Lao, "Can you see anything?" "Nuns don't know yet," Wu Lao truthfully said. Noble Consort Qin thought that even if Imperial Dr. Mu found out in advance, it would be fine. He didn't have that ability to make the antidote. Only after thinking about it did Noble Consort Qin say to Bei Heng Yuan in a pleasant manner, "You honor. The reason why Mother Consort mentioned Bai He in front of His Majesty just now was to set the stage for this matter. Whether Bai He's medical skills are good or not is not up to one person to say. It takes the approval of thousands of people to clear the suspicion on you and me." Listening to this, Bei Heng Yuan's cold eyebrow fiercely wrinkled. "So, you take the initiative. Let people in Jizhou to do something, and then recommend Bai He to go to the clinic in order to make his name known? My son is just intelligent." Qin Guifei had a pleased look on her face. However, Bei Heng Yuan's face was horrifyingly fierce. His sickly face was frighteningly white as he gritted his teeth and asked Wu Lao, "Wu Lao, honestly tell me, are there any casualties from this Jizhou epidemic?" "Yuan child, the epidemic does not kill people. How to call the epidemic? And how does it reflect that Bai He is a divine doctor?" Qin Guifei saw Bei Heng Yuan staggering and wanted to help him. In her words, she had a condescending attitude of not putting the lives of the people in her eyes. And she did not change her color when she was vicious. The third prince lifted off Qin Guifei's hand, only to hear him roar out in a low voice, "Mother Consort, even though the child wants that position, but it's not stepping on the people's corpses and bones. You're too much of a disappointment to the child." Which elder was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and pressed his forehead against the ground. Qin Noble Consort saw Bei Heng Yuan was so angry that he was shaking. She was scared. "You honor, don't be like this. Mother Consort is also for your own good. Mother Consort doesn't want to see you enduring the torment of sickness day after day, forcing the poison out of your body earlier. Mother Consort is also happy if it was any later, that position would really be out of reach." Bei Heng Yuan was directly exasperated and fainted. Qin Noble Consort busily had someone summoned Bai He, and only after half an hour did he wake up. Qin Guifei dismissed the left and right, took Bei Heng Yuan's hand and cried, "You honor, it's all Mother Consort's fault. She made a decision without consulting you. If you want to complain, complain to Mother Consort. Don't joke with your body. Mother Consort's heart aches." Qin Guifei cried her heart out, confessing that she was wrong as she cried, moving with emotion and reasoning. In the end, she was still his own Mother Consort. So how could Bei Heng Yuan stand by and watch her be beheaded? Once this matter is exposed, he will be further and further away from that position. Things have come to this point. Can only let the white and hoof to Jizhou non-stop rush to formulate antidote to save the people. In this way, the sins in his heart can be alleviated a little. At the same time, I also hope that everything goes according to plan. But do not go wrong. See North Heng Yuan cheer up. Qin Guifei face happy. She repeatedly promised to listen to him in the future. Mother Consort can think like this is naturally good. Things should not be delayed. Child now bring Bai and face to face with Father Emperor. Earlier rushed to Jizhou in order to save more people. In this way, child's guilt can be alleviated a little. Go. Go. Mother Consort knows that she is wrong. This will let your uncle prepare herbs to make up for Mother Consort's faults. When Bei Heng Yuan left Jinhua Palace, Qin Guifei was full of spring. Sighing, she said, "After all, your honor is still too merciful." Turning to which elder, she said, "This matter cannot be leaked out. The only way is to get rid of the Yin and Yang elders. For this matter, you personally go and do it." "Yes, your highness." Which elder answered and left. Which elder who had taken 2 steps suddenly turned around again. Your Highness. On the side of Imperial Dr. Mu. No defense. Even if Imperial Dr. Mu's medical skills are superb, he won't be able to develop an antidote for a while. Let's proceed as planned first. Yes. Bei Hongyuan dragged his sick body with Bai and rushed to Zhengde Palace in a hurry. Father, I learnt that something happened in Jizhou. My son is willing to do his part for the people. Mr. Bai's medical skills are superb. He can go to Jizhou to fight against the epidemic. When Bei Hongyuan came, Emperor Yu as well as the civil and military officials had already deliberated for 2 hours. The plague in Jizhou had long spread. Bei Hongyuan had a rare filial piety. Emperor Yu was comforted and agreed, then follow the Crown Prince south to fight the epidemic. Since Dr. Mu already has a prescription, the Prime Minister will immediately prepare the necessary medicines for the Crown Prince to take with him. Silver is not enough to use the national treasury. In short, this Jizhou epidemic at all costs to settle the people. Bei Hongyuan's heart was puzzled. He still had a big list of words in his mind to share Yudi's worries. But he didn't want Yudi to agree, seeing that the look on Emperor Yu's face was not as worried as he had imagined. His heart was suspicious. When he suddenly heard that Imperial Dr. Mu already had a prescription to deal with the situation, his heart suddenly trembled. Big brother, can we have Mr. Bai take a look at that prescription? Mr. Bai is quite knowledgeable about difficult cases. Outside the hall, Bei Hongyuan called out to the Crown Prince, who wanted to leave in a hurry. When he came, he learnt from Bai He that he had already prepared the antidote long ago and was only waiting to go to Jizhou. At this moment, when he heard that Imperial Dr. Mu had a prescription to deal with it, his heart could not help but feel a little uneasy. After the failure of the plan on New Year's Eve, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Thinking of some days of silence, he didn't expect his mother's side to go AWOL. Alright, then let's take a look. The Crown Prince had sympathy for this third brother, thinking that he had been tortured by poison all these years and his body had become deficient. In his heart, he felt very sorry for him, so he was extra concerned about him, seeing that he is rarely sick and still concerned about the safety of the people. His heart cannot help but add a few more points of comfort. I did not even think about it. Handed the prescription to the side of the white and Bai He didn't say anything throughout the whole process. And when he finished reading the contents of the prescription, his eyebrows jumped a few times unnoticeably. Conservative opened his mouth. This formula does have the effect of curing epidemics. Dr. Mu is truly worthy of being the head of the Imperial Hospital. I admire him. After saying that, he returned the prescription to the Crown Prince. After the Crown Prince left, Bei Hongyuan couldn't wait to speak. How? At the same time, the uneasy feeling under his heart grew stronger. Bai He's words, however, gave him a head start. It's strange that Imperial Dr. Mu's prescription is exactly the same as the antidote prescription. At these words, Bei Hongyuan shifted unsteadily on his feet. His mother consort seemed to have made a trousseau for someone else. Why? Why? When did Imperial Dr. Mu's medical skills reach such an appalling level that he tried out the antidote so quickly? If he was really this good, why couldn't he cure the poison in his body? At this moment, the third prince's heart was pounding with fear, and there seemed to be a pair of big hands in the underworld preventing him from reaching the top. Soon, the third prince got the answer. This prescription was not something that Imperial Dr. Mu came up with, but that Madame Ho who had once brought Zhao Shui back from the dead with a single needle. There seemed to be something different about this Madame Ho. Bei Hongyuan brought the news back to Jinhua Palace. After hearing it, Qin Guifei was like being struck by 5 thunderbolts. Your Honor, this matter cannot be exposed. You have to help Mother Consort. It was only at this time that Qin Noble Consort realized the fear in her face was filled with worry and trepidation. Imperial Dr. Mu was able to detoxify the poison and naturally realized that something was wrong. If it was investigated, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bei Hongyuan of course also thought of this. Mother Consort, don't be anxious. Allow child to think about it. How can one not be anxious? If Ji Shaoshan finds out what's wrong, we. Qin Guifei was in a hurry. Your Honor, think of a way. It's all Mother's fault. Mother didn't know when the medical skills of Dr. Mu were this superb. I was full of the thought that if I sent Bai He to go, this plan would be a sure thing. Where would I have thought that someone would know the antidote formula? Qin Guifei shook Bei Hongyuan, frantic with anxiety. Enough! Bei Hongyuan suddenly roared, interrupting noble consort Qin's chatter. The latter was scared out of her wits, looking blankly at Bei Hongyuan. Your Honor, You? Are you being mean to Mother Consort? Mother Consort did all of this because of you. Mother Consort knows that you were born with benevolence. But for that position, you can't do it without resorting to some means. You can't do anything let Mother Consort to. Mother Consort is willing to do evil for you. Okay? Qin Guifei spoke with emotion and humility. She knew that Bei Hongyuan ate this. Sure enough, the warm anger on Bei Hongyuan's face dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Patiently, he said, I'm sorry, Mother Consort. It's my child who was too anxious. It's my child's fault for being mean to you. I also hope that Mother Consort will not be self-righteous in the future, and discuss everything with child. Yes. Mother Consort keeps that in mind. Qin Guifei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her child was benevolent, but had a smart head. He will definitely come up with a solution. Chapter 49. Guessed too accurately. Ji Yushu is not right. Lady Ji, who had been waiting for several days, finally waited for good news again. The Crown Prince brought a large number of medicinal herbs, and better medical skills of the imperial physician rushed to Jizhou to help. Ji Tranquility was too eager to know if there was Lu Yi among the people who came and stomped her short little legs in a hurry. Mother quickly asked if there is Lu Yi amongst the people coming? Lady Ji knew her daughter's mind, so she pretended not to ask the maid who was poking around for information. How many great doctors are coming this time? The maid answered truthfully. 20 in total, with 10 female doctors, all from the Imperial Hospital. Upon hearing this, Ji Tranquility's heart was overjoyed. Great. It seems that the third prince has yet to be acquainted with Lu Yi. Much less would he know that she has excellent medical skills. In that case, he will have to be sick for a while longer. Without Lu Yi's logical thread, the third prince didn't have a suitable reason to cure the poison in his body. A sudden cure would only make Emperor Yu suspicious. Suddenly, she thought of another key. No. If noble consort Qin had set up a trap early on, even if there was no Lu Yi herself, there would be another Lu Yi to replace her. In other words, what the third prince needs is not Lu Yi, but someone who can cure his illness in plain sight. Now, Mother knew the antidote formula. The people said by Qin Guifei would only be doing useless things. If only this matter could be found out, noble consort Qin as well as the Qin family would be severely punished. Ji Tranquility angrily waved her small pink fist. Lady Ji had her maid go to the city to scout for news again. And good news had been coming in continuously for days. So she believed that soon they would be able to leave the village. She would be the first to tell Marquis Ji what she had heard from her daughter. That noble consort Qin was so violent and wanton, and that what awaited her would only be her demise. It was just that during this period of time, Darkian hadn't appeared in the village again, and it was difficult for her heart to be at ease. After another 2 days, Marquis Ji personally came to the village to pick up the people to Jizhou City. Daddy hug. Daughter misses you Look, only a month no see. Then a lot. Ji Tranquility stretched out 2 little fat hands to stroke Marquis Ji's chin. Teary-eyed, Marquis Ji was afraid that the scruff of the beard would pierce his precious daughter's hand, and busily held her little fat hand in his palm, and saw that her round face had become a bit sharper, and his heart ached. Daughter, don't cry. Daddy will take you out of this hellish place. He completely didn't expect the village to have only one family, and the conditions are still so simple. But it's bitter for his lady and his precious daughter. Ji Tranquility knew with a single guess that it was her own father who thought that the poor conditions here were affecting her growth. Dad? Worried about me? He. Don't worry about it. It's comfortable here with the warm sun every day. Marquis Ji teases Ji Tranquility while talking to Lady Ji about the epidemic in the city, mainly because he wants to comfort his daughter. Next to him, Ji Yushu pushed his wheelchair over to listen. He didn't forget that there was a push behind it. There had to be a way to let his own father know about this matter. Madam, don't worry. The epidemic in the city is under control. The Crown Prince has brought a lot of medicinal herbs as well as doctors. I believe it won't be long before more people get better. Also, this time, the third prince also sent a doctor called Bai He, who is said to be proficient in difficult cases. Marquis Ji deliberately mentioned the third prince. That is, he intentionally wanted to learn information about this person from his daughter's mouth. Lady Ji was looking for an opportunity to tell him these things, but she didn't want Marquis Ji to mention it first. Between the 4 eyes meeting, the 2 of them understood. Ji Tranquility did not disappoint Marquis Ji. The third prince, as the male lead, has many capable people under his hand. Among them was a man named Bai He, who was known as the Sage Poison Doctor, and his medical skills were not much weaker than Louis Yi. Only after getting to know Louis Yi, the third prince thought it would be more effective to use her as a cover. Only then covered up this person. The Jizhou epidemic. The third prince just borrowed Louis Yi this tool people on the throne. Hey, really for that position what evil things also do out all? Marquis Ji was relieved to finally hear the news about Bai He, but did not want to. The next moment to hear the shocking secret. Qin Guifei, in order to give the third prince paved the way, secretly let the yin and yang, two old men in Jizhou, to the people poisoned, causing the spread of the epidemic. Then a doctor was sent to inadvertently produce an antidote, because of the symptoms of this poisoning and the epidemic, no doubt, resulting in Louis Yi also did not see. It was only then that Louis Yi's name as a divine doctor was achieved. Now it seems that Louis Yi did not come, but came to Bai He. It is very likely that Bai He has the antidote formula in his hands. Marquis Ji was so shocked that he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. And when he did, he exclaimed, "Bastard or beast. It's simply inhumane and inhumane. Just for the sake of a name. But sacrifice so many people. Simply worse than animals. Lawlessness." Marquis Ji was so angry that his liver was cut off, completely dumbfounding Ji Tranquility. What is father doing? Why are you so angry in the twinkling of an eye? It can't be because Bayan did something, right? Upon hearing this, Marquis Ji realized that he had lost his temper and turned to replace it with a masked smile. He couldn't let his daughter know that he could hear her heart. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to let go. Beside her, Ji Yushu looked at Marquis Ji's sudden fury just now and pondered. Husband, we encountered the two elders of Yin and Yang, and this thatched hut is precisely the duo's den. When Lady Ji mentioned the duo at the right time, the matter was open to speculation. Marquis Ji thought that Lady Ji had captured the man after listening to her daughter's heart early on, and was secretly happy. But then he heard the latter say, "The two pretended to be dead and fled. Thus I misunderstood the dark diffusion." Thinking of this matter made Lady Ji's body hard to love. Marquis Ji had a puzzled look on his face. Letting the two escape just like that? If the duo had been captured, wouldn't they have been able to bring noble consort Qin and the third prince to justice earlier? When Marquis Ji mentioned the Yin Yang two elders, Ji Yushu's eyes lit up. Wouldn't the opportunity be here? Father, is there a possibility that this Yin Yang two elders are hiding in Jizhou doing unknown evil deeds? This duo was originally wanted by the imperial court, specializing in evil deeds. It would not be difficult to check on Qin Guifei from the duo. As soon as these words came out, Ji Tranquility excitedly danced around, completely oblivious to the three people who each had their own thoughts. Yes. 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 It's about doing bad things. Smart Big Brother, please feel free to use your imagination. Right? If Big Brother leads these two to the matter of the epidemic, Qin Guifei won't be far from death. Then Ji Yushu was really as Ji Tranquility expected, giving free rein to his imagination and guessing, this epidemic is coming on strong. Is it possible that it is man-made? This Yin Yang two elders hiding here is suspicious. If it's really man-made, who is the biggest beneficiary? The second prince? The crown prince? Or the third prince? Ha ha ha. Big Brother yo. Will these speculations of yours scare the person involved to death? Too accurate. The more Marquis Ji and Lady Ji listened, the more they felt that this boss wasn't quite right. And their intuition told them that the boss could also hear his daughter's heart. Otherwise, why was it so accurate at the first guess? That? Sure. These things you are guessing don't hold water. First of all, there are hundreds of thousands of people in Jizhou. If there really is someone behind the manipulation, then that person must be facing the great punishment of having 9 clans of people strapped to their necks. Unless this person wants to force the palace. The latter words, Marquis Ji spoke in an extremely low voice. How could Ji Yushu not understand that Marquis Ji wanted evidence? Ironclad evidence. Ji Yushu was silent. Mrs. Ji hesitated for a long time, and said what had been pent up in her heart recently. Husband, why don't we send someone to find Dark Yin back? That day, she misunderstood him, because she did not know the true identity of these two. She was worried that the Yin Yang elders were after Dark Yin. At the same time, if they found Dark Yin, the Yin Yang two elders would surely appear as well. Marquis Ji, however, said in a deep voice, There is no need. Madam, my husband has thought for a long time and feels that carrying one away is impossible. Have you forgotten? On the day you gave birth, Mother and I had been guarding the door. It is simply impossible that anyone would dare to be so bold as to carry the child away in the daytime. And the steady woman who delivered the baby was one that I temporarily found. Mentioning Darkian again, Ji Tran only felt a chill run down her spine. Father, you have forgotten one thing. And that is that on the day of the birth of second brother, dark clouds rolled over the entire Ji family. And it was horrifying. Maybe Darkian is not a person. But dark clouds are a sign of great evil. Upon hearing this, the three of them were shocked. They all remembered the scene of that day. Although Ji Yushu did not have a deep impression of it, he heard Lady Ji mention it many times later on, when she was aware of it. Does that mean that Darkian really isn't human? Then why was he born like Ji Lin Feng? And also protected all the way to Jizhou? If it's not a ghost, then it's a big monster that sucks people's essence. A monster that has just spawned will transform itself into the likeness of the person it sees at first glance. Yes, it must be. Humph. Ji Tranquility clenched her small fists with a look of I guessed it right. The three members of the Ji family? Ji Yushu, little sister on the brain. He is unconvinced. While talking, the underlings had already packed up their things. Marquis Ji helped Lady Ji onto the carriage, while Ji Tran began to doze off. The carriage slowly moves forward, leaving the deserted village. Chapter 50. Big Brother. I almost became a male herdsman in a firework house. When they arrived, they saw many people welcoming them at the city gates. Some people carry fruits in their hands. Some carry eggs in their hands. Some hold vegetables in their hands. Nothing more than to thank Marquis Ji. At this time, an old man pulling a little boy suddenly stopped in front of the carriage. Towards the carriage a people doze up, choking in his mouth. He said, the old man brought his grandson here to thank Marquis Ji. That day, if it was not for Marquis Ji to come up with a formula, how could the old man and his grandson have a life? After waking up, T. Jr. told him everything, speaking with a sniffle and a tear. This pair of grandparents and grandsons were clearly the two people they met outside the 10-mile slope. It was also the first patient the party saved. Lady Ji was deeply impressed. Lady Ji lifted the curtain and got out of the carriage, personally helping the old man and the little boy up in full view of everyone. Choking up, she said, "Old sir, please get up quickly. It's what the younger generation should do to make a small contribution to the people. Please don't discount the late generation." The people then realized that the prescription was thought up by Lady Ji. Not to mention that Lady Ji was such a kind person. They thought that this kind of hairpin family were all in an overbearing posture. But they never thought that they would be so approachable. For a while, the people were enthusiastic. They all came forward to greet Lady Ji, sending their blessings and specialties from their hometown. Lady Ji was moved to tears by the enthusiasm of the people of her hometown. I don't know who recognized Lady Ji and exclaimed, "I recognize this Lady Ji. More than 20 years ago, it was her who saved countless people who were injured in the civil unrest without being clothed." That's right. I also remembered. At that time Lady Ji was still a little girl, saying that she was returning to Jizhou to visit her family. It turns out that Lady Ji is from Jizhou. Lady Ji had wanted to say that she was from Jizhou, but she didn't want someone to recognize her identity first. Precisely. My ancestry is from Jizhou. And this time it is also because I am returning to my hometown to pay homage to my ancestors. Surrounded by the people of her hometown, Lady Ji was also overwhelmed with excitement. After hearing this, someone shouted out, if it wasn't for Lady Ji returning to her hometown to pay homage to her ancestor this time, the epidemic in Jizhou would have been delayed and uncontrolled, and it would have brought about a catastrophe to the people of Jizhou. Lady Ji is the great hero sent from heaven to save us. A true divine doctor. Lady Ji is guarding the people of Shengyu, the people of Jizhou, with her life just like General Ji. Listening to the cries of the people, Lady Ji felt deeply ashamed, but also knew that the future Ji family would need the strength of the people. Marquis Ji pursed his lips tightly, only hating that he didn't pull his face down at the time to inquire about her identity. Later, after being separated, he thought about it day and night, like he was possessed. So much so that he didn't even take a serious look at her on the day of the wedding and acted like he didn't love her. Now that I think about it, what a bastard. Ji Tranquility was awakened, and after hearing the people's ground cries, she happily clapped her little fat hands. He. That's great. In this way, the name of Mother's divine physician can be famous all over the world. There would be nothing left for the third prince and Louis E. Ha! Sure enough, the mood is refreshing after going the way of the male and female masters. Lady Ji didn't get on the carriage again, but was surrounded by the enthusiastic people as they entered the city, with several carriages slowly moving forward behind them. There were sick people lying everywhere on the ground in the city, but it wasn't as chaotic as one would expect. The healers and medicine boys methodically delivered the boiled medicinal soup. There were also quite a few family members of the sick squatting in small stoves to boil medicinal soup for their family members. As soon as she entered the city, tears fell from Lady Ji's eyes as she remembered the scenes of civil unrest back then. It was also like this, with injured people lying around waiting to be rescued. Marquis Ji sensed her sadness and held her tightly in his arms, his soothing voice coming from his ears. Don't be afraid. It's all in the past. Yes, it's all over. The civil unrest is over, and the epidemic will soon be over. The folks back home have endured too much. The people behind them shouted divine doctor over and over again. And Baihidi's line of sight moved over, when he saw Lady Ji, who was surrounded by the people in front of him. His complexion was dark and uncertain. Lady Ji was invited to stay in the governor's mansion by Lord Lin of the governor's mansion. When she arrived, she was seeing Imperial Dr. Mu diagnosing the governor's wife. Father. When Imperial Dr. Mu saw that his daughter had returned safely, his long pent-up worries finally dispersed. Safe is good? Safe is good? Ji Tranquility's sharp eyes caught sight of the thieving Ji Linfeng. Isn't that second brother? He must have followed the crown prince along. Isn't this kid a great martial artist? How did he fall into Dark Yan's hands? Upon hearing this, Ji Linfeng's heart trembled, and for fear of being reprimanded by his own father, he ran away from the back door in a puff of smoke. Lady Ji could not help but look up and saw only a piece of Ji Linfeng's coat. Was that Fenger just now? Seems like it, Marquis Ji echoed. The two lost their laughter. If they hadn't heard their daughter's heartfelt voices, they wouldn't have realized. Over here, Ji Linfeng ran east and west back to the governor's mansion again, and met Ji Yushu in the backyard with sullen eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Big brother. Oh, big brother. But you miss me. Ji Linfeng hugged Ji Yushu's shoulders. Ji Yushu knew that this was his true second brother. His expression softened a few points. Explain? Ji Linfeng pushed Ji Yushu to sit in front of the stone bench, and told the story of how he was counted by Dark Yin at that time. That brat is a thief. After luring me out, he said something about knowing the secret of my birth. I thought, even my little sister was almost switched. Of course I'm also a rarity to people. Thought just really someone will hit the idea on their own. Just as I was further discussing with him, that kid suddenly struck out and knocked me out. Big brother yo. If it wasn't for your cleverness in discovering the end and leaving Zwatong to find me, I'm afraid that I would have been left in that filthy place as a male herder. It really pisses me off. Don't let me catch him again. I have to throw him into the fireworks house as well. Ji Yushu. If, according to little sister's words, the person who was killed in prison was really Dark Yin, then would his second brother really be working as a male herder in the fireworks house? And then Ji Yushu's body shivered. What's wrong with you, big brother? Are you cold? Ji Yushu lightly coughed to hide the embarrassment on his face. It's not cold. Did you come together with the crown prince? Yes. That kid Bei Hung Jin also wanted to come along, but was locked up by Princess Xian. Don't say. This kid is especially happy sister. After you guys left, came to Ji house to look for several times. Not only went to the temple to seek a peace talisman. Big brother. Nothing happened during this time. Right? Did you hear more news from your little sister? Ji Linfeng asked mysteriously. Ji Yushu thought about it and picked up the key points. It's possible that Dark Yin isn't human. You need to stay away from him. Ji Linfeng, who had fused Dark Yan's memories. If Dark Difficulty is not a human being, then what is he? The person who has fused Dark Difficulty. A human being? There was nothing wrong with his body. Right? He guessed that Dark Diffusion had died. But there was no memory of Dark Diffusion's death in his mind. Only the part where he lived in the Dark Pavilion. He had been picked up by people in the Dark Pavilion from the time he knew what was going on, and had been trained in killing techniques since then. He was also locked in a tiger cage with a group of small children who were starved for 3 days and nights. Only those who survived to the end were considered to have passed the test. In short, it was quite miserable. He even felt that this memory itself was his. Should this matter be told to Big Brother? Ji Tran only dwelled on it for a breath of time before he had a consideration. He decided to find the pamphlet first before telling Big Brother about this matter. That pamphlet recorded many unspoken secrets between the officials of the dynasty and the Dark Cabinet. There were definitely secrets on it from the third prince from 6 years ago. And when he found it, the third prince would not be far from death. The corner of Ji Linfeng's mouth hooked up into a blood-curdling smile. He suddenly felt that he was a few points smarter than before. And this feeling was just wonderful. Also, you go and do one thing. Ji Yushu whispered into Ji Linfeng's ear for a while. Chapter 51. Father, I can hear my little sister's heart. Abbot-in-law. According to history books, plague usually occurs after wars, famines, and disasters. And this time Jizhou did not have any such events. Why did the epidemic happen? Why, he was carrying a bag of freshly caught medicine in his hand. And when he walked around the corner, he heard the dialogue between Marquis Ji and Imperial Dr. Mu. His heart skipped a beat. So quickly suspicious? I didn't expect that the first person to become suspicious would be Marquis Ji. Not the most authoritative doctor, Dr. Mu, but Marquis Ji. It is rumored that Marquis Ji is a rough man who only knows how to march and fight. And now it seems that this is true. Why, he didn't move and hid in the corner. Imperial Dr. Mu habitually greased the non-existent beard on his chin and said, "Otherwise, epidemics don't only appear after a major disaster. The spring and summer after a warm winter are all possible. But this time the epidemic has come swiftly. Is there a possibility that—" Marquis Ji suddenly stopped, keenly sensing that someone was eavesdropping in the dark. And so, turned the conversation. So that's the case? But it's me who's overthinking it. Marquis Ji didn't move and took a few steps forward, seeing the corner of Bai's coat. With a cold smile, he folded back. The reason he brought up this matter was because he wanted to lead Imperial Dr. Mu to think in the direction of poisoning. But right now it seems that he has to wait a little longer. On this side, Mrs. Ji held Ji tranquility to see the busy prince. Today he is wearing a dark regular clothes. Jade face has a few tired color. 2 days. The crown prince is not clothed. For the people to serve tea and water, send food and medicine, win a lot of people's hearts. It was also the first time that the people of Jizhou had seen the crown prince of the current dynasty. And seeing him being so pro-people, they deeply felt that placing Shengyi's future in his hands was the wisest choice. "See you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." The drowsy Ji Tran heard the word Crown Prince, and his spirit instantly came up. Turning his head, he saw the Crown Prince, who was personally brewing medicinal soup. The Crown Prince is actually a benevolent person, treating his siblings even more generously. It's just that the third prince is too ambitious and doesn't want to live behind others and look up to them. But it doesn't matter. After this incident, the Crown Prince's popularity in the hearts of the people will also rise. The Emperor will also pay more attention to the Crown Prince. In this life, I wasn't transferred. The third prince can't threaten the Ji family. So the Ji family can stand firmly on the Crown Prince's side. When the Crown Prince is strong, the Ji family will have an additional safeguard. It would be even better if the 2 elders of Yin and Yang were directly captured. And someone as heinous as Qin Guifei would have to go to hell. Hearing this, Lady Ji's expression heaved a few points. Even if she learnt that the epidemic was caused by noble consort Qin, she could not speak plainly with the Crown Prince. Firstly, there was insufficient evidence. Secondly, it would alarm him. And thirdly, the Crown Prince was still not too trusting of the Ji family because of the New Year's Eve incident. Speaking out rashly would only make him think that the Ji family had bad intentions. "Lady Ji, please sit down." The Crown Prince got up and brought a stool for Lady Ji, his eyes full of smiles. After sitting down, he took out an object from his pocket and handed it to Lady Ji. It was a peace talisman. Lady Ji did not understand. The Crown Prince smiles warmly like jade. "This object is Ajahn repeatedly begged Aunt to go to the Protectorate Temple to seek. Repeatedly urged me to make sure to hand over to Tranquil Sister's hands." Fortunately, the Crown Prince did not say that Bei Hung Jin had been placed under house arrest by Princess Xian in her own courtyard for trying to sneak out of the house. Stinky boy so kind? Forget it. Take it. Turn around and return to him with a life-preserving talisman that will ensure he can use it in 2 years' time. Lady Ji smiled and accepted it. Shitsi has a heart. Not long after, Marquis Ji looked over, taking Ji tranquility from Lady Ji's hands. He allowed her to free her hands. Let me hold it for a while. Madam has worked hard. Seeing Marquis Ji loving Lady Ji so much, the Crown Prince was envious. Father really loves mother. Look! The Crown Prince is envious. The Crown Prince is also suffering enough. Outside, the third prince is determined to get rid of him. Inside, the second prince is determined to rob him of his crown princess. This time out of the capital. The second prince has plenty of opportunities to meet with Lu Qingyan. He has always thought to take Lu Qingyan will take the prime minister's office this big help. After the failure of the full moon banquet, the second prince will certainly think of another trick. I hope that Lu Qingyan's smart. Do not fall into the trick is good. Otherwise, the gods cannot save her. The crown prince will also be depressed because of this matter. Two lovers. One is depressed. One is depressed. How is that good? Lady Ji's beautiful eyes stared. And she couldn't help but worry as well. The husband and wife duo hugged the sleeping Ji tranquility to accompany the crown prince in boiling the medicine and chatted with one another. Marquis Ji wanted to speak several times, but ultimately held his tongue. He couldn't figure out what the crown prince thought of the Ji family, and didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Prince is a smart man. Vaguely captured what? In the evening, when they were about to part, the crown prince suddenly knelt down towards Marquis Ji and his wife, startling the husband and wife with a jump. Your Highness, what are you doing? You really are breaking the old minister's heart. Quickly please rise. Marquis Ji handed the child to Lady Ji, and was busy trying to help the crown prince. However, the latter refused. Listening to him sincerely, he said, the two of you will be able to accept this obeisance from me. With that, he bowed down towards Marquis Ji. Marquis Ji knew the sound of his voice when he heard the strings. The prince's worship may have two meanings. One is to thank the Ji family for the people, and the other is to atone to the Ji family for the sins of the second prince 2 years ago. It is a can bend and can stretch. In the evening, Marquis Ji declined the governor's invitation to a dinner party, and took Mrs. Ji back to the courtyard where she was temporarily staying. The 4 members of the family sat neatly for dinner. Ji Tranquility was lying soundly asleep on a soft couch to the side. Marquis Ji had a sullen face, just waiting for Ji Lin Feng to take the initiative to confess why he was tricked out by Dark Yin. Lady Ji kicked Ji Lin Feng to indicate that he should take the initiative to speak out, or else she wouldn't be able to help him when the old master was waiting for him with a stick. Father. Child. Child is also obsessed. I didn't know that Dark Yin is a thief, so I fell into his way. Next time. Next time won't be. Ji Lin Feng was so scared by Marquis Ji's sullen expression that he didn't dare to eat, shivering and hanging his head, thinking that he would receive a severe criticism from his own father. The latter only faintly mumbled. Ji Lin Feng was very surprised, and after reacting, the corners of his mouth were unable to suppress a smile. Daddy is not pursuing this anymore? Daddy is so nice. Ji Lin Feng suddenly stood up and gave Marquis Ji a big hug. Marquis Ji was caught off guard by his hug, and while his mouth chastised him for not having a proper form, the smile on his face spread to his eyebrows. He seemed to have experienced the love that his daughter had spoken of. A meal was particularly comfortable. After dinner, Marquis Ji called Ji Yushu alone to his study. With a very solemn face, he asked him, Sure. Honestly tell father, how did you come to think that this epidemic has something to do with the 2 elders of Yin and Yang? Marquis Ji gazed at Ji Yushu steadily, not missing a single expression on his face. Ji Yushu was calculating the pros and cons in his mind, and finally decided to tell the truth, as he suspected that his father could hear it as well. Father, it was my little sister who told me. I can hear her heart. Upon hearing this, Marquis Ji's eyes abruptly lit up, and he suddenly let loose with a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Indeed. This morning, he had intended to test the waters a bit, but there were many people and eyes. Father, you too? Marquis Ji nodded his head towards Ji Yushu, his face full of smiles. Ha ha. Sure. Not only your father and I can hear it. Your mother can also hear it. Tranquil Child was already able to hear it even before she was born. Your mother was already able to hear it. And that's how the calamity of being switched was avoided in advance. Tranquil Child is the treasure in our hearts. With her, we can avoid more dangers, and definitely won't end up being copped out and dying halfway through. After the shock, Ji Yushu's nose was slightly sour. The surprise came so suddenly that he didn't know what to say when Marquis Ji's words came back to his ears. Your second brother, he can hear it too. Marquis Ji was so excited that he slapped his thighs. Good. That's really good. In that case, let's work together to change the Ji family's fate. Ji Yushu released a smile. This explains why father was with the crown prince that night on New Year's Eve. There was also the formula that mother had suddenly thought of. I'm afraid that he had also heard about it from his little sister. He was worried all the way, but he didn't realize that he had been too worried. After talking, Marquis Ji immediately called Ji Linfeng and Mrs. Ji to discuss the next plan. If the news is not communicated, I am afraid that it will be a mistake. The second one, especially, is a person who has no regard for the consequences of what he does. Chapter 52. Putting on a show in front of Nui Nui. Since we could all hear Tranquil Child's heart, I won't beat around the bush. Marquis Ji lightly coughed twice, looking at the three, who were sitting upright, and speaking out his plan. I have now officially decided that the Ji family will fully support the crown prince in the future. Want to bring down the third prince, and Qin Guifei lest the crown prince and empress to help claim. The first step to bring down Qin Guifei will be to start with the Jizhou epidemic. We must find a way to let the crown prince know that this epidemic is not a natural disaster but man-made. Ji Lifeng only then learnt that the epidemic in Jizhou is not a natural disaster but man-made. It is really inhumane. Stepping on the people's tired bones to the throne is not afraid of retribution. But father, Yin and Yang, two old men, do not know the whereabouts. No witnesses. It is difficult to convince the prince. This problem Marquis Ji had already considered. Listening to him, he said, the Yin Yang, two elders, must be rightly punished for all their bad deeds. But the matter does not require the two to testify. I have a better method. Upon hearing this, the trio's eyes abruptly lit up. What method? Lady Ji's eyes shone brightly. This feeling of calculating one's enemies was simply not too good. Marquis Ji straightened his face and said, the third prince's poisoning is not a fake. If we rashly say that the third prince has ambitions, not to mention that the crown prince won't believe it. Even the second prince won't believe it. Therefore, we have to use a roundabout way. That is to let the crown prince investigate himself. After saying that, Marquis Ji looked at Lady Ji and said, Lady, I remember that Lady Qin had gifted you a handkerchief with noble consort Qin's handwriting on it. Did you bring it? Brought it. I'll go get it. Lady Ji returned to her room, and in a short while came over with a handkerchief. Marquis Ji handed the handkerchief to Ji Yushu. Sure. Can you imitate the handwriting on it? A few people's eyes lit up, instantly understanding Marquis Ji's meaning. He was trying to use his people's ways to cure his people. The third prince had tried to frame the crown prince with a forged secret letter on New Year's Eve. They could return the favor as usual. I'll try. Ji Yushu took over. Several people discussed for an hour on how to deal with Qin Guifei. If this plan came to fruition, it would be hard for noble consort Qin to escape death. At the end, Marquis Ji said to the three, tomorrow morning, write the note for Tranquil Child to go through. If you can get more words out, it would be better. Also, in order to keep Tranquil Child from worrying, it would be best to put on a play tomorrow morning. Hearing this, the three of them wonderfully understood Marquis Ji's meaning. When they returned to the room, Ji Tranquility was still sleeping soundly. Ji Yushu's side spent the entire night imitating the handwriting of Qin Guifei. Qin Guifei definitely wouldn't be stupid enough to use a note to pass on a message with the Yin Yang Er Lao. But that wasn't important. What was important was to make the crown prince suspicious of Qin Guifei. What comes after? The empress knows what to do. Qin Guifei probably also knew about the failure of this side of the plan. In order to not let things fall apart, eager to kill to silence. Therefore, Ji Linfeng wants to find the hiding place of the Yin Yang two old man is very difficult. Even if you find it, there is only a corpse left. Therefore, this matter is the most simple and direct way is to let the prince suspect, and then go to investigate Qin Guifei. It will always reveal traces. That night, Ji Linfeng was so excited that he didn't fall asleep, so the whole family could hear his little sister's heart. In that case, the events that happened to him are not so weird anymore. Ji Tranquility, who woke up early on the second day, looked straight into four enlarged faces, a pair of ebony eyes filled with a clear ground of bewilderment. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is this the sky falling? Ji Tranquility communicated with the several people in baby talk. The four looked as if they couldn't understand and spoke to themselves. Marquis Ji, after sleeping through the night and getting up. The good girl seems to have lost weight. Lady Ji, good girl didn't sleep well last night. There are dark circles under her eyes. Ji Yushu, little sister has suffered a lot following us on this journey. Ji Linfeng, I think little sister still looks better with a bit of fat. Ji Tranquility. After a burst of pontificating on Ji Tranquility, the next step was a baby snatching battle. Mrs. Ji didn't hold it for long before it was snatched by Ji Yushu. Big brother. It's my turn to hold it. Ji Lifeng aggressively barraged around Ji Yushu. No. I haven't hugged enough. The introverted Ji Yushu was like a big boy next door at this moment. Marquis Ji directly went up to grab it. Good girl likes daddy to hold. Turning towards the duo. He drank. Hurry up and eat. There are still a bunch of people outside waiting for medicine. Being hugged by the family? Ji Tranquility giggled with joy. Good Nui Nui is such a nice name. In the future, parents will call me Good Nui Nui. I like it so much. Hearing the name Good Nui Nui, Ji Tran was so happy that she clapped her little hands. The wind is warm in the middle of spring in the south. Ji Tran is no longer wrapped up like a dumpling like before, and has a substantial feeling when hugged in the hand. Mrs. Ji with a smile on her face, looking at the father and son of the three people who grabbed the baby to hold. After talking about it, the family seems to be more loving. Ji Tranquility just nestled in Marquis Ji's lap, comfortably squinting her small eyes. At this time, Ji Yushu took out a note to come. With a straight face, completely missing the sunny and sprightly appearance of the party. Father, I suspect that the motives of the Yin-Yang two old men staying in Jizhou are really impure. Would you look at this? Ji Linfeng hung his head, knowing that Dad and Big Brother are going to start performing. Did Big Brother discover something? Yesterday, Big Brother suspected that the Yin-Yang two elders had impure motives, and Father and Mother didn't seem to believe it. Ji Tranquility stretched his neck to see what was written on the note. Marquis Ji unwrapped the note, deliberately holding it low so that Ji Tranquility could see it more clearly. Acting according to the plan? This isn't right. Is it? The note that noble consort Qin gave to the two elders of Yin and Yang said that everything would go according to plan, and that she would escape from Shengyu after the deed was done. The note was written by the schemer beside her, called which elder? When the four of them heard this, their brows jumped several times unnoticeably. Sure enough, it was right to bring it to Tranquility to cross her eyes. Marquis Ji was even more stunned. Fortunately, he didn't take it directly to the Crown Prince. However, on second thought, it was completely unimportant who wrote the note. What mattered was convincing the Crown Prince that it was written by Qin Guifei. After reading the note, Marquis Ji pretended to think, and only after a long time did he say, Does Shua really suspect that this epidemic is related to these two? That's right. I believe that these two were instructed by someone to deliberately create trouble in Jizhou. The child thought about it all night, and felt that the person who benefited the most from this matter was the third prince. Ji Yushu's suspicion had to be described as bold. The third prince had been poisoned for 6 years, and had been asserted by Imperial Dr. Mu that he would not live past 30. A normal person would not suspect his head, but he did the opposite and suspected the third prince first. The two of them. You a word and I a word. Acting is really too much. Ji Lifeng Heart No Face cannot hide things. Has been burying his head to pick up rice. Ji Tranquility, however, was babbling with excitement. Big Brother is really god-awe. This can be associated with the third prince. Father quickly believed Big Brother. Big Brother is the smartest in the entire family. His suspicions must not be wrong. Being complimented by his little sister, Ji Yushu's face flashed with an imperceptible smile that collected extremely quickly. Ji Linfeng tastelessly also wanted to show himself and took over the conversation. Big Brother, who knows that the third prince is a short-lived ghost. Don't suspect the third prince even if you suspect the second prince? Marquis Ji glared fiercely at Ji Linfeng. This was originally his line, letting Ji Linfeng steal it, coming into contact with his own father's angry eyes. Ji Linfeng shrank his neck. A pair of eyes that looked shrewd but were actually stupid, glancing wildly. It's okay to be glared at by his own father. His little sister will praise him for his divine assistance. Snort. Second brother is really short of a bone. It's already obvious, all right. The third prince hasn't died after 6 years of being poisoned. There must be something wrong. He is in need of a divine doctor who will make his condition better to appear. Ji Linfeng, who was waiting for Ji Tranquility to boast, Lady Ji didn't hold back, and spewed out the tea in her mouth at once. Marquis Ji raised his teacup with a smirk to hide the laughter on his face. Little like? Still want to wait for your daughter to praise? Be scolded. Right? Agu. Mother is choking. Quickly pat your back. Ji Lin Feng attentively comes forward to pat Mrs. Ji's back. Not forgetting to say a concerned word, mother. You drink slowly. No one is robbing with you. Lady Ji glared at him without a trace. And the latter returned a grimace to her. A family of playwrights online. Chapter 53. The Crown Prince learns that the epidemic is man-made. Funny is funny. The play still has to go on. Listen to Ji Yushu motionless detailed analysis, although the second prince also want to sit on that position. But he does not have so much courage to take the people's lives to joke. And the third prince was poisoned for 6 years long. In addition to the color of the breath almost. The other did not have too much impact. The current him precisely needs a divine doctor to appear, so that he can explicitly solve the poison in his body. Let's take a step back and think. Even if the third prince doesn't have such a malicious mind, it's not guaranteed that Qin Guifei doesn't. Don't forget that this person drowned the Grand Princess in order to fight for the throne back then. And, speaking here, Ji Yushu paused for a moment. Ji Tranquility saw a flash of hatred on his face. In the next second, he heard him say, the incident 2 years ago. I suspect it was related to the third prince. The black-clothed men who came at that time had individual moves that were different. So it was evident that they were two different sets of assassins. Ji Tranquility stared at his dark and bright eyes. God. God. Big Brother is truly divine. If we keep guessing like this, we will be able to guess that the poison that the third prince was poisoned with back in the day was given by himself. It didn't matter if he couldn't guess. Just these points were enough to convince the crowd that his analysis was justified. As expected, Marquis Ji and Lady Ji revealed deep-thinking gazes. Ji Lin Feng thumped his fist on the desktop and exclaimed, Big Brother, I believe you. Your analysis is too correct. Second brother, I admire it to the core. After finishing, he even made a 5 body on the ground gesture. Ji Tranquility. What's wrong with this second brother? Such a pompous expression. Those who don't know would think that he's acting. The 4 who were already acting. Marquis Ji secretly kicked Ji Lin Feng. Lady Ji wasn't very good at acting either, mouthing words for a long time and saying, I think Shure's analysis is extremely reasonable. Just as the words fell, Ji Tranquility's joyful heartfelt voice was heard. Great. Great. Mother believes Big Brother's words. If we follow the trail like this, we will definitely discover the machinations of noble consort Qin and the third prince. Sure enough, this family can't turn around without Big Brother. And if the Ji family turns around this time, Big Brother has made a huge contribution to this family. In the original, Ji Yushu was devastated by his leg injury. Ji Lin Feng do things and less brains. Everywhere by people backstabbing. Ji Tranquility thought that with the collapse of the switcheroo plot, Ji Yushu had also branched out. Great. Great. I can only say that the plot collapsed well. Collapsed wonderfully. Ji Yushu heart straight feel guilty. Little sister if not listen to your heart. Ji family is afraid to take the old road in your mouth. Marquis Ji pondered for a long time. As if he had made up his mind. He opened his mouth. What do you want to do? Just say it. Dad will cooperate with you. This is to push Ji Yushu to the front as a shield. Who let him in Tranquility mouth is the most intelligent. No matter what you do in the future, just pushing the blame onto the boss would explain it perfectly. Ji Yushu understood and cleared his throat. Firstly, we have to let the Crown Prince know that there is a black hand behind this epidemic to push it forward. And then tell him that the Yin Yang 2 elders have a connection with someone. This note is the proof. Upon hearing this, Ji Tranquility was thrilled beyond measure. Wonderful, wonderful, The Empress was already a sworn enemy of Qin Guifei. In this case, must not pour out everything to find evidence, The Crown Prince personally going to investigate. It's better than the Ji family being the head of the pack. Big Brother is simply a god-man down to earth. Compared to the tone-deaf second brother is not know how much better. Next, I'll just wait to eat melon. Ji Lin Feng face full of black lines. Little sister yo. You praise Big Brother on it. Finish still belittle me a bit, why? I'm not convinced. Also, little sister like to eat melon? Just then, Yin Zheng hurriedly came to report, Marquis. It's not good. Dr. Wu died. Dr. Mu said he was poisoned. Dr. Wu was the sitting doctor of Jishan Tang. and had been diligently helping the people for the past few days. Truly being a kind-hearted healer. The four of them glanced at each other. Ji Lifeng was the most indolent, and immediately said excitedly, "Father, big brother, the opportunity has come. Opportunity has come. Opportunity has come. Quick, quick, quick. Quickly carry me to the front hall to take a look." Marquis Ji handed Ji Tranquility to Lady Ji to hold, and turned around to leave. Ji Tranquility was anxious. "Mother! Mother! Quick, quick, quick! Let's go and take a look too." Ji Tran was afraid of being left behind, and was so anxious that she spat bubbles all over her mouth. Lady Ji's heart ached for Ji Tranquility, so of course she wouldn't let her down, and said, "Let's go." "Sure. Let's go see if there's anything we need to help with." "Okay, Mother." Ji Yushu secretly laughed. Her little sister was just a fan of bustling. After leaving the small courtyard, the group went straight to the largest medical center in the city, Shishan Tang. With the cure of the epidemic, the number of patients surrounding the medical hall was decreasing, and the doctors and medicine boys of the medical hall were able to take a breather. Seeing that the Crown Prince was also there, Marquis Ji had a look of relief on his face. As his daughter had said, the Crown Prince was indeed a bright ruler. At this time, Imperial Dr. Mu was checking the seriously ill patients in the outer hall for signs of poisoning. The results left him terrified. "It's poisoning. All of them are poisoned." Imperial Dr. Mu sank helplessly into his chair. Next to him, the Crown Prince's face changed slightly. After Lady Ji and Marquis Ji glanced at each other, they stepped forward and asked anxiously, "Father, didn't you say it was an epidemic? How did it turn into poisoning again?" The Crown Prince also wanted to know the answer, and each of them looked at Imperial Dr. Mu with an unimaginable amount of gravity. He heard Imperial Dr. Mu say poisoning and hurriedly rushed over, standing motionless in the corner. Hearing Imperial Dr. Mu say with a look of panic, "That's right. I have checked no less than 10 people, and all of them had the same kind of poison pulse." At this moment, Imperial Dr. Mu seemed to have aged 10 years. His body looked as if it had been dried up by the wind, and his face was all gray. So many people have been poisoned with the same kind of poison. There is something strange about this matter. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, Crown Physician Mu said to the Crown Prince with a grave expression, "Crown Prince, you quickly go and check if any people from the north and south countries could have entered Jizhou in recent months." The Crown Prince instantly understands Crown Prince Mu's concern, and immediately orders someone to go and check. "Great! Great! This time Qin Guifei will have to stay in the cold palace even if she doesn't die. This is all thanks to Big Brother's blessing." Father hurriedly gave the note to the Crown Prince. Once the two are connected, the Crown Prince will naturally be able to investigate Qin noble consort's head faster. Ji Tranquility impatiently glares at her short little legs. Marquis Ji thought twice, and decided to do what his daughter wanted. "Crown Prince, may I borrow a step to speak?" Marquis Ji took 3 or 2 steps forward to catch up with the Crown Prince. Seeing Marquis Ji's secretive appearance, the Crown Prince nodded his head after a moment of contemplation. Seeing he trying to follow him over, Ji Tranquility wailed anxiously. He quickly stop him. He's going to snitch. This person is the third prince's man." Hearing this, Ji Lin-Feng finally felt useful. Quickly walking a few steps forward to stop He. "Mr. Bai, can you take a look for me? Have I contracted the epidemic? Ouch. No way. My head hurts. Quick. Mr. Bai, quickly give me a prescription." Ji Lin-Feng feigned the appearance of fainting. He was anxious. When he raised his eyes, he saw Lady Ji looking at him with a smirk on her face. He awkwardly said, "Eldest son Ji is joking. Your wife's medical skills seem to be better than mine. Why not?" No. Mr. Bai didn't see my mother holding my sister? If you can't spare the time, then please give me a prescription." He was pestered by Ji Lin-Feng to the point that he couldn't do anything. So he had to sit down and give him a prescription. "Huh? Did second brother catch the epidemic? It's just as well. I have 300 points again, so I can exchange 100 poisons talisman. One of these will ensure that second brother is alive and well." Hearing this, Ji Lin-Feng's heart was touched to the core. It was still his little sister who cared for him. Chapter 54. Secretly returned to the capital. The two of them came to the backyard open space before Marquis Ji handed the note to the Crown Prince. There were only 4 words on the note: "Act according to the plan." After reading it, The crown prince's eyes sank horribly, and he did not speak. With that, he heard Marquis Ji say in a deep voice, "Does the crown prince know the two elders of Yin and Yang? I have heard of them. These two are well known in the Jianghu, and have done so many bad things that the imperial court has repeatedly failed to take them down. Marquis suspects that these two are related to this epidemic?" The prince looked at Marquis Ji fixedly. Marquis Ji didn't say it outright, but instead talked about how he met the Yin-Yang duo by mistake. The crown prince should know that the inner man had previously landed in Liang village. There is only one family in this village, and it just so happens that this family is where the two elders of Yin and Yang landed. The two fled after their identities were recognized by Inuyasha, and Inuyasha found this note in their residence. At first, the old minister thought that this note was just a grudge between some Jianghu sects. But now it seems that what is involved is not simple. The Marquis suspects that these two are spies from another country, deliberately poisoning the people in Jizhou to cause panic among the people. Imperial Dr. Mu checked that the epidemic was not a plague but a poisoning. And when the two things were associated, 8 or 9 were not far from each other. Marquis Ji stared and said, "At the moment it is only a suspicion. This matter is a big nuisance. Further investigation is needed." If he directly said that he suspected that someone was colluding with the Yin-Yang two elders, the crown prince would think that the Ji family had bad intentions. As long as an investigation was started, it would not be difficult to find out the clues. The crown prince's face was grave, and he didn't know what was going on inside. The whole body will be affected by one hair. Dr. Mu ordered all the doctors to take the pulse of the patients again. And as he expected, they all found signs of poisoning. Before the patient suspected that he was poisoned, he froze and did not think about that aspect. Now it seems, must be the north and south of the country agents have moved. Although the north and south of the two countries ate the defeat after the initiative to seek peace. But the heart must be unconvinced. Who is willing to become a vassal of his country? The next 2 days, the prince has been tracking Jizhou whether there are north and south of the country agents. It has found a few merchants of other countries, but all have no evidence of this matter. The prince felt that this matter is a big nuisance, has exceeded the scope of his ability. In the 3rd day of finding out the poisoning finally made a decision. This matter involves the north and south of the two countries. Marquis Ji with Lone immediately returned to the capital to face the saint. The rest of the people then rushed back to Can. The people have no objection to this, due to the urgency of the matter and the fear of mistakes. The crown prince and Marquis Ji left overnight. Ji Lifeng learned that he was the miracle doctor beside the 3rd prince and watched over him secretly and openly. He seemed to sense the difference and behaved himself for the next few days. On the 5th day after Marquis Ji and the crown prince left, there were fewer and fewer patients. So Dr. Mu decided to return to the capital after discussing the matter with Madame Ji. Of course, Mrs. Ji had no problem with this. For the sake of her precious daughter being able to eat the so-called great melon, she had long wanted to return. In the past few days, Ji Tranquility had been whispering in several people's ears about eating melons, and eating noble consort Chen's big melons. Several people finally knew that the melon in her mouth was not a real melon but a play. If the crown prince fights a little, this time, he will definitely be able to bring down Qin Guifei. Such a big event. Not only Qin Guifei, may even the Qin family will be brought down in one pot. The crowd is looking forward to it. Shengjing City. Jinhua Palace. Yuan. It's all because my mother didn't think it through, and made a dowry for the crown prince. Noble consort Qin sobbed lowly. So pitiful. Bei Hung Yuan's face was sickly pale, and his words were weak and tired. Mother consort. Things have come to this point. There is no use crying. It is estimated that Jizhou side has already found out that it is not an epidemic, but someone's hand. It is very likely that the crown prince will rush back to Shenjing to personally face the saint. The only thing we can do now is kill the crown prince. Noble consort Qin picked up the conversation, her tear-stained face revealing a few points of viciousness. Bei Hung Yuan shook his head, and the complexion on his face seemed to whiten a few points. It's not wise to make a move before it's clear how much he knows. The first thing the crown prince will do when he returns is to enter the capital. We need to be the first to overhear his conversation with father. Don't worry about this, Yuaner. Mother has a way. Noble consort Qin said with a confident expression. As he left, Bei Hung Yuan looked deeply at Qin Guifei, mother consort. If this matter is exposed, you can only bite the bullet and say that the second prince and consort Xian Do you understand? Hearing this, Qin Guifei reluctantly nodded her head. After North Hung Yuan left, Qin Guifei again sadly cried for a while. Jizhou epidemic matter really gave the crown prince for the dowry. Not only won the hearts of the people, but also the beautiful name spread far and wide. How to think or not willing. No. This matter absolutely can't let the prince find out. The only solution is, don't blame this palace for being ruthless. This is what you forced this palace to do. At this time, Qin Guifei's face is full of venomous color. Completely lost the usual elegant and dignified can be said. On the other hand, Marquis Ji, who was hurrying along at a fast pace, had been thinking about how to make the crown prince associate someone with the two elders of Yin and Yang based on the note in his hand. But he didn't want to have a chance to deliver it to his doorstep. Crown prince, be careful, Marquis Ji shouted, his toes tapping on the horse's back, leaping up and picking off a sharp arrow that came galloping towards him. Immediately after that, more arrow feathers with a murderous aura broke through the air. Damn it. It's a dead soldier. Crown Prince, it seems that someone in the palace doesn't want us to bring back the news. As soon as Marquis Broker mentioned it, how could the Crown Prince not understand that the Jizhou incident was someone colluding with a foreign enemy to purposely create chaos for Shengyu? Could it be the second? It seems unlikely, although the second is a rival with him. But he is concerned about the people. One would not do such a treacherous thing. But we can't rule out Consort Xian and the Jiang family behind her, regardless of whether it is or not. This matter must be informed of the father. No. Such a scourge of the people. Stay will only be a scourge. Marquis Ji, if there is a death or injury to loan, please make sure that the Marquis brings the news back to Father Emperor. Please. The Crown Prince spoke with righteousness. Marquis Ji comforted him while deflecting his arrows. Don't worry, Crown Prince. This general won't let you die. Back in the day, when he faced countless enemy invaders on the battlefield, this general was able to lead a group of generals in a counter-killing, let alone a group of curmudgeons. But, on the battlefield to kill the enemy, the Crown Prince does respect Ji Shaoshan. Not only have courage and strategy. The face of thousands of troops and horses of the situation of the general people have long been scared of the legs and feet soft. But he dared to one person. A horse and a gun on the battlefield. He is not only a good man of steel, but also the people's heart of the invincible god of war. Perhaps, he could really kill his way back to Xingjing with him. As the first wave of arrows ended, countless masked men in black swept in from different directions. Each one of them held a large steel sword, and each one of them held the determination of certain death. The Crown Prince and Marquis Ji had their backs to each other, staring solemnly at the black-clothed men who were surrounding them. The eyes of the black-clothed man in the lead narrowed slightly. Having heard that Ji Shaoshan had once faced thousands of troops from the northern kingdom with his own strength without frowning. At today's sight, his name was indeed true. However, the ones who went into battle to kill the enemy are just a bunch of reckless people. Today Ji Shaoshan is about to face a team of dead soldiers who focus on killing skills. Between the two parties, a strong aura of murder filled the air, and the swords were drawn. Just as the leader of the black-robed man was about to give the order, suddenly, not far away came a burst of hoofbeats, shouts, iron armor crashing sound. Unstoppable. The prince turned around violently, and what he saw was countless generals riding on high horses, charging and killing like a mighty force. Obviously only more than 20 people, but ran out of the momentum of 1,000 armies. The dust raised by the hooves of the horses confused his eyes. Chapter 55. Qin Guifei East Window. In an instant the two parties fought. Marquis Ji pulled over the Crown Prince, who was still in a state of shock. Don't worry, Crown Prince. It's General Chen Chongyan coming. At this moment, the Crown Prince was so shocked that he couldn't bring himself to do so. Whether Ji Shaoshan was saving for a rainy day or planning carefully, he did not know. At this moment, his heart was flooded with chills. And suddenly, he was somewhat unable to understand Ji Shaoshan. The black-clothed dead soldiers who came in a rage earlier did not pass 2 moves under Chen Chongyan's ironic tactics, and were all cut down by the sword. Facts proved that even the most powerful dead soldiers were no match for battle-hardened generals. Not to mention that Chen Chongyan had brought with him the elites, who had followed General Ji into battle back then. The last general is late to save the army. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Chen Chongyan, as well as the generals behind him, knelt down to ask for forgiveness. And the words that came out were resounding. The crown prince then knew that this group of people had prepared for this. Reminiscing back in the day, Chen Chongyan was just a small centurion, always following Ji Shaoshan to fight in the north and south. Nowadays, he was also a general defending a side. Thinking about this, his eyes turned slightly. General Ji, tell us, what's going on here? The crown prince's face appeared to be ancient and unperturbed. But in reality, his heart had already been turning over in shocking waves. Ji Shaoshan of course knew that the seed of doubt under his heart had sprouted. That seed had to be pulled out today. Ji Shaoshan said in a deep voice, Prince, why don't you think about it? Jizhou hundreds of thousands of people. And also in this general personally brought out under the guard of General Chen. Only by Yin Yang two old men managed to create trouble. Is not it in the face of this general? If there is no one to maneuver in this, I would not believe it. The crown prince also saw today's assassination operation. So I am only saving for a rainy day. Prince, before suspecting my intentions, why not think again? If I really have bad intentions, I will not hand over the evidence found to the prince. It can be handed over to the second or third prince. After all, what His Majesty really looks at is strength. Third prince, 3 words. Aggravated a few points tone. Subsequently take eyes askance at the crown prince. If even this cannot think, then he Ji family will have to choose another ruler. In a moment, the crown prince's complexion milded up, apparently figuring out the key. General Ji, benevolent heart. I admire. Saying this, he was about to bow down, and was helped up by Ji Shaoshan. Sharp smile. Prince can think through this point is good. I guess the prince has already had a consideration in mind. I quietly wait for the prince's good news. Definitely live up to General's expectations. The two of them smiled at each other. Ji Shaoshan was an undefeated god of war, highly respected, and it was not wrong for him to receive the crown prince's obeisance. It was just that he didn't want to lose face. For the next 3 days, Chen Chongyan personally escorted them, and he only sent them to Linjing County, as the town guard generals were not allowed to enter the capital without a summons. When Chen Chongyan was leaving, he made a deep bow towards Ji Shaoshan. His nose was sour. Master, I don't know when I can see you again when I leave. Take care. It turned out that Chen Chongyan was not only a subordinate, but also Ji Shaoshan's disciple. All the elites looked at Ji Shaoshan with eager faces. Ji Shaoshan is also difficult to hold. Chongyan, your duty is to guard the safety of the people of Jizhou. Do not look at the original intention. And you guys. Ji Shaoshan patted the general's shoulders one by one. His eyes slightly red. Understood. Master. Apprentices, farewell. Chen Chongyan's voice was muffled, for fear of letting Ji Shaoshan see the tears in the corners of his eyes. He rolled onto his horse, and without looking back, he raised his whip and left. Hiya. Definitely live up to the general's expectations. General, take care. Chen Chongyan raised his whip and left, and the remaining generals also neatly rolled onto their horses. Ji Shaoshan nodded towards them, forcibly holding back that pain of separation in his heart. Wordlessly, he said, take care. Heave. Everyone drove their horses away. Only the trailing sounds of the general's conversations echoed in the air. Did General Chen cry? No, I don't think so. Maybe the wind and sand got in his eyes. All right, let's go back quickly. We still have to protect the general's wife back in Shengjing. In their hearts, Marquis Ji wasn't a marquis. He was the eternal undefeated general in their hearts. Chen Chongyan was 22 this year, fatherless and motherless, to the point that after Ji Shaoshan took him in, he regarded him as his closest family member. Whenever I miss him, I will stand at the city, head towards the direction of Shengjing City to look up, remembering the glorious days when he was a man of iron and steel, and was able to cross the sands. That afternoon, the crown prince and Marquis Ji rushed back to Shengjing, and entered the palace without stopping. The first words were, Father, please dismiss the left and right. Hearing these words, Emperor, you knew that this matter was not simple. In the dark room of Yuhua Palace, Lone Wolf stood respectfully at the side, and he had already finished reporting that Qin Guifei had secretly sent her dead soldiers to intercept the crown prince halfway. He secretly cast a sidelong glance at the third prince, who could not tell if he was happy or angry, and suddenly had the illusion that Qin Guifei was also within his calculations. It would be fine if Qin Guifei cut the crown prince down by the sword this time. But she missed. After a long time, only then did he hear Bei Hongyuan's weak voice ringing out. From today onwards do not take the antidote. Hearing this, Lone Wolf violently changed his face. But, Master, do as you are told. Bei Hung Yuan's breath was cold, the bottom of his eyes casting a dark shadow that called out to be unreadable. At this time, the sound of the palace staff talking with the Moon Palace's third prince's personal palace attendant rang out from outside. Xiao Xuanzi. Is the third prince not here? Xiao Xuanzi returned, not in it. Perhaps to go to the Imperial Garden to take a break. That's good. If you come back in a while, just say that your highness is unwell and wants to see the third prince. Good. Big brother went slowly go. Lone Wolf lowered his eyes, knowing that Qin noble consort was not suffering from physical ailments, but was angry because she failed to kill the crown prince. Those who dared to take matters into their own hands would have to suffer the consequences. I have to say one thing. Qin Guifei is really stupid and incorrigible. The master was afraid that he would be hurt this time. In the end, the third prince did not go to see Qin Guifei. His body was weaker and weaker than before. In noble consort Qin's opinion, he was infuriated by her. The crown prince stepped into the night and went to Fengyi Palace, and had a long talk with the empress until early morning. After 2 days or mysterious in and out of the royal study in Fengyi Palace, cannot get accurate information of Qin Guifei, heart burning difficult to rest. Right at the evening of the second day, the palace attendant hurriedly came to report. It's not good, Your Highness. The emperor has brought the forbidden guards towards Jinhua Palace. What? Noble consort Qin sat up in shock, her heart beating like thunder. Could it be that something had been discovered? Before she could think of a countermeasure, Eunuch's high-pitched voice rang out from outside. His Majesty has arrived. Qin Guifei's face changed drastically. Shivering and shivering, she fell to her knees. My emperor won. Qin won. How dare you? Before Qin Guifei finished her words, she was kicked in the face with a furious kick, ruthlessly kicked in her chest, and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Come on, people. Tie the person up. Then declare Bachelor Qin to enter the palace to face the saint. When the Son of Heaven is angry, he ambushes the corpse for 100 miles. Your Majesty, can you tell me what my concubine has committed? It is also good to let. Before he finished his words, he ushered in another furious kick from Emperor Yu. Colluding with foreign enemies, brutalizing the people of Jizhou, and plotting to rob and kill the future crown prince. Are these 3 offenses enough? Emperor Yu was furious. Qin Guifei's eyes widened as she screamed. Impossible. Your Majesty, my concubine is wrongly accused. My concubine has been living in the palace for a long time. But I wouldn't dare to do such a thing that would hurt the heavens and cause harm to the reasoning. Please, Your Majesty, please be clear about this. Having been kicked twice in a row, Qin Guifei had injured her internal organs, but she was still strong enough to stand up and defend herself. As a result, Emperor Yu did not look at her one more time and waved his robe to leave. Waiting for her was the life-sapping rope in the hands of the forbidden soldiers. When she was tied up, it was not considered compassionate and could be described as rude. Qin Guifei was so angry that she spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. When I woke up again, I was already in the imperial study, kneeling on the right side of the brother Qin Zhen Qin Bachelor, kneeling on the left side of the elderly Qin father. On both sides stood the empress, the crown prince, Marquis Ji and Prime Minister Liu. At the top, Emperor Yu's face was terribly gloomy, and there was a touch of cruelty hidden between his brows, which was something that Princess Qin had never seen before. Her heart and mind trembled dramatically. The Qin family did not know about this matter. So why did they summon their father and elder brother? Chapter 56. Emperor Yu's anger. Show the Marquis to sit. Marquis Ji was now not only a highly decorated general, but also a great hero who had saved the people of Jizhou City. Emperor Yu respected him 3 times from the bottom of his heart. Marquis Ji was terrified and didn't dare to enter the seat. But he also didn't want to touch Emperor Yu's mold when he was in a rage. So he sat down as he was told. After he sat down, he heard Emperor Yu's heavenly voice. Qin Guifei, do you know that colluding with a foreign enemy to create chaos is a great crime that will kill 9 clans? If you don't explain clearly today, I will exterminate your Qin family. When the Son of Heaven was angry, everyone fell to their knees, terrified. Hearing Emperor Yu's roar, noble consort Qin's body shook violently. She didn't know why Emperor Yu had suspected her in just 2 days. Could it be that he was just suspicious, thus deliberately swindling her? Your Majesty, Minister, my concubine is wrongly accused. How could she believe that substantial evidence had been found in 2 days' time? Chen noble consort hurriedly said. Your Majesty, how can a concubine who has lived in the harem for a long time collude with foreign enemies? There must be someone falsely accusing my concubine. Please be clear about this. Your Majesty. Even though her heart was shaking badly, her face was calm and her words were even more earnest. From the moment she entered the palace, she knew that she would be in a place that hides dirt. Without a little real skill how to sit in this position. Injustice? Heh. Then you to say who has wronged you? At the top, Emperor Yu's dark eyes scrutinized noble consort Chen. Chen Guifei knew that without evidence, the Empress and the Crown Prince were waiting for her to die. So she only hung her head and said, I don't know. Please let your Majesty be clear on this matter. The majestic Yu Emperor was full of displeasure. The Empress stepped forward. Always calm face. At this time, the first show of sharpness. Hearing her speak indifferently. Does sister really think that there is room for maneuver in this matter? If you take the initiative to confess, this palace will plead for the descendants of the Chen family. If you are still stubborn, then don't blame this palace for being a cold and heartless person. Chen noble consort only hesitated for a split second before firmly saying, What did sister say? Sister can't understand. The Empress knew that today was the best opportunity to pull noble consort Chen down. And she had to come up with some strong-arm tactics. When recognizing that the handwriting on the secret letter was from Chen Guifei's hand, she guessed that this matter was designed by Chen Guifei and the second prince. The third prince's body is sick. Chen Guifei can only hope on the second prince. A palace cannot be two queen. From Xianfei recently repeated cold can be guessed. Chen Guifei just surface and Xianfei close. Secretly may be the moment hope that she died. When the future of the second prince ascended to the throne. With this relationship, Chen Guifei sit firmly in the position of the Empress Dowager. They want to come up with this scheme to help the second son of the power to the throne. But I do not want to send the crown prince south to fight the epidemic. At first, the second prince also fought for the opportunity to go south to fight the epidemic, but was rejected by Emperor Yu on the grounds that he did not have enough prestige. The Empress and the Crown Prince analyzed the matter for 2 hours before concluding that Chen Guifei and Xianfei deliberately set up such a big game, and then let the second prince with his beloved by and went south to take credit for it. This speculation cannot be said not bold, but the queen that according to the Chen Guifei that for the purpose of unscrupulous nature to see, completely under the hand. Therefore, secretly investigate Chen Guifei 2 days. Found the sneaky old witch. Today the human evidence and material evidence are all there. Do not allow her to sophistry. Since it is unjust, then you say why this note is your handwriting. Emperor Yu's face sank. Back to your Majesty. I did not write the note. Someone must have imitated it. Chen Guifei's words were sincere. She hadn't written the note on the one hand, and hadn't colluded with foreign enemies on the other. What is there to fear? Chen Guifei is completely unaware of the kneeling Chen family members have long been scared of the war. Hearing, the Crown Prince's eyes turned slightly, stepped forward and said, Father, I have found someone to verify. The handwriting is exactly the same. Then it can only be said that the person who imitates is highly skilled. Chen Guifei to forehead to the ground. Call people cannot see her eyes flash past the vicious. People die without proof. She does not recognize, and can take her how? Yes. The Yin-Yang 2 elders had died. Died in the border city of Luoyang. When she got this news, she did breathe a sigh of relief. But the matter of the Crown Prince's secret return to the capital called her heart burning with anxiety. Always feel that something big is going to happen. Do not want to today is fulfilled. It turns out that the thing that the prince is embracing is this note. Oh! She has never written any note. The prince of this move to fall through. Chen Guifei's heart is not yet happy half a point. On the head of the Yu Emperor will rise suddenly. Trembling hand Icanthus pointing at Chen Guifei. Good. The word is not written by you. Then it is the which old man wrote. Come on people. Will be thieves brought up. Chen Guifei's pupils suddenly shrunk. Only then was shocked to find that there have been 2 days have not seen Wu Lao. Not long after, Wu Lao, covered in blood, was brought up. Prince in the daytime on the order of people secretly captured Wu Lao. How to torture is not to say. It can be seen that he is a loyal lackey to his master. And more. Hand him this note to recognize. Since it wasn't written by Chen Guifei, then it was written by him. Emperor Yu looked puzzled. The crown prince was ordered to come forward and take the note, handing it to Wula to look at. Wula still won't confess to secretly colluding with foreign enemies? Even the physical evidence is there. So it's pointless for you to argue any further. The crown prince's complexion was dark and unpredictable, staring fixedly at Wulao. Noble consort Chen had a relaxed look on her face, because she knew that the words on there weren't written by Wulao either. So how could he possibly admit it? Wulao was beaten all over his body, his eyes swollen and in pain. Perhaps he was dumbfounded by the beating, staring at a pair of cloudy eyes. He denied, "No, I didn't write this, and I didn't collude with the two elders of Yin and Yang." The whole room was in an uproar at these words. The crown prince smiled coldly. Which elder really has a good memory? How come I don't remember mentioning the two elders of Yin and Yang? Which elder was shocked. And only then did he realize that he had not beaten himself up. Endless chills ran straight from the soles of his feet to his head. When he was caught, he didn't panic. When he was beaten, he didn't panic even more. When he was caught to confront Qin Guifei, he didn't panic either. But now, he knew that he was finished. The things that his heart had held fast to collapsed. Elder Witch's face was in a state of relief. Of course, the prince would not let this opportunity go, and immediately added, "Yin and Yang are foreign enemies. Does Wula know what a great crime it is to collude with foreign enemies?" Wu Lao was in a hurry and said, "No, Yin and Yang, two old men, are not foreign enemies. They are Luoyang people, colluding with foreign enemies to exterminate 9 clans. He couldn't afford to take this responsibility." The crown prince let out a cold laugh, turned his head to make a bow to Emperor Yu and said, "I believe that father has also heard." Wu Lao admitted to colluding with the Yin Yang two elders. Well, these two are not foreign enemy spies. If they are not foreign spies, then Qin Guifei is deliberately creating chaos in her country. Why does she want to do that? Emperor Yu said that he couldn't understand. Wu Lao's face was ashen. How could he? A deep-rooted eunuch. No Jianghu people? Therefore, it was impossible for him to defend Qin Guifei. Emperor Yu was so furious that he immediately swung the Zhang folders on his case out and smashed them on noble consort Qin's body. Angrily, he said, "How can a lackey know the two elders of Yin and Yang? Is what happened in Jizhou related to you? Tell us the truth." Qin Guifei knew that she couldn't escape this robbery. So she cried lowly, crying so pitifully, "Your Majesty, my concubine has bitter feelings. What I believe is not human." Emperor Yu was so furious that he slammed the research table in his hand down, smashing Qin Guifei's head straight into the ground. But she didn't dare to move a bit. Even if the blood flowed down and muddled her eyes, she didn't dare to cry out for injustice anymore. Next to the Qin old man as well as the Qin bachelor, face gray, like a dead wood that has lost its vitality. Good ah. Good ah. The Qin family full of more than 200 people lost in the hands of Qin Guifei like this. Jizhou, this plague disaster, no one does not think is a natural disaster, but in the end is a man-made disaster. Man-made even if this disaster also fell on the head of the Qin family. The entire Qin family, and even news, are closed to the mouth from the side to listen to, but do not want to turn the eye to hate the 9 springs. Marquis Ji's sword brows slightly knit, knowing that Qin Guifei is going to climb over the second prince as well as consort Xian. Good. Good to be ruthless. You tell us, what is the bitterness? And what is the reason for meeting someone who is not a good person? Emperor Yu's face was calm and cold, without fail declaring the word ruthless. Chapter 57. Fighting in front of Emperor Yu. Moon Palace. Bei Hongyuan's breath is dying lying on the bed. A glance at it. The big gradually dying. Outside the door guarded a large wave of palace guards. All silent. Outside, Lone Wolf hurriedly came and whispered in Bei Hongyuan's ear. Third prince. The queen has recruited. Lone Wolf's face was covered in gray. Hearing this, Bei Hongyuan was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Time's up. Carry me over. Right now, he could only rely on that little bit of meager life-saving favors to beg for a way out for Qin Guifei. From the time he guessed that the crown prince had secretly returned to the capital to today was only 5 days. 5 days' time is completely impossible to rush back to the capital. Can only say that the crown prince left earlier than he expected. During this time, he did not receive news from Bai and the secret guards and Aunt Sue. He knew that something big had happened. Even if there is no evidence in the crown prince's hands, there is still speculation. Qin Guifei sent dead soldiers to kill this move. Directly confirmed the prince's conjecture. Therefore, Qin Guifei away from defeat is just a matter of time. At this time in the Imperial study room, more howling in pain. Xianfei. Your Majesty. Qin Guifei lied. I did not conspire with her about Jizhou. I am completely unaware of it. And Shang Sun is even more unaware of it. The second prince was trembling and kneeling. Just now, Qin noble concubine confessed all. She confessed not the third prince Bei Hung Yuan, but the second prince Bei Hung Sheng, as the empress expected. She said, in order to gain the support of the Qin family, Consort Xian had promised to give up the position of the Empress Dowager in the future. And it was only then that my concubine came up with such a method to make the second prince a success. Only a prince with a very high reputation would be able to gain the emperor's esteem. She said, my concubine was deceived by the two old men of Yin and Yang. These two men only said that it would not cause harm to the people's bodies. How could they have thought that it would kill people? In the latter words, Qin noble consort spoke with regret. After listening to noble consort Qin's confession, Marquis Ji's heart jumped, suddenly having the illusion that noble consort Qin had also been counted by the third prince. But even if she knew that, noble consort Qin would have been willing to go through with it. If he hadn't listened to Tranquility's heartfelt words, he would have been deceived by Qin Guifei just like the empress and the crown prince. But in front of him, even if he knew that Qin Guifei was deliberately pulling the second prince down, there was nothing he could do, because he had no evidence that this matter was related to a sickly third prince. Furthermore, it was true that the third prince had no knowledge of this incident earlier. Emperor Yu was trembling with anger. Against Emperor Yu's furious dragon face, Consort Xian's heart was half cold. If she had known that noble consort Qin was a snake and scorpion, she definitely would not have befriended her. She also thought that she could pave the way for Shang Sun. But who would have thought that she would have taken the initiative to do this heinous deed? I'll ask you one last time. Can Bachelor Qin be informed of this matter? The look on Emperor Yu's face was terrifyingly hostile. Bachelor Qin and Father Qin knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. Noble consort Qin knew that her death was unforgivable. But it was a matter of the Qin family's survival. She shook her head like a mad woman. I don't know. My father and brother don't know anything about this. Neither does Yuan. It was done by my concubine and the Jiang family. I know my sins are deep, and I am willing to die. I only beg your majesty not to involve the Qin family and Yuan, who did not know. Emperor Yu laughed coldly. Hee. How could the kind-hearted Yuan have a vicious woman like you as a mother? You simply don't deserve it. Even if the Qin family didn't know about it. With this heinous crime of yours, you are still at fault for not teaching him properly. Emperor Yu's apologies to the third prince were too deep and could not be easily shaken. Marquis Ji secretly sighed. His opponent was too strong. He said it was a bit difficult to handle. Men, drag noble consort Qin down to be beheaded. The rest of the people will be beheaded on a later date. Prepare a decree. Emperor Yu fiercely slapped the table. As the ruler of Shangyu Kingdom, he had to give the people of Jizhou an explanation and not chill the hearts of the people. Don't. Please, Emperor, take back the order. The Jiang family is innocent. The Jiang family really doesn't know anything about this matter. I beg the Emperor to take back the order. Oh, those treacherous words. I am said. But I am not dare to harm the people, Emperor. Jiang family offense is not to death. Please, Emperor, enlightenment. Xianfei cried with great pathos. The second prince's heartache mother consort body discomfort. Tightly hold her. Kneeling together on the ground in grief. He said, Father, the son begs you to check the Jizhou matter. Although the son is not as good as the prince. But also know that the people are Shangyu fundamental. I have always been concerned about the people. How can I collude with the Jianghu villains to harm the people? Yes, Your Majesty. Shenger has always loved the people like a son. How could he possibly harm the people? It's impossible for him to maim the people. Yet you're asking me to be the scapegoat. Consort Xian, you're so cruel. Qin Guifei was afraid that Emperor Yu would be moved by this pitiful look of Consort Xian. Tough to bite again. Consort Xian was furious. She angrily rose up and pounced on Consort Qin. Biting, pounding and pulling her hair. Go to hell. Go to hell. Poisonous woman. You poisonous woman. Two people so in front of the imperial court in disrespect. In front of the imperial court twisted into a twist. When Bei Hung Yuan arrived, what he heard was a room full of ghostly cries and wolves plus screams and roars. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with the gray and dead air of a terminally ill person. Then he weakly spoke. Father! Father! Child! Child seeks to see father. Eunuch hurriedly came to open the door. And when he saw the third prince covered in blood being carried by people, his face showed a look of sympathy. Your Majesty. Third prince him? The door half opened and everyone in the room looked towards the third prince. You honor its mother who has harmed you. Its mother who believed in someone other than you and harmed my you honor all. The crown prince and empress knew why the third prince had come, and a flash of worry flashed in their eyes. The emperor felt very apologetic about the fact that the third prince mistakenly drank poisonous tea back then. If the third prince had begged the emperor bitterly with this, perhaps noble consort Chen's little life could really be saved. Marquis Ji hung his head, converging the hatred in his eyes. The third prince spitting blood is true. The poisoning is also true. No one can doubt such a dying person. Chen Jiang, 2 families beheaded. He will not sympathize at all. Nor would he sympathize with the Jiang family. If the second prince did not scheme against the crown prince 2 years ago, Shuer's leg would not have been ruined. And he would not have been devastated for 2 long years. Qin Guifei crawled towards Bei Hung Yuan, cloaked her head in hair. So woeful. Consort Xian had just fiercely punched noble consort Qin. Her hair had been ripped out, and a piece of her scalp had fallen off, oozing blood. At a glance, simply miserable. Marquis Ji's heart is clouded, only a pity that such a beautiful scenery his good daughter cannot see. I'm sure I'll have to learn the storyteller's style and tell it to my daughter in vivid detail. As expected, Emperor Yu felt pity for the third prince. He hurriedly walked down to the stage. You honor. What are you doing? Bei Hung Yuan's face was as pale as a dead man who had been soaked in water for 3 days and nights. The bottom of his eyes were blue and purple. Hearing him weak to the core, he said, Father, my son was distraught when he heard that Mother Consort was taken away by the Forbidden Army. I have been entangled in poison for 6 long years, and I am already dying. So I beg my father to look at the fact that I don't have much time left, and let Mother Consort send me on my last journey. Afterwards, if father wants to kill me, I will never stop you again. Hearing these words, Emperor Yu was indeed moved, and with tears in his eyes, he held Bei Hung Yuan's pale hand and said, Father, should you, back then, if Your Honor hadn't inadvertently drank that cup of poisonous tea for him, he would be the one suffering now. And every time he thought of this, his heart would be like a knife twisting in pain. He owed it to Your Honor. He couldn't just stand by and watch him suffer. He only wanted to satisfy him as much as possible. Emperor Yu promised not to kill Qin Guifei for the time being. And after calming down, he thought carefully that although his second son sometimes did things without considering the consequences, he was also a person who cared about the people. This incident must be the work of 2 poisonous women. Thinking so, Emperor Yu once again opened his mouth. The Qin family has taught their daughter poorly, causing her to commit a monstrous mistake. Her crime should be put to death. All the male children of the Qin family will be launched out of the Noon Gate to be beheaded. And the Jiang family is also. The rest of the people copied and exiled to the cold place. As for the second prince, temporarily imprisoned in the palace of patriarchs, waiting to be sentenced, Consort Xian wailed and fainted. The men were all beheaded, and the women were exiled to the extreme cold of the northwest. The sky was high and the roads were far. So what was the difference between this and killing? Hearing that the second prince was confined to the sovereign's palace, Prime Minister Lu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. During this period of time, the second prince repeatedly found excuses to come to the Lu house, trying to meet with his daughter. He knew that the second prince's purpose is not pure. Fortunately, the daughter is very good. Obediently stay in the room. When the decree to copy the family came down, the noble circle in the capital sighed. Yesterday, the 2 families of Xinjiang, in the twinkling of an eye was copied. Who saw the not lamented a man made a man? I don't know what offense was committed. Rumor has it that the Ji family returned home to pay homage to their ancestors and made a great achievement. Mrs. Ji controlled the spread of the epidemic with just 1 prescription. The Crown Prince and Dr. Mu even sacrificed themselves to save the lives of the people, night and day to decoct medicines and diagnose the sick. Madame Ji became the most deserved miracle doctor, and the Crown Prince won a lot of praises because of the extremely bad impact of the situation. Emperor Yu did not make this matter public, so the only thing that people know is the plague. Chapter 58. Give Lady Qin a dagger for good defense on the road. Xinjiang 2 families were copied and exiled on this day, just as Lady Ji with Ji tranquility and other people back to Shengjing City Day. Marquis Ji had already arrived at Linjing County a day earlier to return to the capital together with all the people. On the way, has long been the Qin Guifei how to pull Xianfei and Jiang family under the water of the matter of fine detail to say to Ji Tranquility listen. Especially Xianfei Qin Guifei will be beaten on the ground of the scene with the Ji Lifeng acted out again. Laughing at Ji Tranquility rolled over and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha. Laughed my arse off. It's just a pity I didn't see the scene at the time. It turns out that when the crown prince arrived that night, he went to see Emperor Yu and told him about the poisoning of the people of Jizhou, and the fact that they were robbed and killed on the way. By this time, the crown prince had begun to suspect in his mind that the Yin-Yang elders were not from the north and south kingdoms, but were native to Shengyu. The crown prince then took the note to the empress, who recognized the handwriting as being from Qin Guifei's hand, and spent the next 2 days secretly investigating Qin Guifei. Finally, on the second day, she found out that Wulao had ordered the palace to go out of the palace. Immediately will be arrested and tortured. After that, it is the thin imperial thing. This time to be able to directly take down the Qin Jiang two families. Is the Ji family never expected? Ji Tranquility straight away exclaimed, well done. However, one should not let their guard down. The third prince is the male lead and is the chosen son. No matter what kind of setbacks he suffers, he will soon stand up. Like this time. For example, he ironically sniffed out the first signs in advance before stopping taking the antidote to the suppressed poison, making himself even more withered so that he could arouse Emperor Yu's sympathy. Truly awesome to the extreme. He seized on the fact that Emperor Yu was apologetic towards him to repeatedly make use of it. Emperor Yu would only think that the third prince is incredibly virtuous. One would never do anything wrong. The enemy is too strong. Big brother must bring out his strongest brain in order to fight against it. Cheer up. Ollie give. I'm sure Big Brother will be able to do it. The 4 members of the Ji family. Ji Yushu said that in the future, he would hug his sister without leaving for a moment. Otherwise he would be finished if he missed the heartbeat. He didn't have the strongest brain, but he had the strongest sister with a strong mouth. That's the marquee carriage. Quickly make way. The officials escorting the exiled criminals saw the Ji family's car and carriage returning to the capital in a voluminous manner, and were busy pulling the chains and retreating to the side. Those who didn't listen were directly given 2 lashes. Today's Ji family is all. This time Jito can control the plague so quickly. All thanks to the Ji family. Now the Ji family is not only respected by thousands of people, it is the most trusted person of the emperor and the prince. Not to mention the name of General Ji's undefeated god of war. Who would dare to offend them? Lady Ji lifted the curtain to see the 2 Qinjiang families strung up in chains. Apart from the children, the others were not only shackled and shackled, they were also strung up in chains. The scene was quite exhilarating. Isn't that the Qin Jiang two families? This is being escorted to the road? The Qin family would never have dreamt that it wasn't the Ji family that lost, and that it wasn't the Ji family that was tied up and sent on their way, but his Qin family. Oh, it can only be said that it deserved it. On the day the Ji family was exiled, the Qin family formed a group to guard the city gates. Not because of good feelings to come and see them off, but to humiliate the Ji family in front of the people, making the Ji family kneel down for them and eat the rotten vegetable leaves that the people threw at them. Hateful to the core. Upon hearing this, the few people on the floor looked at each other, hatred filling their eyes. Then let's go down and give the Qin family a good send-off. Isn't that Sister Lu? Stop the car. I'm going to see Sister Lu off, in order to fulfill a piece of my affection as a younger sister. Lady Ji smiled brightly, lifted the curtain, and stepped on the horse stool to get off the carriage. The escorting officials knew that the Ji family was in full swing nowadays, so how could they not give it face? Many people beside her praised Lady Ji for being a kind person. The Qin family has fallen into such a state. She still thinks of the sisterly love. When Lady Qin saw Lady Ji walking towards her, tears fell like rain. She never expected that the person who came to see her off at the worst time of her life would be the person she had framed. She was even vicious enough to try to switch her own daughter. Now that she thought about it, she was simply not human. Right now, the plan to set up a doll's marriage with the Ji family's youngest was also not going to work. Thinking about it all made her feel that she had suffered a great loss. This time, the Qin family lost all blame. Qin won that bitch. Dared to do so hurtful things. The main thing is not to discuss with the Qin family. The Qin family has been wrong this time. And it's hard for the heavens to condone it. Over 50 men were beheaded at the Noon Gate. She hates that bitch Chen. Fortunately, the third prince promised to come to Lianglo one day in splendor to take them back. She knew that her Yuan'er would come to save them. And with him around, the foundation of the Chen family would be there. Now can only wait for him to turn over. Today a goodbye not, and when can come back. At this moment, Mrs. Chen looked at Mrs. G's eyes with endless sincerity. She really treats her as a close friend. Mrs. G walked towards Mrs. Chen while putting her hand into her sleeve. Lady Chen understood at a glance. Mrs. G was really nice, and even thought of giving her some silver. In the past, she had wrongly blamed her. Ji Tran, who was being held by Zuho, also saw this scene. And in her heart, she had the same thought as Mrs. Chen. Her small brows were furrowed tightly. Mother still wants to give that poisonous woman a silver hit? In my mother's life? She just trusted Lady Chen too much. That's why I've fallen for it repeatedly. On the other carriage, Ji Linfeng and Ji Yushu looked at each other and said, Mother had already learnt that Lady Chen had a ghost in her heart. And how could she give the silver? Wait. Mother has her own clever plan to make Lady Chen as well as the Chen family die on the road. On this side, Mrs. G had already walked to Lady Chen, who looked at her with tears in her eyes and went to shake her hand. Ah Yao. I'm sorry. I can't accompany you anymore. That bitch Chen made a mistake and dragged the Chen family into it. I hate it so much. Ah Yao. You will help me, right? My good sister. If one day the Chen family turns over, I will definitely remember you for the rest of my life. Lady Chen cried in a mournful manner, screaming her heart out. Lady Ji took hold of Lady Chen's hand, and under the latter's shocked gaze, she spoke softly. It's impossible. The Chen family will never be able to turn over. And you will also pay a heavy price for what you did before. What? Ah Yao, what did you just say? Lady Chen looked incredulously at the seemingly smiling Lady Ji. Lady Ji took a step closer into her, and in a voice that only the two of them could hear, she said, the Chen family will never be allowed to turn over on the day that I'm around. This journey is very dangerous. You will keep this knife for your defense. The meaningful smile under Lady Ji's eyes made Lady Chen feel like she was being bombarded by 5 thunders. Ah, bitch. I won't allow you to curse the Chen family. The moment before Lady Chen went mad, Lady Ji let go of her hand, and Marquis Ji went up extremely fast to pull people away. The only thing the onlookers saw was the broken silver that fell to the ground. Lady Ji looked at Lady Chen with a look of disbelief, then turned to say in pain, Sister Lu, my sister kindly gave you silver for you to take care of on the road. But you want to kill me? Husband. Sister Lu. She's gone crazy. Lady Ji covered her face and leaned in Marquis Ji's arms and sobbed lowly. Anyone who was told to see her would have to scold Lady Chen for not knowing what's good for her. Hee. I saw the corners of my mother's mouth flash with a treacherous smile. Did my eyes blink? This Lady Chen is really vicious. Lady Ji was so intent on helping her that she went so far as to hide daggers on her body. If it wasn't for Marquis Ji's quick reflexes, she would have had her way. Truly vicious. Do you guys think it's possible that she was hiding this dagger in preparation for her escape halfway through the journey? I think it's possible. Taking advantage of the official's unpreparedness trick to kill him, and then take his family to escape. The people spoke one by one, driving Lady Chen out of her madness. No, it's not like that. Why? Why did Ah Yao become like this? The Ah Yao I know is not like this. You're not Ah Yao. You're not Ah Yao. My Ah Yao would only trust me. Would only treat me well. Even if I had harmed her, she would only think that I had bitter feelings. Lady Chen's crazy appearance made the crowd look dumbfounded. Chapter 59. Big Brother Official. On the way. You must take good care of the Chen family. Lady Ji is too kind, right? Being harmed by this poisonous woman and still saying she has bitter intentions. She is completely trampling on Lady Ji's kindness. Simply don't be too hateful. More and more people advise Lady Ji not to be deceived by the poisonous woman. The official next to her was not polite to her. He took the words of the man just now in. With his backhand, he viciously lashed her with several whips. Bitch. How dare you hide a dagger on your body and try to harm Lady Ji? You are simply looking for death. The Chen family's men had all been beheaded, and Lady Chen was the only family member in charge of the Chen family. At this moment, her crazy appearance made a group of Chen family members look dumbfounded. Officials whip a few. Found that Mrs. Chen is still frozen standing. But not to relieve the hatred. And then 10 whip down. Straight to the blood. Miserable. Other want to come forward to help also cannot be spared. TSK. So miserable. But not 10 times as bad as big brother and parents. Eldest brother was killed by the third prince's men on the way to the northern border by splitting his body into 5 horses. And father and mother's dead flesh was still stoned to a bloody pulp. Ji Feng jumped out of the carriage wanting to see what was going on. Only to hear Ji Tranquility's heartfelt words. Hatred really rushed to his head. He only felt that the official had beaten him lightly. Right away. He rushed forward like a cannonball, and flew up to kick Qin Guifei several meters away. With the tone of a great filial son. He coldly grunted. Beat you to death. You poisonous woman. My mother treats you as a sister. But you want to sacrifice my mother to the sword. Feng. No. Lady Ji was half a beat slow to realize that Ji Feng had kicked someone out. Ji Tranquility laughed so hard that she wanted to roll on the ground. This melon was simply not too tasty. Ha ha ha. Second brother bullish chorus. Bullish colas? Ji Feng and Ji Yushu's faces darkened at the same time. When did little sister learn to speak dirty words? No. Absolutely not. How can the jewel of the Ji family talk dirty? You have to be dignified, reserved, and elegant. Lady Qin didn't know whether she was dead or fainted, and was dragged on the road by the officials like rags. Lady Ji made a look of heartache, eventually stepping forward to take the silver picked up by the subordinate, and hurriedly stepping forward to stuff it into the official's hands. This little brother. The Qin family has always been at peace with the Ji family. Please take care of little brother on the road. Lady Ji bites the word take care of extremely heavily. The latter freezes for a moment, and then understands in a second. Don't worry, lady. I will definitely take care of the Qin family. Somehow, the Qin family members shivered in unison after hearing these words. Lady Jiang and consort Xian looked at Lady Ji with a sinister face. Simply because Lady Ji had close dealings with the Qin family. With the Ji family's prestige in the dynasty nowadays. Sooner or later, they would find a way to get the Qin family back. Simply hateful. No. The Qin family must be allowed to die halfway. Mrs. Ji's move was again unanimously appreciated by the people. After that, Mrs. Ji even said to the onlookers with an understanding face, everyone, don't talk about Sister Lu. The Qin family has suffered a huge change. Sister Lu must be heartbroken. That's why she did such things. She didn't mean it. Lady Ji turned to the playful Ji Feng and rebuked. What happened to you? You kicked Aunt Lu and injured her. So what? So out of line. Ji Feng smiled and admitted his mistake. I know I'm wrong, mother. I'm not afraid you'll get hurt. Right? I'll be lighter next time. Lady Ji. Ji Tranquility only felt that the attitude of the Ji family's crowd towards the Qin family wasn't quite right. But she didn't think too much about it, because she was relieved in her heart. The group of people got into the carriage while talking. After boarding the carriage, Lady Ji secretly exchanged a look with Marquis Ji, who was spoilt and helpless and finally fearful. If the party had been slow, what if they had been injured? The 4 members of the Ji family of course knew that Lady Ji was acting just now. Only the little sister did not know. The 2 family carriages traveled towards the city again in great numbers. Jun Fu, who was traveling the same way, parted ways with the crowd at Qintian Street. Ji Feng could not stop shouting at Jun Fu. Kid, come out for a drink when you have time. My treat. Jun Fu smiled and nodded his head. Ji Feng hemmed and hawed as he made sure to strike a good rapport with his cousin brother-in-law. Just thinking about the beautiful girl he met that night on New Year's Eve made his heart race. He also didn't know if that girl had come to visit Ji Mansion during his absence. Duanmu Mansion. East City of Shengjing. Miss, there are guests in the mansion. In the back garden, Duanmu is sitting on a rattan swing full of flowers in a long dress. Her body half slanted. Her right hand holding a book of poetry as she looks at it. The maid Jiqiu recklessly ran into the backyard. Duanmu said without lifting her head. Who else could there be? It must be cousin Jun who has come. He had sent a letter over a year ago, saying that he was preparing for the examination in Beijing. She had only met this cousin twice. Both times when she didn't know what was going on. So she didn't have a deep impression. Jiqiu, however, smiled and said, Miss, don't feel uninterested. Duke Jun has followed the Ji family all the way back, and is now telling the master about the interesting events along the way. He also made a merit. Followed to Jijo saved many people. His lordship can't stop listening. Cousin June came back on the same road as the Ji family? Duanmui was stunned. Speaking of the Ji family, Duanmui had to recall the time when she was 8 years old. When she stepped out in the spring to release her paper kite. Her kite was blown to the top of a tree by a gale for no reason. It was the second son of the Ji family who passed by and helped her take it down. At that time, she was very amazed that a small teenager had impressive lightness skills. While she was in a daze, he threw the paper kite to her feet with a look of disgust and said, "Girls are just troublesome." She must have disliked the fact that she didn't practice a lightweight skill like him and could pick the paper kites hanging from the treetops. Later, she secretly learnt lightness. The two people who thought they would never see each other again met again on the night of New Year's Eve. At that time, her heart was full of joy, and she wanted to go up to him to thank him for the kindness of taking down the paper kite. At that time, he dropped the kite and turned around, so determined that she did not have time to say thank you. But she didn't want him to focus on another woman. That woman she recognized was the daughter of the Shangshu house. Seeing the two of them looking at each other and smiling, on the spot, she felt that this thank you was not necessary. It was just that for some reason, the fact that she had not been able to thank him face to face was like a nightmare attached to her mind. Lingering, it became her obsession. Perhaps if she thanked him face to face, this obsession would disappear from her mind. Duanmui let out a bitter smile. Is that so? Father, these days, because of the Queen's birthday banquet matter anxious headache. Say some interesting things to relieve boredom is also good. Shichio, however, stomps her foot with a look of hatred. That's the Ji family. Are you not interested at all? If you really weren't interested, you wouldn't be looking at a paper kite from several years ago every day. She was clearly thinking of the young man who had swept over the treetops to fetch the kite for her. However, the world has always been harsh to women. If not, she will encourage the lady to go. Go to find your boy. The young man would not have to stay in the mansion with a kite and stare at it. Duanmui smiled. Smile euphemistic and get instrument, care in how. Interested in how. That is waiting for the door of the high courtyard. Is not my such as the palace of the minister can match? Besides, the little boy of that year has already seen eye to eye with other girls. What she lacked in her heart was just a thank you. Shichio is a mischievous smile. Hee hee. As long as the lady cares is good. Slave girl this will go to listen to. And then come back to say with a lady to listen to. Weekdays to relieve boredom is also good. Shichio heart playing a crooked idea. Half an hour later, Shichio came back in a flurry. Miss. The slave girl heard a good news. The table young master and the second son of Ji became good friends, and also asked to eat wine together. Duanmui's hand holding the book lurched. Ripples growing in her heart. In her ears, she heard Shichio's unintelligible words come again. Miss, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Your happiness lies in the table teenager. Duanmui's face darkened and reprimanded Shichio. Dead girl. Letting mother hear this will have you eating your fruit. Shichio deflated small mouth. Weakly said, Miss. Shichio, since I know for the second son of Ji is a little high climbing. Maybe the second son of Ji is also interested in you? Otherwise, why did he take a detour to fetch a paper kite for you back then? If you don't fight for this matter, the old madam will have to give you a look at the Wu family's son. It is said that the Wu family's son is not doing his job all day long. Are you willing to do that? Listening to this, a flash of panic flashed within Duanmui's beautiful eyes. Chapter 60. The third prince goes to the mountain to pray for the empress. Cold palace. Bei Hung Yuan, who had taken the antidote again, was a little better, but his face at this time looked even whiter than when he was poisoned. The purpose is to cover up. Now he is daily in the cold palace to accompany his mother. Qin Guifei was taken away from the position of noble consort. No longer had the previous scenery. Wearing coarse linen clothes, sitting in the room all day long, reading, It's me who has harmed the Qin family. It's me who has harmed my elder brother and my father, who are completely unaware of this matter, and how wrongfully they have died. I hate the dog emperor's brutality and unkindness. I hate the dog emperor's favoritism towards the crown prince. I hate the dog emperor's lack of respect for husband and wife. You honor. Let's go against it. Shall we? Mother, be careful with your words. Bei Hung Yuan's face suddenly changed, lightly coughing twice to remind Qin Wan. This mother consort of his was good at everything, but she just liked to do as she pleased. Sooner or later. It was just. In the end, it was still his mother consort. It is impossible for him not to be angry when the Qin family is in trouble. In the end, the emperor's heart is still cold, and did not look at him once saved him on the part of spare the Qin family. At the same time, he also knows, if really sick to death, Qin Guifei cannot live long. Cold palace in the conditions of simple and incomparable. Every day to eat chaff and swallow food. The only chair in the room was left for the frail Bei Hung Yuan, and Qin Guifei could only sit on the threshold like a withered branch, looking at the big acacia tree in the courtyard that had sprouted shoots, cursing Emperor Yu with her voice. You honor your maternal ancestor, and your uncle cannot be sacrificed in vain. This matter must be investigated clearly. Their heavenly souls must be sacrificed with the prince's blood. Qin Wan's face with sinister nails pinched deep into her flesh. There is also the Ji family, which cannot be spared. She had never thought that the Ji family was neutral on the surface. But in reality, they were secretly helping the crown prince. This Jizhou incident. If there was no help from the Ji family, she didn't believe that the crown prince alone would be able to investigate her head. There was also that unwritten note. From whom exactly did it come? Mother. By he is dead. Bei Hung Yuan suddenly spoke. Qin Wan, who was sitting dumbfounded, turned back violently. Dead? Dead? Who did this? Bei Hung Yuan shook his head. It hasn't been found out yet. According to the informant's report, he died on the way back to Shengjing. Said he encountered a group of stragglers. Child will go and investigate clearly. At this moment, Eunuch De let out a loud cry, and the two of them were violently stunned. The emperor has arrived. Emperor Yu, who strides in, glares fiercely at Qin Wan, not to mention not saluting, but also looking at him with a look of indignation. If it wasn't for Yuaner's face, how could he leave her alive? Yuaner, the conditions in the cold palace are tough. Go back to Moonflower Palace. This was the second time in the last 5 days that Emperor Yu had advised him to return to the cold palace. Bei Hung Yuan wanted to salute, but Emperor Yu waved his hand to avoid it. He heard him say, Father, I know that I don't have much time left. I just want to spend more time with my mother. Emperor Yu's heart was very touched. Qin Guifei was a snake and scorpion, but the son he gave birth to was a filial son. If this son did not have filial piety, 6 years ago, he would not have learnt that he drank poisonous tea and still said to him with a relaxed face, Father, it's so good that my son drank the poisonous tea for you. So father will be fine and will live a long life. Thinking about this, Emperor Yu finally softened his heart. That's just it. That's just it. Move out of the cold palace with your mother consort. Live in Yuhua Palace. And from now on, you will accompany Yuaner. Okay. Bei Hung Yuan was so moved that he shed tears, portraying a great filial son to the fullest. My son thanked my father for his compassion for my child's dying return. Get up. Get up. Your body is in ill health. You are exempt from kneeling in the future. Bei Hung Yuan agreed to move out of the cold palace, and Emperor Yu was happy. Bei Hung Yuan seized the right moment to open his mouth to ask for a grace. Father, I want to take my mother to the Protectorate Temple to pray for the Queen Mother. Isn't the Queen Mother's birthday coming up soon? My son wants to ask for a peace blessing for the Queen Mother. Guarantee Mother's yearly peace. Good. Good. Yuaner has the heart. Go. Father will go and make arrangements. Emperor Yu's dragon face was greatly pleased. It was the greatest blessing that Yuaner did not hold a grudge against the Empress after the Qin family's accident. As expected, his Yuaner was the most kind. On this side, the Empress was skeptical when she learnt that Bei Hung Yuan was going to take Qin Wan up the mountain to pray for her. Mare, do you think this Qin Wan will use this as an excuse to escape? The crown prince picked up the teapot to fill a cup of tea for the Empress and spoke blandly. It shouldn't be. If she escapes, third brother's condition will only worsen. Then is there a possibility that Lao San did it on purpose? This time, the Qin family suffered a great disaster. Does Bei Hung Yuan really not hold a grudge against her and the crown prince in his heart? At those words, the crown prince's hand holding the cup gave a start. Let Qin Guifei escape on purpose. There is no king's land under the sky. She as a sinful woman can escape to where? A smart person would not escape. Along with this news that reached the Ji family was the evening's celebratory banquet palace sticker. Ji Tranquility was practicing hard to raise her head and roll over, trying to work on sitting up, but then quickly falling back down. very irritated. The image of the round milk ball rolling around on the cot was very comical. Giving up after the 10th failure. Solely playing with his little feet, and listening to his own parents and brothers discussing important matters. The banquet and whatnot. It was just something that Emperor Yu did for outsiders to see. The Ji family wasn't interested in it. The only thing they were interested in was the movements of the third prince. I don't know when it started. But father and his brothers don't avoid mother when they discuss important matters in the court. But this is good. I can also know how far the plot has developed. 3 days have passed since that day's encounter with Lady Chen at the city gates. And during these 3 days, everyone in the Ji mansion has had a very comfortable time. The Chen family was defeated. And Lady Chen would no longer talk about Ji Tranquility's doll's marriage. In the past liked to urge Ji Lin Feng to eat and drink, not to do their jobs. And every now and then to visit the flower house of Chen Hai is also dead. There will be no more people smearing the Ji family's reputation. The fact that all the male members of the Chen family were beheaded was a surprise to the Ji family. After a moment's thought, they were able to figure out that noble consort Chen had made a huge mistake. And killing her alone would not be enough to quell Emperor Yu's anger. The Jiang family was completely pulled down by noble consort Chen. I have to say that the third prince used this delaying tactic well. If it works, not only will the Chen noble consort not die, but she will also have her case overturned in the future. If it fails. Failure? There is no failure in the motto of the third prince's life. Thoughts back together. The year came Ji Yushu's voice. Chen Guifei lived in Yuhua Palace. Since noble consort Chen moved into the Cold Palace, the third prince followed under the guise of being heartbroken for his mother. Emperor Yu's heart ached for the third prince's frailty. And he went into the Cold Palace twice to persuade the third prince to come out. The third prince knew how to take the Holy Spirit, and answered while begging for the grace of going out to the Protectorate Temple to pray for the Empress on behalf of Chen noble consort. The news was sent out by the Crown Prince, who had placed eyes around the third prince for the purpose of monitoring Chen Guifei for fear that she would jump over the wall in a hurry. Praying for blessings for the Empress? I think his praying for blessings is fake. Discussing ghost ideas is real. At the Empress' birthday banquet, noble consort Chen gave the Empress a piece of poisoned jade. The Empress didn't want to boo her face in public, so she accepted it. Now, Chen Guifei fell into trouble, since it is unable to participate in the Queen's birthday banquet. But this piece of jade must be sent out So, it's out to think of ghost ideas to go. If the Empress's plot here doesn't fall apart, then this piece of jade has to be delivered to the Empress by another person. It also has to be someone she trusts. Who could it be? Upon hearing about the poisoned jade, all four hearts panicked. If something happened to the Empress, the Crown Prince would have to go crazy. The third prince went to the mountain to pray for blessing. Seems to be very anxious. Just from the Cold Palace out of the Chen Guifei rushed to the Protectorate Temple, until the end of the Shen hour before returning. At the same time brought back an unexpected person. Master Ci Feng. This person is highly respected. Respected by the people in the capital circle. In addition, this person also knows some divination techniques. It was said that a few years ago, this Master Ci Feng traveled to Jiangnan to ask for mana for the drought-stricken people, and has been famous ever since. Ji Tranquility had some impression of Master Ci Feng. In the original story, he mentioned that he could tell that Lu Yi was still a foreign soul. It could be seen that he was a person with some skills. Just when the crowd couldn't figure out why this person followed the third prince into the palace, the Crown Prince had someone bring news that shocked all four seats. What? The Emperor has specially appointed Master Ci Feng as the State Master and given him a residence in the former Chen family residence. The news came as a surprise. Ji Tranquility was confused. There was no such thing in the original story. Right? Before everyone could figure it out, another big news came out. Master Ci Feng, observing the sky at night, divined that the third prince's life should not be destroyed, and that there is a nobleman to help him. An accurate divination to the nobleman will appear on the 3rd of March on the Sea Festival. After Ji Tranquility was stunned, she came to a sudden realization.